In the 49th year of Konoha, on July 1st, graduation day dawned. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, and the gates of the Ninja Academy stood resolutely shut, while clusters of anxious parents gathered together, awaiting the outcome of their children's futures. The scorching sunlight only amplified their growing unease, with worried glances cast toward the school entrance and idle chatter with unfamiliar faces to alleviate their tension. Even the seasoned ninjaso had faced life and death found their usual composure waning on this pivotal day for their progeny. A burly man, clad in a ninja vest with hair resembling a hedgehog, stood with arms crossed, his painted face betraying a hint of irritation. Observing his fidgeting comrades, he lost his rare patience and admonished, "Gray Fong, stop jumping around and settle down." The large dog, resembling a wild wolf, complied with a dejected demeanor, reluctantly sitting beside his master. A ninja bearing a sword chuckled lightly and remarked, "Inazuki, your impatience is misplaced. Why take out on Gray Fong? Besides, with your daughter's capabilities, if she fails to graduate, then hardly anyone will this year." Upon hearing the praise for his daughter, the man chuckled heartily and replied, "Your Kazekage is also impressive, though he could use a bit more conditioning." The sword-bearing ninja shook his head. The issue with Kazekage was not merely a lack of exercise, that he pondered whether guiding Kazekage toward the path of a ninja had been the right choice. While the parents engaged in conversation, the Sunto graduates had already completed their first round of assessments and submitted their papers. They remained in their seats, awaiting the next and final examination, the ninjutsu assessment. After all, in the world of ninjas, mere academic prowess holds little weight. It is the strength of one's fist that truly matters. Before long, a Chunin examiner entered, carrying a roster. "Next, we will commence the ninjutsu assessment. Those whose names I call, please proceed to the adjacent classroom for testing. Those not called, remain here." Yagyu Aikir, a boy with a green headband, stood up. Higarong, a boy with cataracts, rose from his seat. Uchiha Aokong. The attention of the entire classroom converged upon Uchiha Aokong as he stood. Like most of his clan, he possessed a head of black hair and sharply defined features. However, unlike other Uchiha, he appeared perpetually drowsy, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of harmlessness. "The following 10, please follow me." With that, the examiner turned and exited the classroom, prompting the called students to hastily follow. As the examiner departed, the more energetic students began to whisper amongst themselves. Initially, they speculated quietly about potential examination questions, but soon their voices grew louder as they conjectured about the results of the previously named 10. A chubby boy with a watermelon-shaped haircut stood up proudly and declared, "I bet Higarong will definitely pass." His self-satisfied tone might lead one to believe he was Higarong himself. A girl seated behind him struck him back into his seat with a punch, hands on her hips, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting, fatty? If Higarong hadn't been injured during the Nine-Tails attack, he would have graduated last year." The chubby boy, intending to retort, quickly changed his tune upon seeing the face paint on the girl, eagerly agreeing, "You're absolutely right, boss." Inuzuka Kai paid little mind to the boy's flattery and turned to the pale-faced boy beside her, inquiring, "Kazekage, how many of the 10 do you think will pass?" Cough, cough. Yuelion Kazekage covered his mouth and nose, clearing his throat before responding. "They should all be fine, oh?" She responded, intrigued, then probed Kazekage. "Do you think the graduation standards will be relaxed this year like last year?" Kazekage nodded in approval. Inuzuka Kai first laughed lightly, then added, "Even so, I don't share your perspective. Is that so? Kai, please enlighten me with your insights." Kazekage replied gently. Inuzuka Kai nodded, then began her analysis. "Higarong, Yagyu Aikir, they will certainly pass. Yoshino and Kuemu also have a chance. Their physical skills are decent. But what merit does Uchiha Aokong possess? Physical skills. Just look at his skin. He likely doesn't leave the house much. Ninjutsu? He only manifested chakra this year. Genjutsu? Perhaps he truly excels, considering he practices in his dreams every day. Though Inuzuka Kai may not be a genius, she undoubtedly stood out as the top student and the class leader, commanding the attention of her peers with her words. Upon hearing practicing in dreams, the boys shared knowing smiles, while the girls reacted with indignation, rushing to defend him. Aokong isn't that incapable, he's the best at throwing ninja tools. Aokong is a really nice person. You're just jealous, stop slandering our Aokong. Under the weight of the furious glares from the girls, Inuzuka, Kai rolled her eyes. Konoha had been established for 49 years. Yet why had there not been a single female Hokage? If female ninjas were all as superficial as they, how could they ever hope to become formidable? Inuzuka Kai was different. She was destined to be a powerful kunoichi like Princess Tsunade, indifferent to male admiration. Feigning an apology, she said, "My apologies. I forgot that Aokong is quite outstanding and has a chance to pass the assessment." Just as the girls' expressions softened into serene smiles, Inuzuka Kai added, "After all, he is rather handsome with just a smile. Who knows which male ninja might be tempted to give him a passing grade?" Inuzuka Kai. Yuelyang Kazekage gently shook his head, choosing to disregard the classroom squabble. His gaze drifted through the window toward the 10 students following the examiner into the testing area, particularly focusing on the lagging Uchiha Aokong. Among the 10, he was well aware of the strengths of the other 9. Yet Uchiha Aokong, the class underperformer, remained an enigma to him. His older brother was the most exceptional genius of the Uchiha clan, and Aokong had garnered attention from the moment he entered school. Unfortunately, after 6 years, he had not exhibited any extraordinary traits. Frequently seen dozing at his desk, his physical training lacked vigor, and in combat classes, he often conceded defeat. It was only in the 6th grade that he manifested chakra. Aside from excelling in throwing ninja, Tulsa Testament to Uchiha tradition appeared to possess little else of note. It seemed he was blessed with little more than a handsome visage. Yet Yuelyang Kazekage sensed that his classmate was not as simple as he appeared, not for any particular reason, but simply due to his instinct as a swordsman. He felt an undercurrent of danger surrounding him. Kazekage's intuition was not unfounded. This year marked a unique period. Though the village had rebuilt its destroyed structures, the fallen ninjas could not be resurrected. Despite the promotion of numerous ninjas last year, Konoha would still face a significant shortage of ninjas in the coming years. Thus, this year's graduation assessment at the Konoha Ninja Academy was notably lenient. Regardless of whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, as long as one possessed a particular skill, they could graduate. Uchiha Aokong strolled into the examination room with a leisurely pace, his half-closed eyes scanning the environment with a sidelong glance. The chief examiner, Yamanaka Kiyomi, brightened at the sight of this graceful youth. A slight smile graced her lips as she addressed him. "We will now proceed with the ninjutsu assessment. Uchiha Aokong, please prepare yourself." Aokong stood before the 2 examiners, nodding steadily, unhurriedly. "Please demonstrate the shadow clone technique, the replacement technique, and the transformation technique in sequence." Uchiha Aozora crossed his arms and formed the hand seals with precision. Moments later, a resounding bang echoed as smoke enveloped him. As the white mist dissipated, a wooden figure materialized beside Uchiha Aozora. The deputy examiner, Oishi, observed the chief examiner, Yamanaka Kazuki, whose captivating gaze was fixed intently on the youthful visage of the boy, and couldn't help but chuckle wryly, remarking, "Uchiha Aozora, where are your shadow clone and transformation jutsu?" Before Aozora could respond, Yamanaka Kazuki waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's unnecessary. He has already passed the assessment." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Aozora offered a slight smile to Yamanaka Kazuki before dispelling the ninjutsu, causing the white smoke to rise and then clear. He stepped forth from the haze, expressed his gratitude to both examiners, and gradually exited the classroom. It was only after Aozora had departed that Yamanaka Kazuki withdrew his gaze from the receding figure of the boy, marking a score of 10 in the empty space beneath the character for ninjutsu on the examination paper. Oishi promptly interjected, "Lady Kazuki, this is not permissible. Even though you are the examiner for this round, such capriciousness is unacceptable. The criteria for this assessment were rather lenient. I have no objections to you allowing him to pass, but awarding him a perfect score is excessive." In the 3-body technique, Uchiha Aozora had only successfully executed the substitution technique, and even then, he had failed to switch places with the wooden substitute, given his displayed abilities. Merely passing was already a stretch. Consider Hinata's Hinata Yo, for instance. His transformation and substitution jutsu were executed with remarkable finesse, even producing 10 clones. Despite this, he was only awarded 9 points. Yamanaka Kaizuki shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Do you think I judge based solely on appearance?" Oishi remained silent, but nodded firmly to express his agreement. Yamanaka Kaizuki, exasperated, explained, "You are so naive." At the very moment the smoke billowed, Uchiha Aozora completed all 3 techniques. He first created a clone, then swapped positions with it, using the clone to replace his original self, and finally transformed his original body into the wooden substitute. My focus lies on his demonstrated control over ninjutsu and his creativity. Of course, the young man is indeed quite handsome, but that is not the crux of the matter. Oishi was left speechless, his disbelief evident as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? My lady, I am not as learned. Please do not deceive me." Yamanaka Kaizuki sighed, adopting an air of solitary expertise. Observing this, Oishi refrained from continuing to argue with his superior and said, "Next." Meanwhile, Uchiha Aozora, adorned with his forehead protector, strolled out of the examination hall, encountering 10 individuals who were awaiting their summons for the second round of assessments. Upon seeing the forehead protector in Aozora's possession, Inuzuka Aya exclaimed in astonishment, "Uchiha Aozora, you actually passed the assessment?" Aozora didn't need to discern the tone. Such thoughtless remarks in their class could only originate from Inuzuka Aya. He cast a glance at her unremarkable physique, deeply questioning the notion of large-chested yet dim-witted. Inuzuka Aya hurriedly placed her hands in front of her chest and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Uchiha Aozora chuckled lightly and teased, "You have nothing of note. What could I possibly be looking at?" In a fit of indignation, Inuzuka Aya, feeling underestimated by Uchiha Aokon, straightened her chest and exclaimed, "Who says I lack anything? Open your eyes and see. Humph, the Uchiha clan is at the bottom. If you have the guts, don't leave. After my exams, I will teach you a lesson in the school's grove." Sensing his master's fury, the small white dog bared its teeth and growled menacingly. Uchiha Aokon, unimpressed by the childish outburst, flicked his forehead protector and replied, "Little sister, we are not on the same page." With that, he disregarded Inuzuka Aya's shouts and merrily made his way home. While it was expected upon graduation, it nonetheless brought him joy, for he would soon embrace independence and escape his brother's incessant nagging. At the entrance of the ninja academy, a mix of jubilant and sorrowful parents and children gathered, allowing Uchiha Aokon to slip through a gap in the crowd. Just as he emerged, a figure abruptly materialized before him. In the next instant, a young ninja stood in front of him, bearing a striking resemblance to Uchiha Aokon, marred only by a round nose that detracted from his otherwise handsome features. Upon noticing the forehead protector in Aokon's hand, his weary eyes instantly sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Aokon, congratulations on becoming a ninja." He extended his right hand, intending to ruffle his younger brother's hair, but Aokon deftly swatted it away. "I have graduated. In Konoha, I am already capable of standing on my own," he stated, sidestepping his brother and proceeding directly home. Uchiha Shisui wore a look of mild disappointment, but quickly rallied to follow Aokon. "Aokon, was the ninjutsu exam difficult? How did you fare?" Uchiha Aokon chose not to respond to his brother's inquiries, instead retorting sarcastically, "Oh, the busy Shisui actually has time to concern himself with the affairs of a mere lower-ranked ninja?" Uchiha Shisui let out a bitter laugh, clarifying, "Aokon, today marks an important day for you. I should have been by your side. However, urgent missions demand our attention. The village is in dire need of ninjas." He continued with sarcasm, "I understand. The village is of utmost importance. The world revolves around you. Do you fancy yourself the Hokage? Just look at your title. Oh, great one. You are merely a special jonin." Uchiha Shisui found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he remarked, "The village belongs to us all. Everyone should contribute as they are able." Uchiha Aokon exaggeratedly praised, "With great power comes great responsibility. What lofty ideals you have. If your abilities are so great, why not become the Hokage? I truly wonder how you manage." In the midst of the third great ninja war, Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage. "And where are you now? Still a special jonin. What of your contributions? Have they been devoured by dogs?" At this, Uchiha Shisui's expression grew complex. And after a moment, he replied vaguely, "I'm sorry, we are not the same." "Sorry? Who do you owe an apology to? We are not the same? What have we done wrong? You leave early and return late, ceaselessly undertaking missions for the village, risking life and blood. And yet what is the outcome? An uncle who shows no affection, a grandmother who offers no love. The clansmen harbor disdain for us, and the village regards us with suspicion. Do you wish to persist in this manner? Uchiha Aokon, while voicing his grievances, fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Shisui's eyes, hoping to discern some understanding. Yet, to his dismay, Uchiha Shisui's expression remained resolute. After a moment, Uchiha Shisui placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and declared, "Aokon, refrain from lamenting. Where the leaves flutter, the fire continues to burn. The flame shall illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. We are all integral to this village. Instead of questioning what the village has bestowed upon us, we ought to ponder what we can offer in return. Only through the village's prosperity can we find peace and contentment. Should the village decline, we shall face the specter of war. A scenario I trust you would not wish to witness." Seeing his brother, whose head radiated with a divine light, Uchiha Aokon furiously shook his head, abandoning the notion of correcting his brother's ideology. "Oh, my foolish brother, have you not been educated? Is a mere metaphor sufficient to ensnare you? In comparison to Marxism-Leninism and socialist thought, the will of fire appears woefully insubstantial. At its core, the will of fire merely espouses the spirit of sacrifice and collectivism, dressed up in rhetorical flourish. For one who has undergone higher education, such notions seem rather pedestrian, rendering it difficult for him to grasp his brother's perspective. He relishes the ramen of Konoha, cherishes its scenery, and is willing to contribute to its welfare. Yet to demand more from him would elicit only a polite refusal from Uchiha Aokon. His brother's obstinacy left him feeling powerless. As a transmigrator, although Uchiha Aokon lacked comprehensive knowledge of the events surrounding Hokage, he was well-versed in the exploits of the Uchiha clan. In the anime, his brother Uchiha Shisui falls victim to the schemes of Danzō, losing one of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and in despair, bequeaths the remaining eye to Uchiha Itachi before plunging to his demise. As the sole sibling of Uchiha Shisui, should his brother meet a tragic end, his fate would likely mirror that of his brother's. In a bid to extricate his brother from this vortex, Aokon had made numerous attempts over the years. However, whether through logical discourse or today's sardonic jibes, none could extinguish the fervent flames of his brother's will of fire. With the Nine-Tails incident already transpiring, the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha continued to widen, and Uchiha Aokon felt a sense of urgency regarding his brother's impending demise. The exact timing of Uchiha Shisui's death was not detailed in the manga, the only clue being that at that juncture, Uchiha Itachi had already entered the Umbu. Uchiha Itachi had reached at least the rank of Chunin upon joining Umbu, indicating he was at least 10 years of age then. Presently, Uchiha Itachi was merely 6 years old, just on the cusp of entering the academy. A simple calculation reveals that Aokon had approximately 4 to 5 years left. In that span, could he attain the strength of a Kage? During the Uchiha clan massacre, only those of the Jonin rank were expendable. It was the Kage-level powers who had the capability to intervene. In truth, even Kage-level warriors are not impervious. It is crucial to note that numerous forces conspired behind the Uchiha massacre, with Danzō as a prominent antagonist, alongside Uchiha Obito's involvement. And the role of the third Hokage remains a subject of scrutiny. To truly command respect and authority, possessing extraordinary strength is indispensable. However, his primary concern is merely to safeguard the lives of his two brothers, and for that, the rank of Shadow should suffice. Ascending to the rank of Shadow within a mere 4 years appears rather challenging. With a soft sigh, he reflects on this. Despite being a pure-blooded Uchiha, he has yet to awaken his Sharingan at the age of 12, rendering the path to the Mangekyo Sharingan and subsequent elevation to Shadow nearly impossible. Moreover, the awakening of the Sharingan requires enduring profound emotional turmoil, which manifests as the unique chakra necessary for unlocking the Mangekyo. In the manga, the ascension of the Sharingan is often accompanied by the death of a beloved one. Thus, to awaken his own, he would need the demise of Uchiha Shisui. Ironically, his very aim in awakening the Mangekyo is to save Uchiha Shisui. This presents a paradox. The pursuit of awakening the Mangekyo to rescue his elder brother is fundamentally flawed. Fortunately, I possess an advantage from my transmigration. With this thought, Uchiha Aoki feels a lightness in his body. Like many others who have traversed into new realms, Uchiha Aoki is endowed with a unique ability. His gift manifests as a blank page, which mysteriously entered his consciousness. Upon successfully refining chakra for the first time, he sensed the presence of this page in his mind, akin to a black hole that instantaneously absorbed his refined chakra, just as he believed the page concealed an energy-starved elder in need of sustenance. It returned his chakra, while simultaneously revealing 4 faint golden characters that guided him in energy cultivation. As he concentrated on these characters, a profound sensation enveloped him, as if an ancient sage were whispering the Taoist principles of energy cultivation in his ear. After a while, he regained his composure. Upon practicing the energy cultivation method contained within, he discovered it bore a striking resemblance to the chakra refining technique he had learned, with only minor distinctions. Unlike the chakra refining technique, the energy cultivation method includes an additional step of guidance before the actual cultivation. Both methods fundamentally involve the extraction of spiritual and physical energy from within one's body, transforming it into a controllable form. However, the guiding method diverges from both the energy cultivation and chakra refining techniques, as it employs breath control to manipulate the body's energy for physical training. A brief comparison between the guiding method and chakra refining reveals to Uchiha Aoki the reason why ninjas possess world-destroying capabilities, yet few achieve longevity. The guiding method is not significantly more intricate than the chakra refining technique, but it incorporates the foundational step of guidance. Whether it be chi or chakra, both represent a harmonious fusion of spiritual and physical energy within the human body, with little essential difference. Regardless of how perfected a cultivation method may be, absolute certainty is unattainable. Any failure inevitably inflicts harm upon both spirit and body. In the early stages of practicing the guiding method, the focus is primarily on breath control and physical training. Through inhalation and exhalation, one circulates the body's energy, compensating for excesses and deficiencies, thereby forging the foundation of the Tao. As one matures and their physical and mental faculties fully develop, the Taoist approach begins to draw upon the body's spiritual and physical energy for cultivation. The art of chakra refinement, however, is not so straightforward. Given the chaos and peril of the ninja world, it is impractical for a ninja to dwell on the past. They are compelled to adopt a more expedient approach to their training. This has endowed prodigious youths with the capacity for devastating power at an early age. Yet it has also led many of these talents to exhaust their life force, thereby compromising their foundational principles. Upon grasping this truth, Uchiha Aokong chose to conceal the fact that he had long been capable of chakra refinement. From the tender age of 5, he employed the method of guidance, circulating the energy emanating from his body to enhance his physique. This allowed his development to surpass that of his peers, resulting in an increasingly radiant complexion and an extraordinary handsomeness. However, this was merely superficial. Beneath his fair skin, his meridians and bones grew ever more resilient. He preferred to remain inconspicuous, not wishing to flaunt his formidable physical prowess. The reason for his reluctance to stand out was that the Uchiha clan did not require another Uchiha Shisui, nor did Konoha need another prodigy from the Uchiha lineage. At the beginning of this year, Uchiha Aokong finally sensed that his foundational principles had solidified. His mental acuity had always been his forte. Although his body had not yet reached full maturity, practicing chakra did not easily harm him, which is why he began his training in chakra refinement. Despite having only commenced this practice at the year's outset, he felt that his chakra reserves were already on par with those of his classmates. In the future, his chakra capacity would undoubtedly accelerate, creating a vast chasm between him and his contemporaries. For years hence, his chakra might very well attain the level of a Kage. Thus, all that remained was to hone his skills. It was time to delve into ninjutsu and see what surprises the ancient texts would unveil for him. As he contemplated, visions of chakra guidance, shadow clones, and weapon manipulation emerged from the ancient texts, igniting Uchiha Aokong's anticipation for his future as a ninja. While the texts did not impart new knowledge, they would reorganize and optimize what he had already learned before presenting him with new skills. Although the Uchiha clan estate was not in close proximity to the Konoha Ninja Academy, the brothers Aokong and his sibling traversed the distance swiftly and soon arrived at their family residence. Uchiha Kagami, once a jonin of Konoha and a member of the second Hokage's elite guard, had left behind a legacy that was modest yet significant for his descendants. Despite the extravagance of their forebears, they had still bequeathed to the brothers a magnificent mansion. Upon entering the home, Uchiha Shisui suddenly remembered that his brother was graduating today and exclaimed, "Let us dine out." You may choose whatever you desire. Uchiha Aokong shot him a glance and replied, You could have mentioned that earlier. We are already home. With that, he made his way to the kitchen. Uchiha Aokong had lost his parents shortly after birth during a mission, and he was raised by his elder brother, Uchiha Shisui. However, after he enrolled in the ninja academy, Shisui became increasingly occupied with missions, often absent for days at a time, which left Aokong to fend for himself, mastering household tasks such as cooking and laundry. Uchiha Shisui followed him into the kitchen, inquiring, Is there anything I can assist with? After a moment of thought, Aokong responded, There is frozen beef in the refrigerator. Just slice it thinly. Having given his instructions, Uchiha Aokong began selecting and washing vegetables. Uchiha Shisui took the frozen beef and placed it on the cutting board, furrowing his brow as if faced with a formidable adversary. After a brief moment, he struck the cutting board, causing the beef to leap into the air. In an instant, he unsheathed the sword from his back, swiftly slicing the meat with deft precision. Delicate slices of beef, as thin as gossamer, hung from the board. He inquired, Is this acceptable? I suppose it is. Uchiha Aozora was at a loss for words. After contemplating, he concluded that thinner slices would be just fine, as they would all be edible. A mere reduction of a few seconds in boiling time would suffice. With the addition of a master chef wielding unparalleled knife skills, the ingredients for the hot pot were soon prepared. Placing the pot filled with broth on the small stove, Uchiha Aozora announced, We are ready to begin. The broth had already been heated, and soon steam began to rise. The aroma wafting from the bottom of the pot tantalized Uchiha Shisui's palate. The water is boiling. Let us eat. Start with the meat, followed by the vegetables. The beef only needs to be blanched for 2 seconds, or it will become tough. With that, he deftly placed a thin slice of beef into the pot, retrieving it after 2 seconds, dipping it into his homemade sauce, and savoring the exquisite flavor. The richness of the sauce enveloped the tender meat, delivering a delightful experience. Relishing the tenderness, Uchiha Aozora gave his brother a thumbs up, mumbling, Your knife skills are impressive. Is that so? Let me give it a try. The praise from his brother filled Uchiha Shisui with joy, prompting him to indulge as well. Delicious. Aozora, when did your culinary skills become so refined? This broth is truly savory. Haha, your beef slices are excellent, quite tender. I concur, let us have another slice. The meat quickly diminished, and the vegetables were soon devoured by the two. Once the ginger in the pot was entirely consumed by Uchiha Shisui, this culinary battle finally reached its conclusion. As the stove continued to simmer the clear broth, the brothers lay comfortably on the ground, clutching their full bellies. Aozora, what is your dream? Uchiha Shisui suddenly inquired. After a moment of reflection, Uchiha Aozora replied, To master all the jutsu of the ninja world. He was curious about the connection between the techniques of this world and the mysterious scriptures. He wondered what changes would occur in the scriptures upon mastering all the jutsu. What? Uchiha Shisui exclaimed, rising in astonishment. He had considered that his younger brother might aspire to become a ninja, or even the Hokage, but never anticipated such a dream. There was another individual who had once expressed similar sentiments, but that person possessed a rare talent for ninjutsu, a talent that appeared once in a century. Uchiha Aozora's brother's surprise was entirely within his expectations as he declared, This is my dream. I am not jesting. Uchiha Shisui recognized the earnestness in Aozora's eyes, causing his words of persuasion to falter in his throat. After a moment, he solemnly stated, Brother believes in you. With that, he rose and made his way to his room. After lying down for a while, Uchiha Aozora sensed something amiss. Glancing at the disheveled dining table, he felt that his brother was anything but diligent. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Uchiha Aozora resigned himself to tidying up the mess. After washing the dishes, Uchiha Shisui appeared just in time. Faced with such an inconsiderate brother, Uchiha Aozora donned a stern expression. Uchiha Shisui, perplexed, placed the wooden box he was holding down. Aozora, within this cabinet are the ninjutsu scrolls left by our father, along with some jutsu scrolls I have collected over the years. Previously, you did not extract the chakra, so I kept it myself. Now that you have graduated from the Ninja Academy, you naturally possess the qualifications to observe and learn. With that, Uchiha Shisui opened the cabinet, revealing over a dozen scrolls. Noticing his younger brother's fervent gaze, Uchiha Shisui did not immediately hand the cabinet over to Uchiha Aokong, but instead cautioned him, Aokong, I support your dreams. However, one must not be overambitious. I hope you can manage your desires and make wise choices. I will periodically monitor your training progress. And should I discover that you have neglected your cultivation in pursuit of ninjutsu, causing your abilities to stagnate, I will reclaim these scrolls. With that, he pushed the cabinet towards Uchiha Aokong. Eagerly, Uchiha Aokong embraced the wooden box, preparing to return to his room. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly remembered to express his gratitude to his brother. He hurriedly turned back and exclaimed, "Brother, thank you. Also, I want to give you the chance to take it back." With that, Uchiha Aokong dashed upstairs, cradling the box. Witnessing his brother's genuine smile, Uchiha Shisui felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he returned to his room. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aokong entered his bedroom, placing the wooden box on his bed. He quickly slipped off his slippers and climbed onto the bed to examine it. Just as he was about to rest, someone handed him a pillow. How fortuitous. Gazing at the treasure chest, Uchiha Aokong slowly extended his eager little hand. "I shall begin. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. I shall proceed. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. And again, Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." After consecutively unleashing 3 basic fire ninjutsu, Uchiha Aokong's exhilaration gradually subsided as he swiftly reviewed all the scrolls. Within the entire wooden box, there were a total of 23 scrolls, each documenting 1 or 2 ninjutsu along with related insights, summing up to 33 techniques. Among these, there were 18 ninjutsu, 9 jinjutsu, 3 sword techniques, and 3 techniques for manipulating ninja tools. Although the quantity was substantial, most techniques were classified as D or C rank, with only 3 B rank techniques and none of a rank. Alas, brother, your collection is quite meager. The illustrious Shisui has amassed so little. Despite his complaints, Uchiha Aokong felt a surge of joy within. He believed his brother must have kept some secrets, and there must be a rationale behind it. These techniques were more than sufficient for him to train for a considerable time. After some contemplation, he selected 3 scrolls. The first scroll detailed the Uchiha's foundational fire release, Great Fireball Technique and Phoenix Fire Technique. The second scroll contained 2 basic jinjutsu, Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Technique, and Mist from the Distant Past Technique. The third scroll documented the throwing and manipulation techniques for shurikens. Uchiha Aokong chose not to select more advanced ninjutsu, but instead opted for the more fundamental techniques, understanding that great structures rise from humble beginnings. Having settled on the initial techniques suitable for learning, Uchiha Aokong no longer lingered over the scrolls in the box. He concealed the sealed box and unfurled one of the scrolls. The following day, in the courtyard of Uchiha Aokong's home, despite having become a genin, he was not immediately required to undertake missions. According to the traditions of Konoha, during times of peace, the lower-ranked ninjas are systematically grouped before embarking on their missions, subsequently maturing into formidable ninjas under the tutelage of experienced instructors. This classification of lower-ranked ninjas requires the approval of the Hokage, allowing them a brief respite at home for a few days. However, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he resolved to seize the opportunity to learn 2 ninjutsu techniques over the next couple of days. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. He recited, letter by letter, while forming hand seals, gradually revisiting the gestures associated with them. In fact, upon his initial arrival in this world, he had diligently practiced the hand seals. By the age of 5, he had already achieved the remarkable feat of executing 3 seals in a second. After all, in the Naruto manga, performing ninjutsu necessitates the crafting of hand seals. Yet, it was only after mastering chakra refinement that he came to understand the complexity involved. The hand seals are not merely movements of the fingers. They require the harmonious flow of chakra within one's body. In truth, hand seals serve only as a signal. Different hand seal techniques correspond to varying sizes, directions, and transformations of chakra. While this knowledge might be comprehensible to adults, it is far too intricate for an innocent child. Consequently, powerful ninjas categorize chakra transformations into 12 distinct types, each associated with a specific hand seal gesture. They then guide young learners to begin mastering these seals, with each gesture corresponding to a particular chakra transformation, prompting the internal chakra to undergo changes. Upon mastering these 12 transformations, one can combine them to execute ninjutsu. He recalled an amusing post from his previous life that discussed the hand seals for the water dragon jutsu. Initially, the character Zabuza had executed 44 seals, while later, When the character Hashirama appeared, he managed to perform the jutsu with only 3 seals. Most replies to the post suggested that the second Hokage was unable to handle the complexity, or that Kishimoto was simply too lazy to illustrate it. However, after grasping the principles behind the hand seals, Uchiha Aokong easily understood the rationale for the existence of simplified seals, one-handed seals, and even non-hand seals techniques. Consequently, he became less fervent about enhancing his speed with hand seals and diminished his practice of them, for it was not the dexterity of his fingers that mattered, but rather the cultivation of his chakra's flow and transformation speed. In this regard, the guidance provided by the ancient texts proved far more beneficial. The reason he revisited the hand seals today was not to uncover any mistakes, but rather because the scrolls detailing the methods of ninjutsu did not elucidate how the chakra should flow and transform within the body, opting instead to replace this explanation with hand seals. To comprehend and master the ninjutsu, he felt compelled to reclaim the hand seals he had previously discarded. After finishing breakfast, Uchiha Shisui donned his attire and stepped into the courtyard, where he observed his brother's clumsy hand seals and shook his head in dismay. With arms crossed, Uchiha Shisui watched Uchiha Aokong practice, growing increasingly disappointed. Did he truly believe he could learn every ninjutsu in the ninja world? After entrusting him with so many ninjutsu scrolls yesterday, had he made a grave mistake? Despite Uchiha Shisui's scrutiny, Uchiha Aokong remained undistracted, and after some practice, he began to find his rhythm. His method of guiding chakra cultivation was commendable, allowing for swift manipulation of chakra within his body. As long as he corresponded the hand signs with the chakra transformations accurately, success was assured. The signs of the serpent, horse, monkey, and pig unfolded as Uchiha Aokong meticulously formed the seals, all the while skillfully channeling his chakra. With a sudden spark of realization, Uchiha Aokong exclaimed joyfully, "Haha, I have finally mastered it." However, Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow in disappointment towards his younger brother. Although the Great Fireball technique was a fundamental ninjutsu for the Uchiha clan's mastery of fire release, it ranked among the more challenging C-rank techniques. Aokong's mere formation of the hand signs and subsequent claim of mastery left Shisui feeling disheartened. He had not harbored high hopes for Aokong's talent. The gift of scrolls was merely intended to inspire him. Regret for his actions the previous day began to weigh heavily on his mind. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aokong embarked on his inaugural practice of the Great Fireball technique. As he progressed through the signs, Shisui's concern deepened as he perceived the inadequacy in his brother's approach. It felt excessively forceful. It was as though Aokong was attempting to run before he had learned to walk. Perhaps it would be wise to reclaim the scrolls, he mused, hoping that Aokong would not harbor resentment towards him. Shisui held no expectations for Aokong's success in executing the technique and refrained from intervening. From his perspective, the speed of the hand seals was insufficient, and the chakra was neither flowing adequately nor transforming as needed. It would dissipate before even reaching his throat. Contrary to Shisui's assumptions, once the chakra within Aokong reached a specific point, it did not scatter aimlessly due to the lack of direction. Instead, it remained poised, awaiting further commands. After a moment, Aokong completed the seals, and the chakra within him transformed into a searing current, gathering in his throat. His complexion flushed. He felt as though a small stream of lava surged within, the intense heat threatening to sear through his throat. Faced with such a daunting sensation, Aokong remained composed, steadily completing the final transformation of his chakra. A surge of chakra from his abdomen provided the necessary impetus for the fiery current in his throat. Aokong understood that it was time to release. With a breath, a slender stream of crimson energy erupted from his lips, igniting upon contact with the wind and rapidly expanding into a colossal fireball towering over him. After approximately 3 seconds, the crimson stream dwindled and vanished, leaving the massive fireball devoid of energy, dissipating into the courtyard. Aokong, panting heavily and caressing his throat, was left with a lingering sense of trepidation. In stark contrast, Shisui's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld his brother, muttering in disbelief, he actually succeeded. How could this be? Despite his demanding duties and insufficient attention towards his brother, Shisui was aware of Aokong's average talent. It was unlikely he would have graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 12 otherwise. He had also heard that Aokong had only recently begun to refine his chakra, lacking mastery in any particular area of ninjutsu, save for the Uchiha clan's traditional skill in weapon throwing. Observing his younger brother's clumsy hand seals, one would reasonably conclude that success in casting would be an impossibility. Yet, the singed lawn and the scorching breath emanating from his brother attest to the authenticity of the event. For the first time, his underperforming sibling successfully executed the great fireball technique, not merely a spurt of sparks, but a genuine manifestation of a colossal fireball. Even he, who is often regarded as a prodigy, had to attempt the technique thrice before achieving success. And only after half a month of diligent practice was he able to unleash such a grand fireball. Utterly perplexed, Uchiha Shisui hastily grasped Uchiha Aokong and inquired, "Aokong, how did you manage to cast the great fireball technique just now? Why were you successful on your first attempt?" Uchiha Aokong shrugged off Shisui's hand, puzzled, and replied, "I just executed it normally. Is that so difficult?" Seeing the confusion in Aokong's eyes, Shisui felt a mix of frustration and nausea. If memory served him correctly, he had uttered those very words more than once during his own studies of the great fireball technique and the body flicker technique. Fate's irony was not lost on him. He never imagined he would hear someone else say those words directed at him. Despite his myriad reflections, Uchiha Shisui quickly regained his composure. His eyes turned crimson, and three tomo began to swirl within his pupils. He fixed his gaze upon Aokong and solemnly asked, "Aokong, could you perform the great fireball technique once more?" Under the intense scrutiny of the three tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Aokong felt an unsettling chill, sensing a whiff of blood and foreboding. This sensation was fleeting, yet he understood it was no mere illusion. The Sharingan emerges from the depths of profound loss and tumultuous emotions, and thus, each pair of Sharingan carries a tale of sorrow. It reflects the soul's essence and serves as an eye of calamity. This understanding is precisely why, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he had never actively sought to awaken the Sharingan. Though Aokong's mind was a tempest of thoughts, his exterior betrayed none. He pointed to his throat and remarked, "My throat is a bit scorched. I need to rest for a moment." After retreating indoors for a few sips of cold water and a brief respite, Uchiha Aokong resumed forming the hand seals. Si Wei, Shun Hai Wuyin. Fire release, great fireball technique. On his second attempt, Aokong's speed in forming the seals had markedly improved. However, based on Shisui's experience, such a pace was still likely to disrupt chakra flow, hindering the successful execution of the technique. Under the scrutiny of his Sharingan, Shisui observed Aokong's hand seals transform into a slow-motion display of coordination. The chakra within Aokong's body resembled a tranquil azure pond. Upon completing the seals, a portion of the chakra split away, following the intended path of the great fireball technique. To Shisui's astonishment, as Aokong transitioned between hand seals, the chakra, despite losing its seal control, remained steady, awaiting the next seal's command before continuing its flow. His curiosity piqued. Shisui was deep in thought when Aokong exhaled yet another fireball. Compared to the initial casting, this time the fireball was somewhat diminished in size, yet Uchiha Shisui felt no disappointment. This was not indicative of Uchiha Aozura's failure in executing the great fireball technique or a lack of potency. Quite the contrary. Uchiha Aozura had mastered the art of controlling the technique, modulating its power within the limits of his physical capacity. After a span of 5 seconds, as the fire chakra in his throat was nearly expended, he consciously released the hand seals. Exhaling a deep breath, he inhaled again, drawing the residual fire chakra back into his body. Following 2 cycles of controlled breathing, the fire chakra reverted to ordinary chakra, settling back into his dantian. Witnessing Uchiha Aozura's adept control over the great fireball technique, Uchiha Shisui was astounded. He had activated his Sharingan to comprehend the reason behind his brother's instantaneous mastery of the technique. Unfortunately, he was unsuccessful. Although the Sharingan possesses the ability to probe chakra, it lacks the clarity of the Byakugan, rendering it incapable of detailed observation. He could only discern the general flow of chakra, unable to precisely identify its changes within the body. In truth, even the Byakugan can only provide a rough estimation of chakra flow and size. It too is unable to capture subtle fluctuations. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shisui did glean some insights. From his observations, he noted that his brother could maintain control over the chakra even amidst the hand seal transitions. Was this due to exceptional chakra control? Or was there another explanation? He pondered. Is there something amiss? Uchiha Aozura inquired, noticing his brother's contemplative expression. Uchiha Shisui snapped back to reality. No issues here. Your execution of the great fireball technique was commendable. Uchiha Aozora beamed at this affirmation. I feel the same way. Although his brother's praise was modest. Who was Uchiha Shisui? He was the acknowledged strongest of the Uchiha clan, at least ranking within the top 3 even in the shadows. His endorsement of commendable held significant weight. To other shinobi, it would be regarded as exceptional. In truth, he had never anticipated the great fireball technique to be so straightforward. He recalled that in the original narrative, the protagonist Uchiha Sasuke had practiced for quite some time before successfully casting it. His first attempt had merely produced sparks, far inferior to Aozora's performance. Yet, if memory served correctly, Sasuke had been only 6 or 7 years old at that time. Reflecting on this, the pride on Uchiha Aozora's face faded. Uchiha Shisui observed his brother's sudden change in demeanor with curiosity, but instead of speculating on Aozora's thoughts, he generously shared his insights on the great fireball technique. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Uchiha Shisui placed a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder, saying, Aozora, I am heartened to see you growing and gradually acquiring the skills for self-defense. I must embark on a mission shortly. I regret not being able to spend more time with you. This mission involves supporting the border of the Land of Lightning and will last at least a month, potentially extending to 6 months. I shall return, and I hope by then you will have evolved into an outstanding shinobi capable of standing on your own. Having spoken, he gracefully leapt onto the rooftop, bounding left and right, and soon vanished from Uchiha Aozora's sight. His gaze lingered where his brother's figure had disappeared, and after a long while, Uchiha Aozora finally withdrew his eyes. Oh, my foolish brother! Did you ever consider the treachery lurking behind you while you devoted yourself to this village? The current Konoha is decaying, unworthy of your sacrifice. He felt a profound sense of injustice for his brother. Uchiha Shisui had spent his life being kind to others within the village, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to Konoha, even to the extent of betraying his own clan for its sake. Yet, despite all this, he still failed to earn the village's complete trust and was ultimately betrayed by his own superior. In the aftermath, no one sought justice for him, and no one took responsibility for his death. In this lifetime, I shall not allow you to tread the same path. With this thought, Uchiha Aozora was filled with determination and resumed his practice of the great fireball technique. He first adjusted the chakra volume and the speed of his hand seals to control the technique's power and range. Subsequently, he began to simplify the hand seals and even eliminate them, purely manipulating the chakra within his body to execute the great fireball technique. After a couple of attempts, Uchiha Aozora succeeded. He smiled momentarily in joy before continuing to practice, for he understood that it was not merely his talent at work. It was the result of the guiding method of chakra manipulation. From the age of 5 to 12, for a full 7 years, he had tirelessly circulated his chakra. And in terms of control over chakra within his body, he was confident that few in the ninja world could rival him. The reason he did not claim that no one could surpass him was due to the consideration of the Otsutsuki clan, who required no hand seals. Uchiha Aozora continued to practice relentlessly, and suddenly, he noticed that the chakra within him had become exceedingly fiery. Without having time to ponder, the pages in his mind illuminated, followed by the familiar sensation of absorption. The searing chakra was swiftly consumed. Uchiha Aozora felt no panic. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration as he returned indoors to sit cross-legged and await the outcome. In just a few minutes, the blazing chakra flowed forth from the heavenly book. At that moment, 4 faint golden ancient characters appeared, Samadhi True Fire. Over the years, Uchiha Aozora had conducted numerous studies on the heavenly book. He discovered that whenever he mastered certain abilities, the book would enhance and optimize them, subsequently imparting knowledge through a divine enlightenment. For instance, after mastering chakra refining, faint golden ancient characters appeared, granting him the guiding method of chakra manipulation. Likewise, after mastering the transformation technique, great ancient characters emerged, bestowing upon him the new skill of substitution. He had originally believed this to be the extent of the heavenly book's capabilities, with different colors representing various categories or levels. However, after learning the substitution technique, he realized he was mistaken. Upon mastering the substitution technique, the book did not generate new ancient characters. Rather, the previously gray ancient characters underwent a transformation, gradually solidifying and deepening into a faint golden hue. When he visualized the substitution technique again, he discovered that it not only allowed for changes in form, but also enabled the replacement of other objects to take his place. It became clear that the ancient characters provided by the heavenly book represented a complete method of cultivation. The deeper the color, the more radiant the golden light, indicating the greater perfection of the method or divine ability. It is evident that the profound fire of the heavenly scripture has reached a commendable level of refinement. Uchiha Aozora, filled with anticipation, focused his mind on visualization. Characters began to materialize in his thoughts, forming coherent passages. Scenes unfolded in his mind, playing out in succession. After an indeterminate period, Uchiha Aozora finally opened his eyes, his demeanor slightly weary. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the sun was nearly overhead. No wonder, as this contemplation had consumed 3 to 4 hours. Despite the considerable time invested, Uchiha Aozora felt it was worthwhile, his face adorned with a smile. The profound fire inscribed within the heavenly scripture was not merely a formidable flame that sent great sages fleeing, but rather the true fire born from the cultivation of the primordial spirit, essence, and energy. Any adept practitioner of Taoism would possess this technique. Although this profound fire is commonplace, it does not diminish its esteemed status in Uchiha Aozora's heart. For while its power may not be overwhelming, it can extinguish malevolent spirits externally and refine the Taoist body internally. The external extinguishing of spirits involves incinerating all worldly entities, including ethereal beings. Internally, it can burn away impurities from the physical form. Of course, this represents the complete version of the profound fire, yet at present, he could only grasp the aspect of the energy fire. Though it constitutes merely 1/3 of the whole, the energy fire serves dual purposes, capable of internally refining the body and purifying one's inner breath. With his foundational knowledge established and lacking new cultivation methods, be it in energy manipulation or body refinement, Uchiha Aozora felt stagnated. The acquisition of energy fire, albeit not a fundamental solution, provided a temporary alternative. After a hasty lunch, Uchiha Aozora spent the entire day at home, delving into the study of the profound fire while also exploring the technique of Phoenix Immortal Fire. Regrettably, the Phoenix Immortal Fire had little to no effect on perfecting the profound fire. Uchiha Aozora surmised that to master the complete form of the profound fire, he would need divine fire and essence fire. He had some thoughts on the divine fire, believing Amaterasu might represent the spiritual flame. However, he was utterly at a loss regarding the essence fire. Time slipped away quietly as Uchiha Aozora immersed himself in his training, and before long, night descended. According to the customary practices of Konoha, the following day might bring a test from the teacher. In an effort to perform well, Uchiha Aozora decided against staying up late to cultivate. Although the current shortage of ninjas in Konoha made it unlikely for graduates to be recalled for re-examination, one cannot be too cautious. The next day dawned bright and clear. Uchiha Aozora rose early, completed his morning routine, donned his training attire, and secured his headband before heading to the Konoha Ninja Academy. Today was the day of class assignments, and he dared not be tardy. Upon arriving at the classroom, he discovered he was 20 minutes early, yet the majority of the graduating students had already gathered. Scanning the room, Uchiha Aozora chose a corner seat and laid his head on the desk to catch some rest. The previous day's cultivation had left him somewhat fatigued, and he needed to seize the opportunity to recuperate. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Just as he closed his eyes, an irritating girl entered the classroom. She went nowhere but directly ran to Uchiha Aokong's side, chattering animatedly in his ear, the tail end of the Uchiha clan. Why did you run off the day before yesterday? Were you afraid of my sister Aoi? In truth, Inuzuka Aoi's voice was not unpleasant, yet her incessant chatter was rather bothersome, especially when combined with the barking of her pet dog. The cacophony created by the duo was as overwhelming as a gaggle of gossiping ants, rendering him utterly incapable of finding rest. Uchiha Aokong began to regret engaging with Inuzuka Aoi. Her boundless energy was exhausting. In a desperate attempt to gain some respite, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of apology, exclaiming, "Auntie, I was wrong. Please go torment someone else and let me sleep for a while." "Well, as long as you acknowledge your mistake, I shall accept your apology." Just as Uchiha Aokong felt a sigh of relief escape his lips, he realized that Inuzuka Aoi had no intention of departing. Although she had chosen to forgive past grievances after his apology, she disapproved of his behavior of sleeping in class. Thus, she admonished him earnestly. "Aokong, regardless of how you graduated, now that you have, you must honor the forehead protector you wear. You cannot continue to sleep in the classroom. Uchiha Aokon glanced at the incessantly chattering Inuzuka Aoi and, wishing to avoid an argument, merely nodded in acquiescence. Satisfied, she settled beside him, her gaze occasionally sweeping over him with a look that clearly conveyed her intent to prevent him from sleeping. With a heart heavy with resignation, Uchiha Aokon abandoned all hope of rest, lamenting to himself, "What sin have I committed to provoke this ante?" Before he could dwell too long in his misery, the time for class division arrived. A strikingly beautiful middle-aged kunoichi entered the room. "Hyuga Aoi, Yagyu Ikaru, Arimasaki, follow me." Her voice rang clear and bright. As the three named students rose, she turned and strode out of the room without hesitation. The trio hastily followed suit. "That's Jonin Aizawa Konan," came the murmurs. "I've heard her taijutsu is exceptional, and her water style is top-notch. Indeed, they say she has seen countless battles and has even been a tutor, boasting both practical and teaching experience that is remarkable. How enviable." Jealousy twisted my visage, echoed the whispers from the classroom. It was clear that this Jonin Aizawa Konan possessed formidable strength. This was to be expected, for Hyuga Aoi, Arimasaki, and Yagyu Ikaru were all students of great potential and deserved a capable Jonin mentor. It is worth noting that Hyuga Aoi was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Had it not been for her injury before graduation last year, she would have already completed her studies. Although Arimasaki had yet to awaken her family bloodline, her talent in Jinjutsu was the strongest of their cohort. Yagyu Ikaru, while seemingly ordinary, was merely a civilian ninja. Had he possessed a clan legacy, his performance might have been on par with his peers. As Uchiha Aokon mulled over these thoughts, another ninja entered the room to escort a group of students away. The departing trio were also elite members of this year's cohort, accompanied by a mentor of considerable strength. Contemplating this, Uchiha Aokon felt a pang of anxiety for himself. If mentors were assigned based on academic performance, he feared he might end up with a mere chunin. He did not lack the desire to excel in his examinations. However, after languishing in the shadows for 6 long years, how could he suddenly emerge as the foremost in everything? What thoughts might the third Hokage entertain? What would Danzō ponder? Therefore, to prevent any negative associations from arising in the minds of the third Hokage and others, Uchiha Aozora chose to showcase only his innate talents in ninjutsu while adhering to his usual strengths. After all, it was entirely reasonable that he had not previously refined his chakra or demonstrated any aptitude in ninjutsu. In the midst of his concerns, another figure entered from outside. The newcomer donned a high-collared, grayish-white trench coat, adorned with green sunglasses, and bore a massive jar upon his back. Uchiha Aozora, Moonlight Gale, Inuzuka Aya, to Training Ground No. 6. With that, he vanished in a swift motion. Uchiha Aozora immediately recognized his guiding Jonin. Despite the Oil Woman clan's attire being remarkably similar, the jar on his back unmistakably revealed his identity. Undoubtedly, this ninja was the most formidable of the contemporary Oil Woman clan, the most versatile ninja in history, Oil Woman Shimi. Reconnaissance, defense, powerful assaults, assassination, he was capable of it all. The mere presence of him on the battlefield could elevate the combat prowess of the Leaf forces significantly. The thought that his guiding ninja was this legendary figure ignited a fervor within Uchiha Aozora. The only regret was that the other's abilities were predominantly centered around insects, which left Uchiha Aozora apprehensive about acquiring valuable knowledge. Inuzuka Aya and Moonlight Gale evidently recognized him as well. The three exchanged smiles and hastily exited the classroom. Alas, this warmth was short-lived. After only a few paces, Uchiha Aozora heard the complaints of a future comrade. "Why must we include a straggler? Even with just Gale and me, it would suffice. Now we have to protect Uchiha Aozora as well. What misfortune!" she grumbled while running, her small white dog yapping in agreement, completely oblivious to their own volume. Listening to her unrestrained grievances, Moonlight Gale felt a bit embarrassed and offered Uchiha Aozora a comforting smile. Uchiha Aozora, however, remained unfazed. He merely wondered how Inuzuka Aya would feel upon realizing she was the least skilled among the three. Training Ground No. 6 was situated quite a distance from the school, approximately half a leaf village away. Despite not pausing for a moment, it took them nearly 20 minutes to arrive at the training ground, where they spotted Oil Woman Shimi perched upon a branch of a large tree at the center. "A bit slow," he remarked, offering an assessment before continuing. "However, it is understandable. Today, you are still students of the Ninja Academy. I hope that in the future, your actions can be swifter. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to disband Team 3. The trio promptly acknowledged this, and even Inuzuka Aya kept her comments to herself. Nodding, Oil Woman Shimi continued with an expressionless demeanor. I am the guiding teacher of Team 3, Oil Woman Shimi. Now, let us introduce ourselves. Inuzuka Aya excitedly stepped forward. Yet in an instant, Oil Woman Shimi transformed into a cloud of insects, scattering into the surrounding forest. Find me. His voice, devoid of inflection, resonated from all directions, followed by the command to attack with the intent to kill. Training Ground 6, the smallest of the Konoha training arenas, spans merely the size of a football field, with trees sparsely scattered, rendering concealment nearly impossible. Yet, at this moment, the three individuals could discern voices around them, yet the figure of Shimi Aburame remained elusive. Familiarity among them? It seemed that without revealing their true prowess, even their names would be deemed unworthy of utterance. Uchiha Aokong chuckled softly, his hand grasping a kunai, bracing himself for combat. Inuzuka Aya crouched low, affectionately stroking the head of her companion, Shiro, her eyes brimming with eager determination for battle. Tsukikage Kazekage unsheathed his katana from his back, stepping lightly while scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. Suddenly, Inuzuka Aya's eyes brightened, her delicate nose twitching as she exclaimed, "Found you." With that, she swiftly formed a series of hand seals. In the next instant, her nails elongated, and chakra enveloped her hands and feet. Utilizing both her hands and feet, Inuzuka Aya transformed into an agile feline, leaping and climbing through the trees with effortless grace. There was no doubt in Tsukikage Kazekage and Uchiha Aokong's minds regarding the reconnaissance abilities of the Inuzuka clan. The two immediately dashed after Inuzuka Aya, one to the left and the other to the right. Inuzuka Aya, employing her beast mimicry technique, moved with astonishing speed, leaving Tsukikage Kazekage and Uchiha Aokong struggling to keep pace. She darted rapidly among the trees, then leaped into the air, gathering a significant amount of chakra in her nails, which effortlessly tore through the massive tree before her. Regrettably, what emerged from behind the tree was not Shimi Aburame, but a white-gray high-collared trench coat adorned with an explosive tag. Boom. Upon seeing the coat, Inuzuka Aya swiftly retreated. Yet she was still caught in the aftermath of the explosion, sustaining several wounds from the flying debris. Before she could steady herself, a kunai was shot from a distance, striking fear into her heart as the sound of its swift approach sent shivers down her spine. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing echoed in her ears. The kunai, redirected by the impact, grazed her painted face. But Inuzuka Aya's concern for her appearance was eclipsed by her relief at escaping the brink of death. Observing her kunai being deflected, Shimi Aburame, hidden behind her sunglasses, displayed a fleeting expression of surprise, lingering on the branch for a mere second. That instant of hesitation was seized by Tsukikage Kazekage, whose chakra surged in his feet, propelling him instantaneously before Shimi Aburame. Swish! In a flash, Tsukikage Kazekage's katana was drawn. The strike was executed with precision and swiftness, compelling even the seasoned jonin Shimi Aburame to regard it with utmost seriousness. Crash! The collision of the katana and the kunai resonated with a piercing sound. Aware of his physical disadvantages, Tsukikage Kazekage chose not to engage in a contest of strength with Shimi Aburame. Instead, he struck and retreated, only to launch another swift attack. The katana danced in his hands like an extension of his will, delivering slashes and thrusts from various angles, ensnaring Shimi Aburame. Tsukikage Kazekage's swordsmanship was extraordinary, and the Leaf Village's sword techniques unfolded in his grasp like a tempest, sharp and rapid, relentless in its execution. Should an ordinary chunin face such an agile close combat swordplay, they would soon reveal their vulnerabilities. Yet, Yun Jiwei remained calm and unhurried, effortlessly fending off the onslaught of Moonlight Shurfeng's attacks. Although the swordsmanship of Moonlight Shurfeng was commendable, his physique was too frail. Despite possessing formidable combat prowess in the short term, it was unsustainable. Uchiha Kingsora also perceived Moonlight Shurfeng's decline, yet he refrained from intervening in the fray. Instead, he drew a kunai, meticulously adjusting his stance while fixating his gaze intently upon Yun Jiwei. The moment Uchiha Kingsora grasped the kunai, an icy chill enveloped Yun Jiwei's heart. He instantly sensed the impending danger and caught a glimpse of Uchiha Kingsora in the distance, with the kunai in his hand. The kunai appeared unremarkable, yet its wielder possessed an exceptionally keen eye. Although it was merely an ordinary standard kunai, Yun Jiwei felt a twinge of peril emanating from it. A seasoned warrior like Yun Jiwei would not cower in trepidation. With a swift flick of his eyes behind his sunglasses, he made a decisive choice. When faced with Moonlight Shurfeng's blade aimed at his right arm, Yun Jiwei chose to embrace injury rather than evade. As the kunai approached, accompanied by the thickening aura of lethal intent, Moonlight Shurfeng faltered and opted to retreat. This withdrawal, while allowing him to escape danger, also relinquished his initiative. With the loss of his advantage, Moonlight Shurfeng found himself in peril, with the threat of grave injury looming at every moment. Just as Moonlight Shurfeng was about to be struck down, a kunai whizzed past his ear, directly targeting Yun Jiwei's right eye. The kunai was alarmingly close, leaving Yun Jiwei no time to react. He could not even employ the body substitution technique before the kunai pierced through him. A soft thud echoed, devoid of bloodshed. Only a wisp of white smoke dissipated. The kunai, propelled by immense force, continued onward, piercing through 3 large trees before embedding itself into the trunk of another. In that moment, Inuzuka AI regained her senses just in time to witness Uchiha Kingsora hurling the kunai, targeting Yun Jiwei. In contrast to her own earlier performance, Inuzuka AI felt her face flush with embarrassment. How could she have the audacity to label someone else as the underperformer? If he were indeed lagging behind, what did that make her? Merely a bystander inhaling exhaust fumes? Inuzuka AI, having only observed from a distance, had yet to truly grasp the kunai's lethal prowess. Moonlight Shurfeng, touching the laceration on his face inflicted by the fierce wind, felt a lingering dread and had to use his sword as a crutch to prevent himself from collapsing. In the fleeting moment the kunai zipped by his face, he sensed the breath of death itself. He understood that had the kunai been aimed at him, he would have already succumbed. Accepting the chilling sensation of death transmitted from his shadow clone, Yun Jiwei touched the non-existent wound on his brow and, after a brief silence, appeared on a branch not far from the 3. Not bad. You are all somewhat more capable than I had anticipated. Yun Jiwei's words were delivered in a flat, unembellished manner, devoid of any emotional inflection. While his statement bore an undertone of praise, to Moonlight Shurfeng and Inuzuka AI, it felt more like mockery. Recalling their earlier performances, both felt a deep flush of embarrassment. Uchiha Kingsora, too, did not express delight at the compliment. Instead, he gripped another kunai, continuing his search for Yun Jiwei's vulnerabilities. Yunishimi observed the performances of the 3 individuals keenly and continued, "Now that greetings are over, let us resume our previous battle. Remember, embrace the conviction to eliminate me." With that, he stood firm, awaiting their assault. In light of the recent skirmish, Inuzuka Aya and Tsukikage Hate discerned who among them was the strongest and instinctively gravitated towards Uchiha Aokon. Inuzuka Aya hesitated, feeling awkward about initiating conversation. Tsukikage Hate suggested, "Given Shimi-sensei's demeanor, he seems ready to reveal his full capabilities and test our direct combat skills. How about I engage in close combat with Aya, while Aokon provides distant support by throwing shuriken?" Uchiha Aokon nodded in agreement. As a ranged ninja, having someone in the front line was indeed advantageous. Inuzuka Aya echoed her concurrence. With the general strategy established, Tsukikage Hate and Inuzuka Aya further deliberated on their roles in close quarters. Throughout this discussion, Yunishimi remained motionless, silently perched upon a branch. After some time, the duo finally reached a consensus. Inuzuka Aya produced a crimson pill and administered it to her small white dog. As the pill was ingested, the dog's fur grew wildly, its eyes turned a fierce crimson, and its size rapidly swelled to that of a calf. She cast a determined glance at Uchiha Aokon and declared, "Uchiha Aokon, this time I shall not be a hindrance. Watch closely." No sooner had she spoken than she and her enlarged companion surged forward. The once adorable small dog transformed into a ferocious Tibetan Mastiff, more menacing than a wolf. From behind Yunishimi, a cloud of darkness billowed forth, hurtling towards the trio. Uchiha Aokon squinted. This was no mere cloud, but a throng of insects. As the swarm obscured their vision, Yunishimi unleashed a barrage of shuriken from behind. Inuzuka Aya and her dog did not falter. With remarkable sensory perception and swift reflexes, they adeptly evaded the projectiles, weaving through the insect cloud to close the distance to Yunishimi, with only a few dozen meters separating them. Inuzuka Aya and her beloved canine had swiftly approached Yunishimi. The dog recoiled, then lunged, jaws agape, revealing its razor-sharp fangs mid-air. Inuzuka Aya, timing her move deliberately, positioned herself onto a tree branch, her gaze fixated intently on Unishimi. Just as Unishimi sidestepped the mastiff's ferocious leap, he was met with Inuzuka Aya's claws. Unfazed, Unishimi had anticipated this and deftly retreated. However, in that very moment, Tsukikage-Hate's blade descended towards him. Bang! Tsukikage-Hate struck and withdrew, while the mastiff pivoted and charged again. The clash erupted into a flurry of offense and defense, with both sides exchanging numerous blows in quick succession. The mastiff, emboldened by the pill, fought fiercely, perfectly synchronized with Inuzuka Aya as they launched relentless assaults against Unishimi. Meanwhile, Tsukikage-Hate lingered nearby, seizing opportunities to strike. In this moment, the trio, comprising one human and one dog, executed their roles with precision, momentarily suppressing Unishimi. However, it would be premature to claim he was overwhelmed. Though he appeared to be on the defensive, he remained composed, taking the opportunity to observe Uchiha Aoko. Watching the ever-oscillating figure of Uchiha Aozora, Oil Girl Shimi could not help but feel a sense of vigilance. Gradually, Uchiha Aozora noticed that Shiro was somewhat fatigued, prompting Moonlight Wind to engage in more aggressive maneuvers. However, his lack of synergy with Inuzuka Aya granted Oil Girl Shimi additional opportunities to strike. Seizing the moment, Shimi drew back and launched an assault. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Aozora ceased his search for the perfect opportunity. He leaped to find an advantageous angle and, with a powerful swing of his arm, hurled a kunai. Oil Girl Shimi remained alert to Uchiha Aozora's actions, yet when the kunai flew towards him, he swiftly deduced that evasion was impossible and could only raise his own kunai to block. The kunai sliced through the air, generating a fierce wind as it traversed the gap between Moonlight Wind and Inuzuka Aya, aimed directly at Shimi. The latter held his kunai horizontally, ready to meet the impending clash of metal. However, to their astonishment, the kunai inexplicably veered off course. In the midst of their bewildered gazes, it gently curved, evading the kunai that Shimi had raised in defense. With a soft sound, there was no bloodshed, only a wisp of white smoke dissipating into the air. It was merely a shadow clone. Where was Oil Girl Shimi? Or rather, was his concealment a ploy to ambush someone? Uchiha Aozora quickly found his answer. Shimi appeared without warning behind him, delivering a ferocious Iron Mountain crash to Aozora's back, leaving him no time to defend. With a resounding crash, a massive piece of wood splintered into fragments. A substitute technique? Gazing at the broken wooden substitute, Shimi felt a tinge of confusion. Although the technique was straightforward, it required time to perform hand seals. He was certain that Uchiha Aozora had not executed any such seals moments prior. In truth, Aozora had not utilized the substitution technique, but rather the art of hypothetical form taught by the Celestial Book, allowing him to alter his appearance and substitute his position with another object to escape peril. Unlike the substitution technique, this hypothetical form did not necessitate hand seals, making it a swifter maneuver. Thus, he narrowly evaded disaster. Generally taciturn, Oil Girl Shimi suddenly felt compelled to utter a few words. "You are indeed remarkable. But this is where your journey concludes." With that, he extended his hand from beneath his voluminous robes, swiftly forming hand seals. Secret technique. Insect tornado. Uchiha Aozora abruptly sensed the wind swirling around him, realizing he had been encircled by insects. He could not help but chuckle bitterly. He had intended to unleash a great fireball technique to catch his teacher off guard, but now, that opportunity had slipped away. The force of the insect tornado was formidable. Any attempt to unleash fire would not only fail to harm Oil Girl Shimi, but would instead inflict damage upon himself. Shaking his head, Uchiha Aozora adjusted his hairstyle and shouted, "Teacher, I concede." His resounding voice reached Oil Girl Shimi's ears, prompting him to dispel the technique, muttering softly, "Truly a peculiar member of the Uchiha clan." The arriving reinforcements, Moonlight Wind and Inuzuka Aya, were taken aback by Aozora's surrender, nearly stumbling to the ground in their surprise. As Shimi's gaze shifted towards them, the two exchanged a glance and, with a sense of resignation, declared, "We surrender." The mutual acquaintance of Class 3 thus concluded. Yonoshimi, under the moonlight and the swift winds, suddenly remarked, "You all performed admirably." Upon hearing this, the previously dejected Inuzuka Aya instantly revived, joyfully leaping into the air while twirling her diminutive white dog. The melancholy that once clouded the expression of Tsukikage hate vanished entirely as he sheathed his katana. Uchiha Aozora also offered a faint smile, accepting the teacher's praise. Once Inuzuka Aya had exhausted her exuberance, Yonoshimi removed her sunglasses and introduced herself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yonoshimi, skilled in the art of insect manipulation for combat. This is my first time teaching, and I look forward to your guidance. The trio promptly responded, introducing themselves in turn. Inuzuka Aya exclaimed, "This is my partner, Shiro. Although he is small now, he is quite formidable." Tsukikage Hate declared, "My dream is to elevate the Leaf Village's sword techniques." Uchiha Aozora stated, "I specialize in the throwing of ninja tools and ninjutsu." After listening to their introductions, Yonoshimi donned her sunglasses once more and said, "Most of my abilities lie within my family's secret arts. So I may not be able to teach you much ninjutsu, but I will assist you in your growth as much as possible." With that, she announced, "To celebrate the establishment of Class 3, I shall treat you to lunch. You may choose anything available in the Leaf Village." While Tsukikage Hate and Uchiha Aozora maintained their composure at the prospect of a meal, Inuzuka Aya's eyes gleamed with fiery enthusiasm. "Meat. I want to eat meat. Woof, woof." Observing the exuberant Inuzuka Aya and her white dog, Tsukikage Hate and Uchiha Aozora exchanged glances and shrugged, opting not to argue with her in such a spirited state. They settled on grilled meat, though their knowledge of the barbecue establishments in the Leaf Village was limited. Under Yonoshimi's guidance, the trio arrived at a somewhat secluded barbecue restaurant. Despite its remoteness, the establishment was bustling with patrons, nearly filled to capacity. After greeting the owner, the 4 members of Class 3 entered a small private room. As soon as they were seated, a waitress approached with a menu. Yonoshimi encouraged everyone to place their orders first. Inuzuka Aya eagerly requested beef, pork, ribs, and various fish dishes. In contrast, Tsukikage Hate, while also ordering some meat, leaned more towards vegetarian options. Uchiha Aozora struck a balance, ordering both meat and vegetables. After receiving the menu back, Yonoshimi ordered her favorite dishes and instructed the waitress to bring some beverages and side dishes. Returning the menu to the waitress, Yonoshimi remarked, "The preparation will take some time. During this interval, I would like you to reflect on the earlier battle. In a moment, we shall discuss your insights." A few minutes later, the grill was lit, and the meat and vegetables were prepared. Yonoshimi arranged the slices of meat, asking, "Have you all made up your minds? Who would like to go first?" Uchiha Aozora felt hesitant to speak first, particularly since he had struck the teacher's shadow clone with his kunai twice. What if he expressed humility first, leaving his 2 companions at a loss? The normally loquacious Inuzuka Aya now seemed shy, aware of her less-than-stellar performance, yet unable to articulate it. At a critical moment, Moonlight Gale deftly avoided an awkward situation and spoke up. "In the initial battle, faced with the teacher's strategy of exchanging injuries, I was filled with trepidation and chose to withdraw. This decision led me into a perilous situation. Had it not been for Aozora's kunai, I would surely have been defeated. My performance in the subsequent battle was also rather mediocre." Oil Woman Shimi nodded slightly, then shook her head, remaining noncommittal. In response, Inuzuka Aya, seeing her companion's willingness to acknowledge her mistakes, set aside her pride and said, "Teacher, I made a fundamental error at the outset. In the face of the unknown, I should have tested the waters with shuriken rather than recklessly putting myself in danger." She then earnestly assured, "Teacher, I promise I will not act this way again." Upon hearing their reflections, Oil Woman Shimi remarked, "Excellent. You both recognize your shortcomings. Aya, you are impulsive and prone to underestimating your opponents. Gale lacks practical combat experience and teamwork training." After this critique, Oil Woman Shimi paused before continuing, "However, you also possess strengths. Aya has a keen sense of smell and quick reflexes. A typical genin would struggle to evade the first trap you encountered. And your skills in close combat are commendable. Gale's swordsmanship is refined, and he performs admirably in melee." Hearing the praise, Inuzuka Aya beamed with delight, shyly scratching her head. Although Moonlight Gale contained his joy, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "If you both address your weaknesses, you could be promoted to Chunin within a year, becoming capable ninjas." After Oil Woman Shimi's assessment, the 2 looked at her with admiration, nodding in agreement. Witnessing how a few words from Oil Woman Shimi earned the respect and trust of both, a new interpretation emerged regarding her previously perceived reticence in the original narrative. Silence does not imply an inability to speak. Rather, it can signify a reluctance to do so. After the evaluations, oil woman Shimi picked up her chopsticks and announced, "Let us eat." Uchiha Aozora eagerly raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, what about me? I haven't shared my reflections, and you haven't commented on my performance." Oil woman Shimi placed several pieces of meat on the grill and replied, "You are already an outstanding ninja. Your ability to seize opportunities and your combat skills are exceptional. Just based on your kunai throwing, you qualify to be a chunin." Uchiha Aozora, beaming at the compliment, responded, "Not really. My performance just now was poor because you were being lenient with me." Her words abruptly silenced the small dining room. Inuzuka Aya and Moonlight Gale looked at the dripping meat and found it less appetizing. Inuzuka Aya thought to herself, "You call that poor performance? I nearly perished without even seeing the teacher's face, while you merely shot a kunai at the teacher's shadow clone." Moonlight Gale pondered similarly. "You consider that poor performance? I fought the teacher for ages and still lost, while you merely shot a kunai at the teacher's shadow clone." Oil woman Shimi was also taken aback by her words. Her own shadow clone had been pierced twice, and what more did she expect? Yet, being a jonin with a resilient spirit, oil woman Shimi quickly regained her composure and casually said, "Let us eat. The meat is almost burnt." Moonlight Gale and Inuzuka Aya promptly grabbed the meat and focused on their meal. Due to a remark made by Uchiha Aozora, the atmosphere during the first gathering of Team 3 was rather subdued. Fortunately, despite Oil Girl Shimi's lack of fashion sense, her culinary taste was quite acceptable. The barbecue restaurant offered fresh meat in generous portions, leaving the three youngsters with greasy smiles. After their meal, Oil Girl Shimi announced, "Next, we shall go to the Hokage Tower to register our ninja information and obtain our ninja identification cards." The procedure for registering ninja information was exceedingly straightforward, especially for graduates from the Ninja Academy like Uchiha Aozora and his companions, who merely needed to submit recent photographs. After 6 years of study at the academy, their information had long been recorded in the Konoha Ninja database. With no inclination towards artistic photographs, they found a decent photo studio and, after capturing their images, proceeded together to the Hokage Tower. Upon their arrival, Oil Girl Shimi declared, "Once the registration is complete, we shall disperse. Let us meet tomorrow morning at 8 on the first floor of the Hokage Tower." With that, he ascended the stairs alone, while Uchiha Aozora and the others made their way to the first floor, where the new ninja registration was handled. The administrative staff was courteous and efficient, swiftly processing the registration for the trio. Uchiha Aozora opened his ninja identification card. Ninja ID name, Uchiha Aozora. Gender, male. Date of birth, June 12th. Year 37 of Konoha. Registration number, 011672. Leading jonin. Oil Girl Shimi. Personal profile, proficient in weapon throwing and fire-style ninjutsu, enjoys researching elaborate techniques, despises close combat. The card was accompanied by a photograph, depicting him in dark, fitted attire, his gaze sharp as if it could pierce through the photograph itself. The personal profile was filled out by the ninja himself. Aware that this information would inevitably be disclosed to many, he nonetheless recorded the truth of his abilities. He indeed excelled in weapon throwing and fire-style ninjutsu, and he genuinely disliked close-quarters combat. In his previous life, Uchiha Aozora had come to understand a profound truth. The highest form of deception is to speak only the truth. Indeed, all he had written was true. He harbored no fear of information leakage, as many would mistakenly assume his martial skills were lacking. Yet, who said that disliking something precluded one from excelling at it? After years of cultivating his energy, his physical prowess now rivaled that of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Coupled with his formidable spirit and acute senses, he found himself more than capable in close combat. However, he cherished his well-toned physique and preferred to avoid bare-knuckle confrontations unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he favored the mastery of elemental techniques over the brute force of physical strikes. After all, while anyone could engage in hand-to-hand combat, wielding the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind was a feat reserved for the exceptionally gifted. As Uchiha Aozora gazed at his ninja ID with a foolish grin, Inuzuka Aya felt a pang of frustration. How could she, in her eyes, be outshone by this narcissist? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She nudged Uchiha Aozora awake and declared, "Just you wait. I will surpass you one day." Uchiha Aozora turned to his companion, Tsukikid Shikaze, and inquired, "What is her issue? Have I offended her in some way?" Shikaz shook his head. I have no idea. Well then, I'm heading home. See you tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell, the two parted ways in front of the Hokage Tower, each returning to their respective homes. On the third floor of the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the exclusive seat of the Hokage, listening to the report from Aburame Shibi. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully, reiterating, Inuzuka Aya has commendable combat awareness, but lacks sufficient chakra. I suggest she transition to reconnaissance and logistics. Aburame Shibi nodded in agreement. What about Moonlight Hate? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to inquire. After a moment's contemplation, Aburame Shibi replied, he possesses exceptional swordsmanship talent, yet his physical condition limits him. Were it not for his ailment, he could easily attain the rank of Jonin. Tapping the table gently, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, but ultimately refrained from recalling his disciple Tsunade. Now let us discuss Uchiha Aokong, he said, noting that Aburame Shibi appeared considerably more serious. A prodigy, Aburame Shibi declared, continuing, his proficiency in throwing ninja tools is likely unmatched in Konoha, and he exhibits considerable talent in ninjutsu as well. Unmatched? Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Indeed, Aburame Shibi affirmed during the assessment. Uchiha Aokong struck me with kunai twice, while I failed to evade even once. A cough escaped Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips, for he was well aware of Aburame Shibi's prowess. Even a shadow clone was beyond the capability of an ordinary opponent. Taking a sip of water, he regained his composure. After all, the throwing of ninja tools was a lesser skill, primarily effective in battles among Chunin and Genin. Without further deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, what of his character? What are his views on the village? I do not know him well, Aburame Shibi replied with a slight shake of his head, then added, he exhibits a degree of pride, yet I have not observed any hostility towards the village or disdain for his comrades in his actions. Leaning back in his chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit a pipe, the smoke swirling and forming a hazy barrier between them. After a while, he instructed, very well. I will entrust you with the third team from now on. I implore you to take good care of them. You must pay particular attention, as none of the three children can afford to slacken, especially Uchiha Aokong. Given the current tension between the village and the Uchiha clan, Shisui is a pivotal figure, and Aokong is his only brother. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, gazing intently at Aburame Shibi. Understood. Aburame Shibi responded, and promptly exited the Hokage's office. Watching his retreating figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of concern. Aburame Shibi was not the most suitable mentor, yet Konoha's personnel were indeed stretched thin. Ensuring Uchiha Aokong's safety was paramount, overshadowing the need for a more amiable instructor. At this moment, the stability of Konoha took precedence above all else. Returning to the now desolate mansion, Uchiha Aokong entered his room, preparing to cultivate the Samadhi True Fire. Within the realm of Samadhi True Fire, he possessed only the inheritance of Chi Fire. Chi Fire is the flame of genuine energy, a hallmark of those who have successfully cultivated fire-based techniques. Previously, after receiving enlightenment from the Heavenly Tome, he had been preoccupied with experiencing the capabilities of the Samadhi True Fire and had yet to study the specific methods of cultivation. Sitting cross-legged and focusing his mind, he perceived 4 ancient characters of Samadhi True Fire in a faint golden hue emerging within his consciousness. As he contemplated these characters, segments of text began to manifest within his heart. Having acquired the method of cultivation, Uchiha Aokong felt no joy, but rather a sense of disappointment. The Celestial Tome presented 2 methods for cultivating the true fire of vital energy. The first was the grand and illustrious path, whereby one could cultivate fire attribute vital energy, and, through continuous refinement and purification, once sufficiently pure, it would spontaneously ignite into true fire. This path posed no danger and was straightforward, yet the purification process required a considerable amount of time. Even a genius would need at least 3 to 5 years. The second method was a more obscure route, involving the search for rare heavenly flames to assist in the refinement of vital energy. This approach was contrary to the first. Both locating the rare flames and utilizing them for refinement were exceptionally arduous and perilous. However, its advantage lay in its swiftness, potentially condensing true fire within just a month. Fortunately, the 2 methods were not mutually exclusive, allowing Uchiha Aokong to refine his vital energy while simultaneously seeking the rare flames. It appeared that he would not be able to cultivate the fire energy in the near term. While the celestial tome was indeed valuable, it could not conjure something from nothing. It would be splendid to discover additional methods to enhance his mystical arts. Sighing, Uchiha Aokong abandoned his tedious musings. Adjusting his mindset, he resolved to first attempt the transformation of his chakra into fire attribute chakra. The training methods for altering the properties of chakra were diverse, with the most common being the application of ninjutsu. Uchiha Aokong slowly formed hand seals, directing all his focus to sensing the changes in his chakra, thereby exploring how the non-attributed chakra could be transformed into fire attribute chakra. He sensed the chakra within his dantian surging forth in gentle streams. Some of these streams converged into a small river, while others continued independently, flowing upstream along various meridians. The chakra river traversed through numerous acupoints, eventually surging to his chest. A larger stream of chakra began to boil, becoming intensely hot. As the searing chakra stream encountered another flow, it was akin to dry kindling meeting fierce flames. Uchiha Aokong hastily opened the window, and the intense heat burst forth, resulting in a massive fireball shooting into the sky. Upon releasing the ninjutsu, Uchiha Aokong carefully reflected, affirming that the noon hand seal was the key to the transformation into fire attribute energy. This was quite understandable, as the hand seals were named after the 12 earthly branches, and both the Si and Wu branches were associated with fire, thus making them particularly fitting representatives of the fire attribute transformation. Although he had a general understanding, Uchiha Aokong conducted several experiments to thoroughly confirm that the chakra corresponding to the noon position was indeed linked to the fire attribute transformation. After completing his experiments, time had already slipped away. Uchiha Aokong practiced the method of guiding vital energy for a while before sinking into a deep slumber. While the pursuit of immortality was admirable, he was still a child in need of growth. The following morning, before 6:30, Uchiha Aokong awoke. The plans of a year are established in spring, and the plans of a day are established in the morning. Uchiha Aokong understood this principle from his previous life. Yet the amalgamation of work and life often disrupted his routine. In this life, free from the disturbances of a boss and the temptations of a mobile phone, he had successfully cultivated the habit of rising early. After getting out of bed, Uchiha Aokong engaged in an hour of morning exercises in the courtyard. After completing his morning exercise, Uchiha Aozora proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, taking a moment to admire his exquisite features and flawless physique. He donned a set of rugged, dirt-resistant clothing, equipped himself with ninja tools, and stepped outside wearing his ninja headband. The gears of fate began to turn slowly, marking the commencement of his grand ninja journey. Aware that his future was bright yet fraught with challenges, he resolved to face any difficulties head-on. He encouraged himself with a motivational monologue, bolstering his spirit for the tasks ahead. In the first floor of the Hokage building, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. Following the chaos of the Ninetales incident, Konoha's ninjas were scarce, with a plethora of missions and insufficient manpower. However, Konoha could not afford to abandon too many missions, as the ninja world was not solely reliant on Konoha. Relinquishing too many tasks could result in the loss of valuable clients. Consequently, Konoha's female ninjas were often utilized in roles typically assigned to males, while the males were relegated to more menial tasks. Aozora was the first to arrive, soon followed by Tsukikage Hate and Inuzuka Aya. It wasn't until 7:50 that Aburame Shimi entered the Hokage building. Acknowledging the trio with a nod, Shimi led them to the mission hall. The mission hall occupied nearly half of the first floor, bustling with numerous ninjas and an array of civilians in various attires. Shimi glanced at the line for mission retrieval, which extended quite long. Inuzuka Aya, observing the sluggishly moving queue, grew anxious like an ant on a hot pan. She pointed towards a sparsely populated line and inquired of her companions, "Why are we waiting in such a long line? There's clearly no one over there." Hearing this, Aozora couldn't help but roll his eyes at her lack of common sense, lamenting that she had the audacity to call herself a top student. Tsukikage Hate, exhibiting a good-natured temperament, explained, "The line over there is for A-rank missions, which our team is not eligible to undertake." A-rank? Aya questioned, bewildered. "No way. You didn't know that? How absurd." With a click of his tongue, Aozora retorted to Aya, "Listen closely, you academic underachiever." Though she huffed in response, Aya complied and stood quietly to absorb the information. In the ninja world, missions were categorized into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D, with different cues in the hall corresponding to varying levels of difficulty. Aya glanced at the 4 lines, still puzzled, and asked, if there are 5 levels, why are there only 4 lines? Because S-rank missions are not distributed in the hall, Ayazura replied. S-rank represents the highest difficulty, involving state-level confidential matters. Due to their high confidentiality and danger, they are typically directly assigned by the Hokage. Only then did Aya nod in understanding, though she quickly posed another question. D-rank missions are the lowest level. We are strong enough to take on A-rank missions. This time, Ayazura remained silent, simply letting out a dismissive "ha." Although Aya did not comprehend the implication of his laughter, she discerned the disdain reflected in his gaze, just as she was about to lose her temper. The calming presence of Tsukikage Shifu enlightened her. We are merely newly graduated genin, and according to regulations, we are permitted only to undertake D-rank missions. To ascend to B and C-rank tasks, we must first successfully complete several D-rank missions. As for A-rank missions, only jonin are eligible to accept them. After a brief quarrel lasting about 10 minutes, Yin Yushiwei finally approached the front desk. The task distributor, a young lady clad in professional attire, spoke gently. Individual or team? Yin Yushiwei replied, team, freshly graduated. Very well, she extended her delicate hand. Ninja identification, please. While she registered his credentials, Yin Yushiwei inquired, how many D-rank missions are currently available in the village? The lady handed him a booklet and replied, take a look for yourself. The checked ones have already been claimed. Yin Yushiwei casually flipped through a couple of pages before pointing at one task, saying, let us go with this one. The lady took back the booklet and confirmed. D-rank mission, number 35, is it? Indeed. He affirmed. All right, here is your token. Please step aside to collect your mission scroll. With that, she handed him a token. Yin Yushiwei walked to the side and handed the token to the anxious Inuzuka Aya, saying, go get the mission scroll. Shortly after, Inuzuka Aya returned, dejectedly clutching the scroll. What happened? Tsukikage Shifu asked, eager to know. Inuzuka Aya handed the scroll to Tsukikage Shifu, glaring indignantly at Yin Yushiwei. Upon inspecting it, Tsukikage Shifu's expression darkened. Finally, Uchiha Aokong took the scroll, and as expected, the first mission bore no relation to being a ninja at all. The initial task for Team 3 was to assist an elderly recluse in harvesting rice. The task's client was a rather affluent disabled elder, possessing over 20 acres of land entirely cultivated with rice. The fertile soil of Konoha allowed for 2 rice harvests a year, and it was now the season for the first harvest. Due to the vast expanse of land and the abundance of rice, he could not harvest it alone, thus enlisting the help of ninjas. Although Uchiha Aokong had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but frown. An ordinary person typically requires half a day to harvest an acre of rice. Unfavorable weather or terrain could prolong this task. Dividing the 20 acres among the 3 of them meant each would be responsible for about 8 acres. Even with their superior stamina, it would still take them 3 to 5 days to complete the job. The only silver lining was the task's remuneration, which was quite generous. Given the arduous nature of the mission, the commission fee was significantly higher than that of a typical D-rank task, amounting to 6,000 ryo. After the village's 30 cut and the instructor's 20 share, each of them would still receive 1,000 ryo. While Uchiha Aokong was calculating the payment, Inuzuka Aya was busy lamenting to Yin Yushiwei. Instructor, we are ninjas, not farmers, she exclaimed. Unfortunately, Yin Yushiwei seemed to embody the behavior of an ostrich, pulling up his collar and ignoring her complaints. Eventually, Uchiha Aokong could no longer tolerate Aya's incessant whining and said, we've accepted the mission, so let us complete it diligently. Otherwise, our first task in our ninja records will be a failure. Upon hearing the words, Inuzuka always shot a resentful glare at oil woman Shimi, then reluctantly acquiesced, very well. Once Inuzuka always quieted down, oil woman Shimi led the 3 lethargic companions towards their destination. The client resided in a courtyard on the outskirts of Konoha, surrounded by an expanse of fields. The rice paddies had matured, the heavy ears of grain swaying rhythmically as the wind rustled through the rice, resembling a captivating melody. Upon entering the courtyard, they discovered a magnificent ancient tree, under which an elderly man reclined in a rocking chair, gently fanning himself with his right hand to ward off the heat. Seeing the 4 approach, the old man's face brightened, his wrinkles gathering in delight. Are you ninjas here to harvest the rice? He inquired. Oil woman Shimi nodded, and presented her ninja identification. The elder glanced at it briefly before returning it to her, then led them outside to inspect the fields. Once standing, Uchiha Aozora realized the elder was quite tall and upright. He pointed towards the vast, well-tended rice paddies, stating, "This is the field. With the heat rising, we must complete the harvest in the next few days, otherwise the rice will fall off." As he spoke, he raised his fan to shield himself from the ascending sun. Gazing at the rice paddies, which spanned the size of 2 football fields, and the sun climbing higher, the 3 companions exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Oil woman Shimi assured, "No problem. However, these children have not learned to harvest rice. I would appreciate it if you could teach them." The elder agreed without hesitation and led them into the paddies. By the edge of the field, tools such as sickles, straw hats, and bamboo baskets had already been prepared. The elder picked up a sickle and waded into the rice stalks. He bent over, one hand grasping the sickle while the other held the rice stalks, skillfully harvesting the grain, which he then set aside. After bundling a fair amount, the elder paused to demonstrate how to tie the rice together. "Just like this, you will harvest and bundle the rice, and once all is collected, transport it to the threshing ground," he instructed. After demonstrating the proper technique for harvesting, the elder retreated indoors with oil woman Shimi to seek respite from the heat. The 3 youths looked at one another, none daring to take the first step. Observing the sun climbing higher, Uchiha Aozora felt compelled to lead by example. With a pioneer in action, Tsukikage and Inuzuka always followed suit. Initially, the trio struggled with the unfamiliar task, their pace slow, often nicked by the sharp blades of grass. Their eyes nearly pricked. Fortunately, their quick reflexes and resilient bodies kept them from injury. Being ninjas endowed with agility and a strong capacity for learning, they swiftly mastered the art of rice harvesting. By around 10 o'clock, the sun blazed fiercely, and they had no choice but to retreat back to the courtyard. In the afternoon, with temperatures slightly cooler, they resumed their work. When the sun finally dipped behind the mountains, they completed their first day's task and returned home to rest. After dinner, Uchiha Aozora practiced the method of chakra guidance several times, allowing the warmth of chakra to wash away his fatigue. Instead of delving deeper into the mysteries of the Samadhi true fire, he retrieved a box containing ninja scrolls and selected the scroll for the shadow clone technique. The art of the shadow clone technique is indeed a monumental endeavor, and the immediate necessity lies in managing the myriad of mundane D-rank tasks. Undoubtedly, the shadow clone technique can swiftly aid in this regard. Moreover, he is eager to experiment with the protagonist's extraordinary methods. Resolute in his intent, he meticulously studied the scroll containing the shadow clone technique, word by word. This B-rank ninjutsu, developed by the renowned Senju Tobarama, is widely disseminated throughout the ninja world. Unlike ordinary clones, shadow clones possess physical form, consciousness, and the capability to engage in combat. Upon dispelling, the experiences and memories of the clones return to the original body. Remarkably, despite the formidable capabilities of the shadow clone technique, its difficulty of practice is unexpectedly low. As long as one has a sufficient chakra reserve, mastering the technique becomes quite attainable. Although Uchiha Aokong has only refined his chakra for a year, his body, honed over 7 years, rivals that of the Uzumaki clan. Consequently, his chakra levels are on par with an average chunin, meeting the fundamental requirements for practicing the shadow clone technique. After diligently reviewing all the intricacies of chakra manipulation, he refrained from forming hand seals, allowing his chakra to flow in accordance with his will. Shadow clone technique. The moment he uttered the incantation, a wisp of white smoke materialized, revealing a figure of equal stature behind it. As the smoke dissipated, he beheld the clone with its back turned to him. A solitary voice resonating, "At the end of the sea lies the shore, and at the end of the path of a ninja lies the truth." Aokong broke into a sweat and promptly dispelled the shadow clone technique. Is even a shadow clone trying to outdo me? As the technique was lifted, a fleeting memory returned to his original self, and he acutely sensed the clone's overwhelming desire for expression. Am I truly this dramatic? Before he could ponder further, the mystical tome began to transform. The blank pages were soon inscribed with ancient gray characters representing the clone, which then deepened in hue, shimmering with golden light, ultimately morphing into gilded inscriptions. What astonished Aokong even more was that after the golden characters faded, new ancient symbols for external manifestation emerged on the tome, their dimness indicating a fragmented lineage. Once the 4 gray characters vanished, Qingkong assumed the revelation had concluded, only to find the phrase control of tools materializing on the pages. The previously somber characters now emitted a faint golden glow at their edges. 3 resonant blasts. Who would have thought the shadow clone technique possessed such depth? He was not surprised by the transformation of the clones, nor did he find the emergence of external manifestations perplexing, as they are indeed part of the cloning arts. However, what intrigued Qingkong was the realization that the concept of control of tools had also been refined. He quickly tuned into the essence of this control. After a moment, Qingkong opened his eyes, lost in contemplation. It became evident that the shadow clone technique not only divided chakra, but also splintered a portion of consciousness, which explained the clone's independent awareness. The crux of control of tools hinges on the division and attachment of spirit, thus leading to its enhancement. Suddenly, Qingkong gasped in realization. He recalled how the protagonist, Naruto, routinely produced hundreds, even thousands, of shadow clones. How was it that he did not suffer from a mental fracture? Was it the protagonist's extraordinary charm at play, or had the multiple shadow clone technique undergone optimization in this regard? Or perhaps, consciousness is not synonymous with the soul? After indulging in a moment of idle contemplation, Uchiha Aozora decisively returned to the present, refusing to squander time on matters that eluded his understanding. He then directed his attention to the celestial tome, examining the techniques of the shadow clone and the external manifestation. Upon careful comparison, Uchiha Aozora discerned that the shadow clone was merely an optimized variant of the traditional technique, lacking any enhancement in capability, yet refining the chakra flow to reduce consumption slightly. In contrast, the external manifestation, although revealing only a modicum of knowledge, sparked a wealth of thoughts in Uchiha Aozora's mind. Unlike the shadow clone, the clones produced through the external manifestation were corporeal, resistant to immediate dissolution, and capable of independent cultivation and growth. Additionally, these manifestations possessed their own consciousness. Yet in critical moments, the original could exert complete control, seamlessly synchronizing with the consciousness of the clone. Observing the potential of the external manifestation, Uchiha Aozora swiftly found the shadow clone technique lacking in allure. Regrettably, the method for the external manifestation remained shrouded in mystery, presented only in gray, devoid of any training instructions. After contemplating the external manifestation for some time, Uchiha Aozora commenced practicing the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. Although he could perform the jutsu without the seals, he preferred not to reveal this secret prematurely. At this juncture, Uchiha Aozora deemed that possessing a single instantaneous body of water was sufficient. Any further revelations would be unacceptable to both the higher echelons of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. The following day, at the break of dawn, the trio from Team 3 had already arrived at the rice fields. Gazing upon the golden expanse of rice, Uchiha Aozora, filled with fervor, proclaimed, "Let us strive to conclude the battle today." In enthusiastic agreement, Inuzuka Aya chimed in, "Let's give it our all." However, Tsukikage Hate, observing the exuberance of his companions, coughed lightly and interjected, "There's no need to rush. We have 4 days for this mission, and today marks only the second." He then paused deliberately, gesturing towards the previous day's meager harvest. "We only managed to reap a quarter yesterday. Even if we become more adept today, it is implausible to complete our task." Uchiha Aozora shook his head in refutation. "Yesterday was merely to spare your feelings." Inuzuka Aya retorted, "Humph, Aozora, you speak grandly. Yet it is I who concealed my true prowess." With that, she suddenly extended her fist toward Uchiha Aozora, challenging, "Shall we compete, Aozora? Let us see who can harvest more rice today." Uchiha Aozora struggled to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. To claim hidden strength and then declare war? Such intellect must have been devoured by her beloved pet. Nevertheless, Uchiha Aozora did not decline. He readily responded, "Absolutely." After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "However, mere competition lacks excitement. Why not wager on our contest?" Without hesitation, Inuzuka Aya agreed. "Sure, as you are bound to lose. What shall we bet on?" Uchiha Aozora mused. "How about a ninjutsu scroll, of C rank or above?" He then regarded Inuzuka Aya with a provocative glance. Unwilling to concede defeat, she immediately accepted the challenge and insisted on having Tsukikage Hate act as a witness. Despite his attempts to dissuade them, Tsukikage Hate could only begrudgingly serve as the arbitrator. He stood on the ridge of the field, pointing to a line. "This shall be the dividing line, one on each side, and with the setting sun as the deadline." We shall see who can harvest the most rice. If one finishes their side first, they shall be deemed the victor." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Aozora felt a sense of unease. Without further contemplation, Tsukiyakari Shippu raised his hand and declared, "Begin." Before his words had fully settled, Inuzuka Aya shouted at Uchiha Aozora, "Uchiha Aozora, you are destined to lose." With that, she beckoned her little white dog, which promptly lay down beside her. Secret technique. Beast transformation. After a cloud of smoke, the little white dog transformed into another Inuzuka Aya. "Let us begin, Little White," she called out, and together with Little White, they plunged into the task of harvesting rice. Uchiha Aozora shook his head with a slight smile. "Is that all?" Ninja art. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, 2 shadow clones appeared beside him. "Go forth, shadow clones." The 2 clones, feeling slightly offended, reluctantly joined the fray in the fields. The beast clone transformed from Little White, however, was not a real person and was thus clumsy with the tools, allowing Uchiha Aozora's 2 shadow clones to surpass Inuzuka Aya in their progress. As victory loomed, Uchiha Aozora leisurely prepared to engage in conversation with Tsukiyakari Shippu. Observing the gentle breeze tousling Shippu's hair under the moonlight, he exuded an aura of tranquility. Uchiha Aozora's expression darkened slightly as he remarked, "Shippu, you are quite cunning." Tsukiyakari Shippu chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Not in great health." Cough, cough. Considering the other's frail physique, Uchiha Aozora showed understanding and said, "Let us not make this a habit. Moreover, let us work together this afternoon to ensure we accomplish our task today." Tsukiyakari Shippu nodded in agreement. "All right." During the afternoon break, Inuzuka Aya's progress in harvesting rice had fallen far behind Uchiha Aozora's, and after a frenzied meal, she resumed her task under the blazing sun. Shippu and Aozora, feeling it unseemly to simply watch, also descended into the fields, finally completing their first task before sunset. Upon finishing the last bundle of rice, Uchiha Aozora dispelled his shadow clones. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he could not help but collapse in the rice paddies. Aya's pet dog, Little White, had long reverted to its puppy form, lying on its back with its 4 paws in the air, panting heavily. Inuzuka Aya, too, was no longer her usual energetic self, wiping away sweat with a complex expression. After a while, she approached with a stern demeanor and said, "A bet is a bet. What ninja technique scroll do you desire?" Aya was prepared to meet Uchiha Aozora's unreasonable demands. To her surprise, Uchiha Aozora smiled and replied, "Anything is fine. I am not picky." He then added, "Just not fire release techniques or anything too common." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Aya regarded him with newfound respect. C-rank techniques can vary greatly. Some involve secret arts while others can be purchased with mere coin. Uchiha Aozora's request was not difficult to fulfill. "I will get it to you as soon as possible," she promised. After a pause, she continued, "You won again, but next time, I will definitely defeat you. Just you wait." "All right, I look forward to our next duel." Tsukiyakari Shippu, noticing the pleasant atmosphere between the two, approached and said, "Aozora, Aya, we owe you both for this task." In a flurry, Inuzuka Aya waved her hands and said, "It's nothing, merely a bit more rice to harvest." Uchiha Aozora agreed, stating, "Indeed, we are a team and should assist one another. Each individual possesses their own strengths and weaknesses, playing different roles within the collective. If your physical stamina is lacking, we shall lend a hand." Well put. In a team, everyone has their areas of expertise as well as their flaws, and teammates must support one another. Unbeknownst to them, Yoin Uzumaki and the elderly gentleman had appeared by the rice paddy, observing the neatly bundled rice stalks. The old man expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I cannot thank you enough. I hope you will return next year to help me harvest again." Upon hearing this, a shadow fell over Inuzuka Aya's smile, and the moonlight seemed to dim, leaving Aozora momentarily speechless. The usually serene Tianshu suddenly stirred, a drop of pale golden liquid appearing upon its ancient pages. After bidding farewell to the solitary elder, Aozora and his companions followed Yoin Uzumaki away. Along the way, noticing Aozora's distracted demeanor, Inuzuka Aya began to console him. "Aozora, do not worry. Sensei has assured us that this task will not be assigned again. Furthermore, by next year, we may very well be Chunin and will certainly not be taking D-rank missions." Aozora snapped back to reality, comforted by Inuzuka Aya's concerned gaze. This single-celled organism has so quickly accepted an adversary. She might even help count the money should she ever be sold off. No, given her intellect, she likely wouldn't even be able to count it correctly. Silently mocking, Aozora managed to muster a smile, mumbling a vague acknowledgement. Seeing this, Inuzuka Aya assumed her encouragement had borne fruit and joyfully played with her little white dog. As they returned, the evening settled peacefully. Yoin Uzumaki remarked, "Let us submit our mission tomorrow. For today, let us disperse and ensure we all rest well." Understood. Thank you, Sensei. After 3 consecutive days of rice harvesting, the trio felt somewhat fatigued. Let us reconvene at 8 o'clock in the mission hall. Having said this, Yoin Uzumaki bid farewell to the 3. Since Uchiha Aozora's home was in a different direction from his companions, he also took his leave. Once out of their sight, he leaped swiftly onto the rooftops, hastening his way home. Upon reaching his bed, Aozora barely took a moment to catch his breath before focusing his mind and entering his inner realm. Without visualization, the ancient pages revealed no text, yet a pale golden droplet glided across the surface like a tadpole. Uchiha Aozora felt a mix of worry and excitement. He was concerned that this droplet might undermine the tome's function, or even destroy it. The tome was his safeguard for rapidly enhancing his strength and attaining the level of a Kage. If he were to lose it, the distance between him and altering his brother's fate would only grow. Moreover, since the tome resided within his mind, he could not guarantee that a collapse of the tome would leave his soul and spirit unscathed. As for his excitement, it was easily understood. Since discovering the tome at the age of 5, it was the first time he had witnessed anything beyond mere text upon its pages. This indicated a new transformation in the tome. Perhaps it had acquired new capabilities. Golden droplets of water flowed freely across the pages of the book, and Uchiha Aozora felt as though these droplets did not merely glide across the surface but traversed the depths of his own heart. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over his fear of the unknown, prompting him to embark on an exploration. He first endeavored to perceive the delicate golden droplet. As his spirit reached out to it, he felt as though he were enveloped in warm water, as if his soul were luxuriating in a soothing bath. After a brief attempt, Uchiha Aozora withdrew his consciousness. Upon gazing at the celestial tome, he noticed that the golden droplet had become increasingly transparent, its luster nearly vanished. This droplet appeared to be benign, seemingly beneficial to his spirit. Observing the droplet on the verge of disappearing, Uchiha Aozora resolved against further immersing his soul and instead sought to ascertain whether it possessed other properties. Resolute in his decision, he immediately envisioned the technique of transformation. He wished to test the droplet's influence on the mystical arts. To avoid any adverse effects, Uchiha Aozora chose to employ the least significant technique for him at present, which was transformation. Among the celestial techniques presented in the tome, the foundational practice of chi induction was essential for his physical training and chakra refinement. While the equipment manipulation served as a formidable offensive method, and the true fire of samadhi held immense potential, in comparison, transformation bore lesser importance. As he concentrated, 2 ancient gray characters swiftly manifested on the celestial tome alongside the term transformation. Following the appearance of these characters, the transparent droplet ceased its erratic movement, rapidly converging toward the ancient characters before merging with them. In a brief moment, the droplet vanished entirely, and Uchiha Aozora noticed that the characters for transformation seemed to shine a bit brighter. When he touched the characters with his spirit, the sensation of enlightenment surged once more. After some time, Uchiha Aozora opened his eyes, unable to contain a joyful laugh. The droplet had not disrupted the celestial techniques inscribed within the tome. Rather, it appeared to enhance them. In this transmission, he discovered that the knowledge of transformation now included insights on altering meridians and bones using chakra, knowledge that was not encompassed by traditional transformation or substitution techniques, and which he had not previously studied, but was evidently bestowed upon him by divine providence. This indicated that, as long as he could acquire sufficient droplets in the future, he could continuously refine the celestial techniques inscribed in the tome, gaining a comprehensive understanding of chi induction, true fire of samadhi, and more. He pondered whether the droplets could conjure celestial techniques from nothingness, manifesting the arts he desired. Uchiha Aozora's imagination soared, yet he quickly reined in his thoughts. The pressing matter at hand was to comprehend the nature of the droplets and the means to obtain them. He meticulously reflected on his recent actions and how they differed from his 12 years traversing the shinobi world. His daily life had remained unchanged. The only distinction lay in the missions he undertook. The droplets had appeared following the completion of rice harvesting. Could it be that harvesting rice engendered these droplets? As this thought arose, Uchiha Aozora swiftly dismissed the notion. Surely, such an exalted entity as the celestial tome could not be influenced merely by the act of harvesting rice. What else could it be? It seemed that the droplets emerged after the elder expressed his gratitude. Therefore, were the droplets a manifestation of the elder's thanks? Were they a product of virtue or intent? Uchiha Aozora pondered for a moment and decided to document his speculation. He found it quite plausible. Whatever could be absorbed by the wordless tome was surely extraordinary. If it pertained to merit or willpower, it would indeed align with the tome's essence. After much contemplation, realizing it bore no immediate fruit, Uchiha Aozora resolved to set this issue aside for the time being and engage in a few more tasks. The following day, Uchiha Aozora eagerly made his way to the Hokage building. Yamanaka Shibi noticed the vibrant Uchiha Aozora and Inuzuka Aya and expressed his surprise, saying, the vitality of youth is remarkable. I had intended to assign you a light task, but it appears that is unnecessary. Uchiha Aozora, unfazed, was quickly interrupted by Inuzuka Aya, who exclaimed, Teacher, please, I have a sore back. With that, she bent over, clutching her abdomen and groaning. Yamanaka Shibi, not easily deceived by her exaggerated theatrics, remarked, That sounds more like a stomachache. Inuzuka Aya showed no sign of embarrassment, shifting her posture to continue her lamentations. Yamanaka Shibi shook his head and declared, Enough of the theatrics. Today, we shall take on a less strenuous task. With that, he joined the queue. Meanwhile, the three companions engaged in light-hearted banter. Uchiha Aozora first critiqued Inuzuka Aya's performance. Fool, if you must act, at least do so with some professionalism. A sore back typically involves supporting it with one hand while leaning against something, and you needn't make excessive noise, just a subtle groan will suffice. Inuzuka Aya, taken aback, questioned, Oh really? Do you often suffer from back pain? In response to her puzzled gaze, Uchiha Aozora turned his face coldly away, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Ignoring her, undeterred by his silence, Aya produced a scroll and said, Oh dear, whose scroll is this? So dull. Uchiha Aozora swiftly snatched the scroll from her grasp. Upon opening it, he began to peruse its contents. Meanwhile, Aya, pleased with herself, boasted, You didn't expect this. I didn't just bring you any ordinary scroll. Uchiha Aozora nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the ninjutsu scroll she provided was classified as C rank, its rarity rivaled that of an ordinary B rank technique. The scroll contained a rare sound illusion technique known as Howling Moon. Although the study of illusion techniques hadn't yet been prioritized, Aozora had already reviewed the scroll left to him by his brother Shisui, which contained no similar illusions. After a cursory examination, Uchiha Aozora tucked the scroll away, stating, This scroll is quite precious, thank you. Mere words of gratitude weren't sufficient, and he resolved to compensate her later. Inuzuka Aya playfully touched her head and laughed. It's nothing. This ninjutsu has been collecting dust at home for years. No one has bothered to learn it. You, being of the Uchiha clan, should possess considerable talent for illusions, making it easier for you to learn. Not necessarily. After all, we are more adept at visual and mental techniques. After some idle chatter, Yamanaka Shibi returned with the task details. He first produced a stack of banknotes, distributing 10 to each person, with each note valued at 100 ryo. This is the reward for your first task. Congratulations on earning your very first paycheck. The three recipients beamed with delight, unable to suppress their thoughts on how to spend their newfound fortune. Once the three individuals were in high spirits, Yanushi Shiwi casually tossed the mission scroll to Tsukuyami Keisuke's. Uchiha Aozora speculated that it was likely his turn to retrieve the mission scroll next. Shortly thereafter, Tsukuyami Keisuke's returned with the scroll in hand, his expression as impassive as ever. Unlike Inuzuka Aya, who wore her emotions on her sleeve, Aozora and Keisuke's approached the scroll together to unveil its contents. Aozora felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he read the task. This assignment, in stark contrast to their initial undertaking, was relatively simple. The client was a single mother. This enterprising woman required assistance in negotiating business matters in a neighboring village and thus sought the help of ninjas to care for her child for 4 days. Upon reviewing the task, both Aozora and Keisuke's remained silent, but Inuzuka Aya's temper flared. Sensei, we are ninjas, not babysitters. Aozora cast a glance at Aya's modest physique, thinking to himself that she lacked the stature for such a claim. Yanushi Shiwi, however, paid no heed to her outburst, proceeding directly to the client's residence as Aya unleashed her F-rank water release techniques in protest. Along the way, Aozora, in an effort to fulfill the mission more effectively, purchased a few toys and snacks favored by the children of Konoha. The client's home was situated in the second ring of Konoha, a standalone residence that clearly indicated the woman's substantial wealth. Upon entering, they were greeted by a strikingly charismatic woman. Although she wore a kimono, her commanding presence was undeniable. One could only imagine the authority she exuded in professional attire. Upon seeing them, she expressed her surprise. "Shiwi-dano, I did not expect you to take on this task." Yanushi Shiwi replied, "It is not I, but these children." Aozora observed the interaction, recognizing that the two were acquainted. The woman nodded and gestured for them to enter. In the living room, they encountered the mission's subject, a boy of about 3 or 4 years. Dressed in fine clothing, he appeared both gentle and well-mannered. The woman introduced him. "This is Ko, your charge for the next 3 days. Meals will be prepared by an aunt, and all you need to do is keep him entertained and safe. Ko is quite well behaved, and I am sure you will enjoy your time together." After her introduction, she called out, "Ko, come here for a moment." The little boy promptly approached and stood quietly by her side. "Ko, these 3 are ninjas, and they will play with you for the next 3 days, all right?" Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he maintained a restrained nod. Aozora exchanged glances with his companions, finding a shared sense of relief in each other's eyes. After the introduction, the client retreated to pack her belongings, preparing to leave for the neighboring village shortly thereafter. Aozora quickly produced a small toy, intending to present it as a welcoming gift. "Ko, this is a windmill from your brother Aozora." Originally, Aozora anticipated the boy's delighted smile, but to his surprise, Ko casually knocked over the windmill and exclaimed, "Do you think I am a mere 3-year-old?" Aozora refrained from engaging in a quarrel with the child, responding, "What else would you be? I am already 4. In a year, I will be able to attend ninja school." The boy placed his hands on his hips, standing tall on his toes as he declared this with pride. Uchiha Aozora observed the small boy's earnest attempts to appear mature, finding it amusing yet recognizing the folly of his own strategy. In the world of ninjas, children were often precocious, beginning their training in ninjutsu at the tender ages of 4 or 5, with some even thrust into battle by 6 or 7. Reflecting on the lollipops, pinwheels, and balloons he had brought along, he felt a twinge of foolishness. Before he could dwell on his melancholic thoughts, the boy inquired, "You are ninjas, aren't you?" "Indeed," came the response. "Then show me 2 ninjutsu techniques." The 3 remained silent. "So you can't, huh? What a pity for ninjas to be such novices." Since the departure of the beautiful woman, the boy had transformed from a well-behaved young master into a mischievous rascal, exhibiting a sharp tongue and an abundance of playful schemes. One moment he would demand to play outside, the next he would insist on engaging in ninja games, and shortly after, he would wish to visit the ninja academy. Whenever his whims were not met, he threatened to inform his parents, accusing the trio of mistreatment and promising negative reviews from his mother. Initially, the 3 were accommodating, but eventually, Inuzuka Saki could no longer tolerate his antics and delivered a sound thrashing, which subdued him momentarily. Following this encounter, he began to cling to Inuzuka Saki, affectionately calling her big sister and pledging his obedience to her. With Saki now the leader of this little imp, the second task was completed with ease. After the task was delivered, Aburame Shibi announced a 2-day break for the 3rd class to recuperate. Uchiha Aozora, clutching the newly acquired 1,500 ryo, felt a shadow of discontent, for in the completion of the second task, he had gained no small droplets of water. On his journey home, he pondered the essence of the small droplets. Where had he faltered? Was it due to the boy's lack of gratitude? Or was it that caring for the boy did not qualify as a noble deed? Perhaps his own contributions had been too insignificant? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind, yet he lacked any reference to find answers, leaving everything to mere speculation. As he mulled over these uncertainties, he was abruptly interrupted by the commotion ahead. What is happening? Why is everyone blocked here? It appeared that a cart had overturned, obstructing the thoroughfare. How did it happen? An elderly gentleman stood in the middle of the road, the driver overwhelmed and unable to control the horses, resulting in the mishap. The old man remained steadfast in the center of the road, impervious to all persuasion. Enough chatter, Uchiha thought. Let's see how they resolve this. How to resolve it? Surely, they would simply move him along. Despite his initial reluctance to join the fray, he caught the mention of the Uchiha name and decided to weave his way into the crowd. Please, make way. With his agile physique, Uchiha Aozora deftly maneuvered into the inner circle. Before him lay a crossroad, where an elderly woman stood resolutely at its center, adjacent to the overturned cart. Two black-haired ninjas clad in police vests were engaged in discussion with the elder and the cart's owner. Moments later, the owner shook his head, sighed, and instructed one of the ninjas to assist in riding the cart. While the owner's issue seemed resolved, the elder's predicament remained unaddressed. Surrounding them were numerous halted vehicles. Uchiha Aozora quickly deduced that those in ninja vests were members of the police department. The murmurs of discontent grew increasingly pronounced as Uchiha Aozora approached. Eager to glean more information, a black-haired ninja stepped forward to halt his progress, stating sternly, "This is a matter for the police department. Bystanders should refrain from interfering." Observing the man's cold demeanor, Uchiha Aozora comprehended all too well why the Uchiha clan had fallen out of favor in Konoha. After all, it had been 49 years since Konoha had embraced a policy of service with a smile, yet the Uchiha seemed to cling to outdated standards of engagement. Rather than harboring anger, he calmly replied, "I am Uchiha Aozora. May I inquire how I can assist?" Upon realizing he was speaking to a fellow clansman, the man's expression softened considerably. His voice became noticeably gentler as he patted Aozora on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah, a brother from our own clan." He then lamented, "This old lady refuses to listen. No matter how we plead, she simply will not leave." Aozora nodded and moved closer to observe how another Uchiha was attempting to persuade the elderly woman. "Grandma, this is a crossroads. Please do not block the way. If you continue to stand here, I will have to escort you to the Konoha jail." The negotiating Uchiha emphasized the significance of the intersection, even resorting to threats against the old woman. However, she remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on the distance. Uchiha Aozora, sensing the underlying issue, turned to his compatriot and proposed, "May I give it a try? I have an idea." "Oh, Aozora, you have a plan? That's splendid. Let me speak with Sokai." With that, he approached the negotiating ninja and whispered a few words, gesturing towards Aozora. The man turned to glance at Aozora, who offered a friendly smile. After a moment of consideration, the man approached with a stern countenance and inquired, "Aozora, is it?" Aozora nodded eagerly. "Yuichi mentioned you have some thoughts? If you have an idea, go ahead and try. Failure is no disgrace." Aozora was taken aback by the man's unexpectedly warm demeanor. He then approached the old lady and asked gently, "What are you doing here?" The grandmother did not turn around but replied, "I am waiting for someone." "Waiting for whom?" Aozora pressed. "I am waiting for my son. He went to school. And I am waiting for him to come home for dinner." Aozora's eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Waiting for your son? Which school does he attend?" "He is in the Ninja Academy, in the 3rd grade this year, nearing graduation." As she spoke of her son, a radiant joy illuminated the wrinkles on her face. How could a woman of 60 or 70 years have a child in the 3rd grade of the Ninja Academy? Uchiha Aozora pondered. If his assumptions were correct, the old lady must be suffering from memory loss. Such a condition was rare in the ninja world, where longevity was uncommon. Thus it was understandable that the two Uchiha were unaware of it. Having confirmed his suspicions, Uchiha Aozora resolved to comfort the old lady and assist her in returning home. He observed her attire, which was neat and clean, suggesting that she was cared for and likely lived in relative comfort, not needing to work. However, with Aozora's limited experience, this was the extent of his deductions. To aid the elderly woman in returning home, he would require further information. "Your son is truly remarkable." Uchiha Aozora first praised her son, bringing a smile to the old lady's face, then inquired, "Where do you reside? Perhaps your son has already returned home. School has been out for quite some time." "Oh, dear child, you may be right. Ken might indeed have returned home. I must go back." The old lady prepared to take a step homeward, yet upon lifting her foot, she found herself uncertain of her direction. A hint of confusion clouded her eyes as she murmured, "Where is my home? Why can't I remember?" Uchiha Aozora quickly offered reassurance. "It's quite all right. The paths of Konoha can be challenging to remember, and it is not uncommon to get lost. Can you recall if there is anything distinctive near your home?" Comforted by Aozora's words, the old lady began to recollect. "Is there something special? I remember there is a large locust tree near my house. Every autumn, its leaves fall like golden butterflies fluttering about. Saburo loved to run around that tree when he was little. A large locust tree? Allow me to inquire further. With that, Uchiha Aozora approached Tsuji and Yuichi, sharing her hypothesis. Amnesia? Tsuji and Yuichi exchanged perplexed glances. Indeed, as the term suggests, this ailment leads to forgetfulness. She may have lost many memories, retaining only a few precious ones, Aozora succinctly explained. Due to her substantial memory loss, her demeanor might now resemble that of a child. She may not comprehend reason and will require gentle persuasion. Now, the old lady had agreed to return home. However, she had forgotten where it was. Remembering only the large locust tree in front of her door, she appears well-groomed, suggesting her family is in decent circumstances. Moreover, her son once attended the ninja academy. It is likely that few places meet these criteria. Uchiha Yuichi chuckled. Aozora, you have a keen insight. Uchiha Tsuji cast an approving glance at him, saying, well done. Such places are indeed rare. I recall that there is a locust tree at the entrance of Chunin Akagawa-ken's residence nearby. Then Tsuji, please lead the way. I shall inform the old lady. After exchanging a few more words with the old lady, Aozora guided her alongside Uchiha Tsuji towards Chunin Akagawa-ken's home. Once the old lady departed the intersection, traffic resumed its normal flow. However, Uchiha Aozora observed the disappointed expressions of onlookers, deepening her understanding of the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Not long after, the trio encountered Akagawa-ken, who was searching for someone. Startled, he rushed forward and asked anxiously, Sir from the police department, may I inquire what trouble my mother is in? Uchiha Tsuji replied coldly, your mother is suffering from amnesia and was obstructing traffic at the intersection near the ninja academy. Upon hearing this, Akagawa-ken quickly apologized, I'm sorry. I will take my mother home immediately. Uchiha Tsuji guided Ken to the old lady, saying, Grandmother, please follow your son home. The old lady glanced at Akagawa-ken and replied, he is not my son. Little Ken is only 10 years old. Upon hearing this, Akagawa-ken offered a wry smile. I was stationed at the border of Kumogakure for some time, and upon my return, I found that my mother no longer recognized me. Sanjia expressed his understanding and, after handing the elderly woman over to him, said, the old lady has lost her memory. You must take good care of her and ensure she does not disrupt public order again. Very well, I appreciate the assistance of the 3 esteemed officers, he replied gratefully. After thanking the trio, Akikawa-ken, employing both coaxing and deception, ultimately led the elderly woman away. Watching the mother and son depart, the trio felt a sense of joy. Uchiha Aozora was particularly elated, every cell in his being brimming with delight, for a new droplet had appeared in the celestial tome. As Aozora reveled in his joy, Sanjia withdrew his gaze from the departing pair and expressed his gratitude. Aozora, I am fortunate to have you here. Yuichi added, indeed. This time it was entirely thanks to Aozora. Otherwise, Sanjia and I would have been at a loss in the face of such an amnesiac. He then casually inquired, by the way, Aozora, which clan do you belong to? I have never seen you in the clan grounds. At that moment, Aozora's thoughts were preoccupied, and he instinctively replied, my brother is Shisui. Uchiha Shisui. The two exclaimed in astonishment. Aozora, jolted back to reality by their surprise, affirmed, yes, my brother is Uchiha Shisui. Sanjia's expression became complex, while Yuichi's gaze turned less amiable, even tinged with resentment. He derisively remarked, so you are the brother of that traitor. Yuichi was about to say more when Sanjia interrupted him, sternly commanding, Yuichi, be quiet. Observing this, Aozora pondered, is Shisui so poorly regarded by our kin? Even the term traitor has surfaced. After calming Yuichi, Sanjia turned to Aozora with a serious demeanor, stating, I do not know if your brother has spoken to you about the village's suspicions regarding our clan. Aozora remained silent in response. Sanjia did not await an answer and continued, perhaps it is premature to discuss such matters, but now that you have become a ninja, you will inevitably face choices. In the face of the village's suspicion and oppression, divergent opinions exist within the clan. Some seek to curry favor with the village, while others wish to demonstrate their strength, and still others hope to let time erase the doubts. Hearing this, Aozora suddenly inquired, Sanjia, what are your thoughts? Taken aback by the question, Uchiha Sanjia appeared momentarily lost before replying, I do not know. However, I understand that once the seed of suspicion is sown, time will not allow it to wither. It will only take root and flourish. The Uchiha must take action, yet I recognize that both appeasement and displays of strength are inadequate approaches. As long as the village does not trust us, all our efforts will be in vain. They may only delay the inevitable. A bitter smile then graced Sanji's face. At that moment, Yuichi interjected, "It is not in vain. As long as a Uchiha becomes Hokage, the matter will be resolved." Sanji shot Yuichi a glare, urging him to be silent before stating, "Yuichi speaks of one perspective within the clan, while your brother Shisui holds another. Until the end, no one is qualified to judge right from wrong. At present, no one will compel you to make a choice, but once you become a Chunin, you will have to decide. For now, take a good look at Konoha and observe the Uchiha closely. I hope you can carve out a new path." Upon concluding their conversation, Uchiha Sokai escorted Yuichi back to the police department. Watching Uchiha Sokai depart, Aozora felt a profound sense of astonishment. He had previously assumed that the Uchiha clan consisted solely of haughty and aloof individuals. Yet Sokai's words revealed to him that such notions were mere stereotypes perpetuated by animated portrayals. Was the Uchiha clan merely a collection of arrogant ninjas? No. Despite their exceptional bloodline, they were not a monolithic group. They possessed diverse thoughts, varied beliefs, and distinct personalities. Among them, there were certainly those who cherished peace, others who were calm and sagacious, and some who led tranquil lives. Regrettably, those individuals often progressed slowly in terms of power due to their emotional stability, and many had not even awakened their Sharingan. In the ninja world, strength dictates status. Without power, they lack standing and are swept away by the currents of fate, ultimately heading towards a desolate end. Shouldn't one strive to save the Uchiha? While there are certainly wrongdoers within the clan, the majority are ordinary individuals, innocent in their plight. Moreover, such an endeavor would yield significant merit. Aozora mused quietly. Initially, his sole intention was to preserve his brother's life, but now new aspirations began to take root in his heart. However, to realize these ambitions, one must possess formidable strength. Alas, the desire to eradicate the Uchiha does not rest solely with Danzō. Life is arduous, Aozora sighed. Weary in both body and spirit, Uchiha Aozora returned home, prepared a simple meal, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, the sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the cloudless expanse. Although the temperature in Konoha was quite high in July, Aozora found solace in the shade of the trees, feeling little of the oppressive heat. The towering trees shielded him from the direct rays of sunlight, and after converting a considerable amount of fire chakra, he sensed a significant enhancement in his heat resistance. At that moment, Aozora closed his eyes, his mind drifting back to the wooden targets set within the forest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of cold light seemed to emanate from them. Simultaneously, he waved his sleeves, and in the blink of an eye, he launched 4 shuriken. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The shuriken sliced through the air, not in a straight line, but like slender birds, weaving through the flowers, circling the tree trunks, and darting over the treetops, evading all obstacles in their path. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 shuriken struck the wooden rake in succession, prompting a satisfied smile from Uchiha Aozora, which soon transformed into a frown. He was pleased with the results of his enhanced control, as he could now simultaneously manipulate the 4 shuriken, altering their trajectories at will. The source of his frown lay in the excessive chakra consumption. Each launch required a substantial amount of chakra, and controlling a single shuriken for a minute necessitated the expenditure equivalent to that of a shadow clone. It seemed cultivating a personal spirit weapon would prove to be a more cost-effective endeavor. The ancient tome revealed that after the evolution of a weapon, knowledge of nurturing spirit artifacts was also acquired. To forge a personal spirit weapon, one must first possess a rare treasure capable of containing true energy. This treasure must be carried at all times, with a skilled practitioner storing it in their dantian, and daily, one must refine it with true energy until a harmonious resonance is achieved, allowing the spirit to be infused inside. The longer the nurturing process, the more attuned the spirit weapon becomes to its master, facilitating easier manipulation with minimal energy expenditure. In the language of the ninja world, one must first acquire a metal capable of conducting chakra, and then, through daily nurturing with chakra, eventually merge one's fragmented spirit into this conductive metal. The sole dilemma lies in the lack of funds. Chakra-conducting metal is exorbitantly priced. Unless Uchiha Qingkong sells his family home, he cannot afford enough of this metal to forge weapons. Chakra-conducting metal is a collective term referring to a special alloy that can absorb chakra and integrate with the metal itself, significantly amplifying the potency of ninjutsu. These metals often possess additional unique properties, such as the ability to regenerate through the absorption of blood or to store and release lightning chakra. Legendary artisans have crafted various divine weapons from chakra-conducting metal, such as the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village and the Raijin sword of Senjutobarama. These formidable weapons have gained immense renown, prompting many to hoard chakra-conducting metal, causing its price to soar to extraordinary heights. Moreover, Aokong cannot sell his house. Even if he wished to, there are no buyers. The Uchiha clan's territory is vast, with each household owning its own residence, and outsiders are prohibited from purchasing properties within Uchiha territory. The cost of nurturing spiritual tools is exorbitant, so it is best to forego that notion for now. The current throwing tools are barely sufficient. Next, he will delve into the study of Jinjutsu and continue to transform chakra in preparation for cultivating the art of fire. Resolving his training direction, Uchiha Aokong sheathed his kunai and made his way home. As he approached his residence, he spotted a young boy, around 5 or 6 years old, standing at the entrance of his yard. Upon Aokong's arrival, the boy turned to face him. The child possessed delicate features, with long eyelashes framing his eyes, and subtle tear troughs beside his nose, rendering him somewhat mature for his age. Itachi, what brings you here? Teasing Uchiha Itachi, Aokong found him unresponsive and, with a hint of disappointment, shook his head and remarked, "Here to see Shisui? He is on a mission at the border." Uchiha Itachi, with a serious expression, replied, "No. I specifically came to find you, Aokong." "Is that so?" Aokong opened the yard gate and added, "Next time, just come in without hesitation. Don't treat yourself as a stranger. Shisui is closer to you than I am." Upon hearing this, Itachi's face flushed as he responded, "No. It's just that Shisui is particularly kind to me because I'm younger." However, he did not enter the house, but continued, "I came to inform you about the family meeting this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Aokong furrowed his brow. Since the Nine-Tails incident, there had been numerous gatherings within the clan, yet he had never participated. Most meetings merely consisted of complaints regarding the village's distrust of the Uchiha clan, which bore no fruit. Noticing Aokong's troubled expression, Uchiha Itachi added, "It is called by our father. Apparently, there is a directive to announce." After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Aokong inquired, "When and where?" Uchiha Itachi replied, "At 2 o'clock this afternoon, in the conference hall. I will be there on time." Once the formalities were concluded, Uchiha Aokong offered, "Itachi, have a drink before you go." "No, I must notify others," he replied. After seeing Uchiha Itachi off, Aokong remained deep in thought, wondering what the leader could possibly want to discuss. Even a mere genin like him was informed of the gathering. He pondered so deeply that even the midday meal lost its flavor. After finishing lunch, Uchiha Aokong took out a Jinjutsu scroll to study the techniques of Naruto and Kasa. By 1:30, he donned a deep blue family robe and departed from home. Although the council hall was located within the clan's territory, it was perched atop a nearby mountain, requiring some time to reach. By 1:40, Uchiha Aokong had ascended to the mountaintop, where he beheld the grand archway before the council hall. Under the arch, Uchiha clan members adorned in deep blue robes, emblazoned with the clan's fan insignia, gathered in small clusters, some with long hair, others short. "Shinny, I hear your wife is pregnant?" "Indeed. Haha. Remember to give a red envelope when the child is born." "Certainly. I'm already preparing to present a grand envelope for my nephew. Recently, we've been short-handed. Many cases are piling up in the police department." "Indeed. It's been ages since I had a break." Listening to his clansmen share their joys and exchange their sorrows, Uchiha Aokong felt their myriad emotions. They were merely ordinary individuals. None were inherently wicked. Senjutobarama once stated that the power of the Sharingan and the heart are intertwined, rapidly enhancing one's strength. As hatred within grows, so too does the power of the Uchiha clan, making them vulnerable to falling into the abyss of darkness. Was Tobarama correct? Uchiha Aokong deemed it nonsense. In such a distorted ninja world, whose heart remains untainted, amidst unending wars, with relatives and friends perishing, how many can maintain a serene mindset? Is it only the Uchiha who undergo a drastic change in temperament, transforming love into hatred? No, such individuals are abundant in the ninja world, countless in number. Why then? Is the Uchiha singled out as the archetype, believed without question by others? In Aokong's view, it was all the fault of the Sharingan. Other ninjas may undergo significant personality shifts and experience a surge in mental prowess without any outward indication. Yet for the Uchiha, A dramatic change triggers the awakening of the Sharingan. This trait is far too conspicuous. Aokong. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind, prompting Uchiha Aokong to turn around swiftly. He saw the two Uchiha clan members he encountered yesterday approaching side by side. Since Uchiha Shisui learned that he was the younger brother of Itachi, he had ignored Aokong. Today behaving no differently, looking down at him with disdain. On the other hand, Uchiha Kosuke, though expressionless, stepped forward to greet Aokong. "Is this your first clan meeting?" Aokong nodded, replying, "Yes, after all, I just graduated this year. Don't worry, there aren't too many rules at the family meeting. If you feel nervous, you can sit beside me later." As they conversed, a sudden uproar broke out in the crowd, followed by an immediate silence. Aokong turned to follow the gazes of the onlookers, witnessing a group of Uchiha clan members dressed in ninja vests steadily approaching the council hall. Leading the procession was a figure with short black hair, unadorned by a forehead protector, whose prominent tear troughs lent him an air of authority. Aozora aligned himself with the other clan members and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Chief." Uchiha Fugaku, arms crossed, strode through the crowd and opened the door to the assembly hall. "Come in." Upon hearing the chief's call, Uchiha Aozora followed the clan members into the hall. Once inside, Uchiha Aozora was taken aback by the austere simplicity of the Uchiha Assembly Hall, which was devoid of any furnishings in its spacious interior. Uchiha Fugaku sat alone against the wall, while the others casually settled before him, generally arranged according to their strength. With the Jonin in the front row and the Genin in the back, Uchiha Aozora took a seat beside Sokai, positioning himself at the center of the gathering. After everyone was seated, Uchiha Fugaku announced, "Esteemed members, it has nearly been a year since the Ninetales incident. Konoha has overcome its most challenging times, and revival is imminent. At such a crucial juncture, the village has decided to embark on a revival plan." Hearing this, many clan members expressed their confusion. A revival plan? Indeed, a revival plan. Seizing this opportunity, the village has resolved to undertake further planning for the Konoha region. The police department was attacked during the Ninetales incident. Although it has been repaired, it remains somewhat dilapidated. Therefore, the village intends to assist us in reconstruction. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku paused. Within the crowd, emotions varied greatly. Some Uchiha were filled with joy, believing that the village was finally reconciling with the Uchiha clan. Others scoffed, viewing this as mere poison cloaked in honey. However, they were mistaken. The next moment, Uchiha Fugaku's words ignited outrage among the assembly. The new police department will be established beside the Yogan Mountain, along the banks of the Minami River. After the relocation of the police department, we will also move nearby to guard it. What? As Uchiha Fugaku's words hung in the air, an uproar ensued. How could the village act in such a manner? Was that still considered part of Konoha? Were they being relocated or exiled? "Chief, you didn't consent to this, did you?" "Why?" Beside him, Uchiha Uchiha was undoubtedly the most agitated. Despite Aozora and Sokai's attempts to restrain him, he stood up in fury, declaring, "This is a conspiracy from the higher-ups. They wish to distance us from the heart of Konoha." Silence. Uchiha Fugaku, having held power for many days, was the undisputed choice of the Uchiha clan, both in strength and authority. At his command, Uchiha Uchiha begrudgingly returned to his seat, and the other clan members ceased their arguments. Yet, the fire within them remained unquenched. Many were so enraged that their eyes reddened, and none could foresee what would transpire next. Under the intense gaze of the clan members, Uchiha Fugaku, maintaining a stoic expression, stated, "This is a family meeting, not a raucous quarrel. Loudness does not equate to righteousness. I am not an autocrat. If you have opinions, feel free to voice them." Uchiha Fugaku pointed at Uchiha Uchiha and inquired, "What are your thoughts regarding the village's directives?" Uchiha Uchiha, now somewhat subdued, replied, "Chief, this is a scheme from the higher-ups. They aim to remove us from the center of Konoha, completely stripping us of our control over it." Listening to Uchiha Uchiha's words, Aozora silently scoffed. "Control? Does the Uchiha clan possess any control over Konoha?" As the words of Uchiha Uchiha resonated, the other clan members echoed his sentiments, exclaiming in agreement, "Indeed, Uchiha speaks the truth. Konohagakure fears our usurpation of power." With his remarks, numerous Uchiha clan members rose in fervent support, and increasingly radical voices emerged, calling for a refusal to relocate. Observing the impassioned discourse, Uchiha Aokong gained a deeper understanding of his kin's inexplicable confidence. Curiously, He noted the absence of moderates, prompting him to quietly inquire of Sokai, "Brother Sokai, did you not mention that our clan is divided into factions? Why does it seem that all are so radical?" Sokai turned to him, explaining, "Most of the clan's moderates have gone to support the borders of Kumogakure, leaving the remaining gentle souls leaderless." Aokong nodded in agreement. Indeed. With the border crisis at hand, the Uchiha who leaned towards Konohagakure had rallied to aid. As Aokong and Sokai exchanged their thoughts, the atmosphere within the assembly hall grew increasingly heated. Two young captains from the law enforcement division seated in the front row took turns voicing their opinions. Uchiha Hakadai proclaimed, "The reason we Uchiha were not deployed during the Nine-Tails incident was out of fear that we would manipulate the beast with our Sharingan." Uchiha Inaho added, "It is not merely that. Some within the village even suggest that it was an Uchiha who instigated the Nine-Tails incident. They have relegated us to the corners of the village to curtail our movements. Ultimately, during the era of the second Hokage, we were already confined to the village's outskirts, which is tantamount to isolation. Now we are being pushed even further away. Chief, the village has always harbored suspicions against us." With the powerful declarations from these two leaders, the fervor of the radicals intensified. "Yes, the village has never placed its trust in us. Chief, we cannot acquiesce to such relocation. Indeed, we must resolutely oppose it." The assembly hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, resembling a pot of boiling water once more. Uchiha Aokong, however, chose not to focus on the uproar of his kin, but rather directed his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. While the clan members fervently debated, Uchiha Fugaku unexpectedly closed his eyes. Observing his serene demeanor, Aokong comprehended that the outcome of this meeting was already determined. Momentum can be built but may wane and eventually dwindle. Although Uchiha Fugaku may not have heard this saying, he undoubtedly grasped its essence. The radicals' prime opportunity would arise after Uchiha Fugaku announced his revitalization plan. Regrettably, Uchiha Uchiha, in his fervor, was the first to rise and speak, only to be silenced by Fugaku's authoritative words due to his lesser standing. From that point onward, as long as Uchiha Fugaku diffused the second uprising, the spirits of the clan members would be quelled. While Aokong observed Uchiha Fugaku, Fugaku too scrutinized the assembly. In his assessment of the clan members' reactions, he discerned an anomaly among the crowd, Uchiha Aokong, displaying an unusual calmness. Suddenly, a thought sparked within him. Although Fugaku kept his eyes closed, he utilized his mental acuity to perceive the reactions of those around him. In the high-level meeting, he recognized that the directive was irrevocable. The third Hokage, Danzō, and the other high-ranking officials were all in unanimous agreement, and the other shinobi clans had accepted the command. At this juncture, the Uchiha had no alternative but to acquiesce. He was biding his time, preparing to speak and carry out the village's orders after the fervent emotions of his radical clansmen had subsided. While observing the reactions of his kin, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly noticed the unusually calm Uchiha Aokong. Amidst the crowd of agitated clansmen, Uchiha Aokong sat cross-legged, his gaze profound and composed, standing out remarkably. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was intimately familiar with the prowess of his family members and thus recognized Uchiha Shisui's only brother. Contemplating Shisui's principles, Fugaku formulated a plan in his mind. Silence. Upon hearing this command, the clansmen instinctively closed their mouths. It was not the loudest voice that held sway, for relocation affected every clan member, and each individual should express their opinion. Aokong, please share your thoughts first. Fugaku unexpectedly called upon Uchiha Aokong, who was momentarily taken aback and stood up. In that instant, he surmised Fugaku's intentions. Did he think I am a conservative like my brother, trying to lead the charge? Observing the unfamiliar youth who had risen, many turned to their nearby acquaintances to inquire about his identity. Fortunately, although Aokong did not frequently frequent the clan grounds, Shisui's brilliance was unmistakable. As his sole brother, Aokong's identity soon became known. Upon realizing Aokong's identity, several individuals began to sense Fugaku's ulterior motives. What could he possibly say? After all, he was merely a 12-year-old boy, one who could not even partake in alcohol. Would he not simply echo his brother Shisui's sentiments? What was the clan leader's intent? Was there yet a need for compromise? Hadn't they already compromised enough? The Uchiha had yielded during the conflict with Obito and the Nine-Tails incident. Now they were to compromise yet again. At the very least, it would prevent war. Despite the cacophony of whispers surrounding him, Aokong remained silent, unprepared to speak. In truth, As a mere genin on the fringes, he felt he had no right to voice his opinion at the clan meeting. Thus, he had come today solely to listen. However, unexpectedly, fate had granted him an opportunity to speak. He was eager to test if his words could alter the destiny of the Uchiha clan. With this thought, his blood surged, and he felt an exhilarating tremor coursing through him. Little boy, speak up. Don't let fear silence you. Many clansmen, holding differing views from Shisui, mocked him. Hearing their jeers, Qingkong suddenly erupted into laughter. Haha. He laughed while casting a condescending gaze over the assembly, including the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku seated at the front. What are you doing, Uchiha Qingkong? Why are you laughing, and what impudence is this? Qingkong's disdain was so palpable that it provoked the ire of numerous clansmen, including even the conservatives and Fugaku himself, who frowned in disapproval. What am I laughing at? Qingkong first chuckled lightly before retorting vehemently. I laugh at your lack of wisdom. I laugh at the leader's ignorance. I laugh at how the Uchiha will be buried by your hands. Astonishment swept through the room, as every individual was taken aback by the audacity of this youth. Uchiha's eyes widened in disbelief as he mumbled, "What is he doing? How dare he?" At this moment, Uchiha Qingkong's expression transformed from a stoic mask to one of astonishment, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. The elite shinobi seated in the front row, including the team leader and clan elders, turned their gazes towards Uchiha Qingkong. The disdain previously held by the Uchiha clan members was now replaced with fury. Moments later, one by one, clan members rolled up their sleeves and stood up, many with bloodshot eyes, the crimson tomo faintly visible. Were it not for the decorum of the clan's meeting hall, a full-blown brawl would have erupted by now. Yet, Uchiha Qingkong remained unfazed, continuing to mock. Is this the breadth of the Uchiha? This remark only fueled the flames of their anger, nearly toppling the entire assembly. Uchiha Fugaku, filled with regret for igniting a conflict without fully grasping the situation, bellowed, "Everyone else, sit down." Following that, Uchiha Fugaku fixed his gaze on Qingkong, demanding, "Explain to me how I am the fool here." Under Fugaku's intense scrutiny, Uchiha Qingkong felt an indescribable pressure, the aura of a peak power, the weight of a clan leader. Yet, encased in this formidable presence, Qingkong felt a slight relief, for he knew he had time to articulate his thoughts. Before the rapt attention of the entire clan, Uchiha Qingkong began, "I conducted an experiment." "Enough with the preamble. I wish to know how I lack wisdom," interrupted Uchiha Inaho. Seated in the front row, he was the clan's prodigy, second only to Shisui, having made numerous contributions since joining the police department. Now a jonin and one of the 6 captains. "I will explain how you lack wisdom later. Your impulsive nature has already been laid bare." He smirked, crossing his arms and leaning in to listen. Uchiha Qingkong cast a deep glance at Inaho before continuing. "I conducted an experiment. When a frog is abruptly thrown into boiling water, it instantly leaps out." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Uchiha regarded Qingkong as a mere attention-seeking child. "Then, I placed another frog into a pot filled with cold water, where it swam leisurely. At that moment, I secretly began heating the pot, and the frog remained blissfully unaware. It was only when the water temperature posed a threat to its life that the frog attempted to escape, but it was too late. It had lost its strength. Thus, the frog was boiled alive." At this point, the expressions of the Uchiha clan members turned grim. An elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, stood up and angrily declared, "Cease your nonsensical chatter. The relocation of the police department is merely a part of the revitalization plan, and the village has promised us additional compensation." "Compensation?" Uchiha Qingkong scoffed, then taunted, "Do you know what the greatest regret of humanity is?" "What?" The elder was momentarily thrown off balance. Uchiha Qingkong replied, "When a person dies, the money remains." Before anyone could react, Uchiha Qingkong continued, "The relocation site is backed by the South He River, flanked by Rongyin Mountain, with the barrier unit stationed ahead. What a splendid place it is. Adorned with mountains and streams, a picturesque landscape. Yet, with the formation of the barrier, where can all the members of the Uchiha clan escape? Can you flee? What about your wife, your children, your parents? This is not merely a distant spot from the village center. It is evidently a graveyard meticulously chosen for the Uchiha clan." The very thought of the terrain at the relocation site sent chills down everyone's spine. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Nonsense." The instant Fugaku's voice resonated, Uchiha Qingkong realized he was rendered immobile. The air around him seemed to solidify, and while he could still feel his limbs, He found himself unable to even twitch a finger. It was a binding technique. Uchiha Aokai immediately comprehended that he had fallen prey to a ninjutsu and focused inwardly. Indeed, a concentrated chakra surged within him, dispersing throughout various chakra points in his body, stripping him of his ability to move. Hastily, Uchiha Aokai attempted to dispel it. However, the chakra infused by Uchiha Fugaku, though minimal, was extraordinarily refined, far beyond Aokai's capacity to swiftly handle. Within the council chamber, Uchiha Fugaku's three tomo shone brightly in his eyes as he surveyed his entire clan. The aura of authority he exuded silenced the assembly, leaving no one to voice an objection. Aokai's words were merely the ramblings of youth. The village lacks the capability and intent to annihilate us, Uchiha. Other clans have already acquiesced to the decision to relocate. The Uchiha cannot be the sole dissenters. I shall negotiate the terms further, but relocation is non-negotiable. The specifics of its execution will be conveyed later. That is all. Dismissed. With that, Uchiha Fugaku rose and departed. Everyone soon regained their senses, exchanging glances, realizing that the relocation of their clan territory had become an immutable decision. Moments later, the clansmen began to leave in succession. As they exited, many cast a complex glance at the still-standing Uchiha Aokai. Before long, only a few remained in the room. Uchiha Yuichi approached Aokai, who was still immobilized, and remarked, "Aokai, I have seldom admired anyone, but you are an exception." Uchiha Kosuke chimed in, "I did not expect you to have made your own choice." The remaining few followed Uchiha Inaho, who had long hair, and approached Aokai. As Inaho was about to release the binding technique, Aokai managed to free himself. The moment he broke free, Aokai swiftly turned to glance outside, only to find that Uchiha Fugaku had already vanished. Inaho stated, "The clan leader has long departed." Aokai turned back to Inaho and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Inaho. Although I freed myself, I appreciate your kindness." Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, Fugaku had spoken first during the council to deliberately afford him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Inaho, taken aback, responded, "You know me? I recall we have never met." "Uchiha's prodigy, who does not know you?" Aokai praised. Little did he know that upon hearing this, Inaho's expression darkened, as he retorted, "I cannot compare to your brother, Shisui." Mocked by Uchiha Aozora, Inaho had no desire for conversation and remarked, "Your insight is commendable, yet your strength is woefully inadequate. Merely possessing knowledge is insufficient. One must also harbor ideas, and to realize those ideas, the requisite strength is essential." Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Inaho departed, followed closely by his clansmen. As one of them passed by, he cast a fleeting glance at Aozora and said, "You are impressive. I shall remember you." With that, the boy with black short hair joined the procession as they exited. Uchiha Aozora stood in bewilderment, questioning, "Who is he? Why the arrogance?" Uchiha Yuichi, observing the retreating figure, was astonished at Aozora's ignorance and replied, "You truly do not know?" Aozora countered, "Should I?" Uchiha Yuichi, taken aback, took a moment before explaining, "He is Uchiha Tetsuho, Inaho's younger brother. He graduated at 10, became a chunin at 12, and now at 14, he is said to be on the cusp of becoming a jonin. He is indeed the next prodigy following Inaho and Shisui." "Oh," Uchiha Yuichi began to speak again, but was interrupted by Uchiha Sokai. "Aozora, I did not expect your insight to be so profound. I am at a loss in your presence." Just as Aozora was about to express modesty, Uchiha Sokai continued, "Alas, today is not the opportune moment." Aozora looked at Sokai in confusion. "Have you not noticed the disparity among today's attendees? The elder and the young abound. Yet the prime-aged Uchiha are scarce." Reflecting on this, Uchiha Aozora acknowledged the truth of his observation. "This is because our prime Uchiha ninjas have been dispatched to the front lines of the Hidden Cloud. Currently, our clan boasts only 8 jonin and a mere 40 to 50 chunin." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Aozora felt a chill in his heart. The third Hokage and Danzō were indeed calculating. No wonder they dared to pressure the Uchiha clan so relentlessly. The majority of their combat strength had already been reassigned. The clan leader's restraint does not necessarily equate to a rejection of you. Rather, we lack the strength to refuse at present. After a sigh, Uchiha Sokai lamented, "While we Uchiha stand guard against incursions upon Konoha, they conspire against us. Shameful, detestable." As Uchiha Sokai sighed heavily, a sudden thought struck Uchiha Aozora. "Wait," he exclaimed. And without hesitation, he rushed down the mountain. Uchiha Sokai and Uchiha Yuichi exchanged puzzled glances before hastily following him. The three of them raced down the slope with great urgency, and upon reaching the base of the mountain, they finally caught up with Uchiha Fugaku. He was not alone. Beside him stood his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. "Clan leader, I have something to discuss with you," Uchiha Aozora stated, disregarding his breathlessness. Uchiha Fugaku frowned at the trio and replied, "What is it? Another attempt to sow discord between the clan and Konoha?" Uchiha Aozora shook his head, asserting, "Clan leader, I trust your wisdom and know that you recognize I speak no falsehood. I am aware of your concerns regarding the majority of our clan's ninjas being dispatched to the borders, but this is not a justification for our submission." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi interjected, questioning, "Brother Aozora, Shisui, and our father have consistently upheld the villages and the clan's relationship. Why would you seek to disrupt this delicate balance?" Listening to the stern rebuke, Uchiha Aozora inquired with astonishment, "Itachi, you heard my speech outside, didn't you?" "Indeed, you have a rather dismal view of our village," replied Uchiha Itachi. Aozora chose not to elaborate but turned to Uchiha Fugaku, asking, "Patriarch, do you share this sentiment?" Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before responding, "I concede that there is some truth in your words, yet the Uchiha are a part of Konoha. I do not believe that the third Hokage would dare to provoke such a significant upheaval." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Aozora felt an overwhelming disappointment and coldly remarked, "As the clan leader, you entrust the fate of our entire clan to the mercy of others." With that, Uchiha Aozora turned and departed. He reflected on the current state of the Uchiha clan. Although they were lacking in strength, any act of rebellion could lead to their annihilation. Yet, how much better was Konoha's situation? The fourth Hokage had perished, the third was aging, and the legendary Sannin had left the village. Would the third really dare to incite civil conflict? Even if the Uchiha were eradicated without casualties, Konoha would still be vulnerable to obliteration by other shinobi villages. Thus, Konoha would never dare to instigate discord at this time. When the higher-ups of Konoha stirred up trouble, it was evident they cared little for the village. Why should the Uchiha bear the brunt of the actions of the Konoha elite, sacrificing their own interests? What foolishness! Uchiha Aozora could not help but curse vehemently. The third Hokage and Danzō, among other high-ranking officials, seemed unperturbed by the potential destruction of Konoha, while the Uchiha continued to sacrifice their family interests one after another. The more he contemplated, the more furious he became, wishing to rend the mindless clan leader to pieces. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as a wave of cold chakra surged into them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku and his son had arrived at the banks of the Naka River. Gazing at the stunning scenery and the placid lake, Uchiha Itachi remarked, "What a beautiful Naka River. I adore this place." Uchiha Fugaku, however, was burdened with heavier thoughts. The vast lake was so picturesque, and the steep cliffs so majestic. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be a beautiful sight, yet at a critical moment, it could transform into a death knell for their clan. This concern dampened his spirits, preventing him from feeling joy even after witnessing his eldest son master the great fireball technique. As the cold chakra flooded into his eyes, causing a sensation akin to being pricked by needles, Uchiha Aozora instantly understood what had transpired. He had awakened the Sharingan. A mix of astonishment and fortune washed over him. "Ah, so this is how it awakens? Could it be that my love for the clan runs deep?" However, he was relieved that it was not triggered by the tragic demise of loved ones. He chuckled to himself, but his mood did not improve. Resentment towards Uchiha Fugaku surged within him. Just as he contemplated how to undermine Fugaku and usurp his position as clan leader, a sudden disturbance occurred, absorbing the cold chakra from his eyes. As the chilling energy dissipated, Aozora's pupils returned to their normal state, and he became aware of his recent anomaly. Is this truly the Sharingan? It amplifies one's negative emotions. I scarcely have time to study ninjutsu. Why would I desire to become the clan leader? This is merely the Sharingan. What transformations might arise if the Manjikyu were to awaken under such a chilling force, having already lost a beloved? Uchiha Aozora was engulfed by a wave of trepidation. The Sharingan indeed possesses a venomous allure. Had it not been for the heavenly book absorbing the chilling chakra, he would have remained blissfully unaware of how insidiously the Sharingan had influenced his psyche. Swiftly returning home, Uchiha Aozora settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the bountiful gifts of the heavenly book. Fortunately, upon the awakening of the Sharingan, The heavenly book only extracted the cold chakra. Had it siphoned away other forms of chakra, the repercussions could have been disastrous. Should the Sharingan ascend amidst the chaos of battle, it would not signify an elevation in combat prowess, but rather a prelude to demise. Contemplating the drawbacks of the heavenly book and strategies for avoidance, time slipped by unnoticed. Before long, the chilling chakra flowed forth from the blank pages of the heavenly book. Aware of the potency of this sinister energy, Uchiha Aozora refrained from letting it surge into his eyes. Employing the guiding technique of chi manipulation, he controlled this chakra through several cycles of circulation, only integrating it into his dantian once the frigid aura dissipated. Having managed the chilling chakra, Uchiha Aozora did not rush to inspect the heavenly book. He sat in meditation, allowing his mindset to stabilize before envisioning the tome. Within the depths of his mind, a blank page hovered serenely at the center. 3 pale golden ancient characters materialized upon the page, absorbing the golden droplets of essence. The eye of yin and yang. Gazing at the resplendent characters, he found himself bewildered, exclaiming, "This is hardly a tale of the supernatural. I have no interest in ghosts or deities." The eye of yin and yang, a peculiar ability from the folklore of his previous life, is said to perceive spirits and phenomena invisible to the average person. While this capability is formidable, it may not serve Uchiha Aozora well in his current circumstances. Nevertheless, he began to contemplate the newly emerged ancient characters. As his consciousness brushed against the phrase eye of yin and yang, a torrent of knowledge and heritage surged into his mind. Words began to coalesce, forming coherent passages, while scenes unfolded in rapid succession within his thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, Uchiha Aozora finally opened his eyes, a broad smile illuminating his face. "So, this is the eye of yin and yang," he mused, realizing it was entirely different from his previous assumptions. According to the inherited knowledge, all spiritual eyes are categorized into the yang eye and the yin eye. The yang eye, embodying reality, corresponds to the human eye, refined through true energy to enhance long-distance vision, near vision, and dynamic sight. Conversely, the yin eye represents illusion, linking to the human spirit. The yin eye cultivates spiritual perception, enabling introspection, communication with spirits, and the ability to pierce through the veil of illusion. The unity of yin and yang culminates in the formation of the eye of yin and yang. At this juncture, the physical eye not only possesses enhanced long-distance and dynamic vision, but can also perceive ethereal entities such as spiritual energy, souls, and even destiny. Both the Tomo Sharingan and the Kaleidoscope Sharingan likely belong to the realm of the eye of yin and yang. However, the overwhelming spiritual force of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, coupled with the insufficient strength of the yang eye, leads to a detrimental impact on the physical eyes, resulting in diminished vision. Indeed, despite the Uchiha clan's possession of captivatingly large eyes, ordinary vision cannot endure the immense chakra and spiritual energy contained within. How fortuitous that the essence of merit has seamlessly integrated into the cultivation methods of the yang eye, previously lamenting the perceived waste of the merit droplets. Uchiha Aokong now found himself compelled to express his newfound appreciation. The Sharingan represents an innate gift, an ability devoid of any training methodology, absent the infusion of merit droplets. His only means of enhancement would have been through frequent usage or striving to awaken a higher echelon of the Sharingan. However, the partial completion of training methods afforded by the yin-yang eye provided Aokong with a safe and risk-free avenue for cultivation. Yet, this was not entirely beneficial. Initially, Uchiha Aokong intended to focus on mastering the body flicker technique after refining the Great Fireball technique and the Phoenix Fire technique, aiming to bolster his survival capabilities. As a long-range mage and archer, even the throwing of shurikens qualifies as archery. He believed the paramount priority was to maintain distance from adversaries. The body flicker technique undoubtedly emerged as an excellent choice. His aim was not to engage in close combat and test reflexes, but rather to create a greater separation. The body flicker technique held critical importance in Aokong's envisioned combat framework. Nonetheless, the overwhelming potency of the Sharingan, coupled with Aokong's conviction that he would garner greater insights from the Celestial Tome as his Sharingan advanced, dissuaded him from abandoning the cultivation of the yang eye. Perhaps it was best to prioritize the body flicker technique for now, as speed remained his Achilles heel. After all, as a certain sage once proclaimed, in times of indecision, one should pause and reflect. Currently, His vulnerability lay in speed, and enhancing his capacity for evasion and survival was paramount. Thus, Uchiha Aokong retrieved the scroll of the body flicker technique once more. Having perused it earlier in the day, he now clarified the details before stepping into the courtyard to practice. Although the body flicker technique is named as such, it does not entail instantaneous teleportation and bears no relation to spatial attributes. Instead, it is a ninjutsu wherein the ninja concentrates chakra at their feet for rapid movement, so swift that it eludes the naked eye, hence the term body flicker. Due to its extraordinary speed upon execution, it serves a significant role in both combat and escape, rendering it a favorite technique among all high-level ninjas. As was customary, Aokong methodically practiced the hand seals of the body flicker technique, gaining insight into the changes and flow of chakra within his body as he executed the technique. After several repetitions, Uchiha Aokong finally became adept. Body flicker technique. As the words left his lips, he commenced the chakra flow as dictated by the technique. Instantly, a portion of chakra surged forth and coalesced at his feet. In the next moment, Aokong felt his body lighten. He involuntarily took a step forward, witnessing the distant courtyard wall rapidly approaching and enlarging. Thud! Upon colliding with the wall, Uchiha Aokong was propelled backward, landing in the grass of the courtyard, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Ouch! Aokong sat up, first feeling his forehead and then covering his nose. Confirming that he had not sustained any disfigurement, Uchiha Aokong breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Thank goodness! Thank goodness!" That speed was astonishing. I could scarcely react. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Aokong shut his eyes and declared, "Open." Upon reopening his eyes, two black tomo manifested within his crimson pupils. As the Sharingan awakened, Uchiha Aokong felt the world before him become remarkably clearer. Body flicker technique. Aokong continued to execute the technique, but in the next instant, there was a loud thud. This time, however, he could distinctly see himself drawing nearer to the wall. Despite his desire to halt, the formidable inertia propelled him into the courtyard wall. Clarity does not equate to quick reflexes. This time, he had accumulated an excessive amount of chakra. Acknowledging his miscalculation, Uchiha Aokong made adjustments and persisted in his practice. It must be said that establishing a solid foundation is indeed beneficial. After colliding with the wall twice, the courtyard bore indents, yet Aokong merely experienced a slight dizziness, shook his head, and continued his training. At dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, Uchiha Aokong arose. After a brief wash, he stored some food and training tools in a sealing scroll and made his way to the summit of a small hill adjacent to the clan's territory. Sitting cross-legged atop the hill, Uchiha Aokong engaged in meditative breathing, continuously circulating his chakra to familiarize himself with its control. As he sensed the dawn approaching, he channeled a fine stream of chakra into his eyes. Unlike the activation of the Sharingan, as this thread of chakra entered his eye, Uchiha Aokong felt a refreshing coolness. As the chakra gradually increased, he experienced a sensation of fullness in his eyes, while simultaneously, the world before him appeared even clearer and more luminous. Even before the sun had risen, he could distinctly perceive the scattered stones on the ground and the wild grass growing by the roadside. When a slight sting arose in his eyes, Uchiha Aokong promptly ceased the flow of chakra. Acquainting himself with his heightened vision, he gazed toward the horizon, awaiting the sun's ascent. As the eastern sky illuminated with a hint of dawn, Uchiha Aokong's eyes widened, striving to observe every hue and glimmer in the clouds. As the sun rose, painting the clouds with its golden light, Uchiha Aokong withdrew his gaze. Slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, he concluded this session of training his ocular prowess. Where was the purple aura of the morning sun? He had hoped to cultivate the violet extreme magic eye. Aokong shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, shortly thereafter, he cast aside this fleeting disappointment. With only 2 days of leave granted by Aburame Shimi, he had initially intended to dedicate himself to mastering the body flicker technique. Yet, a family meeting had disrupted his plans, consuming a significant amount of his time. With only 1 day remaining, Uchiha Aokong resolved to devote the entire day to training the body flicker technique. Taking a rice ball from the sealing scroll, Uchiha Aokong chewed as he descended into the dense forest below the hill. This wooded area was filled with towering trees, each trunk robust and sturdy. Even a knife wielded by an ordinary person would only leave shallow marks upon them. Moreover, these trees inexplicably grew in close proximity to one another. with another towering tree every few meters. Undoubtedly, this was an excellent venue for practicing the body flicker technique. Uchiha Aokong did not commence his training immediately. Although he was tough-skinned and resilient, he was not devoid of sensation. Colliding with a large tree would still bring him pain. From the sealed scroll, Aozora extracted a series of quilts and pillows, enveloping several large trees ahead with the quilts while binding the pillows to face himself against the trees. After making ample preparations for safety, Uchiha Aozora commenced his training in the body flicker technique. This time, he chose not to activate his Sharingan. On one hand, the Sharingan demanded a considerable amount of chakra, and activating it would leave him with insufficient chakra to practice the body flicker technique effectively. On the other hand, while the Sharingan was undoubtedly advantageous, Aozora also sought to enhance the training of his other 5 senses. In combat, he did not shy away from using the Sharingan, but in his daily life, he wished to strengthen his other senses to address his shortcomings. As chakra coalesced beneath his feet, Uchiha Aozora propelled himself forward with remarkable speed. Through the training of the previous day, he had begun to grasp the nuances of the body flicker technique, understanding how much chakra to exert for a specific distance. Thus, he deftly maneuvered around 3 large trees without sustaining any injuries. However, when he attempted to navigate around the 3rd tree, he miscalculated the distance, causing his chakra to surge uncontrollably and resulting in a collision with an adjacent tree. Fortunately, as he had wrapped the trees in quilts, Aozora emerged relatively unscathed, though he did scrape his skin slightly while rolling on the ground. He had anticipated such an outcome. With a swift motion, he regained his footing and declared, "Let us try again." Mastering the body flicker technique was merely the beginning. True effectiveness could only be achieved through proficiency. Otherwise, employing an immature version of the technique in battle would merely result in one's downfall. Bang, bang, bang. Time and again, he collided with the trees and fell to the ground. Yet, Uchiha Aozora did not relent. Instead, he continued to train relentlessly. Once his chakra was depleted, he did not return home, but rather consumed some food to replenish his chakra before resuming his training. For every minute on stage, there are 10 years of effort behind the scenes. To minimize bloodshed in battle, one must endure tears in training. He understood these principles well. In his previous life, amidst peace and comfort, he had room to be complacent. However, in the shinobi world, he recognized that laziness could lead to insufficient strength, resulting in death and the annihilation of his clan. Currently, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions remained uncertain, but Shimura Danzō, who proposed the relocation plan, undoubtedly harbored deadly intentions toward the Uchiha clan. Since his arrival in the shinobi realm, apart from yesterday, Aozora had not undertaken any actions that would significantly alter the plot. Yet, who could have predicted that the flap of a butterfly's wings across the Pacific could incite a tremendous storm? Once the Uchiha relocation plan was set in motion, Aozora would constantly face the peril of annihilation. However, his current strength was woefully inadequate, and his influence was minimal. Thus, regardless of how eloquently he articulated his thoughts, they would ultimately be dismissed as mere folly. When Uchiha Fugaku easily subdued him, Aozora realized that strength was the true currency in the shinobi world. Had he possessed Jonin-level power, Uchiha Fugaku would have been compelled to hear him out completely. Were he at the level of a Kage, the village would have to reconsider all decisions regarding the Uchiha clan. If he were to attain a power surpassing that of a Kage, why should the Uchiha endure any indignity with Konoha? They could indeed seize the world for themselves. If one possessed the strength of the 6 paths, one could create a moon for the Uchiha clan as a base. Acknowledging the significance of power, Uchiha Aokong cast aside any lingering thoughts of laziness, continuously falling and rising again. Gradually, he maneuvered through 3 trees, then 4, even surpassing the area wrapped in blankets and pillows. When he collided with a tree once more, it was no longer a gentle impact. Rather, he struck the rough, withered bark with determination. The forest, dense with branches, inevitably left Aokong's garments torn and his body marked with wounds of varying depths. As his injuries multiplied, he realized the essence of humanity lies in its propensity for folly. Within the confines of the blanket-wrapped area, he made mistakes repeatedly during training, yet in the completely unprotected zone, he seldom repeated the same error. Thus, the following afternoon, Uchiha Aokong decisively put away his bedding and allowed his body to navigate the sensations of injury through the art of body flicker. Indeed, without the protection of blankets, he discovered a remarkable acceleration in his mastery of the technique, albeit accompanied by a swift increase in his physical scars. By sunset, Aokong's body bore no unblemished flesh. Although he disdained the actions of the higher-ups in Konoha, he dutifully reported to the Hokage's office the next day. He no longer wished to engage in the power struggles of the Uchiha and Konoha. Having expressed his thoughts, he now left the future developments to Uchiha Fugaku. As a mere low-ranking shinobi, he was no longer inclined to worry for the clan leader or the upper echelons of Konoha. Upon returning home after a night of revelry, Uchiha Aokong felt a profound sense of regret. Since his arrival in this world, he had refrained from participating in any significant events, thus maintaining a relatively reliable timeline in his memory. However, after the tumult of the clan meeting, he found himself utterly uncertain of the future trajectory of the shinobi world. Should this lead to the premature demise of the Uchiha clan, he would have unwittingly dug his own grave. The anxiety about the future intensified his desire to enhance his strength, and the safest and most expedient method to do so was through the study of divine techniques from the Heavenly Book. The merit accrued held immense significance for the Heavenly Book, making the rapid acquisition of merit a priority for Uchiha Aokong. Undertaking missions not only promised generous rewards, but also the chance to earn droplets of merit, a dual benefit he was not inclined to overlook. Observing the vibrant energy of Uchiha Aokong, Aburame Shimi was taken aback. He was well aware of the unfairness of the relocation plan concerning the Uchiha clan. In his view, a young man like Aokong might erupt in anger upon hearing about the relocation plan, though his composed demeanor suggested he had been well-mannered. Did Aokong truly remain unaware of the relocation plan? He pondered. Despite his curiosity, Aburame Shimi donned his sunglasses, exuding indifference as he assigned a new D-rank mission to the trio. This mission differed from the one they had accepted the previous week. It involved the cleanup of a foul-smelling river. Faced with the stench of the river, the three felt despondent, their mental defenses once again shattered by Aburame Shimi's nonchalance. Holding their noses, they braced themselves to retrieve the litter from the waters. Yunyu Shirwei is by no means a heartless individual. Prior to embarking on the task of retrieving refuse, he first instructed the trio in the art of treading water and holding their breath. While the method is commendable, not everyone possesses the innate talent of Uchiha Aozora, who seems to master every skill effortlessly. Uchiha Aozora stood confidently in the river, holding his breath with ease as he skillfully retrieved piece after piece of garbage, casting them onto the shore. After a brief practice, Inuzuka Aya and Tsukikage felt uneasy allowing Aozora to undertake the task alone. Thus they clumsily waded into the water to assist in the litter collection. However, before they could gather more than a few pieces of debris, Inuzuka Aya faltered in holding her breath and, overwhelmed by the noxious stench, fainted instantly. Had it not been for Yunyu Shirwei's swift intervention, she might have succumbed to the foul waters. Tsukikage fared little better, although he excelled at breath-holding. His chakra control was lacking. A momentary lapse in footing caused him to tumble into the river, and after swallowing a couple of mouthfuls of the rancid water, his frail constitution necessitated a trip to the Konoha hospital. With both companions incapacitated, Uchiha Aozora was left to continue the arduous task alone, utilizing his shadow clones to expedite the process. Thanks to his formidable chakra control, he managed to hold his breath perfectly, remaining above water as he accomplished this daunting task single-handedly. Though he became immune to the foul odor while cleaning the river, Aozora's attire was utterly ruined, the pungent stench proving impossible to wash away. Moreover, had it not been for the scorching chakra circulating through his body, flushing out numerous toxins, he feared he too might have begun to emit an unpleasant odor. Nevertheless, Uchiha Aozora felt a sense of joy, for upon completing the river's cleanup, he was rewarded with 3 droplets of golden water. Whether this was a token of gratitude from Tsukikage and Inuzuka Aya, or a manifestation of merit for environmental stewardship remained uncertain. Without the luxury of experimentation, the following day, Team 3 seamlessly transitioned to their next task, capturing a pet cat. Over the ensuing days, the team undertook a series of missions, including delivering messages, searching for lost items, and clearing the training grounds. Throughout these endeavors, Yunyu Shirwei seized every opportunity to mentor the trio. During the cat capturing mission, he imparted wisdom on tracking foes, mastering stealth, and the nuances of teamwork. While delivering messages, he taught them how to optimize their long-distance running, the appropriate timing for utilizing military rations, and how to conserve and deploy their stamina. In the quest for lost items, he instructed them on observation and deduction. As they cleared the training grounds, he educated them on the perils of the battlefield, the intricacies of trap setting, and the taboos associated with battlefield cleanup. Furthermore, if the trio completed their tasks ahead of schedule, Yin Shui would hold extra sessions specifically to share invaluable practical combat experiences, such as the timing of ninjutsu release and the rhythm of battle. Although the week was exhausting and the tasks remained fundamental, Uchiha Aozora and his companions no longer felt boredom. Under the attentive guidance of Yin Shui, each day brought them a profound sense of fulfillment as they recognized their own progress. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the billowing white clouds, painting them a fiery crimson akin to flames. Using his shadow clone to retrieve the last explosive tag detected, Uchiha Aozora let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "It seems the training ground has been thoroughly cleared." Inuzuka Aya wrinkled her nose and sniffed, stating, "There should be no other explosive tags left." Tsukikage Shippu lifted the magnet in his hand and added, "All scattered ninja tools have been collected as well." "Excellent. Therefore, I hereby declare the task of clearing the training ground complete. Let us return to report our mission." "No need. The mission hall is empty now." Yin Shui suddenly appeared atop a large tree. Aozora glanced at the sky, noting that it was dusk. Although there was still some light, the summer days were long, and it was already past 6 o'clock. "You all did remarkably well." After showering them with praise, Yin Shui continued, "Though you have yet to complete all D-rank missions, you have now accomplished all the representative D-rank tasks. You may choose your tasks from now on. See you next week." With that, Yin Shui vanished like a mirage from the tree. Observing this, Uchiha Aozora sighed. The teacher's body flicker technique is truly impressive. Body flicker technique. Inuzuka Aya looked at Aozora with confusion. He nodded and explained, "Indeed, it is the body flicker technique. The slight tremor of the tree just now was caused by the teacher's chakra burst." Tsukikage Shippu couldn't help but give Uchiha Aozora a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Aozora, your insight is becoming increasingly sharper." Who knows if he is just bragging? Inuzuka Aya remained skeptical. Uchiha Aozora shook his head, unleashing his chakra beneath his feet. And in the next moment, he appeared in the distance, disappearing from their sight after a few moments. After a while, Inuzuka Aya stiffly turned to Tsukikage Shippu and asked, "Did he just use the body flicker technique?" Tsukikage Shippu, equally astonished, widened his eyes and uncertainly replied, "It should be." After sharing a glance, they both saw disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. After vanishing from their view, Uchiha Aozora ran home at a normal speed. With no one around, he decided to drop the pretense. After all, no matter how much chakra he possessed, he could not maintain the body flicker technique for an extended period. Thinking of his friend's astonished expressions filled Aozora with joy. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, Aozora also slowed his pace. Being within the clan grounds, he knew that leaping and climbing would lead to severe consequences. After taking a couple of steps, he noticed a large group of Uchiha women gathered, each carrying baskets of vegetables. Just as he intended to bypass them, he overheard phrases like relocation and compensation. Intrigued, Aozora approached. It turned out that the relocation plan had been finalized and was currently being posted in the clan's announcement board. The clan's ninja had tacitly accepted the reality of the relocation after the clan meeting, and Aozora was eager to learn the opinions of the ordinary clansmen. "What? The village wants us to relocate? Why? We are living just fine here. If we move to Managawa, it will take us an extra half hour just to go shopping. But it's not without compensation. The village will not only build us houses in Managawa, but has also promised double the market value for our properties." Surrounding the announcement board were the women from various families, who, despite their reluctance towards the relocation plan, were quite pleased with the generous compensation offered by the village. Such generosity, even I am moved by it. Uchiha Aozora glanced ahead at the announcement. In an effort to alleviate the resistance among the Uchiha clan regarding their relocation, the village decided to first construct suitable housing for them at the new site before the actual move. This would allow for a seamless transition, making it incredibly convenient. Furthermore, the village promised substantial compensation for the Uchiha. Those who agreed to relocate would have their land measured in conjunction with the police department, receiving compensation amounting to twice the local property prices. Uchiha Aozora calculated the approximate compensation in his mind. With a house and yard covering around 300 square meters, and local property prices estimated at 9,000 taels per square meter, Does this mean I could receive 7 million taels in compensation? This sum is quite considerable. With Shisui absent, wouldn't this money be mine to manage? The thought brought a smile to Aozora's face. Although he recognized that the relocation was a negative development, the allure of the compensation was undeniable. For an average family in Konoha, 7 million taels is an astronomical figure, even within the Uchiha clan. Few could easily dismiss such a fortune. Of course, not every Uchiha household would possess a residence as expansive as Aozora's, yet typically each family has its own dwelling, with even the smallest properties exceeding 150 square meters, securing compensation of over 1 million taels. With such generous recompense on the table, Aozora believed that the vast majority of ordinary clansmen would be tempted. However, could Konoha truly afford such an enormous sum? With over 100 households in the Uchiha clan, that would amount to 200 or 300 million taels. Aozora shook his head at this thought, dismissing it. Prior to the family meeting, he had believed that the collective strength of the clan could prevent a tragic fate. Yet, after being immobilized by Uchiha Fugaku, he understood that in the ninja world, power speaks the loudest. Therefore, he ceased his opposition to the relocation. Regardless of the outcome, it was clear that Konoha would eventually clash with the Uchiha. If consenting to the relocation could yield him over 2 million taels, he had no objections. After all, he was indeed in need of funds. That amount would suffice to purchase chakra-conducting metal. Upon returning home, Uchiha Aozora could not stop contemplating the matter, to the extent that he failed in his attempts to convert chakra into fire attribute. The uncontrollable fire chakra surged through his meridians like a wild horse. He had no choice but to circulate the chakra within his dantian to contain it. After a while, Aozora managed to regain control over the fire chakra, but by then, his meridians were already marred with injuries. Focusing inward, he discovered that his meridians appeared as if scalded, with some areas even developing blisters. What is happening? Am I truly becoming consumed by my own power? I cannot continue my fire training. If I persist in purifying my chakra, the next loss of control could lead to far worse injuries, perhaps even ignite myself. My training methodology is flawed. The essence, energy, and spirit fire should not be practiced separately. Without a robust physique, how could one endure the searing heat of true fire? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Aozora recognized where the issue lay. It was time to focus on strengthening his body. But how should he pursue this training? Does the merit drop enhance the true fire of samadhi? As soon as the thought arose, Uchiha Aokon promptly dismissed it. The true fire of samadhi likely does not encompass methods for body refinement. Otherwise, there would exist techniques for refining one's energy. He continuously pondered over the knowledge he possessed and the supernatural arts bestowed by the heavenly tome, only to realize that aside from guiding energy cultivation, he had no skills related to body refinement. Shaking his head in silence, Uchiha Aokon rummaged through the wooden box containing his collection of ninjutsu scrolls. After a swift review, he found that apart from a slight mention of body techniques in the three-gate sword art, there were no other scrolls pertaining to body techniques. Out of 23 scrolls, not a single one addressed the training of the body. Did they not understand that the body is the foundation of revolution? No wonder the Uchiha coup failed. Incensed, Aokon could not help but utter a few words of disdain. Ultimately, he sighed, locked the box, and returned it to its place. In the realm of Konoha's body techniques, there were essentially the steel fist style and the gentle fist style. The gentle fist was out of the question. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans were as opposed as fire and water. It would be a miracle if they did not end up fighting. As for the steel fist, the 8 gates. Upon recalling the 8 gates, Uchiha Aokon felt a surge of enthusiasm. It was not the 8 gates themselves that excited him. He had no desire to learn a technique that consumed one's life force. Rather, he was fervent about Might Guy's body refinement techniques. While others saw the glory of Might Guy unleashing the 8 gates, Uchiha Aokon understood the extraordinary physical prowess required to open them. In truth, even without the 8 gates, Guy's later prowess in body techniques alone was sufficient to classify him as an elite jonin. Uchiha Aokon was convinced that the Might family surely possessed their own unique body refinement techniques. Determination and hard work might be pivotal for Might Due and Might Guy's success. Yet they were by no means the sole factors. Without sound, scientific methods, the intense training depicted in manga might overwhelm even the bodies of the Uzumaki clan. It seemed he must seek out Guy. Fortunately, passionate youths are often easily deceived. Uchiha Aokon could instantly conceive 100 ways to befriend Guy. Perhaps overly complex methods would prove futile. Thus, he resolved to employ the approach of not knowing one another until they fought. He would find an opportunity to spar with him, then extend a handshake in reconciliation, subsequently proposing joint training. Having devised a method to enhance his physical capabilities, Uchiha Qingkong settled into a meditative position, entering the sea of spirit. Although the merit drops were ineffective in strengthening the body, he did not wish to allow them to linger in the heavenly tome any longer. He understood that money is only useful when spent, and the same applied to merit drops. Within Uchiha Qingkong's sea of spirit, a page of the unwritten book hung at the center. On this page, 5 golden drops of water swam around like tadpoles. Of these 5 golden drops, 3 were acquired through river cleansing, while the other 2 came from delivering messages and locating lost items. Observing the dancing golden drops, Qingkong's spirits soared. Within a mere week, he had accumulated 5 golden drops. If utilized wisely, these drops could sufficiently enhance at least one supernatural technique. Which technique should he refine? Guiding energy cultivation, for it is fundamental. Every supernatural technique requires energy to activate. Similarly, in the ninja world, all ninjutsu necessitates chakra. However, after thoroughly perfecting the guiding technique for chakra cultivation, should one enhance the recovery speed of chakra, or will it, akin to the shadow clone technique, evolve further into advanced methods? The semblance has now taken on a pale golden hue. Based on the previous integration of merit, it appears that what remains to be fulfilled pertains to the knowledge of altering meridians and bones. At that point, upon transformation, even the Byakugan or Sharingan would likely be unable to discern the truth from the falsehood. The Samadhi true fire need not be considered for now. All efforts are futile until the body is adequately trained. As for the manipulation of tools, I have already acquired the method to wield ordinary implements. The remaining knowledge should pertain to the control of spiritual artifacts. However, I currently lack the chakra-conducting metal, so I shall pass. The shadow clone technique has been completed. Reflecting on the external manifestation, Qingkong Uchiha paused in contemplation for a moment. Never mind. The external manifestation currently possesses only a hint of shadow, entirely reliant on merit for completion, the cost of which remains unknown. I will first gather shadow clones of the 5 elemental attributes to see if I can fulfill some requirements. As for the Yin-Yang Eye, I believe that further advancement of the Sharingan will yield new insights. For now, utilizing merit feels somewhat wasteful. After much deliberation, Qingkong Uchiha eliminated most options, leaving only the guiding technique for chakra cultivation and the semblance as the 2 available mystical arts. After further consideration, he also dismissed the semblance. The instances for employing transformation techniques are few, and there are no opportunities to don a disguise. I shall revisit this later. Having made a choice, Qingkong Uchiha no longer hesitated, directly envisioning the guiding technique for chakra cultivation in the celestial tome. Gazing at the 4 familiar pale golden ancient characters, he felt a surge of emotion. Since refining chakra at the age of 5 and encountering these 4 ancient characters, his sense of uncertainty within the ninja world has greatly diminished. The archaic pages and the pale golden characters, akin to old friends, provided him with solace in this unfamiliar realm. As Qingkong Uchiha was lost in thought, the golden droplets swiftly darted towards the 4 pale golden characters like fish sensing blood, eagerly merging into the ancient characters one after another. The luster of the droplets gradually faded, while the gold of the pale golden characters deepened. Once the characters transformed into a gilded hue, only 1 drop of merit remained from the original 5. This solitary drop continued to strive to merge with the ancient characters. Yet, no matter how hard it exerted itself, it could not penetrate the 4 ancient characters. Ultimately, the golden droplet reluctantly relinquished its pursuit of the gilded characters and continued to meander across the pages. Observing this, Qingkong Uchiha felt a wave of regret and murmured, "It seems merit can only complete mystical arts. To trigger new mystical arts, I must rely on my own efforts." Just after this sigh, Qingkong Uchiha eagerly extended his hand towards the gilded version of the guiding technique for chakra cultivation. A series of characters appeared in his mind, forming coherent paragraphs. Scenes unfolded in his consciousness, playing in succession. After quite some time, Qingkong Uchiha opened his eyes, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly worthy of the gilded version. It has indeed transformed profoundly." The new version of the guiding technique for chakra cultivation did not introduce a plethora of new knowledge. It merely adapted the technique. which could originally only be cultivated through specific movements, into a version suitable for practice while sitting, standing, or walking. In comparison to the original, the gilded version's cultivation efficiency was somewhat reduced, amounting to only half of the original's efficacy. Nevertheless, Qingkong Uchiha remained utterly delighted. When conditions permit, he can naturally cultivate using the original version, yet during times when cultivation was previously unattainable, he can now practice with the gilded version of the guiding breath technique. His physique is inherently more robust than that of an average person, allowing him to refine a greater quantity of chakra. Now, as he engages in the gilded version of the guiding breath technique, he can refine chakra while others sleep, while they walk, and even while they dine. The duration of his chakra refinement in a single day surpasses that of others by several folds, thus creating a significant disparity in chakra quantity compared to other ninjas. Most importantly, he no longer needs to endure sleepless nights for cultivation. He can now cultivate in his slumber, alleviating his elder brother's worries about dark circles under his eyes. Eagerly, Qingkong commenced his practice according to the ancient texts, beginning with the sleeping posture. He lay on his side, head oriented towards the east, resembling a crouching dog or a coiled dragon, with his right arm bent as a pillow and his left hand resting on his navel. He extended his left leg while curling his right leg back. Once in position, Qingkong gradually began to breathe in accordance with the teachings of the ancient texts. As the rhythm of his breath aligned with the prescribed method, he summoned a portion of chakra from his dantian to initiate its circulation. Initially, this chakra required his conscious control, but after completing one full cycle, he released his hold, and astonishingly, the chakra continued its journey along the designated path with each breath. With every full rotation, a new strand of chakra would merge into his dantian. Observing this, Qingkong ceased to strain himself, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. However, upon the dawn, he dreamt a peculiar dream, one of insatiable hunger. His stomach, driven by starvation, evolved a large mouth that voraciously devoured everything in sight. Awakened by this alarming dream, Qingkong realized he was indeed hungry. His stomach growled in rebellion, urging him to act. Unable to bear the hunger, he hastily rushed into the kitchen, neglecting his morning routine, and swiftly prepared some food to satiate his appetite. After consuming 3 bowls of noodles, he finally felt revitalized, momentarily forgetting about the guiding breath technique and the need to refine energy into essence. He resolved to indulge in more late-night snacks before his next cultivation session. No, he realized, he should not only increase his intake at night, but also during the day. He ought to keep an assortment of snacks at hand. This implies that I have passively acquired a constitution that allows me to eat without gaining weight. This thought elevated Qingkong's spirits, albeit at the cost of financial expenditure. Today, he decided to seek financial means and inquire about the compensation for relocation. After lounging for 2 minutes post-meal, he returned to his room to freshen up, donning a robe adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on the back. As today was a day of rest, the clan leader was expected to remain at home. Thus, Qingkong ambled towards the clan leader's residence, each step measured as if he were surveying the land, with precision in both his pace and stride. Having already experimented with the sleeping posture last night, he now began to practice the walking posture of the gilded version of the guiding breath technique. At 13 years of age, Qingkong, who had developed well, now stood at a height of 163 meters, not considered short by any means. Dressed in a fitted long robe, he strolled along the path of the clan, his handsome visage capturing the attention of many young maidens. Shortly thereafter, Aoki navigated the winding path until he arrived at the grand residence of the Uchiha clan. The gates of the Uchiha Fugaku's estate stood ajar, allowing a glimpse of Mikoto playfully engaging with her sons, Sasuke and Itachi, in the courtyard. To amuse his younger brother, Itachi donned a charming cat headpiece, his already adorable demeanor now utterly enchanting. Aoki knocked gently on the door to announce his presence, standing at the threshold to observe the playful scene of mother and sons. Upon hearing the knock, Itachi reluctantly halted his frolic with Sasuke, forcing a smile as he approached the visitor. Upon recognizing Aoki, his strained smile transformed into a frown, evidently still harboring memories of last week's family meeting. Uchiha Aoki, may I inquire about your reason for visiting? He asked, maintaining the necessary decorum, albeit with a change in address. Aoki merely chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Oh, just last week you were calling me Aoki and I. Have you forgotten me so quickly in a mere week? Itachi, at a loss for words, merely huffed softly and turned his face away. Amused by Itachi's tsundere demeanor, Aoki laughed heartily. And where is the esteemed clan leader? I have matters to discuss with him. Itachi replied, Father has gone to Managawa to inspect the progress of the new clan territory. I see. Aoki pondered for a moment before stating, I shall go to Managawa to find him. With a wave of farewell, he turned to leave. Watching Aoki's retreating figure, Itachi contemplated for a moment before rushing to his mother's side. Mother, I am going to Managawa to see father. Mikoto responded gently, Very well. Make sure to remind your father to return early for lunch together at home. Understood, Itachi replied, casting a lingering glance at Sasuke before dashing out the door. Not long after, Itachi spotted Aoki leisurely making his way towards Managawa. He swiftly caught up to Aoki's side, choosing to walk in silence behind him. The distance to Managawa from the current Uchiha estate was considerable, and Aoki wished to break the silence that hung in the air. Itachi-kun, do you harbor any dislike towards me? He teased. Not at all, Itachi replied coolly. Then why the frosty demeanor? You were not always so distant with me. At this, Aoki feigned a melodramatic expression of sorrow and continued. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, your affections could wane so easily? With such behavior, you may find it difficult to attract a girlfriend in the future. Itachi could no longer maintain his stoic expression, his cheeks flushing crimson. Aoki and I, please don't say such things. Seeing Itachi's blushing face, Aoki couldn't resist pinching his cheeks lightly. Unfortunately, before he could fully relish the moment, Itachi wriggled free. Once liberated from Aoki's playful grip, Itachi huffed and distanced himself. Observing Itachi's indignant expression, Aoki's spirits soared, prompting him to chuckle heartily. After a brief moment of laughter, Aoki composed himself and said, Itachi, feel free to speak your mind. Shisui considers you a brother, and I have never regarded you as an outsider. Upon hearing these words, Itachi looked up at Aoki, who offered a warm smile. Their eyes meeting in a moment of understanding. Itachi possessed a keen intuition, enabling him to discern the kindness reflected in Aokigahara's eyes. This prompted a nostalgic recollection of the moments when Uchiha Shisui had taught him and Uchiha Aokigahara the art of shuriken throwing. During those times, Shisui always exhibited an inexhaustible repertoire of throwing techniques, while Aokigahara had an uncanny ability to produce various snacks from his sealing scrolls. Reminiscing about Aokigahara's past kindness made Itachi feel a slight blush as he said, Aokigahara, I am truly sorry. Huh? Aokigahara responded, bewildered, what's wrong? Why do you feel sorry towards me? With sincerity, Itachi replied, you were so good to me in the past. I should not have treated you that way. I see. Aokigahara nodded, then, dismissively remarked, children have their tempers. After all, it's understandable. Just like when Sasuke gets angry with you. Do you feel upset with him? Not at all. Itachi asserted, but Sasuke doesn't understand. Aokigahara chuckled heartily and shook his head. Though he said nothing further, Itachi instantly grasped that in Aokigahara's eyes. He too was merely an immature child. Itachi refrained from arguing. What could he say? That he was already 6 years old and had matured? The two walked in silence for a while until Itachi finally broke the quietude, saying, during the Third Shinobi World War, my father took me to the front lines. Upon hearing this, Aokigahara slowed his pace and leaned in to listen. By war's end, the soil had turned a deep reddish-brown, with blood flowing into crevices, unable to coagulate. The sky remained shrouded in gloom, and withered branches bore dismembered limbs, unrecognizable. Listen, Itachi, his father had said, do not forget the sight before you. I have not forgotten. Rather, I have etched it indelibly in my memory. Seeing Itachi lost in sorrow, Aokigahara felt a pang of compassion. He was merely a 6-year-old child. In another life, children of that age played house in kindergarten, while Uchiha Itachi pondered the weighty matters of war and peace. Aokigahara. Itachi suddenly looked up earnestly into Aokigahara's eyes. The sincerity in Itachi's gaze softened Aokigahara's tone as he asked, what is it? I recognize the cruelty of war, and I hope you will not disrupt this hard-won peace. Itachi expressed earnestly. In response, Aokigahara did not answer immediately. He merely ruffled Itachi's hair and said, Itachi, this is beyond your and my decision. Glancing at Itachi's unwilling expression, Aokigahara sighed and added, I will refrain from discussing such matters at the clan assembly again. My purpose for visiting the clan leader today was to inform him that I have agreed to the relocation plan. At this revelation, Itachi's face brightened with joy. Observing this, Akigahara continued, Itachi, I am delighted that you can perceive the world from the family's perspective at such a tender age. Hearing this, Itachi gleefully clasped his hands behind his back. However, Akigahara followed up with, Yet, you are too biased towards the village. The relationship between the individual and the collective is complex. War and peace are not as simplistic as you perceive. The individual and the collective are interdependent. On one hand, individuals exist within a collective and cannot detach from it. On the other hand, the collective is comprised of individuals. Every action and word of an individual influences the collective's interests and development. Without individuals, there is no collective. Without a family, there is no shinobi village. When a village sacrifices the interests of a certain family to maintain peace, it signifies that the village has reached a critical juncture that necessitates change. If it does not transform, the village will inevitably succumb to disintegration. After speaking, Aozora proceeded towards the Nagakawa River, leaving Itachi in a daze as he watched Aozora's retreating figure. Moments later, Itachi caught up but refrained from persuading Aozora further, choosing instead to silently follow in his wake. By the banks of the Nagakawa, the atmosphere was unusually lively. The once tranquil and harmonious grassy banks were now bustling with activity, as ninjas demonstrated their formidable strength in construction. Mobilized by the village, numerous ninjas took on construction tasks. Fire release ninjas cleared weeds. Earth release ninjas leveled the ground, while those skilled in taijutsu transported massive boulders and trees through the chaos. On a nearby hillside, Uchiha Fugaku observed the diligent ninjas at work. Envisioning the emergence of a new clan territory, his usually serious demeanor tinged with hope. As he contemplated the future layout of the clan's new domain, he suddenly spotted Aozora and Itachi approaching from a distance. Upon reaching the hilltop, Aozora's gaze swept the area and noticed, besides Uchiha Fugaku, another familiar clan member. This individual, with short black hair and a distinctive mark on his forehead, stood poised with a long sword at his back, none other than the prodigious Uchiha Taiho of the new generation. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned grave as he addressed Aozora in a low voice. Uchiha Aozora, what brings you here? Aozora furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that his previous remarks at the clan meeting had thoroughly offended the clan leader. Lord Fugaku, I have come specifically to seek you out. I noticed the announcement regarding the relocation of our clan and have a few inquiries, Aozora replied calmly. What questions do you have? Uchiha Fugaku responded, his tone curt. Aozora, sensing the clan leader's disdain for him, directly stated, I am not here to oppose the relocation plan. Rather, I wish to inquire about the distribution of the relocation compensation and the timeline for its issuance. Uchiha Fugaku, taken aback, regarded him with surprise before retorting coldly. I had thought you were merely short-sighted, yet still loyal to the clan. I did not expect that you would forsake your own principles for the sake of compensation. In response to Fugaku's words, Aozora remained unperturbed, saying, What of it? Whether I do or do not, you do not wish for me to continue opposing the relocation plan, do you? My actions align with your desires. Observing Aozora's nonchalant demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku scoffed. The compensation will be distributed uniformly after the entire clan has relocated. Upon hearing this, Aozora's brow furrowed. Only after the relocation? He inquired. Indeed, Fugaku retorted, redirecting his gaze back to the construction site in the distance. Upon receiving this news, Aozora's expression darkened. From the moment he saw the relocation announcement, he sensed a deception. The higher-ups of Konoha might be scheming to exploit the Uchiha. Given the current state of affairs, where Konoha was genuinely embroiled in conflict with Kumogakure, expenses for provisions, military supplies, and compensation were flowing like water. In such a dire situation, how could the village possibly afford to compensate the Uchiha? Once the relocation was complete, if Konoha outright denied any compensation, what recourse would the Uchiha have but to swallow that bitter pill? Even if one does not deny it, to state plainly that other clans have received no compensation. Is it for the sake of peace that the Uchiha still desires it? Let us consider a hypothetical scenario where the village asserts that it is a time of exceptional circumstances, urging the Uchiha to be understanding. What choices would the Uchiha be left with? It is evidently clear that this compensation will never be dispersed to the Uchiha. Thus, Qingkong declared, I am in urgent need of the compensation. If it is not dispersed, I shall refuse to relocate. Compensation funds are typically issued prior to relocation. He had never heard of them being issued afterward. Konoha seeks to exploit the situation, and while he cannot halt the relocation plan, he will certainly not relinquish the benefits he rightfully deserves. What? Uchiha Fugaku turned back and questioned. Aokong, undeterred, locked eyes with Uchiha Fugaku and articulated with emphasis. If the compensation is not disbursed, I will not relocate. Upon hearing this, Itachi looked at Aokong in disbelief and said, Brother Aokong, how can you say such a thing? Our father has relinquished his claim to ease the village's burden. Why do you insist on pressuring the village? At this moment, Uchiha Taihō could not restrain his disdain for Aokong. Aokong, upon hearing these words, cast a disappointed glance at Itachi, realizing that his earlier words had fallen on deaf ears. Faced with the trio's confusion, inquiries, and scorn, Aokong remained impassive and calmly stated, Then I must insist on receiving the compensation first. If the clan leader himself does not accept the compensation, who would dare to claim it afterward? You have earned a reputation for integrity, but what of the other clansmen? Moving from the city center of Konoha to the outskirts means an additional half-hour just to procure groceries. Do we not require this compensation? Itachi, hearing Aokong's clever arguments, wished to refute them but found himself at a loss for words, his face flushing with indignation. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Fugaku responded, I have been remiss in my considerations. Father, Itachi exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion as he looked at his father. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand to silence his son's query and addressed Aokong. I shall keep your refusal of the compensation confidential. After a pause, he continued, I can also arrange for your compensation to be given to you in advance. But, Aokong interjected, I understand the rules. I will not make a fuss. Having said this, Aokong pressed further, could my compensation be exchanged for an equivalent amount of chakra-conducting metal? Uchiha Fugaku regarded him with disdain, replying, Very well. The chakra-conducting metal will be delivered to your residence this afternoon. Conduct yourself accordingly. Aokong then replied, Thank you, clan leader. As he turned to leave, he reminded, Is there an official announcement regarding the compensation? I have only seen the notice for the clan's territory. It should not merely be the verbal assurances of a few elders. Uchiha Fugaku appeared contemplative. Itachi, meanwhile, glared at Aokong's receding figure in anger. Not long after Aokong departed, Uchiha Taihō bowed and said, Clan leader, I need to step away for a moment. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, Go ahead. Once Uchiha Taihō had left, Itachi asked, Father, why did you agree to give Aokong the compensation in advance without consulting the village? Uchiha Fugaku, hands clasped behind his back, replied, It is unnecessary to seek the village's consent. I shall cover it for now. Aokong is the younger brother of Shisui, and given that his actions are under scrutiny, if he were to lead a resistance against the relocation plan, it would create an unfavorable impression. Upon hearing this, Itachi's small face still bore a hint of indignation as he remarked, Is that so? Aozora is truly lacking in foresight. He just assured me on the way here that he would not obstruct the relocation plan. Observing his eldest son's irate demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku offered words of comfort, saying, Do not worry, someone will enlighten him. Itachi pondered for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization as he exclaimed, Is it Brother Tetsuhan? Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku cast a satisfied glance at Itachi and replied, Indeed, you are truly my son. Meanwhile, after receiving his compensation, Aozora felt the exhilarating rush of newfound wealth. His spirit buoyant as he hurried home. Suddenly, he came to a halt and said, You have arrived. Indeed, I have, came the reply from Uchiha Tetsuhan, who had suddenly appeared atop a tree 20 meters away. Aozora shifted his gaze toward him and stated coolly, You should not be here. Uchiha Tetsuhan, arms crossed and leaning against the great tree, retorted, I had no choice but to come. Before Aozora could respond, he continued, I misjudged you. A week ago, I believed that despite your differing views from your brother, you both had the family's best interests at heart. Yet, I was mistaken. You are nothing but a greedy little man, and I am ashamed to be acquainted with someone like you. You do not deserve to be Uchiha Shisui's brother. As Uchiha Tetsuhan ranted on, Aozora could not help but interject, Brother, your monologue is excessive and is ruining the aura of expertise I have so painstakingly cultivated. In his confusion, Uchiha Tetsuhan was taken aback, but Aozora boldly declared, Moreover, do you think I desire to be the foolish brother of Uchiha Shisui? Hearing this, Uchiha Tetsuhan was consumed with rage, his dark eyes transforming into the iconic Sharingan. How dare you utter such words? I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Shisui. With that, Tetsuhan unleashed a surge of chakra beneath his feet and surged towards Aozora in an instant. For a ninja, the 20-meter distance was negligible. Before the distant shadow had even dissipated, Tetsuhan was already upon Aozora. Such swiftness was beyond the capabilities of a mere newly graduated genin to withstand. However, Aozora, despite being a recent graduate, possessed strength that far surpassed his rank. Each morning, he diligently practiced his Yang-I, which, while not advancing the Sharingan to a higher level, had sharpened his vision and enhanced his dynamic sight. Although Tetsuhan's speed was formidable, every movement he made was captured by Aozora's keen gaze. With a subtle shift of his body to the left, Aozora crossed his arms to adopt a defensive posture, successfully blocking Tetsuhan's sudden and fierce kick. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, yet within the span of his hands, for shurikens materialized. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 shurikens were unleashed in an instant, weaving together like a net and forcing Tetsuhan to evade to the side. As the distance between them widened, Aozora hurled a kunai. This kunai was not as feeble as the earlier shurikens. As it sliced through the air, it produced a thunderous sound. The moment Tetsuhan perceived the kunai's approach, he sensed grave danger. In his Sharingan, the weapon appeared to move with astonishing speed, trailing an afterimage. Alerted, he swiftly formed a substitution seal. Bang! A large piece of substitute wood was pierced by a shuriken, shattering into fragments under the force of the impact. At that moment, the fiery opponent had already relocated to a nearby tree. Observing yet another miss by the shuriken, Aozora felt somewhat speechless. Ever since mastering the technique of manipulating tools, his shuriken throwing skills had gradually eclipsed the once revered Great Fireball technique, a method renowned for its mercy in the ninja world. Aside from obliterating shadow clones, his only target was the substitute wood. How benevolent his shuriken was. The shattered substitute wood dispersed into splinters, prompting Tetsuka to wipe non-existent sweat from his brow. Though his expression remained stoic, he was tumultuous within. What manner of shuriken technique was this? How could it be executed with such speed? As a genius of the Uchiha clan, he had immense confidence in his throwing techniques. However, Aozora's shuriken had utterly dismantled his pride. Before such velocity, all throwing skills appeared ostentatious and ineffectual. Possessing such dazzling prowess in shuriken throwing, could one truly be so small-minded? Despite his doubts, Tetsuka was unwilling to conclude their battle. He stretched his limbs and remarked, "I never anticipated that you, dubbed the underdog, would possess such formidable strength." In just a brief exchange, he had discerned that his opponent was far from a mere rookie. Not only was the shuriken throwing razor-sharp, but the defense against his whip kick was equally impeccable. With that in mind, he felt no need to suppress his strength any longer. As his words faded, Tetsuka swiftly formed hand seals. Aozora immediately recognized the hand signs for the Great Fireball technique and resolved to respond with the same jutsu. Si Wei, Shun Hai Wuin. Si Wei, Shun Hai Wuin. The two performed their seals in succession. Observing Aozora's choice of the Great Fireball technique, Tetsuka's estimation of him diminished considerably. The timing for casting was already behind, and given the speed of his hand seals, how could he possibly defend himself? Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. The two fireballs erupted from Tetsuka and Aozora in succession, hurtling toward each other. It was evident that Aozora's fireball was launched a moment later. Under normal circumstances, the collision would favor Tetsuka, inflicting damage upon Aozora. However, to Tetsuka's astonishment, Aozora's fireball was not only larger but also more intense, hurtling with greater velocity. Boom! Aozora's fireball surged forth, colliding with Tetsuka's in the center, closer to Tetsuka's side. The point of impact instantly created a large crater, and the searing winds radiated outward, distorting the nearby air due to the sudden spike in temperature. Feeling the scorching gusts approaching him, Tetsuka realized that he had fallen into a disadvantage in this duel of jutsu. Aozora's massive fireball, after the collision, devoured Tetsuka's fireball and advanced relentlessly, ultimately engulfing Tetsuka. Witnessing Tetsuka being consumed by flames, only to transform into a piece of substitute wood with a resounding thud, which then turned to ash in the inferno. Aozora couldn't help but smirk. This time, the Great Fireball technique had leveled the playing field. As for mercy, the Great Fireball did not discriminate. All present were mere fodder. Twice compelled to employ the substitution technique, Uchiha Tetsuhira felt a surge of anger, grinding his teeth and muttering, infuriating. He could not abide being dominated by someone younger than himself, particularly a petty individual masquerading his self-serving interests under the guise of familial duty. Once more, the chakra surged beneath his feet as Uchiha Tetsahira charged toward the azure sky. In the midst of his sprint, he deftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. With a resounding boom, 3 Uchiha Tetsahira emerged from the smoke. They encircled the opponent from the left, center, and right. The trio spread out, making it impossible to launch a fire-style jutsu effectively. Aware that activating his Sharingan would not help him discern the real body, Aoki chose not to waste chakra and retreated instead. Facing the 3 Uchiha Tetsahira, he propelled himself backward, leveraging the force of his movements. However, this approach defied human biomechanics, and soon Aoki found himself gradually enclosed by Tetsahira and his shadow clones. As the 3 clones approached within 20 meters, Aoki finally made his move. Tetsahira and his clones fixated intently on Aoki's hands, yet they perceived merely the motion of Aoki's sweeping sleeve. In the next instant, they heard the sound of a kunai slicing through the air. With a resounding pop, the rightmost Tetsahira dissipated into smoke. The remaining 2 displayed no signs of fear, continuing their advance on Aoki. Suddenly, the left Tetsahira leaped into the air, simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire-style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. From his mouth erupted a barrage of flames, while his right hand summoned a flurry of rapidly spinning shurikens, which flew into the inferno, enveloped in flames as they sped toward Aoki. Recognizing the potency of this technique, Aoki refrained from confronting it head-on. A burst of chakra surged beneath his feet as he utilized the body flicker technique to evade Tetsahira's onslaught. After successfully escaping, Aoki unleashed a compassionate kunai to dispatch the airborne shadow clone. The remaining Uchiha Tetsahira paused, momentarily taken aback, before promptly employing the body flicker technique to pursue. However, given the similar nature of their techniques and the proximity of their circumstances, how could the pursuer ever catch up to the fleeing individual? The one in flight had 3 directions, forward, left, and right, from which to choose, always retaining the advantage of initiative. Furthermore, as the chase unfolded, Aoki continued to unleash threatening kunai, rendering Tetsahira's options increasingly precarious. Thus, Tetsahira pursued while Aoki evaded, and unbeknownst to them, they distanced themselves from the banks of the Southi River, arriving at a sprawling field overgrown with weeds. Realizing the futility of the pursuit, Tetsahira finally came to a halt. Beneath the brilliant azure sky, a solitary eagle circled overhead, its keen eyes fixated on the 2 still figures below. With its experience, it anticipated that a confrontation between the 2 would likely result in casualties. Aoki and Tetsahira stood on the expansive barren plain as warm winds swept across, causing the robust wild grasses to sway like waves. Suddenly, Aoki spoke. "Why have you ceased your pursuit? I have little chakra left." Tetsahira, hearing Aoki's blatant falsehood, nearly rolled his eyes in disbelief and replied wearily. "Though the Sharingan cannot perceive the intricacies of your chakra network, it is still capable of discerning the approximate amount of chakra you have remaining." Aozora chuckled lightly and remarked, "It's too far. I can't discern whether you've activated your Sharingan." After mingling for a while, Aozora asked, "Shall we continue? At this rate, we'll miss lunchtime." With a serious demeanor, Tiahua acknowledged, "I must concede that your combat style has indeed become a systematic approach. Unless someone possesses significantly greater strength, it is exceedingly difficult for anyone to gain the upper hand against you in a one-on-one encounter." Upon hearing this, Aozora tilted his head slightly and said, "Oh, you're quite perceptive, young man." In response to Aozora's provocation, Uchiha Tiahua did not erupt in anger. Instead, he raised his index finger. Shaking it gently, he continued, "However, your strategy contains a flaw. I wonder if you have addressed it." Aozora furrowed his brow, unconvinced that the kite-flying tactic he had prepared could be so easily countered. "Jinjutsu." Uchiha Tiahua articulated his thoughts directly. "Your body flicker technique is indeed swift, and your ninja tools are sharp. It is truly challenging for anyone to close the distance. But does that mean you can only be attacked at close range? Both ninjutsu and jinjutsu can accomplish that task. While ninjutsu may be evaded, what of jinjutsu?" As he spoke, Tiahua's finger continued to sway, and the double tomo in his eyes began to rotate slowly. Suddenly, Aozora felt the world around him warp into an illusion, rendering him immobile. A thick branch erupted from the ground, akin to a lover's embrace, wrapping tightly around his neck and under his ribs. Despite being restrained, Aozora remained composed and said calmly, "Indeed, the range of your Jinjutsu perfectly overlaps with my throwing range. Jinjutsu, being formless and intangible, is difficult to guard against." Though he was unable to move, his words did not carry the weight of defeat. Tiahua approached and stated, "You have already proven yourself to be quite exceptional. I believe that the vast majority of Chunin would find themselves at your mercy. Your failure today is merely a result of my being 2 years older than you. Once you awaken your Sharingan, ordinary Jinjutsu will have no effect on you. At that point, victory over you will not come so easily. Indeed, it was merely a matter of not being able to claim victory effortlessly." Even if Aozora were to awaken his Sharingan, he felt confident in his ability to triumph, albeit with a bit more effort. At that moment, Tiahua's expression softened considerably. The earlier indignation had dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Through this battle, he no longer harbored animosity toward Aozora. He believed that someone with such strength could not possibly be a petty individual seeking to exploit the family name for personal gain. "I think I misjudged you earlier. Now, I believe there are valid reasons behind your request for compensation. Moreover, your prowess far exceeds my expectations. You are indeed worthy of being Shisui's brother." Observing Uchiha Tiahua speak with such eloquence, Aozora couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did this guy think he had won? "I've already awakened my Sharingan, you know. Two-Tomo, in case you didn't realize." Though he yearned to activate his Two-Tomo Sharingan to flaunt it, Aozora ultimately restrained himself, deciding against revealing his trump card. After all, this was merely a friendly spar. Testing strategies was sufficient, and one could not unveil their secrets so readily. At the very least, he needed to accumulate 3 or 5 more hidden cards. Thus, Aozora reluctantly declared, "Tiahua, truly a hero and a great genius. You are indeed impressive." Listening to the insincere praises from Aozora, Tetsuhan's expression darkened. He waved his hand, dispelling the illusion, and remarked, "If you cannot offer genuine compliments, it is best to refrain from flattering. Curiosity piqued within me. With your prowess, you could have graduated long ago. Why linger as the tail end of the class in the Ninja Academy?" Aozora shrugged, responding, "What purpose does an early graduation serve? To be mere cannon fodder on the battlefield? Moreover, what benefit does the emergence of another genius from the Uchiha clan bring? It only heightens the apprehension of the higher-ups and fosters arrogance among the clan members. Most crucially, a genius remains just that. Until they have matured, their capabilities are limited, not significantly surpassing that of a Chunin." Tetsuhan found himself momentarily speechless, and after some time, he replied, "Perhaps you are right. Yet, how can a genius become truly great without undergoing trials? Nevertheless, in the current climate, the Uchiha clan is indeed ill-suited for the rise of another extraordinary talent." After casting a penetrating gaze at Aozora, Tetsuhan continued, "I apologize for the misunderstanding that led to our confrontation. Your talent rivals that of your brother. Do not squander it." With that, Uchiha Tetsuhan turned to resume his duties guarding the clan leader. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and said, "Feel free to visit my home sometime. I can teach you some illusion techniques. We can also discuss the matters left unspoken at the last clan meeting, which I find intriguing." Aozora smiled at this and replied, "Very well. And in return, I shall teach you the art of throwing kunai." Haha. Tetsuhan chuckled lightly, neither agreeing nor declining. As their laughter lingered in the air, he had already vanished into the distance, and in an instant, Aozora lost sight of him entirely. Returning his gaze, Aozora shook his head, muttering, "Ah, he let me off easy." Looking up at the sun, now perched high in the sky, Aozora hastened back to the clan grounds. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tetsuhan returned to the banks of the South Hachuan River, coincidentally encountering Uchiha Fugaku and his son on their way back to the clan. Tetsuhan approached with a respectful bow, then followed Uchiha Fugaku closely. Fugaku did not inquire about Tetsuhan's earlier activities, nor did Tetsuhan report his whereabouts. They shared an unspoken understanding, though Uchiha Itachi remained merely a 6-year-old child, his curiosity akin to a playful kitten, incessantly provoking him. After 5 minutes of contemplation, Itachi could no longer resist his curiosity and approached Tetsuhan with wide eyes. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Brother Tetsuhan, where did you go just now?" Tetsuhan replied, "I went to spar with someone." Itachi eagerly asked, "Who won?" "Of course, I did," Tetsuhan responded. Hearing this, Itachi's face brightened, his large eyes narrowing into slits of joy. He thought to himself, "Serves you right for trying to deceive me." Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing this, was not surprised but simply asked, "Wasn't he too severely injured, I hope? A lesson is acceptable." But inflicting serious harm on Aozora would be counterproductive. It could provoke a rebellious attitude in him, which would jeopardize the relocation plan. Tetsuhan pondered for a moment before replying. Wasn't he too badly hurt? I merely bound him with an illusion. There are no visible wounds, so he must be fine. That is reassuring, Fugaku remarked. After walking for a while, Fugaku added, "This afternoon, please visit Aozora's home and deliver the chakra-conducting metal to him." Understood. After lunch, Aozora brought out a small wooden box. Inside were 23 scrolls, detailing 33 different ninjutsu techniques. He successively mastered the Great Fireball technique, the Phoenix Fire technique, the Shuriken manipulation technique, the Shadow Clone technique, and the Body Flicker technique. Among these, the Great Fireball technique and the Phoenix Fire technique endowed him with the true flames of Samadhi. The Shadow Clone technique refined his ability to create clones and manipulate objects, while also activating the external manifestation of his essence. Conversely, the Shuriken manipulation technique and the Body Flicker technique did not elicit a response from the Heavenly Scroll. Currently, he has attained considerable proficiency in all these skills, except for the Body Flicker technique, prompting him to seek to expand his repertoire of abilities. First, he set aside 2 scrolls containing basic illusion techniques. Initially, he had intended to delve into illusions, but he had diverted his focus to the Shadow Clone and Body Flicker techniques. He had merely glanced at the techniques known as the technique of Nariku's gaze and the technique of the Kaze follower, without commencing any practice. With the awakening of his Sharingan, he found it effortless to extract in-release chakra, making it an opportune moment to learn illusion techniques with remarkable efficiency. After perusing through the scrolls, he selected 2 more from the wooden chest, which detailed the advanced techniques of the Phoenix Flower Claw and the Great Dragon Fire. These fire-release ninjutsu are enhanced derivatives of the Phoenix Fire technique and the Great Fireball technique, sharing a lineage that he felt confident in mastering without significant difficulty. After his encounter with Uchiha Tetsuhan, he realized that although the purification of fire chakra was still a distant goal, his fire-release techniques had been significantly augmented, rendering his fire techniques far more potent than those of others. Thus, he opted to study advanced fire-release ninjutsu to further bolster his advantages. Next, he picked another scroll, which contained one of the advanced 3-body techniques, invisibility technique. The transformation technique, the substitution technique, and the clone technique are collectively referred to as the 3-body techniques. While the more commonly employed advanced 3-body techniques among high-level ninjas are the body flicker technique, invisibility technique, and immobilization technique. Among these advanced techniques, the body flicker technique is the most widely utilized, with almost every jonin mastering it. Moreover, its potential for development is promising, as speed is paramount in martial arts, a principle exemplified by his brother, Uchiha Shisui. The other 2 advanced 3-body techniques, while immensely useful, have their limitations. For instance, the invisibility technique can only conceal one's form and obscure visual perception, yet it fails to eliminate one's scent and cannot hide the chakra signature, making it vulnerable to detection by perceptive ninjas from various villages. The immobilization technique has a long-standing presence in the ninja world, with various versions. The widely accepted advanced version utilizes one's chakra to immobilize an opponent, although it can only restrain for a brief moment. That instant can be pivotal for a ninja's survival. However, the immobilization technique also has its constraints. Typically, it can only restrain opponents weaker than the user, with the duration of control diminishing against stronger foes, potentially leading to backlash. Additionally, the technique is slow to activate and straightforward in its application when opponents move swiftly. Its effectiveness diminishes. Despite these limitations, the immobilization technique and invisibility technique remain highly regarded among advanced ninjas. One significant reason for this is that high-level ninjas often require teamwork to execute missions, and the utility of the immobilization and invisibility techniques becomes paramount in collaborative efforts, proving essential for stealth and assassination endeavors. As illusion possesses a form of control, Aozora initially opted for the art of invisibility. His pursuit of this technique was not merely for the purpose of executing covert missions in the future, but rather a prudent measure taken in advance. Although the art of invisibility cannot evade the perception of skilled ninjas, it can indeed elude the senses of ordinary ones. Furthermore, invisibility is a commonly recognized magical skill within Taoist mythology, and Aozora firmly believes that the celestial tome must harbor new gifts. The tome's version of invisibility might enable him to completely vanish, thus evading the scrutiny of perceptive ninjas. Aozora cannot guarantee that his journey through the ninja world will proceed without hindrance. Therefore, mastering invisibility provides him with a dependable advantage, allowing him to choose between confrontation or retreat when faced with formidable foes. Most importantly, today Aozora surveyed the new clan territory and, as anticipated, it was encircled by Rongyan Mountain, the Southie River, and the Sealing Team. He is convinced that once the Uchiha clan completes its relocation, Konoha will dispatch its Umbu to monitor them closely. Should he wish to engage in clandestine activities, possessing excellent stealth capabilities will be imperative. In the end, after sifting through the scrolls, Aozora selected 2 bound scrolls. One contained the summoning technique, while the other was a contract scroll with the ninja crows. The Uchiha clan typically summons ninja cats, given their amicable relations with the feline clan from the land of cats. Moreover, the proud Uchiha do not require particularly powerful summoning beasts. The ninja cats are agile and proficient in various auxiliary ninjutsu, making them ideal companions for the Uchiha. The contract scroll for the ninja crows, however, was an unexpected acquisition by Uchiha Shisui, and currently, it is believed that only Shisui has forged a contract with the Crow clan in the ninja world. Unlike the ninja cats, which possess a blend of reconnaissance and combat skills, albeit without mastery, the ninja crows are born masters of illusion, excelling in jinjutsu while remaining utterly ignorant of other ninjutsu. Upon comparison, Aozora decisively chose the path of the ninja crows, for he aspires to embody a suave and charismatic demeanor rather than one of cuteness. Having determined his future training direction, Aozora returned the remaining scrolls to the box, secured it, and placed it back in its original position. Initially, he intended to first learn the techniques of the Red Phoenix Flower Claw and the Grand Dragon Fire, as he already possessed a foundation in these jutsu and could master them swiftly. However, casting a glance at the illusion scroll, he resolved to first study the techniques of Naruto's sight and the shadow of the twilight. He feared that if he delayed his learning, he would inevitably forget them. At present, he is in dire need of controlling ninjutsu and must rectify this deficiency. Additionally, studying illusions will deepen his understanding of them, thereby enhancing his defenses against such techniques. He does not believe that awakening the Sharingan grants him immunity to illusions. Unrolling the scroll, Aozora meticulously studied each word. Upon completing his reading, he did not immediately begin practicing the 2 jutsu. Instead, he focused his mind and entered the realm of divine consciousness. Observing the remaining drop of merit in the celestial tome, he contemplated briefly before envisioning the concept of the divine vessel. The golden droplets swiftly merged with the ancient characters radiating a faint golden light, and in no time, the words divine vessel transformed into pure gold. Aozora estimated that he would require merely 2 or 3 more droplets of merit to fully complete the divine vessel. After slightly sensing the new knowledge regarding the divine vessel, he commenced his practice of the 2 illusion techniques. After mastering several ninjutsu techniques, Aozora became increasingly adept at understanding the specific flow of chakra through hand signs. The techniques of Narakujin and Kasakujir are both fundamental illusions, no more challenging than the Great Fireball Jutsu. Thus, after practicing just a couple of times, Aozora completely mastered them. Upon correctly executing the Narakujin technique, the heavenly tome absorbed the chilling chakra entirely, murmuring the newly appeared pale gold ancient characters inscribed in the tome. Uchiha Aozora noted that the newly emerged mystical art was not particularly formidable. It was merely a fusion of the Narakujin and Kasakujir techniques, slightly more powerful than a C-rank illusion, yet limited in development potential. Nevertheless, Aozora felt a great sense of joy. The mystical art of Yendao required only the chakra equivalent to a single ninjutsu, yet produced the effect of 2. Who wouldn't appreciate such a bargain? With the advent of Yendao, Aozora no longer placed much importance on the Narakujin and Kasakujir techniques. After practicing the hand signs a few times in anticipation of later disguising the mystical art as ninjutsu, he began to hone the method of Yendao. In the afternoon, as the sun dipped in the west, Uchiha Tetsuho arrived at Aozora's home, situated on the fringes of the clan's territory, carrying a scroll for sealing chakra-conducting metals. Upon seeing the desolate and lonely courtyard, Tetsuho felt a pang of sympathy for Uchiha Aozora. With his parents long deceased, and his elder brother Shisui often away, Aozora lived alone in this vast, empty house, surely overwhelmed by loneliness and helplessness. Tetsuho approached the door and knocked, calling out, "Aozora, I've brought you what you requested." However, after a considerable pause, there was no response. Frowning, Tetsuho knocked again, yet still received no reply. Pushing the door open, he peered inside and saw a long-haired man staring intently at him, holding a wooden staff. "Aozora, shall we practice?" Startled, Uchiha Tetsuho nearly leapt back, exclaiming, "Brother, not here. We're in Aozora's home." Suddenly realizing, Tetsuho's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Uchiha Aozora." With hands forming seals, he declared, "Release." Yet before him, his brother did not vanish. Instead, he charged forward, wielding the staff. Tetsuho sidestepped effortlessly to evade the strike and swiftly kicked his brother to the ground. Before he could savor the sensation of victory, the fallen brother began to writhe and then split into two. How intriguing! Tetsuho chose not to hastily dispel the illusion, instead kicking down dozens more of his brothers before finally activating his Sharingan to release the technique. Release. Suddenly, the scene was marred by numerous cracks, which shattered like a mirage in the next moment. Upon seeing Aozora in the courtyard, Tetsuho remarked, "I didn't expect your illusion skills to be so advanced. Why didn't you break the binding technique this morning?" Aozora replied, "Do you believe me when I say this illusion is freshly learned?" Tetsuho slapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Do I look like a fool to you?" Aozora quickly shook his head, "Not at all." Internally, he couldn't help but think, "Clearly you do." Unbeknownst to Tetsuho, he was oblivious to Aozora's inner thoughts. From a pocket of his vest, he produced a scroll and handed it to Aozora. "This is the chakra-conducting metal that the clan leader promised you." Aozora accepted it and gestured for Tetsuho to enter the house, saying, "Let's take a look together." In the brief encounters, Aozora discovered that despite Uchiha Tiehua's somewhat arrogant demeanor, he was indeed a trustworthy individual. Eager to experience more, Tiehua followed Aozora into the house. Upon entering the brightly lit living room, Aozora unfurled a scroll and placed it on the coffee table. "Release." Aozora formed hand seals and then pressed his palm against the central seal of the scroll. With a loud thump, a peculiar stone, the size of a goose egg, emerged amidst a swirl of fine smoke. Although small, the stone had a distinctive shape, featuring a large hollow through which a faint whisper of wind could be heard. "Wind whispering stone," exclaimed Tiehua. Aozora turned to look at him, and Tiehua explained, "This chakra-conducting metal is known as the wind whispering stone. Our clan leader acquired it during a mission in the Land of Wind, alongside my brother, Inawo, so I know a bit about it. Despite being called a stone, it is harder than gold or iron. It is named the wind-whispering stone because a gentle breeze emanates from its hollow, producing a soft whispering sound." Upon hearing this, Aozora picked up the wind-whispering stone. It appeared unusual, yet felt metallic to the touch. Holding it to his ear, he indeed heard the soft whisper of the wind. He channeled chakra into the stone, causing a blade of wind to emerge from the hollow. Aozora quickly turned his head as the wind blade zipped past, severing several strands of his hair. "Aozora," Tiehua remarked, "though your estate is quite spacious, the compensation cannot possibly match the value of this wind-whispering stone." Aozora nodded earnestly, replying, "I understand, and I shall remember this kindness." "Good," Tiehua said. "Now that I have seen what I came for, I must take my leave. Do visit my home another day." Aozora did not insist on keeping him and accompanied him to the door before returning inside. Once back in his abode, Aozora pondered the wind-whispering stone, contemplating the type of spiritual weapon he would forge. Initially, he had envisioned crafting a flying sword, but considering the size of the stone, he estimated he could only manage a smaller short sword or dagger. Naturally, Aozora had no intention of creating a dagger. His aim was for long-range combat. A flying dagger, perhaps. While it may not achieve the legendary status of a celestial slayer dagger, it could at least aspire to the prowess of Li Xuanhuan's renowned weapon. Having settled on the design, Aozora took the wind-whispering stone and set out towards the Uchiha Fushan clan. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their expertise in throwing weapons and had always been significant consumers of ninja tools. Consequently, ninjas within the clan, whether gifted or less so, often took on the role of craftsmen. Among the clan's artisans, Uchiha Fushan was the sole master who had forged divine weapons using chakra-conducting metals. The long sword he crafted was unparalleled in sharpness and was the beloved possession of Uchiha Hakudai, the captain of the police force, who would not part with it for a moment. Of course, there were other master craftsmen within Konoha, but engaging in trade with clan members ensured trust, eliminating concerns of deceit or the withholding of chakra-conducting metals. Anyone who dared to harm a clansman would face immediate retribution from the clan, often before the police could intervene. Navigating through the streets, Aozora soon arrived at a grand loft. Upon entering, he found a spacious hall adorned with numerous weapons hanging on the walls and an array of ninja tools displayed. The hall was not crowded, as it catered specifically to clan members, and Fushan shops specialized in premium ninja tools, attracting a limited clientele. Aozora casually surveyed the surroundings before approaching the front desk to join the queue. There was but one person ahead of him. After purchasing his ninja tools, it was Aozora's turn. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" The young lady behind the counter greeted him with a gentle demeanor, her large eyes and soft voice captivating. Aozora often marveled at how the same clan could exhibit such stark differences between genders, while the men seemed to carry an air of arrogance. The women were consistently graceful and charming. This fleeting thought passed through his mind as he inquired, "Is Uncle Fukuyama here? I wish to commission some ninja tools." "Oh." The young lady glanced at him, cautioning, "The forging fees for Master Fukuyama are quite substantial." Aozora nodded affirmatively. She continued, "Do you have the materials with you? If you do, the forging fee is 10,000 ryo. Without materials, the cost will be even higher." "I have brought the materials," Aozora replied. Upon hearing this, the young lady understood that the young man was not naive, and thus said, "Very well, please head upstairs and rest for a moment. Master Fukuyama will arrive shortly." Following the attendant to an upstairs private room, Aozora enjoyed a cup of tea before the imposing figure of Uchiha Fukuyama entered. Upon seeing Aozora, Fukuyama exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect to see you here." He recognized this audacious youth from the clan meeting, and, while he found Aozora's brash words somewhat off-putting, he held a favorable impression of him, acknowledging that at least he cared for the clan. Aozora stood and greeted, "Good day, Uncle Fukuyama." Fukuyama returned a casual salute and took a seat, remarking, "You must have just graduated, yet you seek my expertise in forging? Remember, no matter how fine the tools, they must be wielded by the right hands to be effective. Otherwise, they are merely a child grasping a sword, inciting unnecessary conflict." Aozora nodded in silence, his determination unshaken. Sensing Aozora's resolve, Fukuyama shook his head and asked, "Very well. What type of ninja tool do you wish to forge?" "A throwing knife," Aozora replied. Fukuyama immediately frowned, questioning, "Are you jesting? A mere throwing knife is nothing but a consumable. It hardly warrants my personal touch." Aozora earnestly nodded. "Indeed, it is a throwing knife. I have specifically prepared materials for its creation." With that, he produced the Wind Whisper Stone. The moment Fukuyama beheld the Wind Whisper Stone, his eyes sparkled with recognition. It was a chakra-conductive metal treasured by the clan leader. After taking the stone and channeling chakra into it, he heard the soft whispers of the wind and exclaimed, "The Wind Whisper Stone. How did you manage to acquire this from Fyake? I have made several offers, yet he never agreed to sell." Aozora merely smiled and shook his head, opting not to answer Fukuyama's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Fukuyama placed the Wind Whisper Stone on the table and said, "Are you truly intending to forge a throwing knife with this?" "Indeed," Aozora confirmed. Fukuyama rose from his seat, declaring, "This is something I cannot assist with. Why waste such a fine chakra-conductive metal on a throwing knife? Once removed from the body, what purpose does it serve? Moreover, throwing knives are easily lost. This is far too extravagant." With that, Fukuyama could not help but shake his head again, clearly discontent with Aozora's intentions. After some contemplation, he proposed, "How about I add some auxiliary materials to forge a short sword for you? I assure you, it will not impair the chakra conduction efficiency." Aozora shook his head in disapproval, replying, "Uncle Fushan, I only desire a flying knife." "Then seek another." Aozora smiled apologetically. "How can I trust anyone else? Everyone knows that you are the foremost craftsman within the Uchiha clan. The flying knife I wish to create is of great importance, and only you can do it. Most members of the Uchiha clan are quite compliant. As long as one caters to their preferences, they are generally easy to deal with." Upon hearing this, though Fushan was reluctant, he let out a huff and sat back down. "Speak, what are your demands?" Aozora promptly responded, "First and foremost, Ensure the chakra is transmitted as perfectly as possible. Fushan nodded. That poses no problem. The Wind Whisper Stone has a high transmission efficiency. After a moment's thought, Aozora continued. The design of the flying knife should primarily reflect your ideas, but it must possess strong air-piercing capabilities, and the handle can be minimized or even eliminated. Also, it should be aesthetically pleasing. After listening, Fushan asked, "Is that all?" Aozora replied, "Indeed, those are my only requests." Fushan, hearing such simplistic demands, waved his hand impatiently. "Begone. Leave the Wind Whisper Stone behind, and bring 30,000 Ryo next week to collect your flying knife." Aozora twitched his lips. "Wasn't it just 10,000 Ryo?" Fushan retorted angrily. "That was for crafting ordinary ninja tools. The materials are different, and thus the prices cannot be the same." Aozora, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled awkwardly before bidding him farewell and departing. Upon exiting, Aozora noticed that the day was still young, so he decided to seek out Guy. As a celebrated figure in Konoha, it was not difficult to track his whereabouts. After casually inquiring, Aozora learned that he would be running upside down around the village over the weekend, and he positioned himself on a shaded path that Guy would inevitably traverse at the appointed time. Approximately 20 minutes later, a cloud of dust billowed in the distance. Seizing the moment, Aozora leaped onto a tree by the roadside and feigned sleep. Soon, a figure charged forth with the vigor of 1,000 warriors, Might Guy, hurtling toward him. As the thunderous sound approached, Aozora opened his eyes to see a man with a green watermelon head racing toward him. The ground was so dry that his rapid pace kicked up dust that soared 2 to 3 meters high. Aozora quickly called out, "Hey, stop!" Unfortunately, before his words could fully escape, the watermelon-headed man had already dashed past the path, the swirling dust choking Aozora. "Damn it!" he cursed, turning to pursue. In this chase, Aozora soon discovered Guy's remarkable prowess. His training speed surpassed Aozora's full sprint, prompting him to gather chakra in his legs to enhance his explosive power. "Hey, hold on. You're exceeding the speed limit, you spandex-clad monster," he shouted as he ran. After 3 minutes of relentless pursuit, Aozora finally shouted for Guy to halt. He reached Guy, bent over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Have you gone deaf? I've been calling for ages." Although Guy stopped running in place, he continued to jog on the spot, declaring, "Youth does not permit pauses." With that, he flashed a toothy grin. His dazzling white teeth reflected a blinding light, nearly dazzling Aozora's eyes, causing him to momentarily forget his original purpose. The atmosphere grew awkward, with both of them locked in a silent gaze. After a while, under the intense gaze of the other, Aoki was the first to retreat, challenging, "You disturbed my slumber with your running." Kai, upon hearing this, recalled the image of Aoki lounging on the tree. He sheepishly scratched his head and offered a sincere apology. "I'm sorry for interrupting your sleep." He did not ponder why Aoki was napping in a tree on a sunny afternoon. Initially, Aoki had intended to provoke him, hoping to engage in a playful rivalry. But after chasing Kai for a while, self-doubt crept in. Could he truly match Kai's prowess? The latter's regular running was hardly slower than his own instantaneous movement. What would happen if he were to take it seriously? Thus, Aoki softened his demeanor, gesturing dismissively. "Forget it. I shouldn't have been sleeping in a tree. By the way, who are you? You run quite swiftly." Kai was taken aback. Usually, when people saw him training, they merely mocked him. Few inquired about his name or praised his speed. He felt a surge of excitement akin to a crane taking flight and declared, "Since you have asked so earnestly, allow me to introduce myself. I am the proud azure beast of Konohagakure, Kakashi's eternal rival, Might Guy." With that, he raised his right hand, thumb aloft, revealing his dazzling white teeth. Observing Kai, whose demeanor was entirely different from his own, Aoki hesitated. Was it worth becoming foolishly dedicated to physical training? Despite his reservations, he decided to amicably introduce himself to Kai. Upon discovering that Aoki was also at the bottom of the ranks, Kai felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him in a tearful hug. Had Aoki not resisted with all his might, Kai's first embrace would have been squandered on this muscle-bound fellow. Although the hug did not materialize, their shared status as underachievers fostered a sense of camaraderie between them. Thus, when Aoki expressed admiration for Kai's physical techniques and wished to train with him, Kai readily agreed. The two arranged to rise early for morning runs around Konoha, with weekends left open for further arrangements. After finalizing their plans, Aoki excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to, and hurried home. The following day, Aoki practiced the Great Fire Dragon technique and the Fusen Hana Claw in the morning, and in the afternoon, he sought out Kai, thereby concluding his 2-day holiday. On Monday, after their morning training session, Aoki and Kai arrived early at the Hokage building. Sai and Shippuden, sharing an unspoken understanding with Aoki, also arrived ahead of time at the mission hall. When Oil Woman Shiwi arrived, Sai eagerly attempted to queue for missions. Aoki rolled his eyes and pulled her back. Hold on, let us discuss first. After a brief struggle, Sai reluctantly turned back, dejected. The trio found a secluded corner to confer. First, they reached a consensus. None of them wished to continue with D-rank missions and instead aspired to undertake more prestigious tasks. Aoki raised his index finger, addressing his companions earnestly. Sai immediately chimed in, exclaiming, "Exactly. We refuse to engage in these menial tasks any longer. Caring for unruly children and running errands does not align with our identities as elite ninjas. We cannot squander our time on these trivial missions." Indeed, Shippuden nodded in agreement, equally weary of the mundane duties. In the vibrant blue sky, Aozora seized the moment and declared, however, without sufficient experience in lower-tier tasks, one is unqualified to undertake more advanced missions. Indeed, Kai hung her head, resembling a defeated hound. Observing this, Xiaobai gently nipped at her pant leg and barked twice in encouragement. Aozora continued, "Since there are requirements regarding task experience, we shall meet them." He then outlined his plan. To qualify for a C-rank task, they must complete at least 50 D-rank tasks. Given their pace from the previous week, they would need at least 9 weeks, nearly 2 months. This was not a prospect any of the trio welcomed. Thus, Aozora proposed a division of labor to expedite their mission completion. Aozora noted that certain D-rank tasks required minimal time and manpower and could be swiftly executed by a single individual with sufficient prowess. After detailing the plan, he assigned tasks. Kai, your scouting skills are exemplary, and your agility is unmatched. Capturing cats or dogs and locating lost items will be quite simple for you and Xiaobai. You can certainly undertake the pet-finding tasks alone, capturing 3 to 5 in a day. Wouldn't you agree? Kai eagerly nodded, absolutely. Any tasks related to capturing pets or finding lost items will be handled by me and Xiaobai. Xiaobai quickly chimed in, woof. Woof. Aozora then turned to Jifeng, saying, Jifeng, your speed is commendable. Would you be able to handle the errands and message delivery tasks? Although these tasks might be a tad more arduous, they were still less labor-intensive compared to agricultural work or other tasks. Jifeng cleared his throat and nodded in agreement. Noticing that both Kai and Jifeng had been assigned tasks, Kai inquired, what about you, Aozora? Aozora straightened his posture and replied, as the strongest member of our team, I have decided to take on a heavier burden. I shall undertake the tasks of cleaning the river and caring for the elderly and young. Recalling the foul-smelling river from the previous week, Kai and Jifeng couldn't help but give Aozora a thumbs up. Once the tasks were allocated, Aozora stated, before we embark on our missions, we must first establish a fair distribution of rewards. Since we will be executing tasks separately, it would be reasonable for each of us to receive our respective earnings. Yet, given the varying nature of the tasks, this could lead to inequities. For instance, if Jifeng undertakes a long-distance delivery task, it may take him 2 or 3 days to complete, while Kai might finish 5 or 6 tasks in the same time frame. Jifeng responded, I don't mind. Kai added, neither do I. Aozora, you can decide how to distribute the rewards. Aozora shook his head, thinking to himself, what do I need to discuss task rewards with 2 second-generation ninjas for? Thus, they agreed to split the task rewards equally. All right, let us go and accept our missions. Off we go. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful oil woman Jue observed the trio from her concealed position, adjusting her sunglasses. This was somewhat different from her expectations. The strength of Team 3 was adequate. They merely needed to refine their mental fortitude to qualify for more advanced tasks. Jue had initially planned to wait for the trio to voice their complaints before subtly guiding them towards accepting C-rank tasks. However, she was pleasantly surprised that they had devised this approach on their own. Reflecting on this, she concluded that it did not violate any ninja principles, and she welcomed their initiative. After communicating with the front desk administration for a while, Team 3 accepted 5 tasks and then parted ways in front of the Hokage Tower. Kai directly took Xiaobai to pursue the runaway Great Gray Dog, while Jifeng embarked on his career as a postman with 2 letters in hand. Meanwhile, Qingtian split himself into 2, with one part engaging in pleasant conversation with the elderly and the other scavenging through the filthy gutter for refuse. Before noon, Kai successfully apprehended the large dog and then set off in search of the lost kitten. After completing a segment of river cleaning, Qingtian returned to the Hokage building to accept a task for tidying up the training grounds. In the evening, the trio reported their completed tasks. Jifeng had successfully delivered letters to 2 neighboring villages. Kai had captured 2 pets and located 1 lost item. Qingtian had accomplished the river cleaning, tidied up the training area, and spent time with the elderly. By the end of the day, the third squad had collectively completed 8 tasks. Having chased after cats and dogs all day, Kai's clothes were stained, yet she seemed utterly unconcerned. Counting the task rewards, she exclaimed with excitement, "Huh? We earned 75 pieces, totaling 7,500 coins." Despite his exhaustion from a long day, Jifeng wore a beaming smile, stating, "If we can keep this up, we might be able to take on C-rank missions next week." Qingtian, however, could not resist dampening the mood, saying, "Don't get ahead of yourselves. We specifically choose these tasks. The availability of such missions will dwindle. These quick tasks won't always be present, and our pace will inevitably slow down." Nevertheless, he too broke into a smile, as he had also earned 4 drops of golden merit that day, in addition to the 7,500 coins. The following day, the third squad operated at full throttle, completing 10 D-rank tasks. On the third day, suitable tasks gradually diminished, causing the squad's task completion rate to slow down to only 6. Observing the growing wealth in their pockets and the increasing golden droplets in the heavenly ledger, Qingtian felt a double dose of joy. On Thursday, under the blazing sun, the Hokage building was bustling with activity. After scrutinizing the D-rank task list for quite some time, the third squad reluctantly accepted the last 4 quick tasks available. Exiting the Hokage building, the 3 could not help but lament the decreasing availability of suitable tasks and the slowing pace of task completion. Meanwhile, their peers in the same graduating class were nearing their breaking point. Upon seeing an entire list filled with menial labor and cargo transport tasks, the first squad erupted in frustration. Hinata Roan coldly remarked, "Teacher, hauling goods again? Am I a mere laborer? I refuse to accept these tasks." Masashi remained silent, adjusting her elegant attire, her eyes filled with disdain. Yagyu Ichiro, though less affected, consoled his teammates and added, "Teacher, Roan has a point. Perpetually doing these tasks is not feasible. We would even accept catching cats and dogs." Heike's Konan furrowed her brow and inquired at the front desk, "Why are there only menial tasks left for D-rank missions?" The front desk replied, "The 3 little rascals from the third squad have been accepting 7 to 8 tasks of other types daily, leaving only these time-consuming labor tasks." "What?" exclaimed the 3 members of the first squad in astonishment. Inside the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhaled a plume of smoke while absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the intelligence he had just perused. The land of fire had recently been rife with unrest, as numerous displaced individuals had transformed into bandits, seizing control of mountains and pillaging traveling merchants and nearby villages. It was still summer. How could there be so many homeless refugees? Were they truly refugees, or was this the handiwork of other hidden villages? Suddenly, a middle-aged ninja entered, declaring, "Special Jonin Ichikawa Jiro has matters to report." Sarutobi rubbed his temples and replied, "Please have him come in." As Ichikawa Jiro entered the Hokage's office, he lamented before the third could inquire further, "Lord Hokage, the third squad led by Aburame Shibi has gone too far." "Huh?" Sarutobi, perplexed, inquired further. "Their third squad specializes in rapidly executing missions, yet there are no longer tasks such as cat catching or delivering messages among the D-rank missions. Instead, they only deal with laborious tasks like transporting goods and assisting farmers with harvests, which provide insufficient training for the genin." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi asked, "Have they violated any ninja regulations?" "No, but," Ichikawa Jiro was cut off as Sarutobi interjected, "Then there is no issue. Jiro, you may return." Reluctantly, Ichikawa exited the Hokage's office. Just as Sarutobi was about to delve into the hidden truths behind the banditry, the middle-aged ninja re-entered, stating, "Jonin Izawa Konan has matters to report." "Konan, you say?" Sarutobi smiled and replied, "Do invite her in." Once Izawa Konan entered and took a seat, Sarutobi gently asked, "Konan, have you encountered any issues of late?" "Indeed, there is a problem," Izawa Konan replied. Sarutobi's eyes widened in alarm as he abruptly stood, his imposing aura radiating authority. Please, speak of your concerns. As Hokage, it is my duty to alleviate the troubles of the village. Were it not for the third's penetrating gaze, Aizawa Konan might have truly believed he was prepared to advocate for the people. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, she crossed her arms defensively and stated, Lord Hokage, the third squad is selectively undertaking short and straightforward tasks, exploiting the village's loopholes for personal gain. Realizing he could glean no further information, Sarutobi settled back down and replied, I am already aware of this matter and will handle it appropriately. Konan, is there anything else? Upon hearing this, Aizawa Konan shook her head and swiftly exited the Hokage's office. With a sense of regret, Sarutobi turned his attention back to his thoughts when the middle-aged ninja reappeared once more. After dismissing another jonin, Sarutobi summoned his assistant to bring the latest mission list. Observing the D-rank mission list filled with tasks of transporting goods and laboring in the fields, he frowned and instructed, once the third squad completes their current mission, have them come see me. Understood. In the afternoon, Aoki had just finished clearing part of a river and arrived to submit his mission report. Upon entering the mission hall, he noticed that both Shippu and Sai were present, along with Aburame Shibi, who waved at him, instantly alerting Aoki that something was amiss. Indeed, as he approached, Aburame Shibi stated, Lord Hokage has summoned us. Following Shibi upstairs, Aoki pondered, what could the Hokage want from us? Surely, we haven't done anything wrong? Kai appeared anxious, displaying a demeanor of guilt. Over the past few days, she had accrued nearly 10,000 ryo daily, which left her feeling as if she were committing a crime. Shurfong, too, was somewhat cautious and uncertainly remarked, it should be fine, right? We haven't violated any ninja protocols. Seeing this, Aoki could only offer reassurance, saying, the village is currently understaffed. We are each handling the workload of several individuals. Perhaps Lord Hokage has noticed our exceptional performance and wishes to reward us. Listening to Aoki's specious reasoning, Yunu Shirwei, concealed behind her sunglasses, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Upon entering the Hokage's office, they found Sarutobi Hiruzen engrossed in paperwork. The members of Team 3 had no choice but to remain silent at his side. After a few moments, Sarutobi lifted his gaze towards the four of them, a disingenuous smile on his lips as he remarked, your team has performed admirably, completing 7 or 8 missions in a single day. One team is worth several. Kai, under the impression that the third Hokage was complimenting them, chuckled heartily and said, of course, our team is an elite squad. Did you think that was praise? Sarutobi replied coldly, your actions amount to opportunism. Why does the village establish D-rank missions? Is it truly for the sake of those meager compensation funds? No. The primary purpose of D-rank missions is to train the lower-ranked ninjas to build their physical strength and endurance through arduous tasks, and to foster teamwork through the capture of pets. Yet you exploit these D-rank missions for profit, completely undermining their original intent. Sarutobi's stern countenance left Team 3 speechless. Their heads bowed in shame. Yunu Shirwei stepped forward and said, it is my fault. After escorting them through 2 weeks of missions, I realized they possessed the capability to handle tasks independently, so I allowed them to choose their own missions. Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully at her words, one hand cradling his pipe while the other tapped rhythmically on his desk. After a brief pause, he remarked, it seems I have been overly cautious. You all have indeed developed the capacity to undertake C-rank missions. Continuing with D-rank tasks offers little in terms of improvement. Shirwei, it appears Team 3 is ready for a new challenge. Recently, marauders have been rampant, and the village has accumulated numerous C-rank missions. Starting today, Team 3 will be assigned C-rank tasks. Understood, Shirwei replied. As they exited the Hokage's tower, Yunu Shirwei stated, C-rank missions will no longer be confined to the village. Most will require us to venture outside, increasing the likelihood of encountering danger. For today, we shall disband and prepare thoroughly. We will meet at the mission hall at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Yes, sensei, the three responded. After bidding farewell, Aoki hurried back to her clan's grounds. From now on, they could no longer engage in D-rank missions and could only accept C-rank tasks. Aoki felt a tumult of emotions, both joy and regret. D-rank missions were simple and allowed for swift monetary gain and merit accumulation, yet they contributed little to her personal growth. C-rank missions were undeniably more perilous and challenging, but offered the prospect of enhancing her combat experience. Perhaps she had grown weary of the tediousness of D-rank tasks. Overall, Aoki felt a greater sense of happiness. She wholeheartedly agreed with Yunu Shirui's warning. Although C-rank missions were deemed low risk by the village, the ninja world was a realm of unpredictability, not one of stagnation. Today's C-level task, who can guarantee that it won't escalate to a B-level, a level, or even S-level task by tomorrow? Even if the task remains unchanged, encountering an S-level rogue ninja upon leaving the village is a distinct possibility. Though the odds may be infinitesimal, should such an event occur without adequate preparation, it could spell certain doom. Therefore, Aoki resolved to heed the advice of Oil Woman Shirui and make comprehensive preparations. After retrieving his funds from home, Aoki hurried to the Fukuyama ninja tool shop. The receptionist, recognizing him, promptly guided him upstairs. Before long, Uchiha Fukuyama ascended, presenting Aoki with a slender box. Upon opening the box, Aoki beheld a chillingly beautiful flying knife, resting quietly amidst red silk. Unlike ordinary weapons, this knife boasted an elongated blade and a nearly non-existent hilt, resembling a fish leaping from a lake. The blade shone like a mirror, reflecting Aoki's sharply defined visage as he drew near. A glint of cold light danced along the edge, enhancing its already formidable sharpness. What a fine weapon! Just by its appearance, Aoki was convinced of the knife's exceptional quality. Fukuyama lifted a cup of tea, savoring a sip while offering a modest smile. Aoki grasped the flying knife, lightly gliding it across the tip of his right index finger. He felt no resistance. Yet a shallow cut appeared on the pad of his finger. Gently infusing it with a strand of chakra, he observed the blade sharpen further, even manifesting a faint blue hue of condensed chakra. Aoki delightedly toyed with the flying knife. Fukuyama inquired, "How does it fare?" "Excellent. Even perfect. It completely meets my expectations." "Uncle Fukuyama, you have outdone yourself." Fukuyama erupted in hearty laughter and replied, "Good to hear. Although this flying knife lacks additional metals per your request, I have fully utilized the properties of the Wind Whisper Stone. With a mere infusion of non-attribute chakra, it can unleash wind blades. It is indeed a divine weapon. Now, you should consider a name for it." "A name?" Aoki pondered. Fukuyama continued, "Indeed, this flying knife, forged entirely from chakra-conductive metal, rivals any divine blade. To leave it nameless would be a grave oversight." After a moment of contemplation, Aoki gently caressed the blade and proclaimed, "Let it be named Heavenly Slayer." "Heavenly Slayer?" Fukuyama exclaimed in astonishment, taking a sip of tea to compose himself. "Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? In the ninja world, there exists but one sage, the Sage of Six Paths." Yet Aoki retorted, "Youth is the time for audacity. If one does not dare to dream big, it may soon be too late." Aoki truly aspired to slay sages, not only the Sage of Six Paths, but even his mother, for their family's tumultuous affairs had nearly shattered the ninja world on several occasions. He placed immense hope upon the Heavenly Slayer, wishing for it to become the weapon that would vanquish gods and sages. Upon hearing this, Fukuyama ceased his persuasion. After a brief exchange, the transaction was completed, and Aoki turned to return home. After enjoying dinner, Aoki made his final preparations. With his equipment updated, he resolved to enhance his skills. This week, his task completion yielded gratifying results. Though merely 4 days had passed, his gains surpassed those of the previous 2 weeks combined. The third class has successfully completed a total of 30 D-grade tasks, earning a reward of 156,000 taels. After deducting the shares for the village and the teacher, each member of the third class received 26,000 taels. Beyond the monetary compensation, Qingkong, having accomplished 12 tasks single-handedly, including many focused on environmental protection such as river cleaning, has accrued a commendable 11 drops of merit. It is rather lamentable that from the river cleaning alone, Qingkong garnered 8 drops of merit, while the remaining tasks yielded merely 3 drops, highlighting the diminishing integrity of humanity. Gazing at the golden droplets occupying nearly half of the blank page, Qingkong excitedly rubbed his hands together, resembling a newly affluent individual. Given the necessity to embark on tasks, there is no doubt that his ability to disguise himself would prove immensely beneficial. Qingkong promptly envisioned his alternate form. The golden droplets, in a competitive frenzy, merged 2 drops of merit into his illusion, transforming its pure golden appearance into a gilded ancient script. With practiced ease, Qingkong embraced the inheritance, and moments later, he opened his eyes. The gilded version of his alternate form introduced only a few additional aspects, primarily involving the manipulation of chakra to modify vessels and alter skin. In essence, this gilded alternate form allows one to metamorphose into another individual from the inside out. However, being an illusion, it does carry certain limitations. Firstly, the duration of the disguise cannot exceed 2 hours. Beyond that, the altered appearance risks becoming permanent, making it difficult to revert to the original. Secondly, the illusion remains inherently false. Neither the genetic makeup nor the mental state is altered, thereby enabling perceptive ninjas to discern the truth through variations in chakra. Despite these constraints, Qingkong was exceedingly content, for perceptive ninjas are exceedingly rare, and those capable of detecting truth through chakra are even fewer. After practicing twice, Qingkong attempted to transform into Takashi Kaneshiro and Daniel Wu, and upon gazing into the mirror, he found himself to be even more handsome. Restoring his own attractive visage, Qingkong admired himself before continuing to expend his merit. The second enhancement he pursued was that of his artifact. Previously, he had utilized 1 drop of merit for an upgrade. Now, the artifact had attained a pure golden hue. Based on his experience, he anticipated that merely 2 or 3 drops of merit would suffice to elevate it to the gilded version. However, much to his surprise, it required a full 7 drops of merit to complete the artifact's enhancement. Qingkong immediately sensed that the artifact had acquired a wealth of new inheritances and hastily accepted them. After a considerable duration, Qingkong emerged from the comprehensive inheritance. Alas, he sighed, recognizing that while the method of refining essence, vitality, and spirit is commendable, it does not provide a rapid means to bolster his strength. It seems he cannot rely on slaying immortals this time. The newly acquired knowledge regarding the artifact pertains to the refinement of spiritual tools, encompassing 3 methods of cultivation. Blood essence cultivation is the fastest but detrimental to the body. True Qi cultivation is the gentlest yet time-consuming, and spirit cultivation is the most peculiar, potentially granting spiritual tools sentience. Regardless of the cultivation method, none will yield immediate results. Casting a glance at the remaining 2 golden droplets, Qingkong envisioned his dream invocation. Now, aside from his external avatar, yin-yang eyes, dream invocation, and true fire of samadhi, all his other mystical arts have been completed, all in gilded form. Among the remaining 3 mystical techniques, the true fire of samadhi proves ineffective when one's physical constitution is inadequate, and mere supplementation offers no remedy. The external manifestation of one's form may appear grand, yet it lacks the requisite merits to be complete. Conversely, the nightmare prayer, an illusionary art, can significantly enhance one's capabilities. Infusing it with 2 drops of merit, the nightmare prayer transformed into a resplendent golden hue. On the following morning, the sky was clear and bright. Uchiha Aokong, guided by his biological clock, rose punctually. After attending to his morning routine and admiring his reflection, he donned a simple armor and put on his forehead protector before stepping out. He first arrived at the usual training ground to leave a message for Kai, and then purchased breakfast to gather at the Hokage building. Upon reaching the mission hall, Aokong encountered the unusually excited Sai and the rarely spirited Shifeng. "Aokong, you're late," Sai remarked with impatience. Aokong glanced at the wall clock in the hall and replied, "It's only 7:45. The teacher hasn't even arrived yet." Just as he spoke, Yonoshimi approached from behind, stating, "I am here." As it was their first time undertaking a C-rank mission, the authority to accept tasks for Team 3 reverted to their instructor. After a brief 2-minute wait, Team 3 secured their inaugural C-rank mission. Clutching the mission token, Aokong hurried to the archives to retrieve the mission scroll. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a bandit extermination task. This caught Aokong off guard, as he had anticipated they would be assigned escort missions. After all, exterminating bandits inevitably involves taking lives. Although as a ninja he had mentally prepared himself, he still found it somewhat abrupt. Shouldn't newcomers receive a bit more compassion? With a sense of unease, Aokong handed the mission scroll to Yonoshimi. After reviewing the scroll, Yonoshimi promptly stated, "The task we are undertaking is to eliminate the bandits. We will discuss the specifics on the way. For now, follow me." With that, he tossed the scroll to Sai and led the way out of the mission hall. The 3 swiftly followed Yonoshimi. As they traversed the forest path, Shifeng and Sai exchanged glances at the scroll, gaining a clearer understanding of the mission. 200 kilometers from Konoha, there existed a village surrounded by mountains and water, with small groves. Though the villagers were ordinary folk, their location afforded them abundant resources, and being distant from conflict, their lives were peaceful and joyful. However, recently, A band of outlaws had emerged, occupying the mountains near the village, plundering merchants, and treating the villagers like livestock. Periodically, they would demand tribute, even abducting wives and daughters. Unable to endure this tyranny any longer, the villagers pooled their resources to send a young man to Konoha to issue a request for assistance. As they hurried along the forest path, Yonoshimi's emotionless voice resonated in the ears of the trio. Listen closely, our mission is to eradicate the bandits. The scroll indicates that the enemy is a ruthless band of thieves, known for their acts of arson, murder, and pillage. Therefore, you must harbor no compassion for them. Moreover, as ninjas, killing is a commonplace affair. If you wish to continue as a ninja, you must overcome this hurdle. After delivering this message, he ceased further discussion and focused on the journey ahead. The three reflected silently on Yonoshimi's words, mentally preparing themselves for what lay ahead. Faced with a landscape starkly different from that of their village, the three companions found themselves devoid of the inclination to admire the beauty beyond. 200 kilometers. While not insurmountable for ninjas, nonetheless proved a considerable distance, and the third squad, after a relentless journey, finally arrived at the village by midday the following day. Standing atop a mountain peak, they gazed toward the village where their mission awaited. The settlement nestled between two connected mountains, with homes haphazardly scattered in the valleys below, while a clear stream meandered in front. Golden terraced fields adorned the slopes, layered and staggered, a testament to the villagers' labor and devotion. The houses, constructed entirely of wood, possessed a unique charm amidst the mountains. Yet, both the golden fields and the beautiful homes now lay in ruins. The foundations of the terraces were charred black, and many houses had collapsed. Witnessing this devastation ignited a fierce sense of justice within Inuzuka Aya, who exclaimed, "These despicable bandits, devoid of humanity." Aozora echoed, "Let us act in the name of righteousness." Shippu declared, "I shall eradicate them in the name of the moon." Aozora glanced sideways, thinking, to represent the moon, "I commend your bravery." Seizing upon their outrage, Oil Girl Sure whispered, "Let us proceed and fulfill our mission." The bandits had fortified their stronghold atop the mountain, guarding the vital paths, leaving the villagers powerless against them. Yet, such challenges were trifles for ninjas. The third squad chose not to scale or stealthily navigate, but boldly approached the main route. As they neared a bandit checkpoint, Aya raised her hand to halt, stating, "3 guards are stationed on the cliff ahead." The three exchanged glances, and Aozora proposed, "Let us take them one by one." Although it was daytime, a ninja's ability to conceal themselves was unmatched by ordinary folk. As they stealthily maneuvered from the side, the three bandits on the cliff remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Aozora halted at a distance of 100 meters, waiting for Aya and Shippu to spring into action before launching a shuriken. Upon hearing the sound of a blade being drawn, the trio turned just in time. One bandit met his demise, another clutched his throat, collapsing in agony, while the last was rendered unconscious by Aya's strike. The headless body erupted in a fountain of blood, splattering Aya and Shippu. Blood oozed between the fingers of the man clutching his throat, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. Both Aya and Shippu, present at the grim scene, wore expressions of distress, with Aya doubling over in dry heaves. Although Shippu maintained his posture, his body trembled involuntarily, his face pale as a ghost. Aozora approached slowly, observing the futile struggles of the bandit who grasped his throat, the light in his eyes gradually fading. He understood that in the world of ninjas, this confrontation was inevitable. It was a realm where if you do not kill, you may very well be killed. Moreover, the first life he took was that of a villain. To kill was to save, was it not? After a prolonged internal contemplation, the three regained their composure. Aozora, with an impassive expression, remarked, "These men were scouts. There may be a shift change. We must hasten our pace." Aya and Shippu nodded in acknowledgement. As the kunai pierced the unconscious bandit's body, the trio hastened towards the mountain stronghold. This time, there was no attempt at concealment, and they were quickly spotted by the bandits, who emerged wielding heavy blades and wooden clubs. Upon noticing the forehead protectors that signified the trio as ninjas, the bandits were momentarily taken aback, but their shock swiftly dissipated, replaced by derision, for they perceived their adversaries as mere children. Just a bunch of kids, and they think donning a headband makes them ninjas. One burly bandit roared in anger, rallying his fellow brigands to charge forth. Yet, even the most robust of these bandits were nothing more than ordinary men, lacking the art of substitution and slow to react, rendering them little more than moving targets for the trio. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the bandits fell, either struck by kunai piercing their chests or shuriken embedding themselves in their eyes, and in an instant, a multitude lay slain. At that moment, the kunai wielded by Aoki showed no mercy. Each one claimed a life. The scorching sun of July blazed mercilessly, with even the clouds reluctant to accompany its relentless glare. Lacking the cover of clouds, the searing sunlight bore down upon the earth, bending the grains beneath its heat, as all living creatures sought refuge in the woods. However, under this blazing sun, the bandits felt an icy chill. One after another, their comrades surged forward, only to collapse lifelessly like weeds. The ground was strewn with disarrayed corpses, crimson blood oozing forth and flowing across the parched earth, evaporating into the air within moments. The mingling stench of blood and the foul odors from the stronghold were nauseating. A burly man wielding a dagger trembled as he stepped forth from the throng, pleading, "Ninja masters, we are but vagrants, abandoned and destitute, forced into a life of banditry. I implore you, spare us. We shall never dare again." Aoki, however, remained indifferent, his palm already grasping a new kunai. The man's hands bore thick calluses from years of wielding a blade, an indication that he was no novice. Kai, witnessing the trembling bandits, felt a pang of compassion and instinctively turned her gaze elsewhere. Just then, the burly man swung his arm, poised to hurl his dagger at Kai. Yet before he could launch his weapon, Aoki's kunai had already embedded itself in his wrist. Clang! The dagger clattered onto the hard, dry ground, producing a sharp sound. And Kai swiftly turned back, her face a mask of fear. Aoki spoke calmly. "Kai, has your father ever told you that mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself?" Kai shook her head in bewilderment. "Then remember this lesson well today," Aoki continued. The fierce bandit clutched his bleeding wrist, his expression twisted with rage, declaring, "Even if I die, I shall take a few with me." The other bandits, stirred by his words, erupted with fury. Each of them bore the weight of lives lost, having long danced upon the edge of a blade, and had grown indifferent to life and death. Hundreds of ferocious bandits surged toward the trio with a menacing force. Both Jifeng and Kai felt a surge of anxiety, biting their lips in apprehension. Aoki understood that further use of kunai would not resolve the situation, and he commanded, "Stand back." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wuyin. Fire release, grand fireball technique. A blazing, enormous fireball erupted from Aoki's mouth, hurtling towards the throng of bandits. As the vibrant colors of the sky flew back against the fierce wind, only slender figures and a sea of flames could be seen. Witnessing the onslaught of fireballs surging towards them, the bandits' fierce resolve dissipated like a deflating balloon, their expressions shifting from ferocity to sheer terror. Just as they contemplated fleeing in all directions, they were engulfed by the flames in an instant. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted, sending a multitude of bandits flying, while others were ignited by the searing heat, scattering in a panic. Despite a twinge of reluctance, Aokon commanded, "Leave no survivors." With that, he began to reap the lives of the bandits with his shurikens. Shippu and Sai exchanged a glance and silently joined the fray. It was their mission and their duty. The panicked bandits posed no threat to the trio, who swiftly eliminated them. Discarding the blood-dripping kunai, Sai stared in astonishment at the brutal scene before him. Were these lifeless bodies and the flowing blood truly the result of his actions? At that moment, the oil woman, Shimi, arrived, stating, "The mission is complete." He understood that it was time for the trio to depart. Time is a healing balm, gradually soothing their spirits and helping them acclimate to their identities as ninjas. Upon hearing this, Shippu and Sai quickly turned, eager to leave the grim location. However, Aokon lingered, saying, "You go ahead, I have matters to attend to." Shimi raised an eyebrow, asking, "What matters?" Aokon replied, "I must attend to these bodies. It is unseemly to leave them exposed in the wilderness." After a moment of silence, Shimi responded, "They were a band of irredeemable villains. There is no need for guilt." Aokon shook his head, asserting, "I do not feel guilt." Indeed, he felt no remorse. The once blank pages of his unwritten fate now bore 5 golden droplets. Even the heavens deemed the elimination of these wretches a boon, and he would not dwell on trivialities. Yet, should their villainy condemn them to be left to decay in the wild? Even setting aside their transgressions, he must consider the villagers who still live below. In the sweltering heat, the bodies would soon putrefy, and with so many corpses, improper handling could provoke a plague. Shimi adjusted his sunglasses and scrutinized Aokong anew. If he were to grade the trio's performance during this mission, he would give Sai a score of 7, above passing, yet lacking in experience and ruthlessness. This ruthlessness need not extend to innocents or comrades, but in dealing with foes, there must be no room for mercy. As for Shippu, he would bestow a 9. He found no deficiencies in Shippu's performance. In fact, he believed Shippu exhibited qualities befitting a ninja, maintaining composure during his first kill and remaining calm throughout. Regarding Aokong, he initially considered a score of 5, for Aokong's excessive rationality led him to approach the dying bandit, watching as the kunai pierced his throat. Indifferent to the dying man's plight, his subsequent indifference to the bandit's surrender was equally troubling. While this demeanor may align with the ninja's standards, to Shimi, such an emotionless ninja posed a significant danger. To him, this was a failure. However, the final display of Aozora astonished him. He could harbor no emotions towards his foes yet maintain kindness towards the souls departed. After taking a life, his thoughts did not dwell on evasion or self-soothing, but rather on the safety of those who dwelled below the mountain. The considerations of Uchiha Aozora were thoughts he had never entertained before. At this moment, he finally comprehended what a perfect score of 10 entailed. A score of 9 merely indicated that one had completed the task, while a perfect 10 signified the proper handling of subsequent matters post-task completion. The oil woman Shimi proactively inquired, "You did well. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Both Sai and Shifeng expressed their willingness to help. Aozora turned to them and said, "Let us gather the bodies together and procure some timber. The door panels and pillars of these houses will suffice. Pile them together for cremation." Thus, the third squad first constructed a high platform from wood and branches, upon which they stacked the corpses of the bandits. In the end, Aozora ignited this grand pyre with the great fireball technique. The immense bonfire blazed forth, consuming the garments of the fallen and gradually reducing them to ashes. In the distance, Aozora gazed upon the sacred flames and uttered, "May the fierce fire cleanse you of your sins, and may you find a beautiful future in your next life." He had once been a skeptic of deities and karma until he traversed into this world. He had also doubted the law of causality until the merits of the heavenly book helped him complete his mastery of mystical arts. Good deeds beget good fortune. Indeed, 2 droplets of merit appeared once more on the celestial scroll. The roaring flames not only purged the bandits of their wickedness, but also alleviated the guilt within the hearts of the 3. On their return journey, the trio felt light of heart and spirit, not only taking pleasure in the scenery along the road, but also engaging in delightful conversation. While discussing the gains and losses of the mission, Sai suddenly inquired, "Aozora, when did you learn your fire techniques? They are truly impressive." Upon hearing this, both Shimi and Shifeng leaned in closer, ears pricked in interest. Aozora replied, "On the day of graduation, my brother returned and taught me." Sai, recalling his brother was Shisui, exclaimed, "Ah, I forgot your brother is Shisui. The Shunshin of Shisui. I truly envy you for having such a prodigious brother." Sai assumed that all was due to Shisui's exceptional teaching. However, Shimi and Shifeng understood that while having a capable teacher is indeed important in mastering ninjutsu, innate talent is paramount. In just a few weeks, Aozora had grasped the great fireball technique to such an extent, showcasing that his aptitude for ninjutsu, particularly in fire techniques, far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. As his hidden talents gradually increased, Aozora began to reveal his abilities. In the present day, the village faced a severe shortage of personnel. Beyond relaxing the graduation standards of the Ninja Academy, Konoha continually promoted ninjas outside traditional criteria, as long as one had sufficient merit and rich task experience. Opportunities for selection arose. Aozora was indifferent to the ranks of ninja. Becoming a jonin would not alter his circumstances. However, attaining chunin status would afford him many conveniences. Primarily, chunin represented the backbone of Konoha, possessing a degree of autonomy, allowing them to freely accept missions and manage their own time. Furthermore, the chunin have the opportunity to submit requests to the village for the study of ninjutsu through the accumulation of merit. Although advanced and forbidden techniques remain unattainable, the extensive ninjutsu library of Konohagakure still makes Aoki drool with envy. Not to mention, the 5 elemental shadow clones can significantly enhance one's external manifestations. On a side note, After a long and arduous journey, the third team finally returned to the village the following afternoon. Upon completing their mission, the sky had darkened, and their stomachs growled with hunger. In a rare display of compassion, the usually stoic oil woman Shisui declared, "You have all worked hard on this mission. I shall treat you to a meal." Kai immediately suggested barbecue. Barbecue. However, Aoki countered, "Barbecue takes too long. By the time it's ready, we will all be famished." Rubbing her belly, Kai shook her head, "I can hold on." Just as the words left her lips, her stomach audibly protested. Shisui remarked, "No need to hold on. Let's eat nearby. Ippudo ramen is quite good." Ippudo ramen, renowned for its quality, was bustling with patrons at this dinner hour, leaving only 4 seats available in a corner. Famished, Aoki and the others approached. Upon closer inspection, they found the beautiful Kunoichi, Aizawa Konan, accompanied by her first team. "Konan, Shisui-senpai." The two jonin greeted each other warmly. Despite being of the same age, Shisui had ascended to jonin status much earlier, earning Konan's respect. While the two leading jonin engaged in casual conversation, the 6 genin exchanged curious glances. Aoki and his teammates were delighted to see their classmates, but the 3 members of the first team did not greet them kindly. Kai, filled with enthusiasm upon encountering her classmates, asked, "What have you all been up to lately?" The 3 members of the first team darkened at her question. Their spirits deflated from a day spent laboring in the fields. Hinata frowned and replied, "Thanks to your D-rank mission to clear the machinery, we have been toiling away in the fields." Although the third team had been prohibited from undertaking D-rank missions, the list had yet to revert to its previous state, leading all genin to engage in menial tasks. Upon discovering the source of their woes, the lower-ranked ninjas dubbed the third team the D-rank mission machinery clearers. Kai, oblivious to the tone of Yo's words, became intrigued by the mention of D-rank mission machinery clearers. "You haven't heard?" Arima Sakiki interjected sarcastically, "That is your team's nickname. And you have your own title as well." Kai, missing the underlying sarcasm, excitedly inquired, "Really? What is it?" She scratched her head, anxious. "Has someone noticed my remarkable prowess?" Arima Sakiki grinned, "The cat huntress Kunoichi, Inazuka Kai. Surprised, aren't you?" He then turned to Aoki and Jikaze, adding, "You have titles too. Express delivery, Suki no Jikazan sanitation worker. Uchiha Aoki, truly illustrious." Kai, patting her head in delight, exclaimed, "Haha, we are indeed famous now, and my title sounds even more illustrious." Faced with Kai's obliviousness, Arima Sakiki's expression froze. He had anticipated enjoying her furious reaction, only to find that Kai's singular focus prevented her from grasping his sarcasm. With a sullen expression, he was about to continue his antics when a waiter donning a small white cap approached, smiling warmly. "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" "Beef ramen. Tomato ramen. Pork bone ramen, with extra toppings. Beef ramen, with 3 portions of meat. The noodles can be a little less." Without a doubt, the one ordering 3 portions of meat was Kai, the food enthusiast. Perhaps due to her daily exercise regimen, she remained fit and healthy, reminiscent of a small leopard. Qingkong remarked, "Are you really ordering ramen? You might as well request a serving of boiled beef." Upon hearing this, Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly asking the waiter, "Do you have boiled beef?" Wiping the large bead of cold sweat from his forehead, the waiter replied, "I'm afraid we don't have that." Kai expressed her disappointment. "That would have been nice." Qingkong turned to the waiter, saying, "For her, it's the beef ramen, with 3 portions of meat." After placing their orders, noticing that Shashi was about to make a sarcastic comment, Lu Shinjiling attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "You guys from the 3rd class are truly impressive. What have you been up to lately?" Before Qingkong and Jifeng could respond, Kai excitedly replied, "We just completed a C-rank mission." The mission's client was a young man from their village. Kai animatedly recounted her experience with the C-rank task, yet the 1st class seemed entirely uninterested. Upon hearing about the C-rank mission, the 3 in the 1st class appeared as if struck by a heavy hammer, their expressions dazed. In school, they had undoubtedly excelled. Hinata consistently topped the class and was already eligible for early graduation. Onma Shashi and Lu Shinjiling possessed talents in illusion and physical arts that far surpassed their peers. However, after graduation, they found themselves left behind. Despite the unflattering moniker of D-rank task cleaners, the 3 were undeniably the most conspicuous graduates of the 49th class. While openly mocked, secretly they were envied and resented. Now, the 3rd class had taken the lead by being the first to accept the C-rank mission, further distancing themselves from their contemporaries. With these thoughts lingering, the three in the first class lost interest in conversation and focused on their noodles. The mood was notably somber, with the first class feeling downcast, and Qingkong's group unable to fully enjoy the gathering, resulting in an unusually low atmosphere. Fortunately, Ichiraku Ramen lived up to its reputation, offering delicious broth, chewy noodles, and tender meat. After finishing their meal, they were still unsatisfied and even drank the broth clean. Once they exited the shop, both groups exchanged farewells. As Qingkong was about to return to her clan, she suddenly noticed the first class intently gazing at them. Hinata Rome spoke first. Please, do your best, for we will soon catch up to you. Amasashi scoffed. It's merely a stroke of good luck. We will show you which class is truly the strongest in the 49th cohort. Lu Shinjiling added. We will quickly close the gap. With that declaration, the first class departed, following their guiding jonin, Aizawa Konan. Watching the first class fade into the distance, Yomuji quietly remarked, Did you see that? They are your rivals, a moment's negligence. And they will catch up to you. Kai clenched her fists defiantly, exclaiming, They will not catch up to us. Yueguang Jifeng nodded earnestly, stating, We will not give them the opportunity. Aozora paid little heed to this matter, dismissing it as mere childish rivalry. I never look back. For those I surpass will only drift further away from me. With that, he waved his hand and returned to his clan's territory alone. Under the moonlight, both Shippu and Inazuka AI gazed at Aozora, their hearts burdened with urgency. The declaration of the first class had merely instilled a slight tension within them. But Aozora's words intensified their sense of pressure. As Aozora's teammates, they gradually began to perceive the formidable strength he possessed. They believed that without diligent effort, they would soon be left behind. The following day, the third class took its customary day off. Although it was a holiday, Aozora found himself busier than ever. Rising promptly at 6 in the morning, he reached the mountaintop adjacent to his clan's territory by 6:20, where he commenced his training in the art of the sun eye. As he honed this technique, Aozora noticed a marked improvement in his vision, while his strikingly large eyes became increasingly piercing. By 6:40, he descended the mountain after a quick breakfast. At 7 o'clock, he arrived at the dense forest below, initiating his practice of the body flicker technique. Due to infrequent use, Aozora felt somewhat rusty, only regaining his usual proficiency after colliding with a few trees, eventually darting through the woods with agility. Once he acclimated to his current speed, he unabashedly accelerated further, entering a cycle of crashing into trees and swiftly recovering. As the sun ascended, casting dappled shadows through the trees, a silhouette flickered and leaped in the gentle radiance filtering into the forest. The ninja world is an authentic realm, and thus, ninjutsu is not a skill with a fixed potency. With diligent training, one can continually enhance their abilities, mastering techniques until they become second nature. Through years of disciplined chakra cultivation, Aozora refined his control over chakra, rendering the learning of ninjutsu as effortless as breathing. Logically, Aozora could quickly acquire countless ninjutsu techniques, becoming a veritable master. However, he understood the principle of quality over quantity. The same holds true for ninjutsu. With a single flying thunder god technique, Minato Namikaze made a name for himself in the ninja world, while Naruto Uzumaki tirelessly honed his skills to reach a climactic conclusion. Mastering ninjutsu is merely the beginning. Only through relentless practice can one truly unleash its power, even maximizing it to 200%. Rather than spending time learning a plethora of techniques, Aozora preferred to focus on practicing those he deemed essential. The body flicker technique was one such skill upon which he relied heavily. Ninjas possess significantly greater physical prowess than ordinary individuals, yet against the elements of water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, the human body remains inherently fragile. Survival is the foundation of all offensive capabilities. Thus, Aozora placed particular emphasis on his soul evasion technique. After 2 hours of rigorous practice, he made his way to the nearby river to begin training in fire release. As Aozora's chakra became more refined, the potency of his fire release techniques grew. He needed to familiarize himself with the destructive capacity of his ninjutsu. Battles among ninjas could erupt at any moment, and lacking an understanding of his own techniques could result in minor property damage or, worse yet, friendly fire, leading to dire consequences. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Intense flames erupted above the river, appearing and dissipating, vaporizing a substantial amount of water and creating a rising mist that enveloped the surroundings. Throughout the morning, Aozora diligently practiced the ninjutsu he had mastered. Until the afternoon, Qingkong found the opportunity to learn new skills. Before embarking on this educational journey, Qingkong contemplated the utility of the merit droplets. During the previous bandit clearing mission, Qingkong had taken lives and set fires, acquiring 7 droplets of merit. These droplets could nourish the soul and cultivate the spirit, or they could enhance the magical arts. However, Qingkong was uncertain about the effectiveness of the arts gained from learning stealth and spirit communication, thus hesitated to squander the 7 droplets on such pursuits. Should he choose the external incarnation or the yin-yang eye, or perhaps the true fire of samadhi? The external incarnation it is. He had long desired to develop in the shadows, allowing his doppelgangers to conquer the world. Moreover, these doppelgangers could assist in accumulating merit, doubling his joy, an experience he yearned for. Once resolved, Qingkong inscribed the 4 pale gray ancient characters for external incarnation in the celestial tome. Golden droplets swiftly surged into the inscription. The first droplet merged, solidifying the pale gray characters. The second droplet merged, yet no change occurred. The third droplet merged, still without alteration. It was only when all 7 droplets of merit had been absorbed that the external incarnation remained but gray characters, devoid of any golden radiance. Qingkong could not help but frown. Having repeatedly attempted to complete the magical arts, he understood that the arts inscribed in the celestial tome were represented in gray, indicating incompleteness, and notably lacked the most crucial element, rendering them unlearnable. Initially, Qingkong had obtained a response from the celestial tome regarding the manipulation of tools through the throwing of kunai. But his inability to comprehend spiritual disassociation and attachment had hindered him from truly mastering the art of tool manipulation. He could only awkwardly alter the flight path of the kunai through the incomplete inheritance. It wasn't until he learned the shadow clone technique and gained the vital knowledge that the manipulation of tools radiated with golden light, allowing him to wield ninja tools at will. The transformation of the external incarnation indicated that this magical art lacked essential knowledge, to the extent that even merit could not forcibly complete it. This left Qingkong somewhat regretful. Had merit been truly potent, he would need not pursue new knowledge, but merely engage in selfless acts like lay foam. With a sigh, Qingkong steadied his mind and prepared to practice stealth and spirit communication. Given the simplicity of stealth techniques, he decided to begin with them. Stealth was not particularly challenging. Although it was a high-level 3-body technique, its difficulty was merely at the C level. Utilizing his adeptness in hand seals, Qingkong easily grasped the method of chakra flow for the stealth technique. Stealth. Although Qingkong did not form any seals, the chakra within him flowed according to the stealth technique's prescribed method. The chakra circulated rapidly within him, surging out through every pore. This chakra was about to form a transparent membrane, but in the next moment, it evaporated into mist. Approaching a mirror, Qingkong beheld a faint haze obscuring his tall figure, exuding an ethereal quality. Is this invisibility? Qingkong pondered silently, attempting the stealth technique once more, only to find that it intensified the mist enveloping him. Release. Waving away the mist, Qingkong contemplated his failure. He believed his chakra's operation was flawless. As his hand passed through the mist, he felt a coolness. Did the stealth technique relate to water manipulation? Could that membrane reflect all incoming light, thereby achieving visual invisibility? Drawing upon knowledge from 2 lifetimes, Qingkong speculated on the principles behind the stealth technique. My chakra now possesses an overwhelming affinity for fire, rendering me unable to perform water-based techniques. My invisibility technique, having formed a delicate membrane, has consequently evaporated, leaving me unable to conceal myself. Aozora once again attempted the invisibility technique, immersing himself in contemplation, and sensed a fleeting coolness during the transformation of his chakra. Alas, perhaps as I gradually perfect the samadhi true fire, I shall find a way to balance my chakra. For now, invisibility seems forever out of reach. Fortunately, it serves well for embellishment. It is high time I commissioned a splendid outfit imbued with an ethereal quality. Amused by my own thoughts, Uchiha Aozora swiftly adjusted his mood. Previously, he had learned with remarkable speed, to the extent that he overlooked his own humanity. Chakra, too, possesses elemental biases, making it impossible to master every jutsu in the ninja realm. How could I have forgotten to assess my chakra attributes? Such negligence is inexcusable. Aozora noted down the acquisition of chakra testing paper in his agenda, and then retrieved the contract scroll of the Ninja Crows. Upon unrolling the scroll, he discovered it bore but a single name, Uchiha Shisui. From where did Yamashiro Aoi forge his contract with the Ninja Crows? Or perhaps he had contracted with a different breed of crow. Shaking off these errant thoughts, Aozora redirected his focus to the scroll. The contract scroll of Nin beasts is extraordinary, imbued with formidable and unique sealing techniques that facilitate an equitable contractual relationship between humans and their respective species of Nin beasts, fostering collaboration. Those clans possessing such contract scrolls typically wield considerable power or strength, akin to the Toad clan of Mayaboka Mountain or the Serpent clan of Ryuchi Cave. Although the Ninja Crow clan lacks a prominent reputation in the ninja world, the mere presence of their contract scroll suggests that their strength is not to be underestimated. Following the scroll's instructions, Aozora used his finger as a pen and his blood as ink, inscribing his name upon the blank space of the scroll. As he completed the inscription, he felt a peculiar pull emanating from the scroll, as his chakra and spirit were drawn in slightly. Perceiving no danger, he did not resist. This sensation was fleeting, and upon further examination, Aozora found no abnormalities. Dismissing the thought, he commenced his study of the summoning technique. The summoning technique was not particularly difficult. With minimal practice, Aozora quickly grasped its essence. With a flourish, chakra surged forth from his hand, tracing a complex sealing pattern upon the ground. Blood from his fingertips dripped into the center of the sealing formation, becoming faintly visible as chakra continuously flowed forth. Aozora sensed a chilling wave of chakra. He instantly realized that each surge represented a ninja crow. As long as he could establish a connection with any single surge, the summoning technique would be successful. After some contemplation, Aozora intensified his chakra output, aiming to summon a more formidable creature, for ordinary ninja crows might not even be capable of speech. Regrettably, as he increased his chakra output, he noticed that while the chilling chakra intensified, he did not detect any powerful fluctuations. After a considerable time, just as Aozora was about to cease his chakra infusion, he suddenly sensed a chaotic yet potent chakra. He immediately reached out to communicate with it, initiating the summoning. Bang! Aozora felt his previously empty right hand suddenly adorned with soft, flowing fur. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal raven, entirely black and resembling an eagle in size, emerged before the azure sky. This raven emanated an aura of ominous chill. Its form was sleek, with a sharp beak and talons, and its eyes glowed a fierce crimson. With a ghastly caw, the crimson-eyed raven dove towards the sky with lightning speed. Though taken aback by its sudden appearance, the azure sky swiftly evaded its attack by a mere sidestep. The raven, having soared past, collided with a grand tree, but at the crucial moment, it flapped its wings and veered away from the trunk, leaving deep claw marks etched into the bark. Such remarkable speed and formidable talons intrigued the azure sky. According to the scrolls left by Shisui, the Raven clan was known for their formidable spiritual prowess, with their physical attributes being only slightly superior to that of ordinary ravens. Yet, this giant raven was clearly an anomaly among its kin. While its speed and strength were commendable, what about its defense? The azure sky mused, casually tossing 4 shurikens. Although the raven was swift, it lacked cunning, allowing the azure sky to easily predict its trajectory. Thud, 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 thud. The shurikens struck the crimson-eyed raven with precision, yet they rebounded as if hitting steel. Infuriated, the raven's eyes glowed even more intensely, and it surged towards the azure sky with increased velocity. How intriguing! The azure sky's lips curled into a smile as it began to engage in a dance of combat. Despite being a raven, its physique was as robust as that of an eagle, and its feathers were as sharp as blades, making it a formidable adversary. However, it seemed to lack intelligence, launching straightforward attacks that the azure sky easily countered. After testing its resistance to shurikens, the azure sky decided to experiment with its susceptibility to ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. To avoid annihilating the creature, the azure sky deliberately tempered the chakra input. Nevertheless, even a fireball of basin size was beyond the endurance of an ordinary raven. Boom! The fireball struck the crimson-eyed raven with precision, its powerful impact sending the creature soaring into the air, flames igniting its feathers. The azure sky anticipated its imminent fall, but to its astonishment, the raven flapped its wings and stubbornly charged once more. Witnessing the raven engulfed in flames, a glimmer sparked in the azure sky's eyes as thoughts raced through its mind. Boom, bang, crack. The crimson-eyed raven was relentlessly assaulted by the azure sky's fists and feet, scorched by flames and slashed by blades. In a short span, it transformed into a scorched, featherless creature, its plumage charred and its body marred with numerous gashes. Yet, despite its battered state, the great raven continued its relentless assault. Its speed scarcely diminished. Ultimately, the summoning time elapsed, and the raven was pulled back to its original realm, bringing the battle to a close. Before the echoes of the recent skirmish could fully settle, the chakra within the azure sky was absorbed by a celestial tome. Soon, the chakra returned, and two faint golden ancient characters for beast mastery appeared on the tome. Shortly thereafter, a manifestation of the self emerged, with great ancient characters radiating golden light. Was the key to the manifestation of the self tied to the summoning technique? The azure sky pondered, taken aback, as the two seemed unrelated. Though eager to embrace the inheritance immediately, the outdoors posed certain dangers, prompting the azure sky to exercise patience and return home. Upon returning home, Qingkong immediately dashed to his bedroom and leaped onto the bed, ready to receive the inheritance. Like a celestial being bestowing wisdom or a divine Buddha imparting teachings. Ancient characters materialized in his mind, with ethereal scenes illuminating his thoughts. After accepting the beast mastery inheritance, Qingkong finally comprehended why spiritual summoning is the pivotal knowledge for external incarnation. Apart from its potential for growth, another crucial aspect of external incarnation is communication and control. Since the incarnation possesses an independent consciousness and body, if the main self cannot perceive the thoughts of the incarnation and lacks control over it, then the incarnation will become a separate entity. Spiritual summoning and contract scrolls encompass a portion of soul contract knowledge. Through these contracts, spiritual beasts and their masters maintain an unseen connection across vast distances. This agreement is equal and harmless, yet, through the modification of celestial texts, it can forge a master-servant contract. This contract can be employed for beast mastery as well as to construct the soul core of an incarnation. Although spiritual beasts may have the opportunity to break the contract due to their inherently independent souls from another realm, the soul root of the incarnation is fundamentally a soul contract, which is unbreakable except by self-destruction. This exemplifies the control the main body has over the external incarnation. Gazing at the two cultivable divine arts, Qingkong hesitated. Unlike other arts, both beast mastery and external incarnation involve the peril of soul fragmentation. A danger too great for Qingkong to accept. Perhaps patience is prudent. He resolved to fully comprehend the inheritance before making any decisions. Dear Qingkong, I was delighted to receive your letter. I had no idea you possessed such talent in ninjutsu. There is much I wish to convey. Yet I find myself at a loss for words. I can only say that I am well. Recently, we have engaged in minor skirmishes with the cloud-hidden village along the border. The Uchiha clan has led the charge, achieving numerous victories and earning great renown, thus upholding our clan's honor. Unfortunately, many of our kin have perished in the conflict. Captain Aoki's 4th squad was ambushed, resulting in 2 casualties. And Captain Aoki himself sustained grave injuries and will soon return to the rear. Regarding the relocation of our clan's territory, I hope you can understand the village's perspective. The shadow behind the Ninetales incident belongs to the wielder of the Sharingan, leading to suspicion towards our Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, I believe our performance at the border will alter their perception. The village is in a time of crisis, and each bearer of the will of fire must be willing to brave hardships for Konoha. We are members of the Uchiha clan, and equally, we are part of Konoha. Lastly, I have acquired numerous cloud-hidden ninjutsu on the battlefield, which I hope will be of use to you. Also, exercise caution during missions. Do not overestimate your strength when facing formidable foes. Qingkong held the letter delivered by the ninja raven, feeling somewhat helpless. How is it that the Uchiha produced such a soft-hearted individual? And to think he is my brother. Folding the letter, Qingkong perused several ninjutsu scrolls sent by Shisui. Lightning release, body flicker technique, lightning release, lightning ball, all lightning techniques? Truly, they are impressive. This technique. If mastered, I could forego the notion of targeting Kai's family's body training methods. Qingkong gazed in awe at the final scroll, which detailed the cloud-hidden's lightning-based stimulation of the physical body. Clutching the scroll tightly for a prolonged moment, Qingkong summoned immense willpower to suppress his urge to study, slowly closing the scroll and placing it into the wooden box designated for scroll storage. The previous day, after completing his studies in summoning techniques, he had procured chakra test paper, which revealed that his primary attribute was fire, while he also possessed innate talents in lightning and earth. Consequently, Qingkong had the potential to learn lightning-based ninjutsu. However, tomorrow marked the day when the third class would embark on new missions, necessitating that Qingkong rest in advance to maintain an optimal state. Moreover, having recently deepened his connection with the Celestial Slayer Flying Blade through blood refinement techniques, he found himself too fatigued to engage in high-intensity physical training. Experiencing a dreamless night, Qingkong rose to wash up and admire his visage in the mirror, then donned his cloth armor before stepping outside. Upon arriving at the mission hall, he discovered that Kai was already present, engaged in a playful banter with her companions from the first class. "Good morning," Qingkong greeted as he approached. Noticing the pallor of his face, Kai inquired, "Good morning. Why does your face look pale again?" Qingkong merely shook his head, offering no explanation. Nearby, Hinata Rong nodded politely, while Onma Shaki averted her gaze as if she hadn't seen him, and Yagyu Ichiro merely acknowledged him with a grunt. The outsiders were oblivious to the specifics of the third class. In the eyes of the three from the first class, Qingkong remained the same showy underachiever. The third class's prominence was attributed solely to luck, with perhaps Kai and Jifeng contributing a modicum of influence. Raising an eyebrow, Qingkong chose not to pursue their approval and casually stood aside, quietly channeling chakra to nurture the Celestial Slayer Flying Blade. Due to the unpredictable damage associated with soul fragmentation, he resolved to first cultivate both blood and energy simultaneously, initially strengthening affinity through blood refinement, followed by a gradual nurturing process with energy refinement. Soon, Jifeng arrived. The first class evidently placed greater importance on this interaction, as Yagyu Ichiro proactively greeted him, and Hinata Rong along with Onma Shaki exchanged a few words with him. Qingkong observed their exchanges with a calm demeanor. As the clock approached 8, the instructor for the first class, Aizawa Konan, was the first to arrive, followed shortly by Oil Girl Shisui. After a brief wait, both classes gathered at the front. Observing the eager expressions of the three from the first class, Aizawa Konan requested, "Show me the C-rank missions." The trio from the first class beamed with delight at his words, with Onma Shaki casting a glance at the three from the third class. Neither Qingkong nor Jifeng reacted, while Kai muttered, "What is there to be proud of? We've already completed C-rank missions." Aizawa Konan perused the mission list several times, and after receiving the mission token, he departed with the first class. Approaching the mission list, Oil Girl Shisui began to flip through the pages, frowning as he remarked, "Why are the first few pages all bounty hunting missions?" The third class had just undertaken a bounty hunting mission, and he sought a task that would be somewhat less strenuous. Being merely 12 or 13 years old, he had no desire to mold the trio into instruments of murder. Fortunately, due to the severe bandit problem, there were also an increasing number of escort missions. After flipping through several pages, Oil Girl Shisui finally found a suitable task. Kai eagerly accepted the mission token and scampered off to the archives, returning with a somewhat dejected expression. "Teacher, why did we end up with an escort mission? By the time we return, the first class will have completed multiple tasks, and we don't want to be surpassed." The Oil Girl, Shisui, expressed that ninjas are not solely instruments of assassination, but also guardians and protectors. Furthermore, we are not mere tools for executing tasks. We must also balance work and rest, lest we become heartless weapons. Upon hearing this, the three members of Team 3 nodded in agreement. With the scroll in hand, Shisui led Team 3 to a nearby lounge to communicate with the mission client. "President Fujiwara, we are the ninjas assigned to the escort mission. Do you have any questions?" President Fujiwara, portly and jovial, regarded the three young ones whose youth still lingered in their demeanor. With hesitation, he remarked, "I have considerable trust in the reputation and strength of Konoha. However, the goods our convoy is transporting are quite valuable. Could we perhaps substitute a few of our ranks for more experienced ninjas?" At this, Kai could not restrain herself and leapt up to jab at his round belly. But Shisui deftly caught her by the nape of her neck, preventing her from flailing about in indignation. Shisui calmly stated, "Since we have taken on this task, it is evident that we possess the capability to see it through. We would never jeopardize the village's reputation." Fujiwara Takumi promptly nodded, chuckling, "I apologize for my presumption. Konoha's reputation is indeed worthy of trust. The ninja concealed beneath the trench coat and sunglasses exuded an imposing aura, characteristic of a formidable ninja. I am the captain responsible for this mission, Shisui declared. Now, let us verify the details of our task. The destination is Lianyan City? Exactly, he affirmed. This mission does not involve conflicts between ninjas? Correct. It is purely a commercial endeavor. However, due to the recent surge in banditry, we sought the assistance of esteemed ninjas. At this point, Kai, having been released, glared at President Fujiwara with indignation, muttering, "How dare he look down on me?" Qingkong reminded her of the third rule of the ninja code, do not easily offend the client. Have you forgotten? Though still aggrieved, Kai retorted, one day, he will know my true strength. Before long, Shisui returned after negotiating with Fujiwara Takumi. Due to time constraints, we hope to set out immediately. Thank you, esteemed ninjas. Qingkong found himself reassessing the portly merchant. A man in his 30s had the audacity to address 3 underage youths as esteemed, without a hint of embarrassment, demonstrating his astuteness. Kai, who had previously harbored some resentment, felt her indignation dissipate upon hearing his words. After a brief preparation, Team 3 embarked on their journey northward alongside Fujiwara's convoy. Unlike their previous mission against bandits, this time they rode in the merchant's carts, avoiding the need for public transport. Seated in the cart, they leisurely admired the beautiful scenery around them, feeling rejuvenated. By afternoon, Shisui instructed Kai, go to the front of the convoy and conduct reconnaissance. Although this mission was intended for leisure, Shisui remained vigilant and arranged for Kai to commence her scouting shortly after leaving the village. Along the way, Shisui exhibited the extensive experience of a jonin, continually imparting knowledge on route identification, campsite selection, and trap setting to the 3 young ninjas. In the face of the selfless guidance from Oil Girl Shisui, the trio of Aozora listened with the earnestness befitting ordinary elementary school students, diligently taking notes on vital knowledge. During the previous 2 days of idleness, Takumi Fujiwara would occasionally approach Aozora and the others to engage in light conversation, sometimes bringing delicacies to reward Class 3. As someone who had traveled far and wide, he understood the significance of fostering good relations with ninjas. While it might not reduce the commission for their missions, it would at least ensure a greater degree of diligence. Thus, the Fujiwara merchant caravan meandered onward, gradually distancing themselves from Konoha and arriving in the troubled northern lands plagued by banditry. On that particular afternoon, the reconnaissance specialist, Sai, returned with news of 3 individuals lurking behind the caravan, with another trio lying in ambush ahead, all of whom possessed formidable chakra. Upon hearing this, Aozora and Shippu simultaneously uttered the term rogue ninjas. Rogue ninjas typically consisted of renegade ninjas from major villages and those from smaller, disbanded villages. Their strength was generally lackluster, causing them to predominantly occupy small nations devoid of ninja protection, where they could exert their dominance without fear of confrontation from larger nations. Aozora expressed his astonishment, questioning whether these rogue ninjas had grown excessively bold to dare intrude upon the borders of the Land of Fire. Shippu speculated that they might be attempting to exploit the conflict between Yunin and Konoha to their advantage. Aozora shook his head in disagreement, wondering if they were truly so foolish. No matter how weakened Konoha might be, even a single jonin could easily sweep them away. He then turned to Oil Girl Shisui, asking, "Teacher, how do you suggest we proceed?" After conducting a reconnaissance with her insects, Oil Girl Shisui replied, "You may handle it yourselves." At her words, Aozora instantly realized that the enemy's strength fell within their range. He gathered his 2 companions, stating, "Our teacher has entrusted us with this task. Let us share our thoughts." Sai remarked, "When it comes to life and death, we must regard it with indifference. If they resist, we shall fight." Clearing his throat, Shippu cautioned, "Be careful. Do not underestimate rogue ninjas." Aozora, feeling exasperated, replied, "Is this even a matter of whether we can win or not? The mission has escalated, after all." Shaking his head, Aozora stepped away from their carriage and approached the front of the caravan, addressing President Fujiwara. "President Fujiwara, we have just completed our reconnaissance and discovered that rogue ninjas have set their sights on your caravan." Takumi Fujiwara glanced around, feeling a surge of fear, and exclaimed, "Ninja-sama, we have hired you. You must ensure our safety." Aozora replied sternly, "While that may be true, you have issued a C-rank mission, and the involvement of ninja combat exceeds the parameters of a C-rank task. We reserve the right to refuse." Suddenly, Takumi Fujiwara grasped Aozora's hand, pleading, "Ninja-sama, please do not abandon us." Aozora, cold and resolute, replied, "That is not an option. The peril of battling ninjas is of an entirely different magnitude." Yet, confronted with Takumi Fujiwara's beseeching gaze, Aozora felt a twinge of sympathy and added, "We will require an increase in compensation." Initially taken aback, Takumi quickly grasped the implication and responded with delight, "No problem. I will elevate the mission rank and increase the bounty." Having witnessed the prowess of ninjas, he understood that ordinary people were akin to mere chaff in the presence of such formidable beings. Only then did Aozora nod and return to their carriage. Having conferred with President Fujiwara, the mission was upgraded to a B rank, and the remuneration would correspondingly rise. Aozora proceeded to allocate combat responsibilities, declaring, "I will handle the 3 ninjas lying in ambush ahead. The remaining 3 at the rear will be entrusted to you." Kai remarked dismissively, murmuring her disdain towards them. After a month of interaction, she was acutely aware that her abilities, alongside those of Jifeng, fell short compared to those of Qingtian, yet a lingering sense of frustration remained. Jifeng offered a gentle smile and proclaimed, "Very well. Our plan is set. We shall act separately." With a swift motion, the 3 transformed into fleeting shadows, each targeting the rogue ninjas that had been tracking them. On Qingtian's side, after a mere 2 strides forward, his remarkable perceptiveness enabled him to identify 3 concealed rogue ninjas who had neglected their stealth training. As the trio, hidden among the trees, caught sight of Qingtian's figure, they heard a sharp whoosh, followed by a sudden pain in their necks, blood gushing forth as they hastily clutched their throats. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, struggling momentarily before succumbing to unconsciousness. Noticing a golden droplet appear on the celestial scroll, Qingtian refrained from delivering a finishing blow and returned to his companions. Just as Qingtian concluded his battle, Kai and Jifeng also wrapped up their skirmish and hurried back. Both Kai and Jifeng had undergone professional training at the Ninja Academy, complemented by their familial heritage, making them among the elite within the ranks of lower ninjas. They were merely a step away from becoming intermediate ninjas, and against the rogue ninjas, they executed their tasks with ruthless efficiency. In just a few breaths, Qingtian and his companions had dispatched more than twice the number of foes. While this was undoubtedly due to the enemy's inadequate strength, it simultaneously showcased the extraordinary prowess of the trio. Upon reaching the rear of the convoy, President Fujiwara inquired tentatively, "My lord, have the rogue ninjas been dealt with?" Qingtian replied nonchalantly, directing him to the 10th large tree on the left ahead, instructing, "Have your guards handle the situation. In this sweltering heat, leaving corpses exposed can lead to disease." Kai added, "There are also 3 bodies in the thicket to the left." President Fujiwara promptly responded, "Yes, yes. I shall dispatch the guards immediately." After relaying his instructions, he retreated to the merchant caravan, and shortly thereafter, 2 teams from the guards set out towards the bodies. Once the guards returned after collecting the corpses, the entire caravan resumed its journey. The skirmish appeared to be a trivial incident, leaving no significant impact on the caravan's progress. However, President Fujiwara exhibited a newfound respect towards Qingtian and his companions. Previously, his admiration stemmed solely from the headbands they wore, but now it was rooted in their undeniable strength. Thus, the 3rd team continued to escort the merchant convoy for 2 more days, determined to reach their destination. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the air. The members of the 3rd team looked up to see 3 plumes of red smoke rising on the horizon. Against the backdrop of a clear azure sky, the vivid red smoke stood out starkly. Qingtian quickly deduced, "Emergency rescue. Danger level, A-class." The red smoke signals from Konoha indicated a call for assistance, with the number of smoke signals denoting the severity of the threat. 3 red smoke signals signified A-class danger, the highest level of emergency, indicating that the Konoha team had encountered a ninja squad with at least 1 hostile upper ninja. Yamanaka sure nodded, his gaze sweeping back and forth among the trio concealed behind his sunglasses, before stating, "Qingtian, follow me for the rescue. Kai and Jifeng, continue escorting the caravan to Lianyun City and await further instructions once the task is completed." Without waiting for a retort from the swift wind and vibrant colors, he continued, stating that if there were no news from them within 2 days, they would return to Konoha alone. His voice, as always, bore no trace of emotional fluctuation, resolute and unassailable. Upon hearing this, The three members of Team 3 wore serious expressions and responded in unison, understood. Having spoken, they adjusted their formation, with Aoki rising to follow the oil-scented Shimi as they rushed towards the rescue signal. Shimi weaved through the forest, each leap seemingly light, yet gliding over 5 or 6 sturdy trees. Aoki was undeterred, closely trailing behind him. Such a rescue mission should not have involved Genin. Yet the urgency of the situation and the unknown strength of the enemy necessitated every bit of combat capability available. Your kunai could pose a threat to Jonin, and your proficiency in fire release could be beneficial in battle. Hence, you were summoned. As they continued moving, Shimi explained in a calm manner, in times of trouble, assistance must come from all sides. Hearing this, Aoki felt a flicker of reassurance. Shimi continued, of course, I do not intend to lead you to your demise. We shall act according to the circumstances. If the enemy is weak, you will throw your ninja tools and use your fire release for long-range support. If they prove formidable, we will retreat. Understood, Aoki replied, diligently honing his throwing knives. He understood that while his kunai might pose a minor threat to Jonin, it would not be decisive. To truly inflict damage upon a Jonin, he would need to rely on the celestial blade. At a mountainside in Lianyun Mountain, the surroundings were already in ruins. With patches of green and black grass, broken trees, and rubble strewn about, clearly indicative of a fierce battle. In the shade of the trees stood a stronghold. Its originally simple structures now enveloped in dense mist, the heavy water vapor shrouding all visibility like a curtain. Perched high upon a large tree in front of the stronghold were 3 cloud shinobi, observing the mist-covered stronghold below. Among them, a burly man, bare-chested, wiped his great sword, remarking, "What a troublesome situation. To create such thick mist in these conditions, one might think she is a hidden mist Jonin." Beside him, a bespectacled, somewhat refined male shinobi replied, "Have you forgotten the second Hokage of Konoha? It is not surprising for Konoha to possess powerful water release users." However, he continued, "This dense mist obscures my sensory abilities, and it appears that resolving this situation will not be swift." Before them stood a striking female shinobi, her arms crossed, her chestnut-colored hair braided and swaying in the wind. She declared, "No need to rush. This stronghold is backed by a mountain wall. As long as we guard the exits, they cannot escape." The sword-wielding cloud shinobi hesitated, saying, "But they have already fired a distress signal. If we delay, we might attract powerful reinforcements from Konoha." The bespectacled cloud shinobi chuckled lightly, stating, "Konoha has endured the defection of Orochimaru in the Nine-Tails incident. Now, only Jiraiya and the third Hokage can be considered true powerhouses." He added, "Jiraiya is stationed at the border, while the third Hokage remains in Konoha. Who in the Land of Fire could possibly restrain us?" The leading female shinobi, Ishida, concurred, saying, "You are right. It is rare for a member of the Wood Clan to personally intervene. Capturing just one Jonin will not suffice." Contemplating the strength of the 2 Wood Clan members, the sword-wielding cloud shinobi fell silent. Within the mist, the first team of 4, assigned to eliminate bandits, was poised for action. At this moment, the 4 individuals no longer exuded the same spirited demeanor they had when they first entered the mission hall. Akizawa Konin's complexion was pallid. Having initially engaged in combat with the 3 from the Cloud Village, she now struggled to sustain such an extensive mist, leaving her chakra reserves nearly depleted. "Akizawa-sensei, have the 3 Cloud Ninjas made any moves?" Hinata Ryo inquired, and upon hearing this, he instantly activated his Byakugan. A surge of chakra flooded into his eyes, causing the veins around his temples to bulge ominously. Through the clarity of his Byakugan, the thick fog appeared as transparent as glass. He effortlessly discerned the 3 Cloud Ninjas guarding the soul path leading down from the hideout. Each of them possessed considerable chakra, particularly the leader, whose reserves surpassed anyone he had encountered before. Observing the vast and malevolent chakra, Hinata Ryo suppressed his inner dread and remarked coolly, "They have ceased their offensive. They are merely guarding the route down the mountain." Arima Saki and Yagyu Ichiro breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Akizawa Konin's expression did not improve. She harbored a foreboding suspicion. Unable to forget the leader's formidable chakra, Hinata Ryo asked, "Sensei, who is that leading cloud ninja? Why does he possess such immense and sinister chakra?" Akizawa Konin cast him a glance and replied solemnly, "What did you say? How much chakra does that person possess?" "A great deal, more than 10 times your own," Hinata Ryo responded. Upon hearing this, Akizawa Konan's countenance darkened as she murmured, "A Jinchuriki? Are they using us as bait?" Hearing his teacher's murmurs, Hinata Ryo queried, "What is a Jinchuriki?" Instinctively, Akizawa Konan explained, "A Jinchuriki is a specialized weapon of war, possessing power comparable to that of a Kage." What? Although Hinata Ryo and his companions did not fully grasp the concept of a Jinchuriki, the comparison to Kage-level strength instilled them with a profound sense of pressure. Hinata Ryo asked, "If their strength is akin to that of a Kage, then who can come to our aid?" No one could provide an answer. They all understood that the village's strongest warriors were either engaged on the front lines or stationed in Konohagakure, with only a handful of elite shinobi carrying out missions within the Land of Fire. The probability of encountering ninjas capable of countering a Jinchuriki in the vicinity was nearly infinitesimal. In an instant, the group's spirits plummeted and despair began to creep in. Akizawa Konan realized she had misspoken and forced a smile, suggesting, perhaps Lady Tsunade is traveling nearby. However, the trio felt no glimmer of hope from her words. Instead, their despondency deepened. After approximately 20 minutes of rushing towards the distress signal, Aozora and Aburame Shimi finally arrived at the foot of Lianyun Mountain. As an all-round ninja, tracking was a mere trifle for Aburame Shimi. He effortlessly deciphered the remnants of battle, uncovering traces of the conflict. As they ascended the path marked by signs of combat, Aburame Shimi suddenly halted. "Aozora, retreat. This battle is beyond your capability to engage." As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, and a swarm of insects erupted from the containers on his back and sleeves, transforming what began as mere specks into a cloud of insects filling the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Aozora turned and fled. He had witnessed numerous tragic tales where the unknowing weak led to mutual destruction. Yun Jiwei, an individual of considerable experience, possessed judgments worthy of trust. As he retreated, he could not resist the urge to glance back, only to behold a striking figure suddenly materializing atop a grand tree before him. The mountains were unremarkable, the trees ordinary, yet at that moment, an extraordinary gathering was convening. On this desolate hill, both the Cloud-Hidden and Leaf Ninja villages had amassed a total of 5 elite Jonin and 4 Chunin, including a Jinchuriki, with battle imminent. Amidst the swirling mists of the mountainside, the village of Yun was partially obscured. Hinata Rong promptly reported on the movements of Cloud-Hidden. "Teacher, that monster has departed with a Cloud Ninja." Upon hearing this, Aizawa Kanon's eyes lit up, confirming, "Really?" Hinata Rong, activating his Byakugan, verified once more, "Yes. That monster is descending the mountain, leaving only one armed Cloud Ninja to guard the path down." At this revelation, Aizawa Kanon stretched his body, resolutely declaring, "Prepare yourselves. It is time to launch a counterattack." Kuruma Shaki hesitated, saying, "Teacher, that Cloud Ninja outside is formidable, and you are still injured. Furthermore, the reinforcements cannot possibly match his strength." Before he could finish, Aizawa Kanon silenced him with a cold glare. "Be quiet," she retorted. "As ninjas, we cannot place all our hopes on others. The two of you possess considerable strength. The incoming reinforcements are already in peril. Even if we cannot defeat the Jonin before us, we must at least restrain him and draw more attention. Otherwise, the reinforcements will face graver dangers." After chastising Kuruma Shaki, Aizawa Kanon continued, "This is our best chance to escape. Although we face a Jonin from Cloud-Hidden, he is but one. Our squad remains intact, with proper coordination. Eliminating him is not beyond our reach." Quickly assigning tasks to each member, she leapt onto the forefront structures of the mountainside, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water chaos waves. The moisture in the air rapidly thinned, and simultaneously, swirling currents of water manifested around her. The torrents grew in size, ultimately transforming into waves that surged toward the Cloud Ninja wielding a sword outside the stronghold. The Cloud Ninja, Hyli, scoffed, "So, you've finally emerged from your shell." Cloud Flow. Cloud Cut. With a swift stroke of his sharp sword, he unleashed 3 blades of light that sliced through the waves, revealing the collective figures that had been concealed behind the water. At the foot of the mountain, a long-haired female ninja faced off against a male ninja clad in a high-collared leather jacket. The young ninja perched in a tree, chuckling, "I've caught a big fish." Who would have thought the leader of the Oil Woman clan would be nearby? Confronted by the Jinchuriki, known as a weapon of war, Yun Jiwei displayed no hint of fear, but rather responded coldly, "Cloud-Hidden young ninja, I never anticipated your audacity to venture so deep alone. Do you not fear becoming trapped? Losing a Jinchuriki would undoubtedly cripple Cloud Hidden. The young ninja chuckled. Just you? The all-powerful young Jiwei. As she spoke, sharp chakra claws sprouted from her hands and feet, glowing with an ethereal blue flame. For a ninja, she moved with the grace of a cat, silently darting among the trees around young Jiwei. The claim of being all-powerful rang hollow, as her presence faded entirely from Jiwei's sight. Yet her voice continued to echo in the surroundings. The notion of omnipotence was merely an illusion. Before the last echoes of the voice faded, the wooden figure had already materialized behind Oil Girl Shimi, its solid chakra claws descending from above. This assault emerged from the blind spot of Oil Girl Shimi's vision, silent and unseen. Yet, she perceived it with clarity, swiftly turning and raising her arm to block the lethal strike with precision. The claws scraped against her arm, producing a sharp sound reminiscent of metal against glass. The wooden figure retreated in a single strike, akin to a ghostly specter launching attacks from all directions. Regardless of how stealthily it approached, Oil Girl Shimi consistently managed to parry and counterattack. After another exchange, the wooden figure leaped atop a tree, perplexed, and inquired why she could evade its attacks. Each of my assaults originates from your blind spots. Even with your swift reflexes, you shouldn't be able to block them all every time. With a hand tucked into her pocket, Oil Girl Shimi replied, in the eyes of the insect. Your every action is devoid of escape. Ah, I see. The wooden figure nodded in realization. Then what enables you to withstand my chakra claws? I was under the impression that my talons could cleave through stone. Oil Girl Shimi stated, the iron beetle, its shell as resilient as metal. The wooden figure chuckled. A mere insect wielding such power? Truly, you are the master of insects. Thank you for enlightening me, but this will not earn you mercy. Oil Girl Shimi shook her head, saying, a mere insect? Even the smallest of creatures possesses a great spirit. How could one overlook that? Secret technique. Insect tornado. While enlightening the wooden figure, she had already orchestrated the insects to surround it covertly. The cursed insects followed a peculiar trajectory, conjuring a whirlwind that enveloped the wooden figure. Within the eye of the storm, the wooden figure felt its chakra being drained, yet it remained unfazed, chuckling, foolish, to think you could siphon the chakra of a Jinchuriki. Borrow me a bit of strength. In an instant, Oil Girl Shimi sensed a surge of powerful and malevolent chakra emanating from the female ninja before her. A tail manifesting behind her, woven from a deep blue, feline-patterned chakra. However, even with the tailed beast chakra at her disposal, the wooden figure did not break free from its confines. The swarm of insects surged towards the wooden figure like relentless waves, gnawing at the chakra it exuded as if it were stone. Oil Girl Shimi declared, a Jinchuriki is merely an artificial weapon. What is there to fear? The soul-eating insect feeds on chakra. While it cannot completely drain your chakra, it can suppress you sufficiently. As she spoke, she materialized her own chakra, preparing to seal the chakra of the two-tailed beast and capture the Jinchuriki entirely. The Oil Girl clan had a long-standing legacy, and Oil Girl Shimi herself was seasoned in battle, well acquainted with the nature of Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts possessed world-shattering capabilities, yet as vessels, the Jinchuriki struggled to unleash the full extent of their power. Typically, a Jinchuriki could only draw upon a portion of the tailed beast's chakra and may not surpass the prowess of an elite shinobi with extensive combat experience. In the realm of ninja combat, chakra is not the sole determinant. Bloodlines, secret techniques, ninjutsu, and experience all play crucial roles. As Oil Girl Shimi drew nearer, the wooden figure remained unfazed, challenging. Do you truly believe you have won? How naive. As she spoke, her body surged with an ethereal blue chakra, causing even her tied-up hair to sway upward. The azure chakra coalesced into flames, incinerating the parasitic insects that clung to her. Her eyes transformed into a piercing white, and she crouched on all fours, resembling a feline demon from the realm of the dead. The perfect Jinchuriki. The ever-unfaltering cold expression of Oil Girl Shirwei finally wavered. The perfect Jinchuriki was in a league of its own, incomparable to an ordinary one. While a typical Jinchuriki possessed unmatched chakra, their inability to collaborate with the tailed beasts hindered their capacity to unleash formidable power. In contrast, the perfect Jinchuriki not only commanded boundless chakra, but also boasted remarkable healing abilities, thanks to the assistance of the tailed beasts, and, most crucially, acquired unique powers inherent to those beasts. For instance, The two tails wielded the ghostly flames. Such a Jinchuriki surpassed even elite Jonin, firmly stepping into the realm of shadows. Shuwei understood that the ensuing battle would be perilous. At the mountainside, torrents of water cascaded, while columns of fire shot skyward at the base. Qingkong, witnessing this, instinctively quickened his pace to distance himself from this treacherous place. Yet, fate had other plans, as the sound of a shuriken slicing through the air reached his ears. As a master of shuriken throwing, Qingkong's ability to discern sound and position was unparalleled, prompting him to reflexively roll to the right. Whoosh! In the next instant, the shuriken indeed soared past him from the left. Simultaneously, Qingkong hurled several shuriken behind him. Bang! 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 The pursuing cloud ninja effortlessly deflected Qingkong's projectiles, simultaneously revealing his own presence. Indeed, there was a measure of strength. Ishida remarked calmly, inquiring about any further capabilities he might possess. Upon seeing this individual, Qingkong immediately recognized that he was no mere mid-level ninja from the hidden cloud. Fortunately, the opponent appeared somewhat arrogant and careless. While a direct confrontation might not end in his favor, Qingkong was reluctant to engage in an all-out battle in this desolate wilderness. His mind whirled, and an idea struck him. Qingkong feigned a semblance of anxiety, brandishing his shuriken, and declared, "Don't come any closer. My shuriken throwing is quite formidable." Observing Qingkong's bluster, Ishida felt a twinge of disdain, approaching at a measured pace. "Oh, just how formidable," he taunted, swiftly forming hand signs while keeping his gaze fixed on Qingkong. Years of experience preparing him for any retaliation from his opponent. Seeing no opportunity, Qingkong promptly turned to escape using the body flicker technique. His retreat nearly left Ishida gasping for breath. Regaining control over his chakra, which had threatened to spiral out of control due to the interrupted technique, Ishida hastily pursued Qingkong. I initially thought I was hunting a fierce boar, only to find a timid mouse." Although Qingkong's momentary burst of speed had impressed him, Ishida developed a sense of contempt for this young ninja who dared not engage in even a tentative skirmish. Throughout the chase, Ishida incessantly undermined his opponent's resolve with words. "Save your energy, you cannot escape my grasp." Qingkong, upon hearing this, pretended to stumble, narrowly avoiding a shuriken before continuing his frantic dash forward, only to hurl a shuriken back in retaliation. The azure sky did not relent, maintaining its customary standard of speed and precision. However, bereft of chakra enhancement and the ability to alter trajectories through the art of manipulation, the kunai posed merely a slight threat to a seasoned jonin. As he deftly deflected the accurately thrown kunai, Ishida mused, how foolish of him to expose his trump card. After pursuing for a while, Aozora feigned exhaustion, his speed gradually diminishing, and the kunai he tossed became increasingly feeble. Ishida trailed him steadily, remarking, "Out of strength? Has oil woman Shimi lost her mind? Bringing a useless pawn to a rescue mission? Does she intend to use you as cannon fodder?" Aozora hesitated momentarily before continuing his flight. This brief pause was glaringly evident to the jonin, and Ishida seized the opportunity. Instead of targeting vital areas such as the heart or throat, he redirected his shuriken towards Aozora's arms and legs. Aozora sensed Ishida's intent, enduring 3 kunai strikes before leaping back to face him. Supporting his injured right arm with his left hand, he gripped the kunai in his right, his gaze flickering with apprehension. Ishida approached slowly, exuding a formidable killing intent, stating, "Do not resist foolishly. Surrender willingly, and I may grant you a swift demise." This intimidation was far weaker than that of Fugaku. Internally scoffing, Aozora's complexion paled, his body trembling involuntarily. The kunai slipped from his grasp as he raised his hand, declaring, "My lord, I do not wish to die. I surrender." "Ah," Ishida sneered, mocking, "is this the caliber of a Konoha genin? The war has barely concluded, and they have already lost all semblance of courage." Aozora's voice quivered as he pleaded, "Lord Cloud Ninja, I do not wish to perish. I have yet to inherit my father's vast fortune. Oil woman Shimi has long harbored discontent towards me. It's not merely a disdain for insects. While I can endure laborious tasks, to be sent to my death this time is a personal vendetta." Gazing at Aozora's fair skin, Ishida noted his pampered appearance, though his expression remained unchanged. He found Aozora's words increasingly credible. While he held disdain for such cowardly ninjas, Ishida was not like the brutish Korwa, who wielded a sword without thought. He recognized the advantages of embedding a spy within Konoha. Forcing a smile, he said, "Excellent. Those who understand the times are wise. Everyone has their pursuits. Being a merchant is commendable. Konoha is governed by a cadre of hypocrites who envy the capable. Even heroes like White Fang were driven to death. Let alone an ordinary civilian ninja like you, who will likely be sacrificed as cannon fodder in future conflicts." Aozora nodded eagerly. "Yes, my lord, you speak the truth. We civilian ninjas endure great hardship, bullied by the clan ninjas at school, and looked down upon by teachers outside of it. Were it not for my father's insistence, I would be content at home, taking multiple wives and enjoying life." Listening to Aozora's words, Ishida entirely lowered his guard, losing patience with this cowardly wretch. As Qingkong raised his hands towards the azure sky, he found himself hindered in both casting ninjutsu and wielding shurikens, leading him to lower his guard entirely. He approached and gently urged, "We of the cloud-hidden village would never behave in such a manner." Unbeknownst to him, Qingkong was wholly focused on the distance between them, oblivious to Ishida's words. When they were merely 10 meters apart, Qingkong's mouth suddenly gaped wide. In the next instant, Ishida witnessed a fire dragon erupting from Qingkong's mouth. No hand signs ninjutsu. The thought flitted through his mind, but before he could contemplate further, he was struck by the searing fire dragon. The immense force and extreme heat instantly injuring him. Enduring the agonizing burn of the flames, Ishida instinctively activated the substitution technique. However, all he beheld was fire, unrelenting fire. As Qingkong unleashed the great dragon fire technique, he activated his Sharingan. Under the gaze of his two-tomo Sharingan, the panicked Ishida resembled a firefly in the night sky, conspicuously visible. Given the extensive reach of the great dragon fire technique, unless one possessed space ninjutsu, there was no hope for immediate escape. In the adjacent forest of Lianyun Mountain, Qingkong loomed like a colossal dragon exhaling flames, incinerating the woods and roasting his prey. The dry summer forest was ignited in an instant, the raging fire rapidly consuming the entire area. The crackling of burning timber intertwined with Ishida's agonized cries. Yet Qingkong displayed not a shred of compassion. To accomplish a task, one must be resolute. To eradicate the weeds, one must uproot them entirely. Time passed, and when the forest had been charred beyond recognition, leaving only blackened earth, Ishida finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. His scorched skin bore a striking resemblance to the charred soil, and had it not been for his pristine white teeth, Qingkong might have struggled to distinguish him from the burnt ground. Before Ishida could utter his final words, Qingkong delivered a merciful kunai, thus concluding his life as a ninja and alleviating his suffering. Is this not the essence of true compassion? Not sensing any change in the heavens, Qingkong felt a pang of regret. Once the last remnants of chakra dissipated from the corpse, he deactivated his Sharingan and walked a short distance away. Judging by the reaction of the heavens, you do not appear to be a villain. Alas, we are enemies. I wish you a peaceful reincarnation in your next life. After paying respects to the lifeless body of the Cloud Ninja, Qingkong prepared to withdraw when he noticed several dark figures approaching from afar. The figures, akin to nimble fleas, leaped in front of him in mere moments. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 4 individuals, all dressed in the garb of the Umbu. Adorning their heads were the Leaf Village headbands, and their faces concealed by various animal masks. The leader, though small in stature, bore a head of white hair. Despite his mask, Qingkong recognized his identity. The disheveled silver hair, comical fox mask, and the dull left eye betrayed him unmistakably. Of course, Kakashi had no intention of concealing his identity. Scanning the charred land, he glanced at Qingkong's headband and stated, "Umbu, Hitaki Kakashi," responding to the distress signal for assistance. Qingkong introduced himself. "I am a Leaf Genin, Uchiha Qingkong. I too came in response to the signal." Kakashi, astonished, inquired, "A genin?" Although the true strength of Aozora's adversary remains uncertain, Kakashi, observing the devastation at the scene, surmised that at least a B-rank fire release would be necessary to inflict such destruction. Indeed, Aozora had only just graduated this year. The rescue target is still trapped atop Lianyun Mountain, and my captain, Oil Woman Shimi, is currently engaged in battle with the enemy, Aozora remarked. Despite his surprise at Aozora's ninja rank, Kakashi redirected his focus to the rescue mission. "Do you have any information on the enemy?" Aozora pondered briefly. Pointing to the midsection of Lianyun Mountain and stating that the enemy's data was unknown, At the mountain's base, his captain was battling a female ninja with chestnut-colored hair, whom he had seen from a distance amidst a towering azure flame. Following Aozora's indication, Kakashi observed the undulating water-like waves and the ethereal blue fire emanating from Lianyun Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The enemy is likely a Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud. Everyone, be cautious." With that, he led the Umbu squad upward to provide support. Aozora contemplated for a moment before following closely behind. Kakashi and the Umbu exchanged gestures and lip movements for a brief period, then turned to him and inquired, "Do you still possess combat capability?" Aozora nonchalantly replied, "I can still throw a few shurikens from a distance." With this, Kakashi ceased further conversation and focused on their swift journey. The five of them deftly navigated through the forest, soon nearing the battleground where oil woman Shimi was engaged with the wooden man. At this moment, the entire mountain base resembled a hellish inferno. The trees had been reduced to ashes, and azure flames engulfed the area, with layers of black insect shells littering the ground, exuding the aroma of grilled protein. Without the trees for cover, the insects suffered heavy casualties amidst the flames, and oil woman Shimi found herself at a distinct disadvantage, continually retreating. The wooden man, adorned in the tailed beast cloak formed from the chakra of the two tails, exhibited unparalleled defense and ghostly speed, unleashing fireballs with instinctual precision in a relentless assault against Shimi. Having narrowly evaded another claw strike from the wooden man, Shimi found himself unable to escape the overwhelming range of the enormous fireball. Boom! The fireball struck with tremendous force, enveloping Shimi until only a shadowy silhouette remained within its grasp. "Shimi-sensei!" Aozora cried out, just as the dark figure burst forth from the fireball, shedding its outer layer like a snake molting. Emerging from the inferno, oil woman Shimi, although still wearing sunglasses, had her trench coat incinerated, leaving only tattered undergarments. The insect canister on her back had shattered, her back now marred with numerous wounds. The depth of these injuries was uncertain, as they were obscured by a swarm of tiny insects that had taken residence upon the wounds. These insects emitted a soft green glow, preventing the injuries from worsening due to the vigorous movement and even aiding in a gradual recovery. As oil woman Shimi approached the Leaf Village's team, the wooden man fixated his gaze on Aozora and inquired, "What happened to Ishida?" Aozora replied, "If you are referring to the bespectacled cloud ninja, he is already dead." Although he had anticipated this response, the wooden man could not suppress his fury, exclaiming, "You shall pay for this." Kakashi stepped forward, finally opening his tightly shut left eye, revealing a blood-red pupil with 3 spinning tomo. He coldly stated, "You too, wooden men. It is now time for you to contemplate whether you can survive this encounter in the land of fire." "Ah," with a mocking laugh, Yumu remarked, "Are the people of Konoha always so confident? You say this, yet Yaninjutsu Shimi had previously inquired of me in a similar manner." Suddenly, her voice turned icy. How infuriating. Were it not for your timely arrival, Yaninjutsu Shimi would already be a lifeless corpse. Kakashi, unfazed by her intimidation, replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then allow me to witness the capabilities of you, Yumu." With that, Kakashi gestured, and the 3 Umbu ninjas swiftly dispersed in 3 different directions, their hand seals shifting rapidly. Yumu's eyes darted, capturing the hand signs of the 3 Umbu, realizing they did not correspond to the 12 universal seals of ninjutsu. A fleeting glimmer of apprehension crossed her gaze as the boundless chakra of the 2 tails surged within her throat. She resolved to strike first. The hand seals executed by the Umbu brought to her mind the enigmatic sealing techniques. These ancient arts could not only bind stones and lightning, but could also seal chakra and even souls. Even the mightiest of tailed beasts were rendered powerless before such seals. Rat's tail ball. A barrage of ethereal blue fireballs surged forth, akin to a rapid-fire cannonade, hurtling towards the group. Each fireball was trailed by an invisible thread of chakra. And as the group scattered, Yumu manipulated the fireballs to suddenly change direction, focusing on the 3 Umbu. Unfortunately for her, Kakashi's left eye was no ordinary eye. Under the scrutiny of his Sharingan, everything was laid bare. Water release, water barrier. 3 columns of water emerged just in time, enveloping the 3 Umbu. The searing flames scorched the water barrier, causing it to rapidly evaporate. The fireballs, encased in steam, did not extinguish but were deflected by the swirling water. As Yumu watched the blue fireballs veer off course, continuing to blaze upon the smooth stones, Aokong's eyes lit up with an epiphany. Before he could fully contemplate his thoughts, Yumu's onslaught resumed. Great fireball, fire rat ball, claw of the cat. The tailed beast-empowered Yumu unleashed an overwhelming torrent of ethereal blue fireballs while she weaved through the flames, occasionally striking with lethal claws like a specter. In the face of such an assault, Aokon could no longer afford to conceal his strength. He activated his double Tomo Sharingan, striving to evade each fireball. He deliberately distanced himself from the three Umbu, tossing shuriken and kunai at the periphery. Unfortunately, standard kunai and shuriken were effective against ordinary ninjas, but merely tickled a Jinchuriki clad in the guise of a tailed beast. Aokon remained undeterred, diligently launching his projectiles at Yumu, unwilling to provoke her anger. The speed of Yumu in her tailed beast form was astounding. Although Aokon could discern her movements thanks to his Sharingan, his body struggled to keep pace. Should he become her primary target, he would undoubtedly face certain death. After prolonged skirmishing, despite Yumu maintaining the upper hand, a sense of retreat began to stir within her. Observing the faint chains appearing in the hands of the three Umbu, Yumu realized she could no longer afford to delay. Regrettably, she was unaware of the situation concerning Highlight. Otherwise, she would have sought to withdraw immediately. What one thinks, one shall encounter. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in the ears of the crowd, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping horses, as a colossal wave surged down the mountainside. Following the sound, they beheld a monstrous torrent descending from the heights, crashing down as a deluge that swept away trees and carried boulders along its tumultuous path. The sheer force of the water was insurmountable, prompting everyone to scatter in search of higher ground to avoid being swept away by the oncoming wave. Great waterfall technique, Kakashi exclaimed, perched on a branch, glancing towards the mountainside. It seems that Jonin Aizawa has emerged victorious. The Great Waterfall Technique, a powerful B-rank water release ninjutsu, was renowned for its formidable attack power and extensive range, despite its slow casting time. Among ninja of equal rank, should a water release user employ this technique first, the outcome of the battle was nearly predetermined. Indeed, it wasn't too long before the spectators witnessed the figure of Korwa Rai being swept away by the torrent, alongside the first group riding the waves. At this moment, the four were battered and bruised. Aizawa Konan and Hyuga Aki were covered in sword marks, blood oozing from their wounds, while Kuruma Sakaki was hoisted over the shoulder of the disheveled Yagyu Ichiro. Nevertheless, they had achieved victory, overcoming their adversaries. With a few agile leaps, Yuki lifted Korwa Rai from the waters. Coughing and expelling murky water mixed with blood, Korwa Rai managed to rise, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I have failed. It is my fault. I should have heeded your advice." Yuki glanced at the gathering Leaf Village members and crouched down, saying, "Come on. Let us fight our way out." Korwa Rai looked at the Leaf members, then back at the crouching Yuki, and smiled. "No need. Ever since the day I became a ninja, I have accepted the possibility of death." As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered the last remnants of his chakra in his right hand. The sound of a blade piercing flesh reverberated as Yuki turned to see Korwa Rai's hand had penetrated his own heart. "Yuki, survive," he uttered, and in an instant, this robust man collapsed, his lifeblood pouring forth, swiftly draining his remaining vitality. Yuki, lacking medical ninjutsu, would not intervene even if she could. She respected Korwa Rai's final decision. This stalwart man possessed a sensitivity and decisiveness rare among others. She loathed her own pride, regretting her failure to heed wise counsel. With a peculiar cry, more chakra surged within Yuki, enveloping her in a tangible aura that obscured her form entirely. No longer was she the figure cloaked in tailed beast attire. She transformed into a two-tailed demon cat, emerging from the depths of the netherworld. Complete tailed beast transformation. Kakashi, Aizawa Konan, and Aburame Shimi gasped in astonishment. In this form, the host and the tailed beast were nearly indistinguishable, save for their size. She crouched low, chakra erupting from her mouth, manifesting two spheres of ethereal blue energy before her. Tailed beast bomb. Azora, noticing the anomaly, immediately turned to flee. This is not merely a small ball crafted by Naruto. Each tailed beast bomb possesses immense destructive power, capable of causing catastrophic landslides. To be struck directly is perilous, and even a mere graze could result in death or severe injury. Aizawa Konan promptly altered the trajectory of the water wave with a water surge, propelling the three members of Team 1 upstream. However, She remained fixated on the tailed beast-formed Yuki. Likewise, neither the injured Aburame Shimi nor the four Umbu, including Kakashi, retreated from the confrontation. As elite shinobi, they understood the immense strategic value of the Jinchuriki. If they could secure the two Yuki, sacrificing their lives would be a consideration worth entertaining. Boom. The azure chakra sphere suddenly detonated, transforming into a powerful beam of light that surged toward the crowd. This beam wielded extraordinary power, carving a deep chasm into the earth, instantly melting the trees and rocks that stood in its path. Secret technique. Insect wall technique. Earth release, earth barrier. Water release, water barrier. 3 ninjutsu were unleashed in an instant, yet the defensive techniques that once withstood formidable assaults crumbled as if made of paper, swiftly perforated and melted by the radiant beam. Nonetheless, this fleeting moment of resistance provided the others with a crucial opportunity to react, allowing them to evade the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb's shockwave. Aozora, positioned far from the central battlefield, was the first to respond, narrowly escaping the onslaught of the tailed beast bomb. Gazing at the chasm, which stretched for hundreds of meters, Aozora gasped in astonishment. How terrifying. No wonder it is deemed a weapon of war. On the battlefield, it is akin to a laser cannon. Who could withstand such might? Of course, some could withstand it. While Aozora marveled, others were already contemplating a counterattack. Before the smoke dissipated, Aizawa Konin, Aburame Shimi, and Kakashi launched their retaliation. Water release, water prison technique. Aizawa Konin was the first to strike, unleashing a vast spray of water, now imbued with high viscosity chakra, aiming to hinder the movement of the two Yuki. Secret technique. Insect cocoon. Aburame Shimi, fueled by determination, consumed a soldier pill, drawing upon his chakra. The chakra stimulated the tiny insect eggs within his body, prompting them to hatch urgently, swarming out from his mouth and nose. As the cloud of insects surged toward the Yuki, Shimi did not falter. He bit his fingertip, forming hand seals and declaring, summoning technique. Boom. A venomous wasp, the size of a yellow cow, emerged from the smoke, charging fearlessly toward the Yuki. This wasp not only exhibited a mutated size, but also possessed remarkable speed, coupled with a sharp stinger, momentarily ensnaring the Yuki. Meanwhile, Kakashi crouched behind a tree, his crimson left eye fixed intently on the Yuki, while his right hand crackled with increasingly radiant lightning. Chirp, chirp. The air was filled with a series of piercing, urgent crackles emanating from Kakashi's right hand. Without the need for personal experimentation, everyone understood the cataclysmic power concealed within that dazzling blue light. The trio, without exchanging a word, instinctively coordinated their efforts. Aizawa Konin provided support, Aburame Shimi engaged in direct confrontation, and Kakashi prepared to deliver the final, fatal blow. They understood that to inflict harm upon the wooden figure in its tailed beast transformation, one would need at least a rank ninjutsu, a capability that Kakashi possessed. Kakashi's palm, crackling with lightning, fell downward, and the explosive discharge struck the ground, carving out a section of earth. As dust swirled into the air, a substantial surge of chakra erupted from Kakashi's foot. Though his afterimage lingered, he had already dashed toward the wooden figure like a bolt of lightning. Despite the distance, under the enhancement of his double Tomo Sharingan, Aozora clearly perceived Kakashi's hand seals, the burst of chakra from his steps, and the murderous gleam in the wooden figure's eyes. Raikiri could indeed pierce through the tailed beast's exterior, but once in close proximity, who was truly in peril? Was it the wooden figure, clad in its tailed beast cloak, or the flesh and blood Kakashi? Faced with the overwhelming force of Raikiri, the two wooden figures exhibited no fear whatsoever. With no flourish, the right hand, enveloped in tailed beast chakra, extended forward, a colossal feline claw aimed directly at Kakashi. Boom! Lightning erupted, and blue flames surged forth. The slender Kakashi was undoubtedly struck aside. Yet, the wooden figure did not emerge unscathed. Its tailed beast cloak had been torn, exposing a gory wound on its left chest and revealing a chilling glimpse of rib bones. The chakra of the two tails swiftly enveloped the injury, but all present knew that such a wound would not heal in short order. After crashing to the ground and rolling several times, Kakashi struggled to rise, his right hand drooping, blood streaming profusely from his mouth, yet he managed to chuckle. Oh, so you can be injured as well? It seems the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village shall be left here today. At that moment, the three hidden Umbu, who had been concealed for some time, finally solidified the chains in their hands, slowly converging above the wooden figure's head, as if to place a lid upon the sky and construct a prison upon the earth. A great fireball. The ethereal blue sphere of tailed beast chakra collided with the chains, causing them to tremble slightly, yet they resolutely continued their advance toward the center. A fleeting glimmer of apprehension crossed the wooden figure's eyes as it declared, "I refuse to believe that a sealing squad is stationed in this remote Lianyun city." Though it spoke thus, the wooden figure's body was quite honest, launching itself toward one of the Umbu ninjas. Whoosh! The sound of an explosion compelled the wooden figure to alter its course. A short, sharp spike whizzed past, embedding itself deep in the ground. The oil woman, Yamanakashimi, noted that the stinger of her venomous bee had vanished and calmly remarked, "Can you guess why? Knowing I stand no chance, I still strive to entangle you? The moment I laid eyes upon you, I transmitted your information." Despite harboring some doubts about the authenticity of the sealing squad, the wooden figure held no skepticism regarding Yamanakashimi's capacity to relay her message. Possessing the art of summoning, Yamanakashimi indeed had the opportunity to disseminate information. The wooden figure continued to dart left and right, relentlessly attacking the three Umbu ninjas. However, the trio already possessed considerable strength, and with Kakashi and his allies providing cover, they remained unscathed amidst the tumult. The wooden figure felt an increasing sense of urgency within. She harbored a fervent desire to annihilate the leaf ninjas before her. Yet she was acutely aware that, besieged by three elite jonin, particularly the likes of oil woman Shimi and Kakashi Hitaki, her chances of swiftly dispatching them were slim. In the land of fire, if she were to be hindered, she would inevitably find herself ensnared in a dire predicament. It was time for her to depart. As a Jinchuriki, she bore the weight of that responsibility. The village had bestowed upon her a freedom that other Jinchuriki did not possess, and she could not betray their trust by recklessly sacrificing herself here. Her pale, soulless gaze flickered back at Korwa, as the ethereal blue flames upon her wooden form surged once more. The chilling azure fire danced behind her, her white pupils brimming with murderous intent. The leaf ninjas, stirred by her aura of death, each exuded their own formidable presence. Aozora, situated at the periphery, quietly observed, bearing witness to the clash of titans within the ninja world. From a tactical standpoint, it appeared that the leaf ninjas had encircled the wooden figure. However, in terms of sheer momentum, it felt as though the wooden figure had enveloped the leaf ninjas instead. The colossal and malevolent chakra of the tailed beasts possessed the innate ability to stir the very clouds, endowing it with an inherent aura of intimidation. The opposing forces hesitated, each reluctant to make the first move, as the leaf consisted of wounded and weary warriors awaiting the culmination of the sealing technique and the arrival of reinforcements. Meanwhile, the wooden figure remained discontented, unwilling to accept the prospect of failure in her mission. Ultimately, it was the wooden figure who initiated the assault, for time was not on her side. Mousetail Ball. Unlike her semi-tailed beast transformation, this time, her mouth opened to unleash dozens of ethereal blue fireballs, lacking the control of chakra threads, but covering a far greater area. Beyond mere numbers, the temperature of the fireballs was even more searing, and their explosive radius was vastly expanded, making them an impeccable choice for crowd clearing. Kakashi, Aizawa Konan, and oil woman Shimi swiftly reached a consensus, positioning themselves behind an Umbu ninja for protection. Secret technique, insect wall technique, earth release, earth barrier, water release, water barrier. The three chose to shield the Umbu ninjas who were in the midst of performing the sealing technique. Boom! Fireballs, water barriers, earthen walls, and swarms of insects collided. In an instant, the very mountain shook, and dust billowed into the air. Aozora, witnessing this magnificent spectacle, was about to compose a poem when a sudden jolt of colossal and malevolent chakra surged toward him. Damn, I'm merely an onlooker. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Aozora desperately unleashed chakra from his feet, hoping to evade the impending assault from the wooden figure. In his crimson pupils, the two Tomo spun wildly. Both the approaching wooden figure and his own movements seemed to slow to a crawl, and Aozora instantly realized he would not have enough time to execute the body flicker technique. There was no escaping. Acknowledging this grim reality, Aozora remained calm, rather than succumbing to despair. Then let us die together. His eyes widened with fury as he launched a hidden blade from his sleeve, aimed directly at the throat of the wooden figure. The visage of the ant before him sharpened into clarity, and a fleeting coldness passed through the eyes of the wooden figure, her claws ignited with ethereal blue flames. It was this very ant that had led to Ishida's demise. Today, unable to annihilate the Leaf Village ninjas, she decided to first collect a bit of interest. Suddenly, she noticed a wisp of azure light emanating from the sleeve of an insignificant ant. This azure light, though not dazzling, exuded a sense of imminent peril akin to when Kakashi had surged forward with lightning in hand. A faint pain throbbed in her chest, as she realized that the azure light was aimed at her recently wounded area. The previous injury had already threatened her heart, and another blow would surely impede her movements. Instinctively, she shifted her body to the side. Although this entire sequence seemed to stretch on for ages, mere moments had passed. In the next instant, the azure light pierced through her tailed beast cloak, and as blood spurted forth, it was instantly vaporized by the searing heat. Meanwhile, as the feline claw struck the azure sky, it momentarily paused before slicing through the afterimage. After casting a glance at the azure sky that had heavily descended before the people of the Leaf Village, she fixed her gaze on it with unwavering intensity, etching the image in her mind before resolutely turning away. That blade had merely grazed her heart by a hair's breadth. This was the moment when she was closest to death, a moment she would indelibly remember, along with the injury inflicted by this inconspicuous ant. She understood that had she not shifted her body, her heart would have already been cleaved in two, and she would now be lying lifeless upon the earth. Nevertheless, the sharp wind-based chakra had left a significant wound upon her heart. The complete transformation into a tailed beast placed immense strain on her body, particularly her heart. To sustain such powerful kinetic energy, her heart beat at a frequency far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Although it was merely a wound at present, if the battle continued, it would quickly worsen, potentially leading to a rupture of her heart. Leaving Aizawa Konan to guard the area, Kakashi and the others pursued for a while before halting. The three Umbu members dispelled their jutsu, and the chains in their hands vanished instantly. This was indeed a sealing technique, albeit a mundane one, with the sole advantage of being robust. The sealing techniques for tailed beasts were known to be mastered by very few, even within the Leaf Village. At the foot of the clouded mountain, Aozora felt a heart-wrenching pain in his back. His entire body felt as though it might collapse, and he struggled to breathe due to the constricting pain in his chest. Fortunately, someone was there to help him turn over. Without the time to discern who had assisted him, Aozora gasped for air, finally feeling as though he had returned to life. Once he had regained his breath, Aozora realized he was lying in the embrace of the Jonin Aizawa Konan. Despite the debris and blood marring her face, it could not obscure her exquisite features. Fearing that lingering gaze might draw her attention, Aozora quickly turned his head. As he did so, he was greeted by a blinding whiteness. Hiss! Aozora couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It was immense. What happened? Did you touch your wound? Aizawa Konan asked with concern. Don't worry, I shall treat you immediately. With that, she cradled Aozora with her left arm while her right hand gathered warm chakra, beginning to flow it over Aozora's back. After some time, she had effectively staunched the bleeding. Aizawa Konan glanced down, only to find Aozora staring at her chest, his face flushed. With a scoff, she tossed Aozora to the ground, exclaiming, "Little pervert." Hiss! This time, Aozora was not astonished. The impact of his still healing back against the ground was genuinely painful. A desire to commit murder surged within him. Ultimately, understanding the prowess of the wooden man, Sakazawa Konan rolled her eyes and continued tending to Aozora's wounds. She rummaged through the tattered ninja tool pouch and retrieved some bandages, propping him up as she said, "I will dress your wounds. Do not look around. Be cautious with your eyes." With his life now in the hands of another, Aozora had no choice but to concede. As Sakazawa Konan meticulously bandaged his injuries, the group pursuing the wooden man returned. Kakashi, upon seeing this, led his Umbu subordinates up the mountain to locate the three members of Team 1. Oil Woman Shirway hurried to Aozora's side, inquiring with concern, "How are you?" "I nearly kicked the bucket," Aozora replied, "but I am fine now." When the wooden man had attacked, Aozora truly believed he was doomed. Fortunately, the assailant valued his own life and granted him a fleeting moment. Witnessing his impending demise, helpless and powerless, was an experience he wished to avoid in the future. Sakazawa Konan continued her ministrations, stating, "His internal organs have sustained severe impacts, and some bones are slightly misaligned, but nothing serious." A week or two of recuperation should suffice. Aozora's leg bones were somewhat misaligned. Although he could manage to walk, he refrained from pushing himself without an enemy present. "Teacher, could you please help me retrieve my ninja tools?" he asked. Shisui pondered for a moment before responding. "Is it the tool that injured the wooden man?" "Indeed." Aozora nodded. "It is a throwing knife made from chakra-conducting metal." Upon hearing this, both Shisui and Sakazawa Konan nodded in understanding. It was no wonder it could injure the wooden man, who was enveloped in the cloak of a tailed beast. This explained everything. However, crafting throwing knives from chakra-conducting metal was indeed extravagant. As Shisui prepared to command her insects to search, Aozora pointed towards a distant area strewn with rubble, saying, "I believe it flew over there." After refining his vitality, he had developed a special sense with his weapon, Jianxian. In fact, he could summon Jianxian back at this very moment, but he preferred to keep his capabilities under wraps. Consequently, when Shisui handed Jianxian to him, Aozora couldn't help but stroke it gently. Had it not been for Jianxian's sharpness, he would have certainly met his end this time. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi and the others returned down the mountain with the 3 members of Team 1. Although the previously unconscious Arima Shaki appeared pale, he was now able to walk, leaving Aozora as the only one temporarily incapacitated. Hinata Rome, with keen perception, immediately spotted Aozora lying in Conan's embrace. He approached and asked, "Uchiha Aozora, how did you end up here?" Gazing at Hinata Rome's lifeless expression, Aozora's mood darkened further. "How did I end up here, you ask? Was it not your signal flare that brought me here? Next time, is it not better to simply accept death when facing such an enemy?" He retorted. "Fortunately, I encountered teacher and senior Kakashi. Otherwise, I would have merely dragged a few more people down with me." Hinata Rome was left speechless by Aozora's sharp words. And Sakazawa Konan apologized. "I am sorry. The wooden man initially concealed her strength, and I did not recognize her." At that moment, Arima Shaki rushed over, saying, "It is not as if we called you here. What could you possibly do to assist?" "Shaki." Sakazawa Konan reprimanded him sternly, apologized to Aozora. Shaki turned away, displaying his disdain. Kakashi spoke softly from the side, asserting that not only should one apologize to him, but also express gratitude. He had first single-handedly taken down a cloud ninja and subsequently injured one of the 2 wooden ninjas during the ambush. Without his assistance, it was likely that they would have perished in that dire situation. What? The astonishment was palpable among the onlookers, with the exception of the Umbu squad. Oil Girl Shimi realized from the words of the wooden ninja that someone had pursued Aokong, and he presumed that Aokong's safety was merely a fortunate coincidence of encountering Kakashi and the others, never considering that Aokong could have independently slain that cloud ninja. The 4 members of the first squad were acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the 3 cloud ninjas and found it utterly implausible that Aokong could have defeated one alone. Observing the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, Aokong casually remarked that the cloud ninja had been careless. Although he wished to downplay his achievement and conceal his strength, events had transpired, and Kakashi had witnessed them, leaving no room for deceit. Upon hearing this, Oil Girl Shimi and Aizawa Konan exchanged deep glances with Aokong, regarding him with newfound respect. As a jonin, their resolute mindset allowed them to quickly adjust to the surprise. While the 3 genin of the first squad remained in a state of disbelief, Arima Sakaki continued to perform hand seals, exclaiming repeatedly for release, yet alas, it was all too real, not an illusion. Regardless of the absurd displays from the 3 members of the first squad, Kakashi surveyed the raging azure flames surrounding them and ordered, "Let us clear the battlefield. We cannot allow Lianyun Mountain to become a desolate wasteland." The ethereal flames of the 2 tails could ignite spontaneously even without fuel. If left unattended, the forest would be reduced to ashes. Noticing the flickering flames, Aokong suddenly stated, "I have several fire-sealing scrolls with me. We can seal the large ethereal flames directly into my scrolls." As he retrieved 3 fire-sealing scrolls from his ninja tool pouch, Kakashi questioned, "Why did you bring so many fire-sealing scrolls?" Aokong paused momentarily before responding, "I am not very proficient with fire release techniques and feared that I might inadvertently cause a wildfire and be unable to escape." Reflecting on Aokong's battlefield with Ishida, Kakashi nodded in understanding. With the fire-sealing scrolls in hand, the group expedited their efforts to clear the battlefield. After sealing the 3 largest ethereal flames, the remaining smaller flames were either buried with earth or extinguished with water, though difficult to extinguish at first. They would ultimately succumb to extinction without the support of the Two Tails chakra. Having stored the 3 sealed fire scrolls in his ninja tool pouch, Aokong reclined on a makeshift stretcher, closing his eyes as Yagyu Ikaru and Arima Sakaki carried him towards Lianyun City. He was not merely resting his eyes, but rather contemplating his future path. This rescue mission had been so abrupt that he had revealed a significant portion of his abilities. He believed that soon, all his information would be laid bare before the higher-ups of Konoha, making it exceedingly difficult for him to remain in the shadows and develop gradually. With the escort of Kakashi and others, the journey to Lianyun City was remarkably peaceful. Upon arrival, the first squad and the third squad remained in the city to recuperate, while Kakashi proceeded with his Umbu subordinates to continue his assigned tasks. Meanwhile, Danzō entered the office of the third Hokage, carrying a confidential letter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, preoccupied with paperwork, inquired without looking up, "Danzō, what brings you here?" Tuanzong placed a confidential letter on the desk of the third Hokage and succinctly introduced the situation. The Two Tails Jinchuriki had appeared near Lianyun City, ambushing the first squad tasked with eradicating bandits, only to be defeated by the reinforcements from the third squad and the Umbu's 10th squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback, glanced up at Tuanzong in astonishment before hastily perusing the letter. After absorbing its contents, he exhaled a plume of smoke and instinctively tapped his fingers on the document. Was the Two Tails Jinchuriki truly a perfect vessel? Although the host was a failure, Hiruzen immediately confirmed the validity of the information. Tuanzong nodded slightly, stating, "Indeed. She can fully transform into a tailed beast and unleash the tailed beast bomb." With this confirmation, Hiruzen's brow furrowed, a sense of unease settling within him. The true power of a perfect Jinchuriki lies on the battlefield, and the destructive capability of the tailed beast bomb is unparalleled in combat. Given that Konoha was currently engaged in battle with Qingkong, the presence of the Two Tails host on the front lines would pose a significant threat to Konoha. Notify Jiraiya to secure the borders and ensure the capture of the Two Tails host, he commanded. Just as the Hokage's assistant was about to depart with Hiruzen's orders, Tuanzong interjected, "You may wish to examine the letter more closely." Hiruzen, however, remained unmoved, replying coolly, "What are you implying?" The glint in Tuanzang's singular eye darkened ominously as he continued. "Is it not peculiar that a newly graduated genin could single-handedly slay a ninja of at least special jounin rank from Qingkong?" Hiruzen maintained an impassive expression, retorting, "And so?" Tuanzong scrutinized Hiruzen's face intently, not missing a flicker of emotion. Their long acquaintance, marked by countless brushes with death, had granted them an unparalleled understanding of one another. Sure enough, after a brief moment, a flicker of doubt crossed Hiruzen's eyes. Tuanzong coldly remarked, "Based on the evidence at the scene, Kakashi deduced that Uchiha Aokong possesses at least one B-rank fire technique, yet the intelligence from the Ninja Academy indicates he only recently learned to mold chakra." With a sardonic smile, Tuanzong continued, "Is he truly a prodigy in ninjutsu?" Hiruzen replied, "Yamanaka Shitomi reported that Uchiha Aokong displayed exceptional talent in fire techniques, showcasing impressive skill during last week's bandit suppression mission." Tuanzong did not refute this, but pressed on. "Then how do you explain his ability to injure a fully transformed Two Tails host?" Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette, stating, "His proficiency in throwing ninja tools is formidable, posing a threat even to jounin, and he wields a flying knife made of chakra-conducting metal." Tuanzong chose not to dwell further on this and concluded, "If these points can be explained, then what of the two-tomo Sharingan? We both know that the Sharingan is inherently a vessel of malevolence, and its awakening requires a strong stimulus of negative emotion. When did Uchiha Aokong awaken his eyes, and why was there no information regarding it?" Hiruzen hesitated, taking another couple of puffs from his cigarette. Tuanzong smiled knowingly. He understood that Hiruzen had begun to harbor doubts about Uchiha Aokong, though he preferred to remain in the light, concealing his darker thoughts. "I suggest that Danzō timely advocate for the inclusion of Uchiha Aokong into Root before me. All his secrets would be laid bare." Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed a determined gaze upon Danzō, shaking his head resolutely, stating that it was impossible. Uchiha Shisui would never agree to such a notion. In order to maintain absolute leadership over Root, Danzō insisted that anyone joining must be subjected to a curse mark, a condition that the Uchiha brothers could not accept. Although Uchiha Shisui was amiable with the higher-ups of Konoha, he would never allow his brother to be subjugated. Fearing that his stance might seem too absolute, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, reminding that Uchiha Shisui served as our bridge to the Uchiha clan, and given the current internal and external turmoil within the village, it would be unwise to provoke him. Danzō let out a regretful sigh. Awakening his two-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 12 and mastering B-rank fire techniques, if he could bring Qingkong into root, he would possess a formidable force in the future. Furthermore, as the only brother of Shisui, Qingkong could exert influence over him. At the very least, Danzō could explore the mysteries of the Sharingan through Uchiha Qingkong. Alas, all of this was dismissed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a moment, Danzō conceded, suggesting that Uchiha Qingkong be placed on a watch list, with Root responsible for monitoring him. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately nodded in agreement. He did harbor concerns regarding the reticent Uchiha Qingkong, even developing a sense of caution towards Uchiha Shisui, who had always been friendly with Konoha. Yet, the stability of Konoha superseded all else. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to gradually diminish the Uchiha's power. The relocation of their clan had already fostered resentment among the Uchiha towards Konoha, making it unwise to exacerbate the situation. With this in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated solemnly, Danzō, regarding Uchiha Qingkong, you are permitted only to monitor him in secrecy. No additional measures are to be taken. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Danzō inwardly scoffed. How feeble. He mused. Would the late Hokage have regretted choosing you? Of course, everything comes before Konoha, but I have my own methods. With that, Danzō leaned on his cane and exited the Hokage's office without a backward glance. Watching Danzō's retreating figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a momentary daze. At that moment, the Hokage's assistant entered, stating, Third Hokage, your orders have been dispatched. He then produced a scroll, adding, Lord Jiraiya has also sent a document. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the sealed document, unfolding it to find his brow furrowing deeper. Although large-scale combat had yet to commence at the borders, the casualties from smaller skirmishes were nonetheless severe, and Jiraiya was requesting compensation once again. Just as he was scratching his head, a notification came from outside. The head of the police department, Uchiha Fugaku, seeks an audience. Setting the document aside, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, Please, come in. Once Uchiha Fugaku entered the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed him directly. Fugaku, is there something of importance? Uchiha Fugaku wasted no time, stating, The new clan settlement has been established, and according to plan, my clansmen are about to relocate, yet the relocation compensation has yet to materialize. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Relocation compensation? Upon this realization, Uchiha Fugaku was gripped by an ominous premonition, yet he continued, The decision to relocate our clan's territory has stirred a fervor among our people. I shall seek you out afterward. As you are preoccupied with official duties, I conferred with Elder Danzō. The new location, being more remote than our original home, necessitates compensation to alleviate the losses suffered by our clan. Listening to Uchiha Fugaku's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally comprehended why the Uchiha clan had so readily acquiesced to the relocation plan, and he was equally astonished by Danzō's audacity. He found himself in a quandary, unable to refute the compensation promised by Danzō, which would jeopardize the Uchiha's relocation, yet he could not conjure such a substantial sum from thin air to compensate them. After taking several deep puffs from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen gravely remarked, Fugaku. After resting for 2 days in Lianyan City, Aizawa Konan and Yamanaka Shimi had fully regained their combat prowess, and Qingkong was able to walk again. The group no longer dallied and returned to the village together. The first team, having just endured a life-and-death crisis, was not in a hurry to return for new assignments, especially since Qingkong had not completely healed, resulting in a leisurely pace for the entire squad. Kai, brimming with energy and unable to contain herself, flitted around Qingkong, inquiring about the rescue mission. Qingkong, how did you deal with that hidden cloud Jonin? Did you employ some devious trick? Sensing the watchful eyes around them, Qingkong fabricated a story, saying, a mere hidden cloud Jonin? Did I need to resort to trickery? The moment I activated my Sharingan, he was terrified into submission. And then I unleashed my hard-earned ultimate technique, the Heavenly Fire Descends. This fire release is an S-rank ninjutsu I have studied for ages. Even the Reikage would not fare well against it. Kai, with a disbelieving look, retorted, Do you think I'm a fool? Qingkong shot her a glance, thinking, Isn't that so? As they continued on, Kai, feeling bored, approached again and asked, "Why don't you tell me how you injured those two puppet masters?" Alcone rolled his eyes and casually replied, My throwing knives could slice through not just those mere puppeteers, but even the sage of 6 paths would fall before them. Had she not been so beautiful, I would not have hesitated, and my strike would not have gone awry." Amidst their banter, the two teams finally returned to Konoha on the morning of the 4th day. Upon entering the village, they made a beeline for the mission center. After completing the task, each ninja's credentials bore an additional record of a C-rank mission. Simultaneously, Yamanaka Shimi and Alcone's documents were marked with an S-rank rescue mission record. Although the first team had signaled an A-rank rescue, the assessment indicated that the task involved the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, thus elevating the difficulty to S-rank. Kai gazed enviously at the prominent one in the S-rank task section of Alcone's ninja credentials. "Given Alcone's injury, our third team will temporarily halt missions and rest for 2 weeks." Yamanaka Shimi organized methodically. "Jifeng and Kai, you should return home to report your safety, and we will regroup at Training Ground 3 in 2 days. Through these missions, you both must have realized that Alcone's strength has surpassed yours significantly." Upon hearing this, Alcone bashfully touched his nose, while Kai and Jifeng exchanged solemn glances and nodded in silence. "Future tasks will grow increasingly arduous and perilous. Should you continue to wield your current strength without diligent effort, you may find yourselves becoming a hindrance in time to come. During this period of recuperation at Aozora, I shall conduct specialized training for both of you, with the hope that it will enhance your capabilities." After outlining the arrangements for Kai and Jifeng, Yun Jue turned to Aozora and said, "Focus on your recovery. In truth, I possess no superior insights regarding your cultivation. Your ninjutsu and weapon throwing have already carved out their own path. The remaining journey is one you must undertake alone. My only counsel is to delve into illusion techniques to diversify your methods, while simultaneously fortifying your physical prowess." Aozora nodded gently in response. As a jonin, Yun Jiwei's perception is indeed sharp, and her observations are entirely on point. Enhancing both physical and illusion techniques is precisely what he urgently requires at present. However, unbeknownst to Yun Jiwei, her own proficiency in illusion techniques is commendable, and the power of her Yandao is formidable, providing ample control during battle. After concluding their arrangements, Team 3 bid farewell in front of the Hokage building and returned to their respective homes. Although Aizawa Konan possesses some medical ninjutsu, she is not a specialized medical ninja and failed to detect Aozora's vigorous life force. She estimated that Aozora would need 1 to 2 weeks of rest, yet in reality, he had nearly fully recovered by the time he was on the road back to the village. After resting for a day at home, Aozora felt completely revitalized and immediately commenced practicing the lightning release cell stimulation technique that Shisui had gifted him. Through a brief encounter with the wooden figure, Aozora validated the sharpness of the celestial severing technique. He is confident that with persistent training, the keen edge of the celestial severing flying blade will allow him to temporarily set aside concerns regarding insufficient offensive power. However, in comparison to his attack, his own defense and speed require significant improvement. While there is currently no method to enhance his defense, Aozora does possess a strategy to augment his speed. The answer lies in the lightning release cell stimulation technique conveyed by Shisui through the ninja crows. Once he masters this technique, he will be able to harness lightning attribute chakra to stimulate his cells, dramatically increasing both cellular vitality and muscular strength, thereby enhancing his speed. Furthermore, an improvement in his physical condition will enable him to withstand purer fire attribute chakra and potentially cultivate the chi fire through the use of Yaolk. Having sealed 3 portions of the Two-Tails Ghost Fire, Aozora is eager to utilize the Ghost Fire to temper his fire attribute chakra, seeking to ascertain whether the Ghost Fire is indeed a celestial Yaowa. Naturally, the successful cultivation of the lightning release cell stimulation technique is a prerequisite for all of this. Under the guise of recuperation, Aozora remained indoors, dedicating himself to the practice of the lightning release activation technique. Drawing upon his prior experience in transforming fire attribute chakra, he effortlessly dismantled the hand seals and learned to convert lightning attribute chakra. However, the majority of the chakra within him bore the fire attribute, leading to the exclusion of the newly transformed lightning attribute chakra. Were it not for the fact that fire and lightning attributes are not mutually exclusive, the newly converted lightning attribute chakra would have struggled to find a foothold. Although the amount of converted lightning attribute chakra is scarce, It suffices for practicing the lightning release cell stimulation technique. The intensity of lightning attribute chakra is exceedingly volatile. Aozora fears that using a large quantity of it during the initial stages of training could result in significant harm to his body. Nonetheless, the practice of the thunder release cellular stimulation technique by Aozora was not without its challenges. With focused intent, Aozora meticulously channeled the lightning attribute chakra along the prescribed pathways of the scroll. Suddenly, a rebellious surge of lightning chakra veered into another meridian. A sharp, agonizing twist of pain compelled Aozora to vocalize his discomfort. After taking a deep breath, he resumed his practice. Upon reaching the halfway mark, the lightning chakra misbehaved once more. This time, instead of acute pain, Aozora felt a tingling numbness. Undeterred, he persisted in his training. In the throes of his fervent cultivation, peculiar sounds emanated from his house. Drawing the attention of Uchiha Tetsuhan, Inuzuka Aya, and Tsukiyami Kaze, who, upon hearing the strange noises, paused momentarily before silently retreating. Thanks to their non-intrusion, Aozora was afforded ample time to refine the thunder release cellular stimulation technique. By the third day of his retreat, he had thoroughly mastered the technique. Just as he reveled in the revitalizing sensation following the electric therapy, the mysterious tome reacted abruptly, absorbing all of his lightning chakra. After a prolonged interval, the chakra returned. On the tome, the lightning fire golden body, having absorbed the golden droplets inscribed upon it, shimmered with a faint golden glow. Upon witnessing the emergence of 4 pale golden ancient characters upon the tome, Aozora beamed with delight. Although he had yet to receive the full inheritance, the mere sight of the name assured him that this technique would undoubtedly serve to safeguard him. Since his arrival in this world, Aozora's strength had been steadily increasing. Yet he could not find solace. The combat system within the ninja realm was somewhat distorted. While offensive ninjutsu were abundant, defensive techniques were scarce. Given that all individuals were merely flesh and blood, a single kunai could suffice to end a life. This reality explained why speed-oriented ninjas like Hatake Kakashi and Namikaze Minato could instill fear in their adversaries. These extraordinarily swift ninjas were akin to harvesters among their peers, prompting the major ninja villages to issue proclamations allowing missions to be abandoned upon encountering them. Had all ninjas possessed defenses commensurate with their strength, the miraculous feat of Namikaze Minato eliminating 50 elite ninjas in an instant would have been inconceivable. At this thought, Aozora could not help but jest about Guy and Lee. The explosive speed following the 8 Gates release was too remarkable to squander on a mere beheading blade. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Aozora focused intently on accepting the inheritance of the lightning fire golden body. In the midst of chaos, a void emerged, with only a gray stone standing amidst it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning materialized from thin air, striking the gray stone. A fierce fire ignited beneath the stone, as thunder and fire intertwined, relentlessly forging. Simultaneously, an ethereal voice resonated in Aozora's ears, imparting the secrets of the body-forging techniques. The lightning fire golden body represented the authentic Taoist method of body refinement. Initially relying on internal cultivation of true energy, later harnessing the forces of heaven and earth for advancement. The lightning fire golden body is divided into 3 stages: internal refining of the stone body, fire burning the iron form, and lightning forging the golden body. The first stage involves nurturing the physical body with the true energy of lightning fire, which, in the language of the ninja realm, translates to stimulating the vitality of one's body with lightning attribute chakra to enhance physical strength. Upon completing the first stage of cultivation, not only have my speed and strength seen substantial enhancement, but my body has also become as solid as stone, impervious to ordinary blades. After achieving the stony form, the second stage necessitates the purifying flames of intense fire, whereby external heat and internal refinement forge a body of steel to attain the golden body. The third stage requires harnessing the thunderous power of heaven and earth. By being struck by lightning, one can absorb and refine a trace of this thunderous energy for personal use, transforming the steel physique into an indestructible golden form. The golden body symbolizes not merely unparalleled defense, but also embodies formidable regenerative capabilities. Among the 3 stages of the Thunderfire golden body, only the first stage, the stony form, has a complete lineage available today. In addition to the repetitive elements found in the lightning escape cell stimulation technique, The lineage also includes methods for utilizing fire attribute chakra to enhance the circulation of vital energy, likely refined through the absorption of merit drops. This method, which accelerates the transportation of vital energy through fire attribute chakra, not only enhances physical prowess, but can also temporarily amplify strength, speed, and reaction times, thus serving as a secret technique. With the inheritance of the Thunderfire Golden Body, my training has become increasingly adept. As the flames of thunder refine me, I feel as though my body is a stubborn stone, continuously shedding impurities and becoming harder and purer. In the realm of cultivation, there are no days or nights. I have finally grasped the essence of this phrase. As my strength ascends, the number of skills I acquire also multiplies. Skills I do not possess must be learned, while those I have mastered require deepening. Time grows increasingly scarce, although I have consciously regulated the frequency of my ninjutsu studies. Focusing solely on techniques that enhance my combat system, the skills reflected in the celestial text are not ordinary and often demand considerable time to assimilate. Particularly, techniques such as Chi Guidance, Thunderfire Golden Body, Yin-Yang Eye, and object manipulation serve both as skills and as cultivation methods, requiring consistent daily practice. After dedicating time to these skills, I find little remaining for other techniques like Dream Invocation or Body Flicker. I am acutely aware that this predicament is not of my own choosing. Practitioners of the path may not achieve immortality, but possess long lifespans. Thus, the cultivation of mystical arts is measured in years, even centuries. To expect mastery within mere days is akin to dreaming in folly. Yet, I also realize that I do not have the luxury of time for gradual development. The tensions between the Uchiha and the village are sharply pronounced. Once the conflict with the Cloud Village concludes, the fragile peace I currently maintain may dissipate entirely. Furthermore, having partially revealed my strength may draw the village's scrutiny, complicating my future endeavors. A week has swiftly elapsed, depleting my household provisions, and I am reluctantly compelled to step outside. Passing by the clan's bulletin board, I observe the once spacious streets now thronged with clan members. Those who typically exude an air of aloofness now wear expressions of deep anger. Has the relocation compensation vanished? Are we, the Uchiha, to be sacrificed due to the front line's exigencies? Do we lack warriors willing to fight? The higher-ups evidently never intended to distribute compensation. If finances were genuinely strained, why not announce a delay instead of outright cancellation? This is a clear deception. I have already moved all the furniture. And now you tell me that the relocation compensation has vanished? Oi, gather your thoughts and comprehend the situation clearly. In essence, the announcement states, due to the intensifying frontline warfare and tightening military funds, Konoha has decided to cancel the relocation compensation, requesting the understanding of the Uchiha clan. However, with the cancellation of the relocation compensation, how is the Uchiha clan to understand this? Although both are luxurious residences, can the suburbs be equated with the city? Moreover, while financial matters are indeed significant, what the Uchiha clan despises more is the upper echelons treating them as fools. Before the announcement board, Uchiha clan members continuously gathered, resembling a relentless flood. A misstep could lead to the dam breaking, resulting in catastrophic repercussions. Suddenly, a stern-faced middle-aged ninja approached the announcement board. He wore the Konoha Jonin vest, adorned with the emblem of the Konoha Police Department on his shoulders, and as he passed, the agitated clan members fell into a hush. What is this commotion? Uchiha Hakadai inquired in a deep voice. Seeing the traditionally imposing Hakadai captain, many clan members instinctively recoiled. Yet several fervent individuals surged forth to voice their grievances. Captain Hakadai, the village has cancelled the relocation compensation. Should the Uchiha bear the burden for the front line's difficulties? Captain Hakadai, you must advocate for us. Listening to the outraged remarks of his kin, Uchiha Hakadai seemed to be engulfed by their fervor. His face ablaze with indignation. This is intolerable. For the village's revitalization plan, we consented to relocate our clan to the desolate Nankawa. Yet now the village absurdly nullifies the compensation. Uchiha Hakadai raised his arm and proclaimed, our clan members are shedding blood on the front lines. Must we also weep in the rear? With that, he led the way towards the Hokage Tower, and other clan members hurriedly followed suit. Let us inquire of the Hokage what wrongdoing the Uchiha have committed. Aoi stared in astonishment as Uchiha Hakadai rallied the clan to march. It was no surprise that Uchiha Hakadai could rally a response. After all, he had endured through the second and third great ninja wars. serving under 2 generations of clan leaders, even earning the respect of Uchiha Fugaku. What puzzled Aoi was the absence of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, during such a significant upheaval. Though Fugaku was the head of the Uchiha clan, Aoi knew him to be a grand visionary and a pacifist. Had he been present, he surely would not have allowed such an event to transpire. In the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Hokage Tower, the 4 pillars of Konoha convened. Uchiha Hakadai had already led a portion of the clan members out of their territory and towards the Hokage Tower, while the Umbu stood by, having completed their report. Awaiting inquiries, Danzō could hardly contain himself. Hiruzen, I have long warned you about the Uchiha's ambitions. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted angrily. Were it not for your unilateral agreement to the relocation compensation, would the Uchiha be protesting? Danzō rose, saying, If we had not agreed, the relocation plan would have been in vain. Ultimately, it is the Uchiha who failed to grasp the bigger picture. Mito Kazan intervened to halt the quarrel, stating, Arguing will not resolve our issues. We must first consider how to respond. In the midst of the discussion, Tanaka Koharu concurred, stating that they were still in confrontation with the cloud-hidden village and could not exacerbate the conflict with the Uchiha clan at this moment. Everyone should brainstorm solutions. Upon hearing this, Danzō settled into his seat, clasping his hands on the conference table, a flicker of darkness gleaming in his solitary eye. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen be aware of his promise to Uchiha Fugaku regarding relocation compensation? Given Uchiha Fugaku's indecisiveness, he would undoubtedly refrain from verifying with the 3rd Hokage. By the time the clan realized they had been deceived after the relocation, Uchiha Fugaku, in keeping with his usual demeanor, would silently endure the bitter consequences for the greater good. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tangle of emotions during their communication last week. Uchiha Fugaku had expressed understanding of the village's dire situation. Was this truly Uchiha Fugaku's comprehension? Though he felt a surge of indignation, Hiruzen recognized that the only viable path to a peaceful resolution lay with Uchiha Fugaku. He rubbed his temples and inquired of the Umbu, Where is Uchiha Fugaku? The Umbu replied, Today marks the birthday of the Uchiha clan's 2nd ancestor. Uchiha Fugaku is at the Minami-hi shrine paying homage to his forebears and is unaware of the clan's affairs. Humph, Danzō scoffed, unaware. He is the clan leader. How could he be oblivious to such significant matters concerning his kin? Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to comment on Danzō's conjecture and decisively stated, There is no point in further discussion. Inuzuka, you are to go to the Minami-hi shrine and ensure Uchiha Fugaku is brought here. Koharu, you and your team must prevent the Uchiha clansmen from storming the Hokage Tower, regardless of the circumstances. It is imperative to appease the Uchiha in this moment of confrontation with the cloud-hidden village. Otherwise, Konoha shall face annihilation. Understood. Mito Gate Inuzuka and Tanaka Koharu set off on their mission. Danzō also rose, declaring, Hiruzen, I shall assist Koharu. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, That is acceptable, but do not provoke the Uchiha. I understand, came Danzō's somber voice, reverberating in the conference room as his figure vanished. At the Minami-hi shrine, Uchiha Fugaku knelt alone before the ancestral tablet, the dim light casting a flickering shadow that mirrored the uncertainty in his eyes. Suddenly, the door behind him was thrust open, and a small figure darted inside. Father, something terrible has happened. Itachi's words were cut short as Fugaku interrupted. Silence. Leave. Father, the clansman, Itachi insisted urgently. Fugaku remained unmoved. His voice growing sharper, I said leave. Under the weight of his father's authoritative gaze, Itachi had no choice but to reluctantly exit the shrine's main hall. Anxiously, Itachi awaited outside the shrine for what felt like an eternity until he finally saw his father emerge. He hurried forward. The clansmen are dissatisfied with the cancellation of the relocation compensation and, led by Uncle Hachida, are heading to the Hokage Tower to protest. Fugaku remained noncommittal, descending the stone steps at a measured pace. Seeing his father's indifference, Itachi, like an ant on a hot pan, could no longer restrain himself and tugged at Fugaku's sleeve. Father, you must stop them. If you delay, the village will clash with the clansmen. Fugaku suddenly lowered his head and asked, Why should I intervene? What have the clansmen done wrong? Itachi fell silent mid-sentence, though his heart was inclined towards the village. He was not a man devoid of understanding. In the matter of relocating the clan's territory, the victims were the entirety of the clan. While the clan's willingness to forgive the village demonstrated their comprehension of the greater picture, Their protests were entirely justifiable. After a while, Itachi remarked that this would only exacerbate the discord between the village and the clan. Gazing down upon the territory of the Uchiha, which lay on the fringe of Konoha, Fugaku turned his gaze towards the distant new clan settlement, a perplexing expression clouding his features. The rift between the village and the clan had always existed since the village's inception and would not vanish in the future. This incident would not alter it significantly. Itachi looked up at his father, realizing for the first time that he could not decipher Fugaku's thoughts. Despite his father's evident disdain for war, why then was he deliberately intensifying the conflict between the clan and the village? Striving to follow Fugaku's gaze, he inquired, "Father, what are your intentions?" At this juncture, with his intelligence, Itachi had already surmised that this march was entirely orchestrated by his father, perhaps even conceived by him from the shadows. Lowering his head, he cast a proud glance at his astute eldest son, and Fugaku proclaimed, "Indeed, you are my son. While I did not actively participate in this march, it was certainly within my expectations." With a stoic expression, Itachi posed the question, "Are you not concerned that a misstep could lead to widespread turmoil?" Turmoil? Fugaku shook his head. Most of the remaining elite ninjas of the clan were stationed at the police department, ready for duty. With only a handful of clan ninjas participating in the march, absent their involvement, this was merely a commonplace demonstration by the villagers of Konoha. Furthermore, the 8th Hokage is prudent in his actions. Listening to his father gamble with the safety of the clan's lives sent a chill through Itachi's heart, and he coldly asked, "What is your true objective?" Fugaku, oblivious to Itachi's unease, simply replied, "I wish to discern the higher-up's genuine attitude towards the Uchiha." Itachi echoed, "Genuine attitude? It is indeed challenging for our clan to coexist, especially following the Nine-Tails incident, and I can understand the higher-up's suspicions." After a pause, Fugaku shifted his tone. "But what if their sentiments are not mere suspicion, but rather a desire for extermination?" Although he had initially refuted Aokong's assertions during the clan meeting, he could not shake off Aokong's words. After all, he was the leader of the Uchiha, bearing the weight of the clan's fate. How could that be? Itachi exclaimed in disbelief. Ultimately, he had experienced too little. The sudden revelation that his father harbored doubts about the higher-ups left him incredulous. Upon hearing his son's exclamation, Fugaku regained his composure. He suddenly realized that he had instilled too much of the overarching perspective in Itachi, while neglecting to convey the long-standing suspicion and oppression that the Hokage's faction held towards the Uchiha. Just as he intended to explain this to Itachi, Fugaku sensed someone approaching from a distance. On the streets of Konoha, Aokong followed the procession of Uchiha demonstrators heading towards the Hokage building. Contrary to his expectations of a raucous rally filled with fervent slogans, the Uchiha march was strikingly orderly, resembling a military formation, with ninjas at the forefront and ordinary clan members behind. Although they bore no weapons, their uniform attire and commanding presence rendered them more disciplined and formidable than a conventional army. The villagers wandering the streets sensed the unusual atmosphere and quickly dispersed, hastily retreating to their homes and shutting their windows. Observing this, Aokong could not help but furrow his brow. On one hand, Aoki lamented that the image of the Uchiha had transformed into that of a demon in the eyes of the villagers. On the other hand, he felt a sense of despair regarding the outcome of the parade. If they could not rally other masses, what impact could the Uchiha clan's demonstration have? Suddenly, the sharp sound of a kunai slicing through the air broke Aoki's train of thought. Startled by the sound, Aoki instinctively threw a kunai while exclaiming, "Enemy attack." The moment the words left his lips, regret washed over him as he realized that the kunai was aimed merely at the front of the parade. With a resounding thud, Aoki's kunai accurately struck down the opposing kunai, and the clang of metal heightened the tension in the air. The Uchiha ninjas in front instinctively drew their swords and gripped their kunai. Had the Uchiha perceived me as an enemy? Sukin Koharu, flanked by two Umbu, slowly approached from the end of a long street. Uchiha Hakadai remarked coolly, "Advisor Koharu, you jest. It is merely an emergency response from our clansmen." He then added, "But when did the village's ninjas begin to attack unarmed civilians?" Koharu replied, "The Uchiha's unprovoked assault on the Hokage's office warranted my warning." "Unprovoked assault?" Hakadai retorted, his voice growing louder. "The village's promise of relocation compensation for my clan has been revoked. Are we not allowed to inquire about the reasons?" Upon hearing this, the clansmen began to wave their arms and vociferously agree. "Indeed, why must we relocate without compensation?" The village owes us an explanation. Koharu frowned at the sight. Hakadai's charisma was too potent, and with the Uchiha clan currently incensed, mere words would likely prove insufficient to placate them. Reason? At that moment, a somber voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Before the words could dissipate, Danzō appeared before Koharu, stating, "Koharu, you are too indecisive in your actions." He then turned to face Hakadai. Currently, Konoha is in a standoff with Kumogakure, instead of contributing to the front lines. The Uchiha are merely pursuing their own interests by storming the Hokage's office, showing a lack of understanding of the greater picture. And yet you dare to demand reasons from the village? In just a few words, Danzō distorted the truth regarding the village leadership's breach of trust, while simultaneously striking back at the Uchiha. Hakadai's expression grew cold as he asserted, "The blood we Uchiha have shed on the front lines is no less than that of others, and the enemies we have slain are countless. The relocation compensation is the village's promise. Its cancellation requires justification." Danzō retorted icily, "Let Uchiha Fugaku come for the reason. Are you gathering your clansmen to betray the village?" With that, he raised his unbandaged left hand. Suddenly, a swarm of ninjas clad in umbu attire sprang forth from the rooftops along the street. The Uchiha ninjas participating in the parade immediately reacted, lowering their centers of gravity and placing their hands before their chests, poised for action. Aoki, however, made no move, for he understood that a confrontation was unlikely to ensue. Although a few clan ninjas were in the front row, they were relatively unknown, and not a single elite ninja was present. Leading the group, Uchiha Hakadai, despite being a formidable figure within the clan, stood empty-handed, his beloved longsword, usually ever present by his side, conspicuously absent from his waist. It is evidently clear that the Uchiha clan had no intention of intervening this time. With the Uchiha refraining from action, Konoha dared not lay a hand on these ordinary clansmen. Uchiha Hakadai approached boldly, empty-handed yet more audacious than a swordsman. Confronting Danzō with a piercing inquiry, "Elder Danzō, are you intent on slaughtering my clan and erasing all evidence?" Behind him, the Uchiha clansman followed slowly. Danzō's single eye flickered with a dangerous glint. Wind release, vacuum wave. Without the slightest forewarning, Danzō unleashed a sharp breath akin to a scythe, aimed at Uchiha Hakadai. The howling wind surged, and the condensed wind blade proved sharper than any blade. The first to react was Toka, standing beside Danzō. Her face a mask of astonishment as she swiftly interjected, "Danzō, don't." But before she could finish her sentence, the wind blade was already in motion. Uchiha Hakadai was the second to respond, fully aware that should the wind blade strike true, even the hardest stone would shatter and iron would bend, let alone flesh. He also understood that with Danzō's strength, the wind blade could not possibly miss its target. Yet, he resolutely clenched his hands, resisting the urge to form hand seals, standing his ground with an unyielding expression against the oncoming wind blade. Far away in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the third to react. The moment the wind blade materialized in his telescopic vision, he vanished from the Hokage's office. A moment later, Aozura realized the danger as well. But without any defensive ninjutsu, he found himself powerless. Soon, many clansmen noticed the wind blade hurtling towards Uchiha Hakadai, but before they could respond, the wind blade had already sliced through the ground before him. Boom! The stone-paved road of Konoha was instantaneously cleaved in two. Debris flew, and dust billowed. Moments later, a deep chasm, 4 meters wide and 8 meters long, appeared before the Uchiha contingent. On the right side of the chasm, Uchiha Hakadai emerged unscathed, save for a bit of dust. On the left, through the dissipating smoke, a figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat and long robes became visible. As the haze cleared, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forth, pipe in mouth. Upon seeing Uchiha Hakadai unharmed, Hiruzen let out a silent sigh of relief. Had Danzō not altered the direction of the wind blade at the last moment, he would have had to confront a potential betrayal from the Uchiha clan. Nonetheless, he sternly admonished Danzō. "Danzō, who gave you the audacity to threaten the villagers?" After reprimanding Danzō, Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Hakadai, saying, "Hakadai, please forgive Danzō's impetuousness. He acted out of haste, but fortunately, he halted in time and caused no harm." In stark contrast to his stern demeanor towards Danzō, he regarded Uchiha Hakadai with a notably gentle expression. Uchiha Hakadai replied, "It is of no consequence. I trust that Elder Danzō acted without malice." Hiruzen nodded. then surveyed the Uchiha clan members with a grave countenance, stating, "I have come to understand the circumstances. The responsibility lies with me. I failed to communicate clearly with Fugaku, resulting in a miswritten announcement that led to your misunderstanding." At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku finally arrived at the scene, escorted by Mito Gate-sen. Upon his arrival, Fugaku immediately expressed his apologies. "I regret my clansmen's reckless actions. The fault lies with me for not properly restraining them. The front lines are embroiled in war. Yet we find ourselves troubling Lord Hokage over relocation compensation, which is truly inappropriate." Gazing deeply at Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Fugaku, you are being overly harsh. Due to the urgency of official matters, I have not been able to communicate clearly with you. The war on the front is pressing, and military funds are scarce. I merely sought your understanding in postponing the disbursement of relocation compensation. I did not anticipate that this would lead to your misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, Fugaku appeared flustered and replied, "I must have overthought the situation. As the war cannot be resolved swiftly, and even when it does, the village's finances must consider post-war recovery. I thought." At this point, Fugaku hesitated and suggested, "Perhaps we Uchiha should delay our relocation." "Absolutely not. That is out of the question." Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzō, and Tsunade quickly interjected. Fugaku's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart felt as though it had plunged into icy depths. Unfortunately, as Aozora had predicted, the higher-ups had already harbored intentions of violence. The revival plan is an integrated whole, and the arrangements for each clan have been made with comprehensive consideration. They cannot be disregarded. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated emphatically, "Of course, the Uchiha are also citizens of Konoha. We should not and will not sacrifice the interests of any villager." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Let us proceed this way. I will designate the newly constructed number 35 training ground by the South River for the Uchiha. Fugaku, what do you think? The training grounds of the ninja world are not merely ordinary woods with a few target dummies. They are expansive, multifaceted facilities. The sheer size alone, combined with the artificial training equipment and the rare creatures housed within, renders them immensely valuable. These exotic beasts not only provide top-tier game, but also serve as potential candidates for summoning beasts. A superior training ground not only offers an excellent venue for the younger generation to hone their skills, but also generates a continuous stream of wealth. Thus, compensating the Uchiha with a well-established training ground is more than sufficient." However, Uchiha Fugaku felt no joy from this offer. Instead, an even deeper chill settled within him. The greater the price Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to pay, the more evident his murderous intent became. Fugaku's thoughts were tumultuous, and he absent-mindedly replied, "Let it be as the Hokage suggests." "Very well. In that case, I kindly ask you to return your clansmen," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "and please expedite the relocation." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished in an instant. Subsequently, Danzō, Tsunade, Mito Gate, and others departed in succession, leaving only the Uchiha clan behind. The clan members turned their eyes towards Fugaku, awaiting his command. Seeing this, Fugaku gathered himself and spoke in a solemn tone, "Disperse. I will organize the clan to take possession of the number 35 training ground. Specific benefits and measures will be discussed with the clan elders before being announced." Upon hearing this, while the clan members still harbored residual anger, they complied and withdrew. They perceived that this resistance had yielded results, unaware of the malice lurking within the higher-ups. In the distance, the sky was stained a blood red by the setting sun, as if ignited by flames. The clan members gradually departed, moving towards the fiery clouds on the horizon. Surveying his surroundings, Fugaku noted the streets and buildings also bathed in crimson hues, creating a scene of bloodshed. His heart was a tumultuous storm. The village's upper echelons had turned against the Uchiha, and reconciliation seemed increasingly implausible. Born and raised in this land, he felt the weight of impending calamity. Regardless of whether it is the Uchiha or Konoha, both are his homeland, the sacred ground of his heart. He never envisioned a day when he would have to choose between Konoha and the Uchiha. Nevertheless, whatever decision he makes, the foreseeable future is steeped in blood. Aozora did not leave immediately. He had some inquiries to make of Fugaku. As he approached Fugaku, he was struck by the sight of the clan leader who, although still standing tall, appeared somewhat hunched, and the once imposing lines of his face now bore the marks of age. For reasons unknown, Aozora felt a pang of sympathy for Fugaku and blurted out, "Leader, are you all right?" Oh, I'm fine. Fugaku snapped back to reality upon seeing Aozora and asked, "What brings you here?" Aozora directly inquired, "This demonstration was organized by you, wasn't it?" For some inexplicable reason, Aozora sensed a lack of the usual authority in the leader, an air of fragility that compelled him to voice his deepest doubts. Huh. Fugaku initially expressed confusion, followed by a frown as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Aozora shrugged. Fugaku's reaction confirmed his suspicions. Demonstrations do not operate this way. No slogans were shouted, no banners raised. What basis do you have for expecting compliance? Will the masses be rallied? Even if the commoners cannot be incited, at least rally a few allied clans. Oh, I forgot, the Uchiha have no allies. Fugaku could not help but bark, "Shut up. Leave." Upon hearing this, Aozora promptly sealed his lips and turned away decisively. He still had provisions to purchase. Who had the time to concern themselves with the clan leader? Reflecting on the potential outcomes of the demonstration, Aozora muttered, "I would rather provide a training ground to ensure relocation. The intent to kill is resolute." Fugaku vaguely caught the mention of intent to kill and recalled Aozora's assertions during the clan meeting. He took a couple of steps forward to stand beside Aozora casually, saying, "I heard you awakened your double Tomo Sharingan during a mission, killing a Jonin and injuring two from the hidden stone. What is the matter?" Aozora replied, "That incident occurred a week ago. Why are you only asking now?" "Indeed." Fugaku handed him a scroll. "This is a reward for promoting the Uchiha's reputation." Regarding ninjutsu scrolls, Aozora was always receptive. He had a penchant for savoring the sweet rewards while assessing the value of other offerings based on circumstance. Seeing Aozora accept it without hesitation, Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. "Next month is the Chunin selection. With your strength and achievements, you will undoubtedly participate. Do not disgrace the Uchiha name." With that, Fugaku vanished in an instant. "Goodness, everyone does that. Speak and then leave. Such rudeness." Aozora grumbled as he made his way to the marketplace. "Is the clan leader trying to win me over? Suddenly being so kind." Contemplating Fugaku's intentions, Aozora entered the commercial district. Thanks to the previous month's intensive completion of low-level tasks, Aozora's purse was quite full, and he indulged in a lavish shopping spree. After stockpiling provisions, Aozora unrolled the scroll gifted by Fugaku. It detailed two powerful and practical Sharingan Jinjutsu, Heavenly Reversal and Kagutsuchi. Both techniques were formidable, yet the requirements for mastering them stipulated at least a 3-tomo Sharingan. Even though the azure sky was filled with longing, it remained powerless and had no choice but to put its desires on hold. During the subsequent vacation, the azure sky continued its pursuit of immortality. Each day was spent exercising, nurturing its eyes, and practicing with flying daggers, and time swiftly passed. Notably, the azure sky finally mastered the art of shadow clones to exploit a bug in its training. This technique was specifically designed for those with an extraordinary amount of chakra. The shadow clones divided the chakra to create physical replicas, meaning that the duration of chakra usage did not extend. For instance, if an individual could sustain a grand fireball for 4 hours, the shadow clone could only maintain it for 2 hours, although double the experience was gained each hour. The overall training time remained unchanged. Furthermore, any ninjutsu involved consumption, making it impossible to perfectly divide chakra. Thus, if one's chakra was limited, using shadow clones for training actually reduced the training duration. Additionally, the shadow clones shared the same memories and thoughts as the original. If the training was not properly set, there was a significant risk of conflicting ideas, leading to futile experiences. Although the azure sky's chakra was not as abundant as Naruto's, it had reached the level of a Jonin thanks to the refined practice of golden-guided chi cultivation. Moreover, its chakra recovery speed was several times that of an ordinary person. With this advantage, it could finally begin to accelerate its training through shadow clones. The original focused on physical training, chi cultivation, eye care, and the maintenance of flying daggers, while 3 clones practiced fire release, illusion techniques, and body flicker respectively. This quadrupled training speed alleviated the azure sky's sense of endless toil in its cultivation. The exhaustion and memories accumulated each night left it feeling as if life were unbearable. Nonetheless, the next day, the azure sky clung to the belief that great responsibilities were bestowed upon it, continuing to relish the quadruple joy. In the blink of an eye, its 2-week sick leave came to an end. Dressed casually in a family-long robe and adorned with soft armor, the azure sky stepped out of its home, bearing the shadows of fatigue under its eyes. Upon exiting the clan grounds, it noticed an increase in the number of people pointing and whispering about it. A few men cast fleeting glances its way before murmuring, prompting the azure sky to sense something amiss. Although it was accustomed to attracting attention, it did not believe it could captivate a group of older men, quickening its pace. It soon left their sight and transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man to eavesdrop on the gossip. Without the azure sky's presence, the individuals began to converse indiscriminately. Their eyes filled with envy, hatred, and disdain. Becoming a ninja at such a young age, they must not have committed many wrongdoings. I heard their clan is reincarnated demons. They gain power through malevolence. Indeed, those eyes are proof. They are not the eyes of ordinary people, but rather those of demons. Last year's Ninetales incident was allegedly caused by their clan. Enough of that. I heard the Hokage had a fierce argument with his son. Is that so? Do tell. The azure sky listened in silence to these absurd and ludicrous rumors, remaining speechless. The higher-ups acted swiftly. It had not been long since the protests. Yet there were already those secretly maligning the Uchiha clan. Though absurd, such sentiments indeed hold sway among the common folk. While ordinary ninjas possess formidable strength, their appearances remain indistinguishable from those of regular individuals, whereas the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan exudes an undeniably sinister aura. Coupled with the Uchiha's already tarnished reputation, the potency of these rumors is staggering. The demise of Kaguya, the moonlit mist, was similarly orchestrated through slander, leading to her isolation, inciting fury, and ultimately ensnaring her like a fish in a net. Although public opinion may not physically harm the Uchiha alone, it can certainly sway the perceptions of other ninja clans. As no one wishes to align themselves against the populace, Aozora began to feel a sense of trepidation, questioning whether he could grow strong enough to avert the impending clan annihilation. In a world where the nest is overturned, how can one expect to find a perfect egg? Given the current circumstances, the plan for extermination may not linger for 4 to 5 years. Should he intervene in the conflict between his clan and Konoha to delay the inevitable demise? If he were to join, what could he possibly achieve? What actions could the clan undertake? Aozora made his way toward the Hokage's office, his mind swirling with thoughts. Suddenly, a vibrant voice rang in his ear. Aozora. Long time no see. Aozora momentarily gathered his thoughts, forcing a smile as he replied, Kai. Good morning. Kai rushed over, exclaiming, Haha, good morning to you too. Noticing Aozora's weary demeanor, she inquired, How did you end up looking like this while resting at home? Suddenly recalling the strange sounds she had heard during her visit to Aozora, she instinctively took a step back, creating some distance. Although Aozora was puzzled, he felt little inclination to engage in playful banter today, so he let it slide. The two made their way to the mission hall, one trailing the other. Upon seeing the distance they maintained, Aburame Shimi and Shurfong exchanged surprised glances but dismissed it, heading straight to the front desk to accept a mission. Despite the clandestine machinations of the Cloud Ninjas having retreated from the Land of Fire, the bandit threat persisted, resulting in an abundance of C-rank missions focused on eliminating banditry. Eliminating bandits, any objections? Shimi inquired, increasingly willing to solicit the opinions of the three as they matured. Naturally, Aozora and his companions had no objections. The task list primarily comprised C-rank missions involving either bandit extermination or escorting duties. In comparison to the sluggish escorting missions, bandit elimination undoubtedly aligned more with the trio's inclinations. This particular mission unfolded without incident, and for the next half-month, the third team encountered little turbulence. By late September, the third team traversed the Land of Fire, engaging in acts of violence and arson, a specialty of Aozora. Kai and Shurfong, having undergone special training under Aburame Shimi, had also become considerably more adept at their lethal endeavors. With 3 ninjas, each at least of Chunin rank, accompanied by an elite Jonin, it was indeed difficult for any significant disturbances to arise. Within a mere fortnight, the third team accomplished 4 C-rank bandit extermination missions, a feat hindered only by the time wasted in transit. Due to their ages and mission success rates, the third team once again became the focal point of the village's attention. Had it not been for the brevity of time and the relatively few completed C-rank missions, the third team's reputation might have ascended to that of a C-rank mission-clearing machine. After completing the task once again, Yun Jiwei called out to the 3 individuals who were eager to depart, presenting them with 3 application forms for the Chunin selection. Due to the ongoing war, the village was experiencing a shortage of personnel, and the Chunin selection would be held the following week. Young Jiwei stated plainly that becoming a Chunin signifies a higher level of strength, accompanied by greater responsibilities, and expressed hope that they would ponder this carefully. The three accepted the application forms, their faces alight with joy, and without a moment's hesitation, inscribed their names upon them. Over the past fortnight, they had come to realize that their status as genin was stifling their growth. Mundane C-rank missions had ceased to provide any meaningful challenge. Even though they accrued merits with each completed task, Aoki had grown weary of a life filled with violence and destruction. After receiving the signed application forms, Yun Jiwei adjusted her sunglasses and remarked, "In that case, take the next couple of days to rest and prepare for the Chunin exam." She showed no inclination to hastily sharpen their skills. Given their capabilities, they had a strong chance of passing even a standard Chunin exam, let alone this selection designed for the less experienced. Konoha had recently endured the betrayal of Orochimaru and the Nine-Tails assault on the village, and now, the presence of Kumobikure had further strained Konoha's ninja resources, rendering seasoned ninjas scarce. During this period, anyone capable of independently completing C-rank missions could be promoted to Chunin. After 2 days of rest, Aoki arrived punctually at the selection site, the first training ground. This location, often used for Chunin exams, had contributed significantly to Konoha's revenue. Surrounded by towering stone walls, it resembled a Western gladiatorial arena, with spectator stands lining the high walls, while the central area served as the battleground for ninja combat. Upon reaching the southern platform, Aoki noticed many familiar faces had already gathered. In addition to Sai and Jifeng, the three from their class were also participating in the Chunin selection. The rest were unfamiliar faces. Sai called out from a distance, "Aoki, over here." Aoki approached, intending to greet his contemporaries and showcase a different side of the Uchiha. However, to his surprise, aside from Sai and Jifeng, the others turned away. Even Jifeng exhibited a slight retreat. Sai, unable to contain herself, muttered, "Humph, a bunch of cowards. It's just because their families told them not to associate with the Uchiha." Aoki's eyes glinted as he inquired, "Sai, what did you just say?" She replied, "A bunch of cowards," and continued, "Their families don't want them associating with the Uchiha." Before she could finish, she hastily clarified, "My dad doesn't he dislike you. He just hasn't met you and thinks all Uchihas are bad people. He thinks I'm still a child." Observing Sai's flustered explanation, Aoki gently patted her head and said softly, "I understand." He then turned to Jifeng. Jifeng remained silent for a moment before stating, "You are a trustworthy companion, but..." Aoki raised his hand to stop him, saying nonchalantly, "No need to say more. After this exam, Class 3 will be disbanded anyway." The first training ground was alive with the sound of drums and the bustle of people. Where leaves danced, flames would ignite, illuminating the village, heralding the rebirth of new foliage. The true strength of a ninja is revealed when one seeks to protect cherished individuals. Currently, Konoha and Kumobikure are engaged in battle, a moment that calls for the collective strength of all. Sarutobi Hiruzen passionately proclaims the will of fire from the elevated platform in the north. However, he seems to have forgotten the origins of Konoha's name. Konoha signifies the 1,000 hands of the forest and the Uchiha clan. Aozora was taken aback by the resolute stance of Konoha's upper echelons, who had secretly notified other clan ninjas, coercing them to choose sides. To be candid, he felt a pang of sadness. Though they had only spent 3 months together, the trio had faced life and death situations, sharing many experiences. Sai was an innocent girl, always aspiring to be the leader, yet her intellect did not surpass that of a simple-minded dog. Her constant chatter brought such vibrancy to Aozora's life. After a day of solitude and training, seeing Sai's energetic demeanor would invariably lift his spirits. Keisuke, much like Aozora, was not one to speak much and occasionally enjoyed being idle. Yet, when it came to action, he proved to be the most dependable. Aozora believed that, without external interference, the two could have forged a remarkably harmonious friendship. He fully understood Keisuke's decision. It was the most prudent choice he could make. It was not fair to label Keisuke as heartless. After all, how deep could their bond grow in just 3 months? On one side lay a teammate of merely 3 months. On the other, the family that raised him. Any reasonable person would know how to choose. While he comprehended Keisuke's stance, a flicker of anger lingered within him. This anger was not directed at Keisuke, but rather at the higher-ups of Konoha. What wrong had the Uchiha committed to warrant such suspicion and hostility? As the trees withered, would they allow the leaves to perish as well? Uchiha Aozora. Uchiha Aozora. Please enter the arena quickly, or you will be deemed to have forfeited. The examiner's voice echoed repeatedly, just as oil woman Shiwi was about to awaken him. Sai finally brought Aozora back to reality. His gaze sharpened, emanating a chill that even Sai beside him could sense. Sai blinked, saying, Aozora, it's your turn. Aozora nodded and leaped into the arena. Bang! With an almost imperceptible shift, Aozora steadied himself, his feet stirring not a speck of dust. Such flawless control. The opponent, observing this, grew slightly more serious and remarked, Uchiha Aozora, your taijutsu is remarkably proficient. Why did you not showcase it during our time at the academy? Though Aozora had not activated his Byakugan, his keen observation allowed him to discern the subtle movements Aozora made to dissipate force in that fleeting moment. Even he could not have executed it better. Hinata Rome? Aozora suddenly recognized, realizing that his opponent was none other than his classmate of 6 years, the prodigy, Hinata Rome. Aozora replied, I've only recently begun to learn taijutsu. I still have a long way to go. To him, the ability to control one's body was but a trivial accomplishment. Shouldn't the pinnacle of taijutsu be the possession of an indestructible and immortal physique? In that regard, he had merely embarked on his journey. Hinata Rome's expression darkened upon hearing this. Uchiha Aozora not only looked down upon him, but also belittled the years he had devoted to honing his taijutsu. The third match, Uchiha Aozora versus Hinata Rome, now commences. The battle of the noble clan geniuses captivated everyone's attention. The match has commenced. Uchiha versus Hyuga. On one side stands the brilliant Hyuga genius who has dominated his class for 6 years, and on the other, the remarkable rising star of the Uchiha clan, who has dazzled since graduation. Who will emerge victorious? Listening to the villagers' cheers, Aizawa Konan remarked, Senior Shimi, I never anticipated our disciples would encounter each other so early. Yamanaka Shimi frowned and replied, Regrettably, Rome's misfortune is palpable. He could have advanced to Chunin. While the noble clan genius battle is beloved by many, it often results in the loss of numerous talents. Though she had not witnessed Hyuga Rome's combat prowess, Yamanaka Shimi knew that with Aokom's strength, he could easily sweep aside all participating genin. Aizawa Konan nodded in agreement, having seen Aokom severely injure a Yukinin with a single strike. Even she would have found it difficult to evade. However, as her own disciple, she stated, if Uchiha Aokom unleashes his flying knife, Rome's defeat is inevitable. Yet, without the flying knife, Rome still possesses a 30% chance of victory. Yamanaka Shimi shook her head, asserting, he has no opportunities left. Upon hearing this, Aizawa Konan refrained from immediately countering, silently observing the two combatants below. Yamanaka Shimi would not speak without reason, so what instilled such confidence in her? Did Aokom truly single-handedly eliminate that Kumobikure ninja? Below, Hyuga Rome had already assumed his stance. Are you ready? I am not in a good mood today. Aokom gazed up at the sky with a melancholic expression, softly replying, you should surrender. What? Though the words were uttered softly, Hyuga Rome heard them distinctly. His expression darkened as he retorted, please respect your opponent. Before you stands me, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Rome. I do not understand why you choose to conceal your strength. Yet even so, I am the second in our class. Please give it your all. If you happen to be careless, do not blame me for inflicting serious injury. With that, an immense surge of chakra flowed into his pale blue eyes. The veins around his temples throbbed, and the surroundings transformed into a monochrome world. Hyuga Rome felt he was witnessing reality in its truest form, everything under his control. He turned his gaze towards Aokom. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Why do you possess such an abundance of chakra? Hyuga Rome was incredulous, repeatedly muttering the impossibility of the situation. Beneath his Byakugan, Aokom's chakra, rivaling that of a Jonin, was fully revealed. Aokom coolly stated, surrender. You cannot defeat me. However, Hyuga Rome did not hear Aokom's words. He was lost in his own world, suddenly contorting his face in a grimace and declaring, what of your abundant chakra? I can still engage in close combat. I do not believe your taijutsu can surpass mine. With that, Hyuga Rome unleashed a burst of chakra from his feet, propelling himself toward Aokom. Aokom shook his head, his kunai flashing in his hand. Though his right hand mimicked the motion of throwing the kunai, it had already embedded itself in Hyuga Rome's chest. This kunai was wielded with the technique of manipulation, although not a spiritual weapon. It bore the elegance akin to slaying immortals. Today, he was in a foul mood and did not wish to entangle himself with others. The speed of the kunai was so swift that Hugo Rong could not evade it in time, nor could he unleash his trump card. Yet he discerned the trajectory of the shuriken with uncanny clarity. He experienced a moment of despair beneath the azure sky. Unlike before, he found himself powerless, awaiting his demise. Thud! Hinata Ryu maintained his stance of impact as the shuriken pierced his chest. Blood gushed forth as he clutched his chest and collapsed. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The spectators from the Hinata clan were momentarily stunned, rising to their feet in shock. The villagers dropped their fruits in disbelief, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The moment the azure shuriken vanished from his grasp, it was less than a second before it struck Hinata Ryu's chest. The third match, from commencement to conclusion, spanned a mere 30 seconds. Out of this brief duration, conversation consumed the entirety, with the battle itself lasting less than a second. The villagers had prepared their snacks and beverages, eagerly awaiting the match to commence, ready to regale tales of clan history and gossip, eager to showcase their extensive knowledge and experience. Meanwhile, the ninjas on the opposite side of the stands chatted amiably, speculating on the futures of the combatants, embodying the role of mentors to the younger generation. Yet, in an instant, the contest abruptly ceased. They witnessed Hinata Ryu charging towards Aozora, blood erupting from his chest as he fell in an instant. The entire stands fell into an eerie silence. The audience dropped their fruits, while the ninjas remained speechless. The Hinata clan members were seething with rage, poised for action. The Uchiha clan fixed their gaze on Hinata, their blood-red eyes glinting ominously. Only Aizawa Konan reacted swiftly. She leapt down from the high platform, kneeling beside the fallen Hinata Ryu, her gentle chakra flowing steadily into his body. As she tended to him, she berated Aozora. Intra-clan combat. How could you be so merciless? So cruel. Aozora approached, speaking calmly. I did not aim for his heart. It is merely an external injury. Simply withdrawing the shuriken will suffice. Your actions merely prolong his suffering. Upon hearing this, Aizawa Konan probed with her chakra and found Aozora's words to be true. Withdrawing the shuriken, she administered a brief treatment, restoring some color to Hinata Ryu's face. Aozora picked up the shuriken and whispered softly in Hinata Ryu's ear. Are you truly prepared to give it your all? Can you bear the burden? With that, he leapt up to the southern platform. At that moment, the examiner finally arrived, declaring, in the third match, Uchiha Aozora is victorious. As Aozora ascended the southern stand, Hinata Ryu was carried away by the medical staff, and the atmosphere gradually returned to normalcy. The Hinata clan members snorted in disdain before taking their seats. The Uchiha clan, observing the scene, resumed their positions. The villagers, recovering from their shock, muttered complaints. What was that? What kind of fight was that? Utterly pointless. Was it a fixed match? Did Hinata Ryu accept a bribe? Surely not. The esteemed Hinata clan could not be so easily swayed, especially against a ninja of the Uchiha clan. I wagered 250 ryo. How could he have lost? Wasn't Hinata Ryu hailed as a prodigy of the Hinata clan? Regardless of the audience's grievances and protests, the selection matches continued. Soon, the chaotic scene of flying ninja tools and unleashed jutsu captured the villagers' attention. Yet the eyes of the ninjas present remained fixated on Aozora. For that single shuriken, even for a low-ranking ninja, would have spelled disaster. Not even a mid-ranking ninja could guarantee an unscathed escape, let alone a high-ranking one. Many of the ninjas hinted at began to waver in their convictions. Must they truly stand against the Uchiha? Merely a 12-year-old boy, who himself could hardly contend with such might. What then of the other Uchihas? They were a clan that had co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju. Though somewhat weakened now, they still boasted over 20 jounin and more than 100 shunin within their ranks. This strength, while inferior to that of the 5 great shinobi villages, was still sufficient to annihilate villages and nations alike. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a grave expression. He had previously heard of the prowess of Aozora's throwing techniques, yet he had not anticipated their sheer magnitude. The kunai just now posed little threat to him, but was that truly Aozora's full strength? What if the kunai had been replaced with a chakra-conducting metal shuriken? This question remained unanswered. Perhaps he could still evade or withstand the attack. Yet there was also the possibility of injury or even death. Until the shuriken was unleashed, who could predict the outcome? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Aozora remained unfazed. After a moment of hesitation, Shifeng stepped forward and said, Congratulations. Kai bared her teeth in anger, exclaiming, Traitor! Shifeng, How could you betray us? Azora interjected. Enough. He has his reasons. Turning to Shifeng, he offered a smile, warm yet distant. This world is inherently such. Each individual bears countless burdens, rendering it impossible to live solely for oneself. Had they not been encumbered by familial ties, perhaps the two could have become close friends, but alas. There are no what-ifs. Shifeng managed a wry smile and took a couple of steps away from Azora. Kai wished to say something, yet ultimately found her words trapped within her throat. The three of them instinctively directed their attention to the arena, seeking to alleviate the awkward silence. At that moment, the two combatants in the arena were both common ninjas. One was named Senbon, and the other, Daishir. Their names were unremarkable, as were their appearances. Both were around 17 or 18 years of age, seemingly lacking the potential that would elevate them from their years as low-ranking ninjas. Ordinarily, one would expect the match to be a lackluster display of evenly matched opponents. However, contrary to expectations, the contest unfolded with a decidedly one-sided trend. The individual named Senbon displayed an exceptional talent for throwing Senbon. His Senbon were exceedingly slender, nearly invisible at any distance. One would assume that such slender weapons would be exceedingly difficult to throw, and their impact would be minimal. Yet, in Senbon's hands, each Senbon wielded tremendous force, causing Daishir to cry out in agony. As the match commenced, Daishir found himself utilized as a target for Senbon's throwing practice. Azora, having trained diligently for some time, managed to perceive Senbon's movements even without activating his Sharingan. Swiftly, accurately, the slender Senbon seemed to dance at his command, striking precisely where intended. Each Senbon he released found its mark on Daishir's vital points, compensating for the inherent weakness of the weapon's attack power. Ultimately, the match concluded with Daishir collapsing to the ground, his body resembling that of a porcupine, thoroughly incapacitated. Just as one believed Senbon to be a dark horse, another unexpected contender emerged in this otherwise ordinary examination. The new dark horse, named Kanai, was tall, his robust frame concealed beneath a voluminous cloak. This individual possesses tremendous strength and remarkable speed. Upon closing in on his opponent, he delivers a series of blows that shatter bones and inflict grave injuries upon internal organs. Coincidentally, both combatants hail from the same squad. Their exceptional performances, coupled with their peculiar names, swiftly captured the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rubbing his temples in contemplation for a moment, he turned to Danzō and inquired. If I recall correctly, they were originally members of the Root's third team, were they not? Danzō did not deny this, instead retorting, and what of it? Hiruzen frowned, radiating an air of authority without anger, and stated, this is the Chunin exam. I am aware. Danzō nodded. You often say that roots buried underground will eventually rot, do you not? These two have toiled diligently, and I wish to grant them the opportunity to step into the light and reclaim their humanity. Danzō's voice was calm and somber, devoid of any emotional cues that might reveal his preferences or intentions. Yet, Hiruzen understood. They were both adversaries and allies. He recognized Danzō's character and perceived his thoughts clearly. To Danzō, the roots were merely tools, and he had little regard for their sentiments or desires. Nonetheless, this was indeed his suggestion to Danzō. Momentarily at a loss for words, Hiruzen took a few puffs from his cigarette and remarked, take care of yourself. In the first training arena, excitement reigned supreme. Below, a throng of elite genin engaged in spirited exchanges, wielding swords and striking with fervor, while water and flames burst forth, creating a lively spectacle. Although from Alcong's perspective, the genin's battles were riddled with errors, such skirmishes were nonetheless embraced by the villagers. Why did they pay to enter the training grounds? It was precisely for the thrill of such exhilarating combat. The clash of blood and fire, the slicing of blades against swords, and the occasional display of water and flames only heightened the excitement. In contrast, the battles of Alcong and his peers did not captivate them. Though they sensed a certain intensity, they could not fully comprehend it, leaving them feeling that their tickets were not worth the price. Instead, the clumsy exchanges among the novices ignited their adrenaline, leaving them flushed and exuberant as they cheered and debated. Alcong began to understand the rationale behind the 5 great nations' decision to publicly host Chunin selections. One reason was to protect the intelligence of the Jounin, while another might be that Jounin battles were unsuitable for public viewing and did not appeal to the common folk. The confrontations at the Jounin level were either cataclysmic or decided in the blink of an eye. The former posed a danger to onlookers, while the latter left them bewildered. At that moment, Aokong pondered a profound question. Was it truly wise to allow a pride of lions to coexist with a herd of antelopes? The destructive power of ninja combat was staggering, and the true casualties of their wars were often the civilians who supported them. With each great war in the ninja world, numerous small nations perished, and the population dwindled drastically. Although Aokong's gaze remained fixed on the arena, his thoughts began to drift. An idea flickered through his mind, a fleeting intuition that it might hold the key to achieving peace within the ninja realm. Regrettably, this thought slipped away, and he failed to seize it. Aokong felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he recognized that he need not dwell on such grand concepts in the present reality. Thus, he quickly regained his composure and continued to observe the competition. Other genin exited the arena, swiftly concluding the first round of matches, with Kai and Jifeng being the last to depart. Although only 3 months had passed since their graduation, both individuals had established a solid foundation. Coupled with their family's secret techniques, they swiftly identified opportunities for victory and emerged triumphant. The remaining 2 from their class also advanced to the next round. Arima Shaki encountered a ninja who was inept at illusionary techniques, securing an effortless win. Yagyu Ichiro, on the other hand, engaged in a prolonged struggle against an equally formidable opponent, ultimately achieving a hard-fought victory. Aozora spotted 2 familiar faces, Gongzi Tai and Shin Yunshuyu. These 2 were notable minor characters in the original narrative, having participated in the Chunin exams, assisted Tsunade, and pursued the immortal duo, ultimately slaying Kakuzu during the Great Ninja War. They were among the few who had engaged in most of the plot without falling victim to the protagonist's overwhelming aura. In this lifetime, they served as senior students to Aozora and his cohort, showcasing remarkable talent. Although they did not rival geniuses like Minato Namikaze or Orochimaru, their exceptional synergy and outstanding physical prowess earned them considerable renown among the lower ninjas. In this Chunin selection, they were determined to succeed and effortlessly dispatch their opponents without resorting to tricks. After the first elimination round, the remaining lower ninjas were far from mediocre. Having already secured 1 victory, another win would significantly enhance their chances of immediate promotion to Chunin. Unlike the first round, where some surrendered upon realizing their defeat, in this selection, no one easily conceded unless utterly incapacitated. The second round proved to be considerably more brutal. The first to be eliminated was Yagyu Ichiro, the only commoner in his class, highlighting his innate talent. However, such talent often requires time to manifest. Individuals like Shippu and AI had laid a solid foundation with the help of their predecessors, enabling them to exchange their potential within 3 months. In contrast, Yagyu Ichiro only received specialized guidance after leaving school. Despite his unwavering determination, the exhaustion from the first round had taken its toll, and facing older, more experienced ninjas in the second round, he ultimately fell. Next, Arima Shaki faced a similar fate, encountering a ninja skilled in illusion techniques. The 2 were nearly equal in their mastery of illusions, yet the opponent possessed commendable physical skills, leading Shaki to concede upon engaging in close combat. In the blink of an eye, only the 3 members of Class 3 remained. The screen on the stone wall continued to shift, captivating everyone's attention. Soon, a new list of duel participants appeared. Inuzuka AI versus Sunban. Many lower ninjas exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Sunban chosen by Inuzuka AI. In the first round, Aozora, Sunban, and Kanai had performed astonishingly, clearly operating on a different level. The third match, Inuzuka AI versus Sunban. Contestants are requested to enter the arena promptly. As the examiner announced the selection, AI was about to make her way down when Aozora grasped her arm. There is something off about Sunban, Aozora stated gravely. In the first round, he didn't exert himself. He treated the match as a game. Although Sunban had not showcased any new abilities aside from his proficiency in throwing Sunban, his singular skill was more than enough to overwhelm AI. AI nodded, affirming, "I understand." Gazing into AI's resolute and determined eyes, Aozora found himself at a loss for words, for he knew this was simply who AI was. Though she is a girl, she never shies away from challenges. The word give up does not exist in her lexicon. Aozora could only advise, "Do your best and take care of yourself." "I will," she replied, leaping high while cradling Shiro. At that moment, Aozora's gentle counsel reached her ears. "If you cannot win, then concede. I will win it back for you." She grinned widely, devoid of any semblance of ladylike composure, and joyfully landed on the ground. Shihan beheld the vibrant smile, but his expression turned cold as he remarked, "A girl who hasn't weaned and a puppy that hasn't weaned. Just concede. I have no time to indulge you in a ninja game." In response, AI retorted indignantly, "You skinny twig, have you even had a proper meal? How dare you speak to me like that?" Shiro also barked in furious agreement. "Enough of this quarrel." The examiner interjected, raising his hands before swiftly bringing them down. The third match, Inuzuka AI versus Shihan, begins now. As the examiner's words fell, AI promptly hurled a smoke bomb at Shihan. Within the ranks, there existed a master of ninja tools. And AI was well aware of how formidable a skilled thrower could be. She had long desired to challenge Aozora, and the smoke bomb was her prepared tool. However, before she could initiate her challenge, Aozora had already awakened her Sharingan. The smoke bomb may obscure vision, but it cannot conceal the chakra's presence, rendering it ineffective against the Uchiha clan. However, it sufficed for Shihan, who lacked ocular techniques. At the moment the smoke bomb was cast, Aozora couldn't help but chuckle. Although AI often appeared rather foolish, she demonstrated a measure of intelligence in battle. The smoke enveloped Shihan, yet he remained unperturbed, harboring no intention of fleeing. He toyed with the shuriken in his hand, saying, "Indeed, this is merely a child's plaything." Sounds of slicing air and footsteps resonated, yet Shihan paid them no mind. Dozens of shurikens shot from his hand in all directions, each tethered by fine threads adorned with tiny bells. Before long, a delicate web of threads blanketed the entire fog. He, like a spider, settled in the center of this intricate web. The tinkling of bells rang out as AI's hurried movements tangled the threads. Shihan's ears twitched slightly, and the shurikens in his hand were released. After throwing the smoke bomb, AI immediately activated her beast mimicry technique and charged into the fog. Though her speed was remarkable, her footsteps were as light as a whisper. Simultaneously, Shiro circled the smoke, diverting Shihan's attention while preparing to encircle him. While the smoke obscured vision, it could not hinder the flow of breath. With the keen senses of AI and Shiro, Shihan found himself with no place to hide within the thick fog. Aware of her opponent's tenacity, she resolved to eliminate him before the smoke dissipated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, dozens of shurikens shot forth from the fog. AI attempted to evade, only to realize that Shihan was merely throwing them haphazardly. Relaxing her stance, she continued her stealthy advance towards him. Beneath the smoke, she remained oblivious to the threads Shihan had secured behind him. As she heard the chime of the bells, AI immediately sensed the impending danger. However, her reaction was exceedingly slow, while Shihan was remarkably swift. With a sharp gasp, she was struck by countless needles. Initially, AI endured the pain, but soon she could no longer suppress her cries. The enemy harbored no compassion. Without a moment's pause, a torrent of needles rained down upon her. Through the haze, AI's cries of agony echoed. Before long, she was expelled from the smoke, her body riddled with needles. How infuriating! Aozora and Shippu could not help but grip the iron railing of the high platform tightly. One should not hastily abandon the embrace of their parents before weaning. Shihan emerged from the mist, leisurely spinning the needles in his hands. Though AI's body convulsed with pain, she still endeavored to rise. Shihan shook his head, 2 needles piercing her elbows and knees, rendering her instantly powerless. Only then did Shihan laugh and say, "This is much better." Aozora, witnessing this, felt his anger surge, his grip tightening to the point of distorting the iron railing. The examiner hurried to AI's side, examined her, and announced, "Inuzuka AI has lost her combat ability. Shihan is the victor." Upon hearing this, Aozora and Shippu immediately leapt down from the platform to assess AI's injuries. While there were no life-threatening wounds, her entire body bore the marks of Shihan's assault. The medical ninja paused, expressing sympathy, though there are no serious injuries. She cannot move an inch for the time being. Seeing AI, unconscious and curled up in pain, Aozora's heart ached. Returning to the platform, he cast a cold gaze at Iwa Shihan and Kuroo, then awaited the announcement of the next draw in silence. Shihan was not a weapon with which Aozora was particularly skilled. However, he understood that inserting needles into several vital points could render a person utterly incapable of combat. Given Shihan's demonstrated throwing prowess, accomplishing this was not difficult. Yet, he chose the most torturous method. Aozora was uninterested in the rationale behind his actions. If Shihan had employed such tactics against others, Aozora would have merely scorned him. But to use such means against a friend was something Aozora could not tolerate. Aozora was not one to make threats lightly. Rather, he preferred to express himself through decisive action. Nevertheless, he could not help but think, they better pray they do not cross paths with me, for if they do, I shall show them the true meaning of cruelty. Names flickered across the large screen as battles commenced one after another. In the blink of an eye, the second round was nearing its conclusion, with only Aozora, Shippu, Kuru, and a minor supporting ninja remaining on the southern platform who had yet to compete. Concerned about potential misfortune, Aozora approached Shippu and advised, if you draw Kuru, concede the match. Though Shippu had chosen his family, Aozora still wished to protect him from harm. Shippu looked at Aozora with regret and said, I'm sorry. Aozora waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for apologies. Pointing at Kuru, he continued, these two are quite suspicious, not only in terms of strength, but their battle experience is far too extensive, and their strikes are exceedingly ruthless. AI is already injured. I do not wish for you to suffer a similar fate. Pausing for a moment, Aozora added, the Chunin selection occurs 2 to 3 times annually. There is no need for unnecessary risk. Jifeng glanced at the duo of Qiangkong and Kuru, who were distanced from the crowd, and nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Shortly after their conversation concluded, the penultimate round's matchups were announced. Yuzhibo Qingkong versus Duo. Upon seeing this, Qingkong let out a sigh of relief. Jifeng chuckled. It seems you were mistaken. Qingkong replied. Mistakes can be fortuitous. A misjudgment not only ensures Jing's safety, but also grants me the opportunity for vengeance against this enigmatic duo. Clad in matching attire and sharing a name that suggests camaraderie, it was evident they were allied. Although a direct confrontation with Jinbeng was currently unfeasible, extracting some measure of retribution from Ku would suffice. With that thought, he exchanged a glance with Ku and leaped down from the high platform. In the northern spectators area, Yanfei Rujan recognized Teng's intentions the moment the matchups were revealed. He tilted his head and whispered, Tanzong, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Tanzong's solitary eye scrutinized the two standing in the arena as he replied leisurely, indeed, I am fully aware. As the competition was about to commence, Yanfei Rujan, agitated, slammed his hand onto the chair, asserting, you had better hope nothing befalls Yuzhibo Qingkong. With that, he reached for the proctor to call attention to the match. Observing this, Tanzong remarked enigmatically, Rujan, would you like to uncover the true cause behind the recent Yuzhibo procession? Yanfei Rujan lowered his hand and turned to inquire. Isn't it due to relocation compensation? That was indeed the immediate catalyst. Tanzong nodded, then shook his head. However, given Fu's character, he would inevitably compromise for the greater good. Yanfei Rujan exhaled a cloud of smoke, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Do you not wish to discern what prompted Yuzhibo Fuyur to tacitly endorse this protest? Yanfei Rujan ceased his smoking. Responding, proceed. While the circumstances that led Yuzhibo Fuyur to Mengshensura were indeed significant, both were skeptical that he remained oblivious to the protests. Tanzong chuckled lightly before continuing. 2 months prior, after the revival plan was announced, the Yuzhibo held a clan meeting where Qingkong spoke out. As Tanzong recounted the events, the expression on Yanfei Rujan's face grew increasingly frosty, murmuring, Qingkong harbors misunderstandings about the village. In that moment, he had forgotten to alert the proctor regarding the examination. With a finger tracing along the bandages wrapped around his right arm, Tanzong shifted his gaze back to the arena. The instructor had once remarked that the Sharingan was inherently a vessel of malevolence. This power bestowed upon the Yuzhibo would inevitably harm Muye. Thus, what purpose does their existence serve? Rather than waiting for the Yuzhibo to betray the village, it would be prudent to take preemptive action. This approach would not only safeguard Muye, but also allow for the effective utilization of the Sharingan to protect the village. Although this might render Muye temporarily vulnerable, time would vindicate my choices. Despite his youth, Yuzhibo Qingkong exhibited remarkable wisdom and talent, rivaling that of his elder brother. Allowing him to flourish could lead to unforeseen consequences. Hence, it is better to stifle him now. In the first training ground, the autumn breeze of October had turned slightly chill. Yet it failed to instill any sense of coldness in the two combatants within the arena. Qingkong and Ku showed no inclination to engage in conversation to warm the atmosphere. Qingkong had no inquiries or remarks to share. His sole intention was to ensure that Ku suffered a more grievous injury. Ku had little to express. His sole objective was Aozora. Now that their paths had crossed, he intended to eliminate Aozora on the spot. The 19th match commenced, Uchiha Aozora versus Kowu. The autumn wind stirred the fallen leaves, and Aozora's right hand gripped the Kowu tightly. Chakra enveloped and seeped into the weapon. Although the material of the Kowu could not retain chakra for long, it was sufficient to enhance its speed and alter its trajectory. He awaited Kowu's move. Every action of a person carries inertia. Once Kowu acted, predicting his next step would be simple. After he initiated his motion, there would be a fleeting moment where his body's instincts took over, making it hard to restrain. That would be the moment to strike. Kowu surged forward, chakra exploding from his feet, charging straight at Aozora without any concealment. Aozora unleashed his Kowu in response. At that instant, all eyes were fixed intently on the unfolding scene. The audience had ceased their cheering and discussions, their eyes wide with anticipation. The ninjas wore serious expressions, their focus unwavering. The Hyuga activated their Byakugan, while the Uchiha awakened their Sharingan, eager to witness the swiftness of Aozora's Kowu. Some were able to perceive it, while others remained oblivious. Those who missed it were left in stunned silence, while those who witnessed it were equally astounded. In the blink of an eye, Aozora's Kowu had traversed several meters. Aimed at Kowu's ankle, this strike was so rapid that the majority of ninjas present could not react in time. Even if they could, evasion was futile. The strike was not aimed at the enemy's vital point. The pain was akin to 1,000 needles piercing the flesh. Aozora intended for Kowu to experience commensurate suffering. Kowu faced the incoming Kowu without attempting to evade, as if blind to its approach. Aozora did not flinch. He did not believe his opponent possessed only such capabilities. In the next moment, the Kowu hurtled toward Kowu. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal resonated through the air. Aozora's Kowu did not strike Kowu's ankle, but rather soared above it, towards a reinforced plate. Kowu staggered backward, kicking up a cloud of dust, and launched himself toward Aozora. With little time to contemplate, Aozora retreated, creating distance while simultaneously releasing another Kowu. This time, he shifted his target, aiming for Kowu's limbs and torso. Although these Kowu were fired with urgency, their speed and accuracy were slightly inferior to the first, still proving difficult to evade. However, Kowu showed no intent to dodge, charging directly into Aozora's assault. Clang! 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 The harmonious sound of Kowu colliding with the iron plate echoed like a melodious symphony. The spectators in the elevated platform experienced a mix of emotions. They could not discern the intricacies of the clash, yet they clearly understood the unfolding dynamics. Aozora's once formidable Kowu had diminished, now nearly ensnared by Kowu. Once in close quarters, could Aozora, with his slender frame, contend with the imposing Kowu? The audience held their breath. Those who had placed heavy bets on Aozora appeared ashen, while those who had wagered on Kowu were ecstatic. Yet, the ninjas perceived much more, particularly those from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, endowed with their unique ocular abilities. They observed that the shuriken consistently veered off course within 2 feet of striking its target, ultimately colliding with the iron armor beneath the shuriken's cloak. To a ninja, this armor was as good as useless. The thin armor offered little more protection than a typical ninja vest, while the thicker armor severely hampered a ninja's reflexes and speed, a fatal disadvantage in close combat. Nowadays, there were scarcely any ninjas donning iron armor. Clearly, the shuriken's armor was custom-made for the character in question. The training ground, neither overly large nor small, became a battleground as he was cornered while launching a flurry of shuriken. The figure of the shuriken loomed larger in his sight, and he perceived the gleeful glint in his opponent's eyes. Have I been outmaneuvered? A cold smirk crept across his mind as he swiftly formed a hand seal. Despite his rage, he remembered the public nature of the confrontation and feigned completion of the hand seal. Fire release, great fire dragon technique, he exclaimed, unleashing a colossal fire dragon that surged forth from his mouth. The dragon was vividly lifelike, every detail meticulously rendered. And what astonished onlookers further was the searingly hot chakra of the fire element coursing through it. Upon witnessing the fire dragon, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. As a master of ninjutsu, he was well versed in fire release techniques, and the great fire dragon was one of his signature moves. Thus, he recognized the excellence of the character's proficiency in this art. Firstly, his skill was remarkable. While an ordinary ninja would require 8 hand seals to perform the great fire dragon technique, a seasoned jonin could manage it with just 3. Only those with exceptional mastery could execute it with a mere single-hand seal. Secondly, the purity of his chakra was astounding. His fire element chakra was so refined that it approached the zenith of fire transformation, rendering the fire dragon exceptionally solid and intensely heated. Under such blistering flames, even steel would melt. Observers lamented for the shuriken as they witnessed the magnificent fire dragon. In the Chunin selection, facing such an opponent, a loss would be no disgrace. The spectators nearly unanimously believed victory belonged to him, yet he remained wary. His eyes, adorned with the Sharingan, detected the swelling aura surrounding the figure within the flames. Having witnessed numerous instances of downfall due to complacency, he knew that as long as the enemy was not thoroughly incapacitated, vigilance must not wane. This slight caution proved to be his salvation. In the slow-motion perspective afforded by his Sharingan, he perceived the expanding energy surrounding the figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he did not wait for the great fire dragon technique to dissipate. His chakra erupted beneath him. In the next instant, a blinding flash engulfed the fire dragon, and a thunderous roar drowned out all other sounds in the vicinity. Boom, boom, boom. The echoes of the explosion reverberated relentlessly, akin to waves crashing against the shore. In an instant, the world was reduced to the radiant light and booming sound at the epicenter of the explosion, while everything else faded into obscurity and silence. The stone wall near the clash between the two was obliterated, and the platform trembled precariously. Sarutobi Hiruzen, disregarding any accountability, swiftly moved to the vicinity of the stone wall and used earth wall technique to seal the breach, stabilizing the structure. After a moment, the stunned audience, their heads ringing, gradually regained their senses, only to erupt into a cacophony of astonishment once more. Wow, I narrowly escaped death. How outrageous to employ explosive tags. Have they considered our safety? There must be severe consequences. The Hokage must provide us with an explanation. The audience, amidst tears and cries, completely forgot the outcome of the battle in the wake of the violent explosion. In the 19th match, the kunai lies lifeless. Uchiha Aokong emerges victorious. Only upon the examiner's announcement did their attention shift back to the arena. The explosion obliterated the kunai, leaving behind only charred remnants of iron armor. On the other side, Aokong stood tall, his clothing tattered, revealing numerous scratches and burns beneath the rags. After steadying himself against the wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastened to Aokong's side. Expressing concern, "Are you all right?" Although Sarutobi was still at the peak of his powers, his form began to stoop, and his once brown hair showed signs of gray, with wrinkles and age spots marking his face. Yet, this did not diminish his authority. Rather, it lent him an air of gentleness that rendered his expression exceedingly sincere. Hearing his earnest words, Aokong replied calmly, "I am fine." Aokong was aware of the Chunin agreement he had signed, which clearly stated that he bore responsibility for life and death. Although the kunai's suicidal assault violated the Chunin selection rules, he had merely sustained minor injuries, unworthy of further confrontation. As he spoke, he tore off some tattered cloth from his sleeve and began to bandage himself. Sarutobi called out, "Where is the medical team? Hurry." Upon hearing this, the medical team, having been on standby, rushed to surround Aokong. After receiving Aokong's assurance of his well-being, he stepped into the training ground and stated loudly, "I apologize for the fright caused to everyone. Due to oversight and supervision, a candidate has disrespected the selection rules by bringing an excessive amount of explosive tags into the examination area. This incident nearly resulted in severe injury to a candidate and could have disturbed you all. On behalf of the Konoha leadership, I sincerely apologize for this matter. I assure you that I will investigate it thoroughly and provide an explanation." Witnessing the third Hokage personally apologize and promise to investigate, the villagers on the platform felt their grievances dissipate in an instant. The Hokage has spoken too harshly. If it weren't for your steadying of the stone wall, we could have all perished. It is not your fault. This is entirely the responsibility of the proctoring ninjas. If only they were as diligent as you. It is understandable that the Hokage, being so busy, might overlook some aspects. The Hokage truly embodies a sense of responsibility, taking on blame even when not at fault. Aokong, observing Sarutobi deftly manage this urgent situation with ease, could not help but admire him. One must concede that Sarutobi was a born politician. When faced with challenges, his instinct was not to evade or shift blame, but to step forward proactively. His approach to problem-solving was both courteous and methodical, adeptly grasping the crucial points while attending to the finer details. He rushed to stabilize the stone wall immediately following the explosion. Regardless of whether the large stone wall's breach would lead to its collapse, how could it possibly fall with so many jonin present? One could argue that he genuinely cared for the villagers, or one could suggest it was merely for show, yet he was undoubtedly the first to react, allowing the public to witness his decisive actions. Subsequently, he stepped forward to inquire about Aoki's injuries, his concern genuine and heartfelt, even scolding the medical team to demonstrate his care. Aoki was the primary victim. As long as he remained calm, the others would only voice minor grievances. With the main conflict resolved, he openly acknowledged his mistakes and took responsibility in front of the other villagers. He willingly bore the burden of accountability. But how many would truly blame him? Compared to the other high-ranking ninjas of Konoha still seated, did the Hokage, who disregarded his status to assist them immediately, deserve reproach? A sharp sting from the burn ointment brought Aoki back to reality. The masked medical lady's appearance was unknown, her nurse's uniform fitting irregularly, yet her voice was melodious. The ointment, while painful, acted swiftly. After applying the salve, she quickly bandaged Aoki's wounds and extended her slender, jade-like hand, which glowed with a shimmering green light. As she waved her hand, the wounds inflicted by the debris on Aoki's body healed rapidly, leaving no trace. If not for the slight redness of his newly formed skin, one would hardly notice any difference. Once she had tended to Aoki's injuries, the medical lady hurried away. Aoki examined the wounds on his hand thoughtfully, watching her retreating figure. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already calmed the villagers' emotions, but the Chunin exams could hardly proceed. No one knew whether another shuriken would appear in the subsequent matches. After some contemplation, Sarutobi decided against holding a third round of examinations, having originally intended to promote several Chunin during this selection. Therefore, he decisively announced the final match of the second round of the Chunin selection. Villagers who wished to stay could watch the competition, and safety would be ensured. Those who preferred not to watch could leave. Regardless, all villagers could claim a compensation of 10 ryo 2 days later. His address once again garnered the villagers' approval, earning their cheers. Soon, Shippu and an unknown competitor took the stage. The unknown competitor possessed some skill, but lacked any particular specialty. After a brief exchange, he was defeated by Shippu using the Leaf Village's sword technique. Victorious, Shippu leaped onto the platform, eager to celebrate with Aoki. However, upon seeing Aoki standing alone at the edge of the platform while the other ninjas of Konoha gathered in the center, he hesitated momentarily. Suddenly, someone perched on his shoulder. Shippu, you've made quite an improvement. Turning his head, Shippu discovered it was his senior, Gongzi Tai. He modestly patted his head, replying, "Oh, not really. It's still the seniors who are impressive." "Haha, you're being humble," Gongzi Tai remarked. "Come, let me introduce you to others." Shippu glanced back at Aoki before following Gongzi Tai towards the crowd at the center of the southern viewing platform. Aoki observed all of this with a calm demeanor. He had already resolved to separate from Team 3 after the Chunin selection, and although the manner of his departure was not as he had envisioned, the outcome remained the same. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha was irreconcilable, and a confrontation was inevitable if he did not sever ties early. The three of them would surely suffer greatly when the time came. In the present day, the bonds among everyone remained tenuous, making it an opportune moment for severance. Nevertheless, a subtle melancholy lingers within him. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen has concluded the announcement of the tournament's end and approached. Clearing his throat gently to garner the attention of the assembly, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke earnestly. "You are the most exceptional genin in our village, and as Hokage, I take immense pride in your performances. Your remarkable display today has proven your capability to shoulder greater responsibilities. Where leaves dance in the air, flames shall ignite, illuminating the village, and subsequently, new leaves shall sprout once more. I am delighted to witness a new generation of Konoha sprouts. I hope that one day you shall grow into towering trees, providing shelter from the storms for our village." Sarutobi Hiruzen passionately extolled his ideology of the will of fire to the 19 newly promoted Chunin, the number being so because Senbon had been summoned for interrogation. Aozora, however, did not heed the third Hokage's rhetoric. Instead, he pondered Senbon's whereabouts. In truth, it was rather predictable. Konoha had the means to infiltrate individuals to plant numerous explosive tags during the Chunin exams, and only a select few were capable of such. The only one who would accept a rogue wielding kunai was Shimura Danzō. It was evident that Sanbon and the Kanai both hailed from that nameless, emotionless organization known as Root. Aozora found it peculiar that Danzō would contemplate such actions against his own interests. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's lengthy address, he announced the successful candidates of the Chunin exam. This assessment primarily focused on combat prowess. Thus, all 20 who passed the 2 rounds were elevated in rank. Additionally, the third Hokage made a special mention of 3 genin who performed commendably in the second round, among whom was Sai. As all present were genin being promoted to Chunin, no dissent arose. Delighted for Sai, Aozora stepped forward to receive the Chunin vest, a symbol of his new status. After the examination concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen retained Aozora, Jifeng, and Tetsu among others who had distinguished themselves during the selection process. He scrutinized them earnestly and then stated solemnly, "Your performances have been exceptional, and your abilities are remarkable. Chunin should not be your limit. I wish for you to join the Umbu. Within the Umbu, you shall receive superior training and become the pillars of Konoha." Jifeng, Tetsu, and the others immediately flushed with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, they responded eagerly, "I am willing." However, Aozora did not immediately acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Lord Hokage, I would like to consider my decision." The Umbu, often referred to as the cradle of Konoha's elite shinobi, could also be perceived, in a less flattering light, as the blade of the Hokage. A sword possesses no will of its own, merely striking where directed. While joining the Umbu would indeed grant access to advanced ninjutsu and numerous opportunities for practical combat, it would also entail relinquishing the right to make personal choices. Aozora had become a Chunin precisely to gain the autonomy to select missions and swiftly accrue merit. He had no desire to become Sarutobi Hiruzen's weapon. Furthermore, he could not decipher Sarutobi Hiruzen's true stance regarding the Uchiha clan. If he misjudged the situation, entering the Umbu would be akin to stepping into the jaws of a tiger. Weighed down by numerous concerns, he naturally opted for a polite refusal. A gust of wind glanced at Aozora in astonishment, exclaiming, "Aozora." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression momentarily faltered, yet he quickly regained his composure, responding kindly, "It's nothing. Take your time to ponder it. The door to the Umbu is always open for you. Of course, should you have any other thoughts, do come to my office in the next couple of days." Although Sarutobi's demeanor remained unchanged, those present could sense his growing impatience. After briefly outlining the matters pertaining to promotion to Chunin, he turned and departed. Once Sarutobi had left, the others exchanged congratulations, while Shippu, feeling dejected, approached Aozora. "Why not join the Umbu? Did you not notice the rift between the village and your clan? Only by integrating into the village can you gradually alter its perception of your clan." "Integrate into the village?" Aozora countered, setting aside the cost of such integration. "Even if I were to assimilate, it would merely be my own integration and would not change the entrenched stereotypes held against the Uchiha clan. I have my own considerations," Aozora asserted. Hearing this, Shippu's expression darkened considerably. "Then do as you wish," he replied curtly, turning away to join Steel and the others. With no one inviting him to celebrate, Aozora returned home alone. As he entered the clan grounds, carrying the fine ingredients he had purchased along the way, he encountered Uchiha Tetsuhiko waiting by the roadside. Upon seeing Aozora, Tetsuhiko's eyes lit up, and he cheerfully inquired, "Did the examination go smoothly?" Having engaged in a brief spar with Aozora, he was well aware of his prowess and thus held no concerns. Aozora raised his bandaged left arm, stating, "It went reasonably well." Tetsuhiko approached, his gaze sweeping over Aozora's wounds in astonishment. "Are even the genin this formidable nowadays? To inflict such injuries upon you? You have yet to live through another decade or two. Otherwise, you would refrain from such remarks." "After all, the genin of Konoha are the most terrifying," Aozora replied. Feeling the concern from Tetsuhiko lifted Aozora's spirits, prompting him to express his thoughts openly. Shaking his head, Aozora recounted, "It was not that my opponent was too strong, but rather that he was a terrorist, armed with dozens of explosive tags in the examination hall. Without uttering a word, he charged in and detonated himself. Had I not favored long-range combat, I might have truly perished this time." In outrage, Tetsuhiko exclaimed, "What were the proctors doing? This is nothing short of murder. Who could argue otherwise?" Aozora replied, "Do you know who he is?" Tetsuhiko replied coldly, "To murder one of our Uchiha, he must pay a heavy price." The assailant was named Kanai, a name that sounded like a pseudonym, and there was little information available, his companion, Sanban, had already been taken by the interrogation department. Recognizing that the matter was beyond resolution, Aozora shifted the topic, asking, "What brings you here today, waiting specifically for me?" Tetsuhiko replied, "Knowing you have few friends. I feared you might feel quite lonely today." "That's rather heart-wrenching," Aozora joked. As they chatted, the two returned to Aozora's home. Unlike Shisui, Tetsuhiko merely observed Aozora cook, contributing nothing himself. Fortunately, he understood he was a guest and had brought gifts. Otherwise, Aozora might have promptly ejected him. Upon Tetsuhiko's urging, Aozora retrieved the fine wine stored in his cellar. "Tetsuhiko, how did you know I have wine in my cellar?" Aozora inquired, puzzled. Iron Fire eagerly poured himself a glass, taking a swift gulp that left him teary-eyed and coughing incessantly. After hastily drinking several sips of water, he exclaimed, "That rascal Danzō deceived me." Qingkong lifted his cup, gently inhaling the fragrant aroma. He took a delicate sip, noting a slight sweetness and tartness, yet the high alcohol content was unmistakable. Observing Qingkong's expert tasting demeanor, Iron Fire was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can you drink alcohol? The village prohibits underage drinking." Qingkong offered no reply, but instead prompted, "You haven't answered my question." Iron Fire mimicked Qingkong's actions and took a sip, still finding it unpalatable. He set down his cup and recounted, "I heard from Danzō that he and Shisui used to be in the same team at the police department. Initially, they were close friends, but their differing ideologies led to their estrangement." Qingkong nodded slightly. Shisui had not shared these details, but during the last clan meeting, Uchiha Danzō had indeed shown him goodwill. After consuming a couple of dishes, Iron Fire suddenly inquired, "Qingkong, after your promotion to Chunin, where do you wish to go?" Promotion to Chunin typically meant joining one of Konoha's 6 major departments: the administrative department, the umbu, the medical department, the interrogation department, the police department, or the education department, along with various smaller divisions like the sealing team and the barrier team. Qingkong recognized that Iron Fire's inquiry was not genuinely about his future and replied directly, "Iron Fire, if you have a purpose, just say it." Iron Fire chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "I can't hide anything from you. I admire Shisui's strength, but our philosophies diverge. Simply currying favor with Konoha won't improve the Uchiha situation. In light of the village's mounting pressure, we must unite. Only through solidarity can we instill fear in the higher-ups, safeguard our clan's stability, and secure the benefits we rightfully deserve." Qingkong remained non-committal, urging, "Let us discuss serious matters." Iron Fire fixed his gaze on him, stating, "The clan leader wishes to invite you to become his assistant." "Assistant to the minister of the police department?" Qingkong queried, puzzled. "Isn't that your position?" Iron Fire nodded, explaining, "Indeed, but I have received a new appointment. Captain Aoki was injured, and the 4th Squad suffered significant losses. So I have been ordered to serve as the deputy captain and to reorganize the 4th Squad." Upon hearing this, Qingkong congratulated, "You've made it. Once Captain Aoki retires, won't you become the new captain? 2 captains from one family. Your clan truly produces prodigies." Uchiha Aoki and Uchiha Hakadai were of the same generation, but Aoki had sustained too many hidden injuries during the war, leading to a decline in his prowess. With this latest severe injury, he might soon honorably retire. Iron Fire smiled bashfully, then jested, "Not quite on your level. Shisui has always outshone Danzō, and judging by your talent, your future is boundless." After exchanging compliments, Iron Fire refocused, stating, "You still haven't answered me. Qingkong, what is your decision?" Qingkong took a bite of his food and slowly replied, "The selection today concluded, and the 3rd Hokage invited me to join the umbu." Iron Fire's expression darkened at this revelation. "I did not accept." Iron Fire felt a flicker of joy in his heart. However, Taiwo's heart once again lifted with anticipation. Qingkai spoke softly, expressing his reluctance to accept the role of assistant unless the clan leader could acquiesce to a particular condition. What was his initial motivation for ascending to the rank of Chunin? Primarily, it was the desire for autonomy, the ability to engage in tasks at his leisure and manage his own time. This would allow him to accumulate merit, swiftly perfect several formidable techniques, thereby enhancing his strength. Secondly, it was for the sake of ninjutsu. By amassing merit, he could exchange it for potent techniques capable of evolving into powerful abilities. However, the position of assistant to the head of the police department did not align with his original intent. The very title of police department assistant indicated a role closely tied to Uchiha Fugaku. This position would undoubtedly appeal to many talented youths of the Uchiha clan, as serving as the leader's assistant would grant them a foothold in clan and police affairs. It offered the chance to accumulate experience and forge connections, laying a solid foundation for their future within the police system and clan personnel matters. Nevertheless, Qingkong was indifferent to such allure. He held no passion for power. Of course, the role of assistant did possess a certain allure. Given the escalating tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha, if he were to accept this position, he would have the opportunity to offer counsel and potentially influence some decisions within the clan, thus possibly altering the clan's destiny. Therefore, he did not outright refuse the offer. Taiwo, taken aback by Qingkong's words, exclaimed, "Do you realize how many clan members aspire to be this assistant? To hold this position signifies that you will likely become a squad leader in the police department in the future." Qingkong nodded slightly, acknowledging, "I am aware." Taiwo, at a loss for words, retorted, knowing this yet still proposing conditions. Qingkong calmly replied, "It is the clan leader who extends the invitation for me to be this assistant. It is not I who seeks out this role. He currently holds the initiative, thus I must present my terms." He was uncertain of Fugaku's intentions in seeking him as an assistant. Was it a recognition of his judgments made during the clan meeting, or was it an attempt to win over Shisui? He could not ascertain, hence he was reluctant to step into this potential trap. Taiwo regarded him with a sigh, taking a few bites of his meal to compose himself. "Speak your mind, and I shall convey your message." Qingkong set down his chopsticks and straightened his posture. "I require free time, at least 5 days each week to arrange as I see fit. The pursuit of strength must never cease." He needed time to earn merit and to cultivate his techniques. For this reason, he was willing to forfeit the opportunity to partake in clan decision-making. Taiwo was astonished by this. An assistant was naturally expected to be present, aiding in the handling of affairs while also absorbing teachings. "Qingkong, you, do not attempt to persuade me. Simply relay my request." With a resigned sigh, Taiwo replied, "Very well, I shall communicate your wishes." The two then shifted the conversation to other topics, enjoying a pleasant exchange. The following day, Qingkong remained at home, having just been promoted to Chunin, and he had a week to recuperate and make decisions. The injuries required no prolonged care, being merely external wounds. With a robust recovery ability, coupled with the miraculous effects of ointment, he found himself fully healed after a night's rest. Although his body had recuperated, he was in no haste to venture outside. On one hand, he awaited a response from Fujiwara. On the other, he was meticulously planning his upcoming training regimen. He had always been a planner. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, Shizuku gifted him a box of ninjutsu. Instead of losing his way, he selectively learned techniques that suited his needs, thereby constructing the foundational tactics of his kite-style strategy. This kite-style tactic proved to be exceptionally practical for a novice. The ninja world was fraught with peril and treachery. Being able to throw shuriken from a distance spared him from many pitfalls and allowed him to evade assassination attempts during the Chunin exams. However, as his capabilities became more apparent, his hidden adversaries would undoubtedly adopt more targeted and covert strategies. The sudden threat from the wooden figure was a self-destructive attack of a shuriken. His survival stemmed from the fact that the assault came from the front. But what if the danger lurked in the shadows? That old man Danzō was not one to adhere to the rules of combat. After the shuriken incident, he might remain quiet for a while, yet he would never relent. The next assassination attempt would undoubtedly be more perilous and lethal. Thus, Aoki concluded that he must acquire a means of self-preservation. He glanced at the techniques he had been studying: chi manipulation, true fire of samadhi, and yin-yang-ai. Among these, only the perfected Thunderfire Gold body offered a means of survival. The others lacked such capabilities. However, the Thunderfire Gold body was a Taoist physical cultivation technique, which typically required years of diligent practice to yield results. After dismissing the Taoist techniques, Aoki perused the scrolls again. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the art of summoning. If memory served him correctly, in the original narrative, Mayaboka Mountain had the ability to summon Naruto from the ninja world. The reverse summoning technique, a space-time ninjutsu, was exceedingly difficult to interrupt and could instantaneously extricate one from perilous situations. With this thought in mind, Aoki promptly summoned an elder member of the Crow clan, a gray-feathered raven. "Ah, Aoki, do you wish for me to deliver a message to Shizuku?" the raven inquired, glancing around. It was no larger than an ordinary crow, with the singular distinction of its lively eyes. Aoki waved his hand, responding, "No. I merely wish to inquire if your clan possesses the reverse summoning technique." The raven shook its head, replying, "Our clan is frail, with limited chakra. We cannot perform summoning techniques." Summoning techniques? Reverse summoning is but a variant of summoning techniques. The raven added impatiently, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The air in the ninja world is rather foul." With that, it cawed once and vanished. Is reverse summoning merely a variant of summoning techniques? Aoki pondered aloud. Although somewhat surprised, it was indeed within the realm of logic. Human to summon beasts constituted summoning techniques. Hence, beast to human would naturally be reverse summoning. Understanding the truth about reverse summoning, Aoki also surmised why Jiraiya was unable to escape through this technique when he investigated the Rain Village. The summoned beasts and their contractors were separated by vast distances, even different worlds, rendering it difficult to ascertain the precise circumstances of the contractor, thus complicating the execution of the technique. When employing the reverse spirit summoning technique without a clear understanding of the summoner's combat situation, one risks undermining the summoner's victory or, at worst, merely leads to the summoner's demise. Upon contemplation, Aoki envisioned the celestial scripture, preparing to expend all the accumulated merit he had garnered, specifically 8 droplets, during last month's bandit extermination. After all, not all mountain bandits are inherently malevolent. Some are merely displaced refugees driven to the hills by desperation. Aoki resolved to invest all 8 droplets of merit into his external avatar. Through the narratives provided by Grey Feather and his own deductions, Aoki discerned 2 primary flaws of the reverse spirit summoning technique: its challenging learning curve and the difficulty in timing its execution. However, he did not waver in his resolve. He recalled the raven, the size of an eagle, that he had first summoned. This raven possessed a substantial chakra reservoir, and with some training, it could adeptly perform the reverse spirit summoning technique. The sole impediment lay in the raven's chaotic psyche. It lacked cognitive clarity. Yet, this was fortuitous, as Aoki had no intention of subjugating it. Instead, he aimed to refine it into his avatar. Indeed, Aoki intended to eschew the traditional beast taming techniques, opting instead to spiritually refine the creature into his external manifestation. The art of beast taming targets sentient creatures, employing soul contracts for communication and life or death threats for control. However, the raven was devoid of intelligence, rendering communication impossible. Thus, Aoki sought to transmute it into his external avatar. Just as immortal beings have refined mythical creatures like dragons and phoenixes into their avatars, Aoki too could transform the raven into his own. Should he succeed in refining the large raven into his avatar, the profound connection forged would significantly enhance the timing of the reverse spirit summoning technique's execution. Moreover, the raven was impervious to blades and possessed remarkable resistance to ninjutsu, promising immense potential for future development. With his plan resolved, Aoki envisioned the external avatar within the celestial scripture. The 4 ancient characters, radiating golden light, emerged, and golden droplets surged forth like fervent tadpoles. After a considerable duration, the golden droplets were entirely absorbed by the ancient characters. Yet, instead of transforming into a gilded hue, they had yet to fully transmute into pure gold. The external avatar indeed represented a true grand mastery, necessitating at least an additional 10 droplets of merit for completion. Contemplating the considerable merit deficit, Aoki's resolve only strengthened. In the ensuing period, he must secure his own freedom to sustain the burgeoning demand for merit. With a sigh, Aoki embraced the new inheritance. This new legacy pertained to soul cultivation. A lengthy passage in ancient script, accompanied by the elder's soporific voice, would have rendered him perplexed were it not for the enlightening clarity it imparted. In essence, the new inheritance elucidated methods for cultivating the soul and constructing the essence of the avatar. The human soul is divided into the true spirit and the psyche. The true spirit serves as the skeletal structure of the soul, while the psyche constitutes its flesh. The soul power commonly utilized by ninjas is the psyche, as exemplified by shadow clones. The divine also carries the memories of the soul, yet the psyche is fragile and regenerative, dissipating slowly once separated from the body. As for the true spirit, this realm of knowledge remains a forbidden territory for ninjas. The current inheritance expounded upon the process of fracturing the true spirit, utilizing it as the foundation while employing the psyche as the corporeal form to construct the essence of the soul. In addition to the complete legacy, There exists a fragmented transmission, as anticipated by Qingkong, concerning the knowledge of soul possession and rebirth. Among this knowledge is the understanding of seizing spirit beasts. However, the information is scattered and incomplete, rendering it temporarily unusable. Upon confirming the viability of the method, a fleeting expression of joy crossed Qingkong's face, prompting him to attempt the cultivation of his soul. After meticulously recalling the techniques of the transmission and ensuring there were no omissions, Qingkong commenced his practice. He focused his mind and began to channel his chakra, nurturing his soul with a secret method. The sensation was quite pleasant, as if he were immersed in cool, soothing waters. Suddenly, Qingkong found this feeling oddly familiar. Upon reflection, he realized it resembled the experience he had while bathing his soul in virtue. However, the latter was even more pleasurable, akin to a transcendent state. With a newfound hypothesis in mind, Qingkong continued his soul-nurturing practice. This cultivation persisted until evening. As his chakra reserves dwindled, Qingkong halted his training. Upon rising, he felt as though his body had been drained, leaving him utterly fatigued. Next time, he resolved to exercise moderation. With a sigh, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. As he cooked, humming a cheerful tune, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. "Who is it?" Qingkong called out, extinguishing the flame and proceeding to open the door. To his surprise, it was Uchiha Fugaku, dressed in casual attire. "Elder, what brings you here?" Before Fugaku could respond, Qingkong quickly stepped aside, inviting him in. Fugaku nodded gently and then walked slowly into Qingkong's courtyard. Qingkong followed a couple of steps and said, "Elder, my fire is still on. Perhaps you might like to browse around or sit in the living room while I finish up." Fugaku replied, "You carry on." Due to Fugaku's visit, Qingkong prepared a couple more dishes and brought out a bottle of exquisite wine he had opened the previous day. Pouring a glass for Fugaku, he said, "Elder, this is the sake my brother has hidden. Do give it a try." Fugaku accepted the glass, took a sip, and remarked, "Not bad." Setting down the cup, he continued directly, "I dislike beating around the bush. I have come to recruit you as my assistant." Qingkong inquired, "Has Iron Fire conveyed my conditions?" Fugaku replied nonchalantly, "He mentioned them." At this, Qingkong nodded, choosing to remain silent. His silence spoke volumes. Without an agreement to the terms, further discussion was futile. Fugaku, unfazed, continued, "To be frank, your conditions are not unreasonable. I could easily find another assistant. However, I am reluctant to agree." He paused, fixing his gaze intently on Qingkong's eyes as he added, "It is not merely a matter of salary, but rather for your sake. Perhaps due to residing at the edge of the clan's territory, or perhaps owing to parental upbringing, you and Shisui do not share a close bond with the clan. I initially believed you were as close to Konoha as Shisui, until the clan meeting." He paused again and continued, "Clearly, you are a perceptive child, filled with love for your family. Yet, having remained distanced for so long, the clan members may not recognize you. By serving as my assistant, you could swiftly engage in clan affairs and gain their acknowledgement." Qingkong had not anticipated that Fugaku's invitation to become his assistant carried this implication. Nonetheless, he shook his head. "I appreciate the elder's kindness, but I do not seek the clan's recognition. I do not require the approval of my kin." Aozora's words left Uchiha Fugaku momentarily speechless and filled him with indignation. Aozora offered no room for negotiation, stating plainly, "Lord Clan Leader, I reiterate my stance. I seek freedom of time. Without it, there is no point in further discussion." After a brief silence, Fugaku inquired, "Are you truly prepared to abandon the clan, Uchiha Aozora?" His tone was grave, particularly when he emphasized Aozora's name. In the face of the clan leader's almost accusatory tone, Aozora remained composed and calmly retorted, "Is it not you who is forsaking the clan, Lord Clan Leader?" Fugaku's eyes widened in anger as he demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Aozora met his gaze directly and questioned, "Is it not you who has been betraying the interests of the clan all these years? Regarding the incident with Obito's eyes, did you not allow the Sharingan to fall into the wrong hands? Concerning the relocation of our territory, were you not the one who led the compromise with the village?" Aozora's voice was measured, devoid of any accusatory tone, yet it struck Fugaku's heart like a hammer, relentlessly driving home the truth. Had this been before, he could have reprimanded Aozora without a hint of concern. However, after the recent protests, he had come to grasp the lethal intentions harbored by the higher-ups in Konoha. He had initially believed that only Danzō had been at odds with the Uchiha, and that the other leaders merely favored Danzō. The reality, however, was that the higher-ups were united in their desire to eradicate the Uchiha. Observing a flicker of shame cross Fugaku's face, Aozora thought to himself, I have yet to mention your careless venture into death on the night of the clan's massacre. Aozora did not intend to provoke Fugaku, but rather wished to make him aware of his responsibilities. He was the leader of the Uchiha. His shoulders bore the weight of countless lives. Yet, Fugaku clung to his convictions, believing that the current peace was hard-won, and that exacerbating conflicts would benefit neither the Uchiha nor Konoha, only leading to greater calamity. Aozora scoffed, remarking, Indeed, Lord Clan Leader, your vision and character are exceptional. Fugaku detected the disdain in Aozora's laughter and retorted coldly, Do you harbor a differing opinion? Aozora shook his head, replying, How could I dare to disagree? Lord Clan Leader, with your heart set on Konoha, we as your clansmen must tighten our belts and follow in your footsteps. Fugaku discerned Aozora's underlying implication and responded, We are also a part of Konoha. How intriguing, Aozora chuckled. So, the Uchiha are deemed inferior. As fellow villagers of Konoha, must we sacrifice our own interests for others? Fugaku was rendered speechless by Aozora's incisive words. After a considerable pause, he finally remarked, From your words, it is evident that you still harbor affection for the clan. Aozora replied, From your words, I perceive that you hold a fondness for Konoha. Fugaku had yet to acquiesce to Aozora's request or secure his own position. Thus, Aozora chose to cease their idle chatter. With that, he began to focus on his meal. Aozora's refusal was unmistakable. Fugaku was not blind. Rather, he was keenly aware. Reluctantly, Fugaku lifted his cup and took a few sips. He had initially believed that by humbling himself and articulating the stakes at hand, Qingkong would naturally agree to become his assistant. He was taken aback by Qingkong's incisive words. Today was not a clan meeting, merely a private conversation. He could not employ the binding technique to silence Qingkong. The weight of Qingkong's words struck him profoundly. Indeed, over the years, he had made numerous compromises for the sake of the village, yet these concessions had ultimately undermined the interests of his clansmen. Now, with their clan on the brink of annihilation, he found himself still preoccupied with the fate of Konoha. He recalled Qingkong's impassioned speech at the clan meeting and the decisive reaction of Konoha's higher-ups to the protests. For the hardships the Uchiha had endured, he bore considerable responsibility. As they shared drinks and meals, after a considerable time had passed and the dishes were nearly depleted, Fugaku slowly spoke. I have indeed occupied the wrong position. As clan leader, I am unworthy. With that, he closed his eyes. Qingkong looked up in astonishment, not expecting Fugaku to be so candid as to admit his own faults. Fugaku opened his eyes and addressed Qingkong. I will accept your terms. I shall find another assistant to handle the mundane tasks. For the more trivial matters, you need not concern yourself with the ordinary clan meetings. However, for certain significant conferences, I will notify you in advance, and your presence will be mandatory. His gaze was intense and left no room for refusal. Qingkong set down his utensils, sat up straight, and replied, Of course. He solemnly accepted Fugaku's invitation. Provided it did not interfere with his training, he was willing to engage in the clan's affairs. Moreover, if Fugaku assumed the correct position with his assistants, they might avert the clan's destruction without resorting to violence. Having settled the matter of the assistant, both felt a sense of relief and poured another drink for Fugaku. This time, he savored the wine and remarked, Excellent wine. After relishing the lingering taste, Fugaku casually added, I was rash regarding the clan meeting. At that moment, I believed your statements were overly fervent, risking the loss of control among our clansmen and inciting chaos. Thus, I employed the binding technique to restrain you. Qingkong chuckled. In that regard, I must thank the clan leader. Had it not been for you, I might not have awakened my Sharingan for quite some time. Fugaku inquired, puzzled. But it was merely a moment of restraint. How could that lead to awakening? He was well aware of the challenges associated with awakening the Sharingan. It typically required profound change and intense emotion. Qingkong chuckled awkwardly. It was simply in a fit of anger. Fugaku, upon hearing this, did not press further but instead asked, What else did you wish to express at the clan meeting? I am eager to hear these unvoiced thoughts. Was it about a coup? Observing Fugaku's inquisitive gaze, Qingkong recognized this as a test. He shook his head and replied, A coup would be a dead end. Fugaku felt a surge of admiration, yet questions lingered in his mind. He too believed a coup was not the correct path, yet he still sensed a sliver of opportunity. After the defection of Orochimaru and the chaos of the Nine Tails, the only formidable figures remaining in the village that he feared were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō. Though many strong individuals existed within the Umbu and Root, the Uchiha possessed their share of formidable warriors. A sudden strike might not be without its chances. He inquired why. In the azure sky, Qingkong remarked that the Uchiha clan's ascension to the position of Hokage would not be accepted by the other ninja clans, save for the current high-ranking officials. Fugaku furrowed his brow, questioning the relevance of the other clans. Konoha, at present, was not the dominion of a singular clan, but rather a collective of all ninja clans and the ninjas of Konoha. To attain the title of Hokage, one must earn the recognition of the other families. Fugaku posed, as a fellow ninja clan, could the Uchiha not gain the acknowledgement of the other clans? Qingkong paused, emphasizing that the Uchiha's ascension to Hokage would inevitably encroach upon the interests of the other clans. The table was left with only remnants of their meal, and the wine bottle lay empty. Yet, neither Qingkong nor Fugaku showed any inclination to rise. Qingkong spoke while Fugaku listened intently. The Uchiha were distinct from the other clans, possessing numerous high-ranking shinobi and a significant number of elite ninjas. While their strength was confined within the confines of the police force, the other clans might not pose any substantial opposition to the Uchiha. However, once the Uchiha attained the role of Hokage, the barriers confining their clan would be shattered, opening a multitude of high-ranking positions to them. With the support of the Hokage, these positions would inevitably become monopolized by the Uchiha, a reality that could not be altered by the will of a single individual. Konoha would transform into the Uchiha's Konoha, a scenario that was anathema to the other ninja clans. As he absorbed Qingkong's analysis, Fugaku's expression darkened further. This perspective was one he had never contemplated. He had always believed that only the likes of Danzō and other high-ranking officials suppressed the Uchiha. Now, it became evident that the Uchiha faced hostility from all sides. Qingkong reassured him that the other clan's opposition to the Uchiha was contingent upon the Uchiha becoming Hokage. Fugaku's expression did not improve. He countered, "But if the Uchiha do not become Hokage and remain confined within the police force, how can we satisfy the growing ambitions of our clan members?" Ambitions? Qingkong scoffed. Is aspiring to be Hokage truly ambition? How many children in Konoha dream of becoming Hokage? Is that ambition? Fugaku realized his misstep and quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. I meant aspirations. Ultimately, whether ambition or aspiration, the root cause lay in the police force being too small to accommodate the Uchiha's aspirations. Qingkong countered. How can such a modest department house dozens of high-ranking shinobi and hundreds of mid-ranking ones? This statement rendered Fugaku speechless. He had harbored grievances against his clan, believing they should not encourage him to vie for the position of the fourth Hokage. In retrospect, he recognized he had been mistaken. How could he expect high-ranking shinobi to patrol the streets with a handful of mid-ranking shinobi, tending to trifling matters? They could hardly be content. How could they be? The more Fugaku understood, the deeper his despair and hopelessness grew. He realized he had no means to break the impasse. For the Uchiha to flourish, they must transcend the confines of the police force. Yet, the other ninja clans would not passively witness the Uchiha's rise to Hokage. Just as he had foreseen on the day of the protest, no matter the choice made, the future would be steeped in blood of the Uchiha, and potentially that of Konoha as well. At that moment, Fugaku gazed at Qingkong, who, despite his youth, possessed a gaze bright as the stars, seemingly capable of perceiving the human heart and foreseeing the future. Observing the poised demeanor of Aoki, Fujitake could not help but inquire, "Aoki, do you possess a means to salvage our clan?" Aoki, sitting upright and wearing a gentle smile, replied, "I have 3 strategies to resolve this predicament. Please lend me your ear, clan leader." Although he lacked a feather fan in hand and a silk scarf upon his head, Aoki believed his charisma and elegance rivaled that of the illustrious figures of antiquity. Upon hearing this, Fujitake's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he adopted an attentive posture. Struck by the realization that he himself had no solutions, he found it astonishing that Aoki had devised 3. "Pray, do share," Fujitake urged. Aoki subtly shook his head internally, thinking it more fitting for him to express a desire to hear the details. Having faced disappointment in his failed cosplay of the 3 kingdoms, Aoki felt a twinge of sadness, but nonetheless articulated the strategy he had contemplated deeply. The first option is to take a step back, allowing for broader horizons. We could relinquish all authority of the police department and return it to Konoha. Fujitake was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such audacity from Aoki. Aoki elaborated. Retreat does not signify defeat. It is akin to retracting one's fist before delivering a blow, by voluntarily stepping back. And considering that the Uchiha clan was one of Konoha's founders, the higher-ups in Konoha would hesitate to pressure us further. Should they do so, other clans would share our lament. At that juncture, the Uchiha could choose to engage with other departments. Initially, we may face treachery from Konoha's elite, but over time, the Uchiha will rise through their commendable prowess, securing prominent positions within the 6 divisions of Konoha. In due course, the Uchiha will bask in even greater glory than today. After a prolonged contemplation, Fujitake remarked, Aoki, your vision is truly boundless, and your capacity far surpasses mine. However, he shook his head and added, yet, our clansmen may find this difficult to accept. The relocation of our clan has already stirred fervor among the people. Relinquishing the police department could provoke outright rebellion. He then looked at Aoki with anticipation, urging, pray, enlighten me on the middle and upper strategies. Aoki, understanding that the first option would indeed be challenging for the Uchiha clan to implement, continued, the second strategy is to seek peace through war. In the face of Konoha's oppression, we should not merely acquiesce. We must retaliate with reasoned arguments and protests. We must even prepare for mutual destruction. If we fear annihilation, should Konoha not fear devastation as well? Can the Uchiha, possessing dozens of elite shinobi, not contend for power without leading to a mutually destructive outcome? Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzō are well aware of the Uchiha's capabilities. Their audacity stems from their knowledge of your affection for Konoha. Should you exhibit a willingness to shatter rather than to yield, Konoha would think twice before pressing the Uchiha clan. Fujitake's countenance flushed with embarrassment, for it was under his leadership that the Uchiha had consistently retreated over the years. Nevertheless, he voiced his concerns. Your strategy is perilously bold. I believe, as you assert, it could indeed intimidate Konoha's higher-ups and secure a temporary peace. However, unless we eliminate the suspicions harbored by both sides, conflict will inevitably erupt. Moreover, our clansmen are fiery in temperament. Without restraint, the situation could spiral unexpectedly, leading to a potential catastrophe for our clan. Upon finishing his statement, he feared to discourage Aoki. Thus, he praised, the middle strategy is commendable, though it may not be easy to utilize. It serves as a reminder for me to be mindful of my demeanor when dealing with the third Hokage and Danzō. Now, my curiosity regarding your superior strategy grows ever stronger, Aoki. Aoki, eschewing any pretense, replied directly, my superior strategy is aptly named the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As the name suggests, a sly rabbit prepares several hiding places, let alone a clan. While Konoha is indeed a splendid village, the Uchiha cannot place all their fortunes in this single location. Upon hearing this, Fugaku displayed no surprise, but rather a hint of disappointment. Aoki, you are underestimating the situation. The Sharingan of the Uchiha is not only feared by others, but also coveted. We are no longer in the Warring States period. Even someone as formidable as the Uzumaki can be annihilated. If the Uchiha were to depart from Konoha, they would merely become targets for the many shinobi villages that lust after the Sharingan. Aoki nodded, I am aware of this. Oh, Fugaku inquired, is there truly a place to escape the pursuit of the 5 great shinobi villages? Aoki smiled. Indeed, there exists such a place, right within the Land of Fire. And not far from Konoha. Fugaku furrowed his brow in contemplation for a considerable time before shaking his head. I am still unaware. Please speak plainly, Aoki. Kyoto, Aoki declared. Kyoto? Fugaku exclaimed, utterly taken aback by Aoki's proposition. Yes, Kyoto, Aoki affirmed. The defenses of Kyoto are not inferior to those of Konoha. With numerous samurai and throngs of monks, even a Kage-level stronghold would not dare to act recklessly there. I propose relocating the clan members lacking in shinobi talent to Kyoto. The shinobi world is an expansive and genuine realm, far removed from the simplistic notion of mere conflicts between 5 villages, as often depicted by fans of the Naruto series. Beyond the 5 great shinobi villages, other formidable forces exist, such as the daimyo's domains. Following the conclusion of the Warring States era, shinobi villages gathered powerful clans. Yet the daimyo also welcomed samurai, monks, and smaller shinobi clans into their fold. The daimyo are not merely nominal leaders of their nations. They wield control over the economic lifeblood of their states and command countless formidable warriors. It is crucial to recognize that tasks involving the assassination of prominent figures from foreign lands are classified as at least S-rank missions, not solely due to the value of the target's head, but also because of the extreme danger they entail. Nevertheless, the vigilance in Kyoto is no less than that of Konoha, capable of thwarting attempts from other nations to covet the Uchiha bloodline. Fugaku contemplated this for an extended period before stating, "Certainly, Kyoto is a secure location, and it poses no issue for ordinary clan members to travel there. Yet, does safety truly exist within Kyoto? Without the protection of elite clan shinobi, the security of our clan members remains a significant concern. Moreover, elite clan shinobi cannot leave the village indiscriminately. Should they be discovered by the third Hokage or other high-ranking officials, those heading to Kyoto would be treated as traitors. Furthermore, without the daimyo's approval, unfamiliar elite shinobi would face surveillance and restrictions." Aoki abruptly asked, "Chief, are you aware of Shisui Sarutobi?" "Of course," Fugaku replied. "He is the second Hokage's son, and I have heard he recently had a falling out with the third Hokage. Why do you mention him?" "Shisui Sarutobi has left Konoha without permission and has even participated in the selection for the 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo," Aoki remarked with a hint of amusement. In truth, Aoki had not received this information. It was merely a deduction he had made. The rumors surrounding Shisui Sarutobi and Hisashi Hyuga have stirred quite a commotion in the village of Konoha. Additionally, advertisements have been posted within the village, calling for the recruitment of the 12 guardians of the land. From just these two pieces of information, Aozora was able to draw a conclusion. "What?" Fugaku exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. While he did not doubt Aozora's intel, he was nonetheless astonished. The daimyo and the Hokage, the dual jewels of the Land of Fire. One is the nominal leader of the Land of Fire, while the other wields command over its most formidable organization. Though both appear amicable on the surface, they often engage in covert maneuvering and sabotage against one another. As the son of the Hokage, how could Asuma possibly serve as a guard for the daimyo? This would undoubtedly undermine the Hokage's authority, even putting himself in a position akin to a hostage. After recovering from his astonishment, Fugaku remarked, "Asuma is too reckless, acting without regard for the consequences. But what of it? Should we expose this matter to undermine the third's credibility?" Aozora shook his head, saying, "What purpose would that serve? Not only should we refrain from exposing it, but we must also provide him with cover. Furthermore, we ought to send one of our clan's elite to accompany him in the selection for the 12 guardians." Upon hearing this, Fugaku pondered while stroking his chin and then, with a beaming smile, declared, "What a brilliant strategy. The daimyo is the nominal leader of the Land of Fire, and it is perfectly reasonable for the Uchiha to send someone to protect him. However, the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo's estate is complex. There exists an unspoken rule among the clans that once one aligns with Konoha, they cannot simultaneously serve the daimyo's estate. Now, with the Hokage's son leading the charge to break this unwritten rule, it is entirely acceptable for the Uchiha to follow suit. How can it be that only the officials are allowed to act freely while the commoners are restrained?" Aozora continued, "Becoming a guardian is merely the beginning. Once we secure this position and establish a connection with the daimyo, we can facilitate the relocation of our clan's retired elders to the capital. With the support of the guardians and the protection of the elders, establishing a foothold in the capital will be no arduous task. Most of the Uchiha elders are retired heads of the police force. Although they may no longer be at their peak due to age, they still retain a degree of combat prowess." Observing Fugaku nodding in satisfaction, Aozora smiled with a sense of pride. This was merely the initial plan. Further collaboration with the daimyo could be pursued. Gradually, Aozora articulated the potential future steps. The extremes are, in fact, the most unstable structures. A tripartite balance is essential. After a lengthy discussion under the moonlight, their conversation about the capital came to a close. "Your talents far surpass those of your elder brother," Fugaku said sincerely. "Your strategies today have illuminated my understanding, and I now possess greater confidence in dispelling the dark clouds that loom over our clan." With that, he bowed to Aozora. Aozora graciously accepted the gesture, replying, "I can only speak of ideas. To truly salvage the clan, it will require the leadership of the clan head." He had laid bare the strategies he had contemplated, leaving the remainder to the efforts of others. He would merely serve as a supportive hand. From here on, he needed to concentrate on his own training and seek out a third avenue for the Uchiha. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. He had yet to confirm a contingency for the Uchiha, but for now, he refrained from disclosing it. Before taking his leave, Fuji bowed once more to Aozora and said, "Aozora, I have a humble request." Aozora, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" "It pertains to Itachi." Fuji sighed and continued, "I would like to ask you to be his mentor." "What?" Aozora was taken aback. He was aware of Fuji's high expectations for Itachi, having personally educated him since childhood. At merely 4 years of age, Fuji had taken Itachi to the battlefield, instilling in him the principles of their clan. Now, Fuji was personally teaching him ninjutsu, clearly grooming him as a successor. Although Itachi had also received instruction from other esteemed Uchiha, such as Shisui and the 8th generation's masters, these were merely superficial teachings without the formal bond of a teacher-student relationship. Aozora could not fathom why the clan leader held him in such regard, especially since he had yet to demonstrate any remarkable abilities. "I implore you to take on the role of Itachi's teacher," Fuji affirmed. "I have high hopes for him. I have led him through the trials of battle and instructed him in ninjutsu, with the aspiration that he may one day become a pillar of the Uchiha clan. However, I have realized that I have instilled in him an excessive focus on the broader picture and ideals of peace, without adequately conveying the long-standing suspicion and oppression the Hokage lineage harbors towards the Uchiha. Furthermore, I have kept Itachi close to me for too long, and he has developed little emotional connection with our clan, save for a few. Now, I find myself increasingly concerned for him. Your insight today has greatly impressed me, and I wish for you to enlighten Itachi, allowing him to perceive the Uchiha's crises and helplessness from a different perspective." Aozora asked, "If you have recognized these issues, why not educate Itachi yourself?" Fuji replied, "Firstly, after the clan's protests, a rift has formed between Itachi and me. Secondly, I believe your wisdom is more profound and that you can impart greater knowledge to him." It was then that Aozora understood that Fuji primarily sought to correct Itachi's mindset. "Very well," he said. "He has just begun his schooling this year. Let him come to my home on weekends. I shall instruct him for a day each week." Although he was not particularly interested in adjusting Itachi's mindset, he recognized that Itachi's principles were similar to Shisui's. Itachi, in his current state, was merely a youthful version of Shisui. In the future, he would certainly need to refine Shisui's thoughts, and having Itachi to practice with would be beneficial. The following day, in the Hokage's office, "Hokage-sama, Chunin Aozora Uchiha has come to report." Aozora observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated before him, diligently handling documents. The Hokage's hat rested upon his desk, and his hair was streaked with gray. Though his body had not yet succumbed to stoop, he no longer possessed the vigor of his youth. After signing a document, Sarutobi raised his head to scrutinize Aozora. "It appears you have made a choice. Will it be the Umbu or another path?" Aozora did not hesitate in his response. "Hokage-sama, I would prefer to join the police force, contributing to Konoha and safeguarding the village's tranquility." Aozora spoke with righteous conviction, and Sarutobi nodded in approval. "Excellent. The police force is in need of a discerning Uchiha like yourself. I trust you will adapt swiftly and make significant contributions to the village. Where leaves dance in the wind, there will be flames burning, illuminating the village, and new leaves will sprout anew. Remember, no matter where you are a part of Konoha." "Very well. Proceed to report to the security division," Aozora replied with a bow. "Yes, Lord Hokage." As Aozora exited the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette and slowly remarked, "Danzō, I entrust Uchiha Aozora to you. Ensure you keep a vigilant watch over him." At that moment, a figure clad in a half-black, half-white kimono emerged from the shadowy corner of the office. "Indeed, I shall keep a close eye on him." When he looked again, the shadow had vanished, and the person was no longer present. Upon leaving the Hokage tower, Aozora, clutching a file folder, made his way towards the secluded police department. Navigating through the streets, he soon encountered a rather whimsical building. From a distance, the entire structure was a warm, earthy yellow, reminiscent of a round-faced, yellow feline. The blue circular windows on either side resembled the cat's eyes, while the protruding central section appeared as a long nose, and the entrance below resembled the cat's mouth. Although somewhat worn, the Konoha Police Department building was surprisingly charming. The architecture exuded a sense of childlike wonder, yet upon entering, Aozora felt a palpable sense of oppression. The ninjas stationed in the first-floor lobby donned dark green vests, their expressions akin to those attending a funeral. Each face seemed to convey a message of indifference, suggesting that they preferred solitude. Their demeanor was cold and haughty, creating a barrier between themselves and others. Aozora was not taken aback by this. In fact, he found some understanding. The police department had a limited number of positions: a single minister, 1 deputy minister, 6 captains, and their respective vice captains, totaling 14 individuals. In contrast, the Uchiha clan boasted 20 to 30 elite shinobi, resulting in a scarcity of roles. Consequently, some elite ninjas were compelled to patrol the streets, while others remained on duty in the police department lobby. Those present were at least Chunin rank, with special Jounin and Jounin-level ninjas also in attendance. It was absurd to expect them to engage in menial tasks while maintaining respect for civilians. After a brief stroll around the lobby, Aozora thoughtfully ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he knocked on the minister's office door and announced, "Minister, Uchiha Aozora has arrived to report. Come in." Aozora entered the room and quickly surveyed the office, taking note of its neat and spacious arrangement. Aside from a filing cabinet, there was a large desk and a smaller one. The larger desk was undoubtedly occupied by Fugaku, while the smaller desk housed a 15 or 16-year-old Uchiha youth. Fugaku glanced up at Aozora and said, "Aozora, you've just arrived. Did Lord Hokage retain you?" As he spoke, he returned his attention to the documents before him. His brow furrowed, indicating that the clan leader was grappling with a dilemma. "No, Hokage released me without hesitation," Aozora replied. Though curious, he refrained from inquiring about Fugaku's troubles. Without lifting his head, Fugaku instructed, "Aozora, accompany the 9th to review the files." The Uchiha youth at the small desk stood up upon hearing this. "Follow me," he said. His hair tinged with a shade of brown, his youthful features radiating vigor, though his tone towards Aozora was somewhat aloof. Aozora paid little mind and followed closely, clutching his file folder as they proceeded to the 2nd floor and entered the archive room. As soon as he entered the archives room, the jovial uncle seated in the office chair greeted him with a smile, saying, "Kyudai, what brings you to visit Uncle Huaishan?" Surprisingly, Kyudai responded with a radiant smile. "Uncle Huaishan, I brought him to file the documents." Akiyama cast a puzzled glance at Kyudai before handing the file bag to Huaishan. After resolving the document matters, the two exited the archives room side by side. Upon stepping outside, Akiyama inquired, "Kyudai, do I have a grudge against you?" Initially, he had assumed Kyudai to be an aloof youth, only to discover that the coldness was directed solely at him. "No, not as indifferent as you are toward me. I am equally indifferent to everyone. You speak nonsense. Just moments ago, you smiled brilliantly at the uncle in the archives." Kyudai remained silent. A few steps later, they entered the police department office. Once inside, Akiyama stated directly, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Fukuyama did not insist on his stay and replied, "Very well." After Akiyama departed, Uchiha Kyudai protested, "If Uchiha Akiyama is not needed, why recruit him as your assistant? Am I not sufficient?" Fukuyama, preoccupied with paperwork, dismissed Kyudai's query, stating, "There are tasks Akiyama can perform that you cannot." Realizing he might have inadvertently hurt Kyudai's feelings, he added, "Of course, you possess your own talents." After perusing the documents, Fukuyama instructed, "Kyudai, please summon Inahoko to the office." "Yes, I shall go at once." Inspired, Kyudai exited the office in a flash. Fukuyama glanced in the direction Kyudai had departed, remarking, "This child certainly delivers messages and summons people swiftly. A commendable talent." After purchasing carnations from the family flower shop in the mountains, Akiyama made his way to the Konoha hospital. Along the way, he spotted some snacks and, after a moment's consideration, bought 2 servings of takoyaki and tempura. Indeed, that fellow Cairo seemed oblivious to the flowers. Upon catching a whiff of the treats, she turned her gaze toward the snacks in Akiyama's hands. He offered her the snacks, asking, "How is your recovery? Are these things on your restricted diet?" Cairo, too preoccupied, opened the box and began to eat. After devouring every morsel, she licked her fingers and eagerly asked, "Is there more?" Akiyama shook his head, "It's just a snack. I didn't prepare in abundance." Cairo's expression visibly dimmed, but the next moment, she regained her energy. "Akiyama, you truly understand me. Kazekage only brought flowers. But what use are flowers? They are suffocating to smell. I never imagined I would also advance. Our entire team, 3, has been promoted." The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Cairo doing most of the talking while Akiyama listened. After a considerable time, Akiyama announced, "I must return home." Focus on your recovery and hurry to discharge. Kairo replied. All right. Just as Akiyama was about to exit, Kairo suddenly asked, after I am discharged, will Team 3 still undertake missions together? Akiyama hesitated at her words before continuing to walk forward. I have joined the police department. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, the villagers were his companions. Like a thief, Akiyama's eyes darted about. Unlike a thief, however, who seeks out wallets, Akiyama looked for those who might need assistance. In the Leaf Village, the security within the ninja realm is commendable, and the villagers are predominantly of virtuous character, with little significant events occurring. After wandering for an entire morning, Aozora found no other opportunities for merit aside from assisting an elderly lady across the street. Upon reflection, he discerned the reason. Villagers in the Leaf generally announce their difficulties at the Hokage Hall, and trivial matters rarely require assistance. Thus, wandering aimlessly through the village would not yield any chances for acquiring virtue. Having identified the cause, Aozora resolved to return home and devise a new strategy. However, as he made his way back to the clan's territory, he suddenly sensed that someone was observing him. In the bustling streets of the Leaf, his striking handsomeness drew numerous gazes, making it challenging to distinguish the prying eyes among the throng. Yet, on this deserted path, the scrutiny felt particularly pronounced. Aozora furrowed his brow, discreetly scanning his surroundings. With his keen insight, he faintly perceived a shadow lurking behind him. Was it a member of the Umbu? Or perhaps a rude operative? He chose not to halt his steps or confront the follower, for he was a person of integrity, unperturbed by surveillance. Upon returning to his clan's territory, the prying gaze vanished. With many skilled Uchiha members around, those who monitored him dared not intrude upon their domain. After enjoying a hearty lunch at home, Aozora reclined on his bed, contemplating the matter of virtue. There was little left to consider in the village. Aside from clearing the waterways, there were no stable means to acquire merit. Thus, his only option was to venture outside. The outside world was rife with nefarious individuals, mountain bandits, robbers, and rogues awaited to be dealt with in this tumultuous ninja realm. This would be the swiftest and most reliable source of virtue. However, where could he gather intelligence? The mission hall? Absolutely not. He wished to keep his whereabouts concealed. Consulting the clan leader? That too was out of the question. Not only did the Uchiha venture out infrequently, but there was also scant intelligence available. Even if it were Uchiha Fugaku, Aozora hesitated to place too much trust in him. After much contemplation, Aozora suddenly recalled a potential source, the black market. The black market not only offered bounties on important figures from various villages and nations, but also on notorious villains of great infamy. The intelligence available there was scarcely inferior to that of the ninja villages, and Aozora believed that by joining the black market, he could navigate the treacherous waters of villainy. Before venturing into the black market, Aozora needed to prepare an alias. He could not afford to reveal his uniquely handsome visage. Beyond merely exposing his identity, the mere sight of his striking features would significantly diminish his intimidation factor. Crafting a new identity posed no challenge for Aozora. After some contemplation, he approached the mirror and began to mold a new persona with a golden mask. Firstly, he aimed for a fierce appearance. A bald head would certainly convey ferocity. Secondly, he needed to appear robust. With this thought, Aozora removed his shirt. Observing his still developing physique, he frowned. Tall, strong, muscular. After a period of adjustment, he finally envisioned a formidable bald giant before him, boasting bulging pectorals and abdominal muscles akin to iron armor, a veritable colossus of strength. Upon his well-defined muscles, a majestic eastern dragon was tattooed, seemingly coming to life with every ripple of his sinewy form. Goodness, he resembled a warrior, yet I am but a ranged hero. Aoki stroked his chin, contemplating a change of attire, though a part of him hesitated to part with his current guise. Well, it seems I must practice close combat anyway, so I shall make do for now. However, it would be prudent to activate my Sharingan during melee. How might I conceal it? After some contemplation, Aoki retrieved a piece of red silk to cover his eyes. Once the Sharingan was activated, the silk's meager ability to obscure vanished, serving merely to cast a crimson hue over Aoki's vision. With his fists colliding, Aoki chuckled. I shall realize your dreams with my own hands. With his new persona established, Aoki transformed into an unremarkable villager, departing from his clan's territory en route to the police department. After acquiring information regarding the black market from Fugaku, Aoki morphed into a nondescript passerby as he exited the village of Konoha. The black market wielded considerable influence, having even established branches in neighboring villages. Following Fugaku's intel, Aoki swiftly located a relatively inconspicuous black market. On the surface, this establishment masqueraded as an izakaya, yet beneath its facade lay an expansive underground market. Donning a martial arts robe, Aoki exchanged a few coded phrases with the izakaya's proprietor before being ushered into a partitioned room, descending into a hidden chamber. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, the space opened up before him. Though the black market was not vast, it teemed with ninjas and samurai, each shrouded in hoods to obscure their identities. Upon Aoki's entrance, they scrutinized him with malevolent gazes, which he chose to ignore as he surveyed the market's layout. The walls were adorned with an array of bounties, resembling a collection of small advertisements. Most of these bounties featured renowned ninjas, aside from the 5 Kage, with several Uchiha members listed, including clan leader Fugaku and Captain Yada. Notably, the bounties for the Uchiha were exorbitantly high compared to their peers. A Uchiha with a complete Sharingan was valued at no less than 40 million ryo. No wonder the clan leader had never considered betraying the village. Outside Konoha, the Uchiha could not withstand the predatory gaze of countless wolves from the ninja world. Noticing Aoki's lingering gaze on the Uchiha bounties, the black market owner approached. His tone icy. Do not set your sights on the Uchiha. Newcomers ought to be more pragmatic. Aoki, taken aback, replied, Do you truly concern yourself with such matters, proprietor? The black market owner retorted, Given my proximity to Konoha, few bounty ninjas dare to take on missions here, and business is abysmal. Otherwise, I would not care for your fate. Aoki nodded in understanding, assuring him, Rest assured, I have no such intentions. Finding a seat, Aoki said, Proprietor, please present me with a selection of dubious tasks that are low in difficulty, yet high in bounty. The black market owner regarded him with surprise, but offered no further commentary, instead handing Aoki a small ledger. Here are the latest bounty tasks. Choose as you wish. With that, he turned his attention to other patrons. What an attitude! Do they not recognize that the customer is king? Mentally critiquing their service. Aoki began to peruse the ledger, and as he did, a smile crept across his face. Choosing the black market indeed proved to be a wise decision. The task list was densely populated. Aside from a few bounties from minor nations and affluent merchants, the remainder comprised numerous assignments targeting rogue ninjas, bandits, and enemies. Although these individuals may not possess great power, their inherent ruthlessness and countless acts of murder have compelled their adversaries to offer their entire fortunes for vengeance. However, the life savings of an ordinary person fail to capture the attention of formidable ninjas. Aozora, in contrast, sought to accumulate merit, rendering wealth inconsequential. Before long, Aozora perused the task book and summoned the proprietor, declaring, I wish to accept this, and that. As the moon hung low and the winds howled, Harano Shinji tirelessly sprinted through the wilderness, knowing that halting would spell his doom. He ran with such urgency that thorns and brambles lacerated his skin, blood mingling with tears on his face and hands. Yet, he felt no pain. He merely continued to flee, casting fearful glances behind him. Only upon confirming the absence of that terrifying figure did a flicker of a smile grace his lips. Resolutely, he pressed on, yearning to escape the bandit stronghold and distance himself from the sinister monk. As he neared the precipice, a broad smile illuminated Harano Shinji's face, his body finally relaxing. The cliff rose sheer and imposing. Even the most skilled ninja would hesitate to leap. He had prepared a grappling hook, confident that once he descended, the malevolent monk would not be able to pursue him. However, rounding a bend, he beheld a formidable figure standing at the edge of the cliff. The silhouette, with its back turned towards him, was illuminated by the moonlight, casting a halo of white light upon its smooth head, reminiscent of a sacred aura. Yet, upon witnessing this sight, Harano Shinji's countenance paled, and his body trembled. This peculiar bald figure, seemingly a venerable monk, wielded an unervingly brutal strength. He had witnessed firsthand how this monk struck down the third brother with a single punch, causing the man's heart to sputter. The second brother had approached, only to be dispatched with a flurry of blows, his head severed from his body. Overwhelmed with terror, Harano Shinji ordered his men to intercept the monk, but in his haste to flee, he found himself unable to escape. Under the moonlight, the monk slowly turned. A smile graced his lips. and a faint red glow emanated from his eyes beneath the crimson fabric, resembling a malevolent spirit. Realizing the grim fate that awaited him, Harano Shinji's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "Please, spare me," he pleaded, tears streaming down his scarred visage, his voice laden with desperation. As he spoke, he relinquished the knife he clutched. "Lay down your weapon, and you shall find enlightenment," he declared. "I wish to convert. I wish to serve the Buddha." The monk approached slowly, stating, "That is commendable. I shall escort you to the Western Paradise to serve the Buddha, where you may attain enlightenment." Concentrated chakra shimmered like moonlight as the monk raised his hand, directing it towards the kneeling bandit leader. "You have forced my hand," Harano Shinji snarled, simultaneously tearing apart the explosive talisman in his grasp. With a resounding explosion, blinding flames engulfed the two figures, and the cliff crumbled, plunging into the abyss below. In the distance, the monk appeared effortlessly perched upon a branch, untouched by any debris. Beside the bald-headed figure stood a rather slender youth, leaning against the tree trunk. Stroking his chin as he remarked, "Combat experience truly sharpens one's instinct for battle. My reactions are much quicker this time." The bald-headed man was rendered speechless, feeling a pang of frustration. "I am the one engaging in the actual combat. You, mere shadow clone, merely absorb the experience. Is there no dignity for my doppelganger?" After the ordeal, he was further tasked with testing his reaction speed, devoid of any compassion. However, recognizing that life and death were in the hands of the original, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, well said. He hoped that his obedience might grant him a few extra moments of life. Little did he expect that the azure sky would glance at the utterly unrefined shadow clone and say, "Why ponder so much, you shadow clone? Dissolve." Before the bald-headed man could finish his retort, he dissolved into a cloud of smoke. Having assimilated the combat experience, the azure sky shook his head, reflecting on how his shadow clone was commendable in many aspects, yet overly contemplative. Upon returning to the black market and completing the task, the azure sky departed with his earnings amidst the proprietor's calls for his next visit. After evading a few unwary spies, he sped back to his modest abode. Once inside, he secured the door and settled cross-legged on his large bed, focusing his thoughts. Within his mind's ocean, an ancient, unadorned page of a book hung in the center. On this page, 34 golden droplets danced about like tadpoles, making the small page appear rather cramped. Observing the multitude of golden droplets, a smile crept across the azure sky's face. His choice had indeed been wise. Only by freely managing his time could he achieve the swiftest advancement. Without hesitation, he envisioned an external manifestation of himself, under the diligent nurturing of the golden droplets, for ancient characters swiftly transformed into pure gold, gradually shifting to a glimmering hue. Soon, after depleting 27 golden droplets, the four characters had completely assumed the lustrous golden color. The ancient characters, imbued with profound meaning, imparted upon the azure sky a sense of the weighty legacy they carried. Yet his joy was short-lived. The changes on the celestial book were not yet concluded. The previously completed legacy flickered momentarily before four new ancient characters appeared. Fetal transformation into alternate forms, the azure sky mused, as the celestial book absorbed the remaining 7 droplets of merit, emanating a faint golden glow. Although the golden droplets had been entirely consumed, he felt no sorrow. With the lustrous external manifestation and the pale golden fetal transformation, every droplet had been worthwhile. Understanding that excessive excitement could hinder the transmission of the legacy, the azure sky adjusted his breathing, calming his spirit before proceeding to embrace the inheritance. He first selected the external manifestation. An inexhaustible stream of text and ceaseless imagery surged through his mind's ocean. The grandiosity of the lustrous version of the divine power was extraordinary. He felt his mind rapidly filling to capacity. Just as a splitting headache threatened to overwhelm him, the transmission finally concluded. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, indicating that this transmission had far exceeded previous durations. Though fatigued, curiosity compelled the azure sky to sift through the legacy he had acquired. First, as anticipated, were the insights regarding soul possession. The knowledge of obliterating souls and seizing control of the mind's ocean was remarkably comprehensive, akin to the ultimate version of Orochimaru's reincarnation technique. In addition to the knowledge of seizing souls, there exists the wisdom of binding spirits to objects. This segment of knowledge is intended for the selection of spiritual stones and spiritual woods as embodiments. The azure sky swiftly passed by. The final piece of knowledge pertains to transformation, which astonished Qingkong and brought him to a profound realization. The embodiments may take on myriad forms, yet ultimately, they must cultivate into a human form. It is not essential for them to retain their original appearance. However, they must assume a human shape. Though the human form may not represent the most formidable mode of combat, it is undoubtedly the form that facilitates the swiftest cultivation. This transformation transcends mere alteration of appearance. It signifies a fundamental metamorphosis from within. Throughout the process of transformation, the physical form gradually aligns with its primordial state, making it easier to comprehend the path of the Tao and rectify inherent deficiencies, thereby rendering the body truly flawless. This body of knowledge serves as the foundation for the art of transformation and embodiment. The abilities of soul division, soul seizing, and transformation constitute the three immensely significant powers that form the basis of this formidable technique of external embodiment. After meticulously combing through the lineage of external embodiments, Qingkong felt utterly exhausted. His mind was a muddle, and his eyelids were in a constant battle. He could no longer focus on receiving the teachings of transformation and succumbed to a deep slumber. In the office of the police department, during the Saturday meeting, Qingkong made his inaugural appearance before the upper echelons of the department. At the helm was Minister Uchiha Fugaku, with Senior Captain Uchiha Hakadai by his side, while the remaining captains took their seats at will, and both Qingkong and Jiodai were fortunate enough to be included. Jiodai strained to widen his eyes. Ears perked up, diligently recording the proceedings of the meeting. Although Qingkong sat upright, his gaze appeared somewhat vacant and bewildered. Despite having taken a nap, he still felt a lingering fog in his head. At that moment, the clan meeting transitioned to its final agenda, having settled the arrangements for the relocation of clan lands. We shall now address the final topic regarding the delineation of responsibilities within the police department. Due to the relocation of the police department to the outskirts of the village, it would be unable to respond to emergencies within the village. Thus, the Umbu would be tasked with this responsibility. What are your thoughts? Upon Fugaku's conclusion, the other captains and sub-captains could hardly contain themselves. Minister, the third is being excessively domineering. Minister, we cannot concede on this. It is the authority of our police force. If we are not responsible for patrol and defense, shall we chase vendors off the streets? Minister, even if our authority in patrol and defense diminishes, how can we establish ourselves in Konoha? Jiodai, too, felt indignant and was unable to restrain himself from speaking. Yet he was promptly silenced by a glance from Uchiha Hakadai across the table. Qingkong observed this exchange with astonishment, his gaze shifting between the two. TSK, the hair color, the brows, the features, are they not father and son? I, Qingkong, share the surname Hakadai. After a considerable wait, the crowd finally settled down. Just as Fugaku was about to express his opinion, he noticed Qingkong appearing more alert, and thus he inquired, Qingkong, do you have any insights? Your remarks at the last clan meeting left a profound impression on me. Qingkong, upon hearing this, stood up, and under the gaze of the assembly, he stifled a yawn. Jiodai let out a cold huff. How could one be so brazen at a departmental meeting? His regard for Qingkong diminished further. The other high-ranking officials also frowned slightly, feeling incensed by Qingkong's apparent disrespect towards the police department. Aozora initially reiterated the topic at hand, noting that due to the inability of the police department to address the urgent situations within the village, the Umbu would need to take over this responsibility, correct? In agreement. Inaho voiced, indeed. Tetsuho then remarked, Aozora, please share your thoughts. Aozora pondered for a moment, attempting to engage his mind, and inquired, will the annual funds allocated to the Uchiha be reduced? Fayek responded, there has been no mention of that. Aozora further queried, is there any public announcement regarding the Umbu's assumption of defense duties? Fayek frowned, replying no. The actions of the Umbu require confidentiality. Aozora shrugged and said, if nothing has been disclosed, then what is there to discuss? Such a significant matter concerning defense must be signed off by the Hokage. It cannot be transferred in secrecy and must be made known to the public, delineating responsibilities. Otherwise, if something were to go awry, who would bear the blame? Would the Umbu simply walk away, leaving the Uchiha to take the fall? Aozora suggested that it would be better to relinquish the rights to patrol and guard entirely. What purpose do those rights serve? Can they command other clans? Can they procure additional benefits? They cannot. The Uchiha only commands the Uchiha. Even without the rights to patrol and guard, our martial strength remains unchanged. The only concern is that Sarutobi Hiruzen might use this as an excuse to cut funding for the police department. But isn't it just money? There are always ways to address that. Those present were all high-ranking Uchiha, some known for their volatile tempers, yet none were fools. After hearing Aizora's two pivotal inquiries, they all furrowed their brows in contemplation. Having experienced the cancellation of relocation compensation, they were wary of the empty promises from the higher-ups. Aizora made valid points. The 8th generation cast a firm glance at Aizora, asserting that regardless of the funds, any transfer must be publicized. Otherwise, if an emergency arose in the village and was not under their jurisdiction, yet the Umbu failed to provide adequate protection, all responsibility would fall upon them. However, it was imperative not to reveal their bottom line prematurely. They must argue their case with reason. The 8th generation, having assisted 2 generations of Uchiha, offered sage advice, which Aizora couldn't help but admire. Yet, he found it curious how, with individuals like the 8th generation, the Uchiha faced extinction. Well, that concludes today's meeting. 8th generation, you are responsible for the relocation of our clansmen. Tetsuho, expedite the recruitment and formation of the 4th squad. Inaho, 2 members of the police force have recently gone missing. Please ensure they are found, whether alive or dead. Fayek reiterated his instructions, and only then did the regular meeting come to a true conclusion. Upon exiting the office, Aizora patted Kyudai on the shoulder. Kyudai, is your father the 8th squad leader? Kyudai turned and scoffed. So what if he is? My position as an assistant is due to my talent and abilities, not my father's influence. I wasn't implying that. I was curious why you were called Kyudai, Aizora clarified. Kyudai replied, because my father is called 8th generation. Aizora paused, taken aback. Oh, then what are your siblings named? Kyudai stated, I am the only child. Aizora continued. What about your father's siblings? Kyudai, growing impatient, said, my father has no siblings. Aizora suddenly understood. This was what Kyudai meant. The 9th generation inquired, what does it mean? He himself was oblivious to the reason his father had bestowed such a name upon him. Aizora replied, it is because you are the sole heir of the 9th generation. The 9th generation stared in astonishment. What? Before he could fully comprehend, the two had already entered the minister's office. Fugaku took his seat and picked up the neatly arranged announcement, saying, 9th generation, please post this announcement on the bulletin board. Upon hearing this, the 9th generation cast a proud glance at Aizora and happily took the announcement to carry out the task. Aizora was left bewildered, questioning what was so commendable about posting an announcement. After the 9th generation exited the minister's office, Fugaku said, Aizora, take a seat. Once Aizora sat down, Fugaku called out, Natsuki, and suddenly, a young woman appeared in the office. She appeared to be in her teens, with long hair cascading down her back, clad in a form-fitting combat outfit that exuded both allure and grace. Aizora discreetly stole a glance at her and asked, Leader, what is this? Though she was indeed striking, he thought, I am still just a child. How can you introduce me to potential partners? This will hinder my training. Unaware of Aizora's thoughts, Fugaku introduced Aizora. This is Natsuki, the niece of Mikoto. Natsuki is one of the few genius kunoichi of the Uchiha clan, exceptionally skilled, yet she has not become a ninja. Aizora then understood that she was the candidate chosen by Fugaku for the guardian ninja selection. He praised, the leader is indeed far-sighted, although revealing her identity is not detrimental. It is wise to keep it concealed before engaging with the feudal lord. Fugaku smiled precisely. Natsuki is not only unrecorded, but she is also proficient in lightning release. As long as she refrains from using the Sharingan, no one will discern her true identity. Turning to Natsuki, he added, Aizora is the one who proposed the Kyoto plan. Feel free to inquire if you have any questions. Natsuki stepped forward, saying, please guide me, Aizora-kun. Hearing her gentle voice sent a shiver down Aizora's spine, prompting him to frown. Sister Natsuki, you must be cautious with your demeanor after leaving the village. If you are to masquerade as a wandering ninja, your voice should not be so delicate. Your conduct should be more robust, lest you inadvertently reveal yourself. Furthermore, when the feudal lord acquired numerous ninja clans, ensure you investigate their circumstances. Engage with the feudal lord without haste. First and foremost, it is essential to earn trust. Within the office, Aizora spoke earnestly. Natsuki gazed at her younger clan brother, somewhat entranced. Aozora, noticing her distraction, cleared his throat. Listen carefully. The speed of Uchiha's ninth generation is remarkable. He is efficient in his tasks, and it was not long before he returned to the office. Upon hearing footsteps, Aozora immediately fell silent. The ninth generation entered the room, and, upon seeing Natsuki, approached her warmly. Natsuki, is there something you need? Natsuki smiled, but remained silent. Fugaku then said, Aozora, you and Natsuki may leave. Please remind her once more. Aozora and Natsuki took their leave. In the office, the ninth generation, watching Natsuki's figure fade away, asked, Minister, what business does Natsuki have with Aozora? Fugaku replied, you need not concern yourself with that. With that, he began attending to his documents, leaving the ninth generation to sit in frustration at his desk. Upon exiting the police department, Aozora made his way toward the clan grounds, with Natsuki following closely behind, asking, where are we headed? Qingkong said, come to my house. There is no one home. Xiaoshu hesitated for a moment, then thought to herself that Qingkong was merely 12 years old and likely incapable of much. Thus, she walked to Qingkong's right side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Her slender, elegant figure caught Qingkong's peripheral vision. A furtive glance revealed the gentle curves of Xiaoshu's form, prompting Qingkong to quickly avert his gaze. It was prudent to discuss matters in a more tranquil setting. Noticing Qingkong's subtle reaction, Xiaoshu did not feel shy. Instead, she smiled lightly and instinctively straightened her posture. Wishing to tease him, Qingkong, far from being an innocent youth, took the opportunity to indulge his curiosity until Xiaoshu, unable to endure the scrutiny, covered her chest, prompting him to redirect his gaze and continue towards home. Frustrated by the failed teasing, Xiaoshu remarked, you're hardly a 12-year-old child. You're nothing but a scoundrel. Qingkong retorted, this scoundrel merely stole a glance at you. The rogues you encounter outside are far less gallant. After a brief silence, Xiaoshu defended herself. That's because you are one of my kin. Otherwise, I would have long since plucked your eyes out. Qingkong made no counterargument, stating, Sister Xiaoshu, the clan leader has chosen you, and I naturally trust his judgment. However, when venturing outside, experience is just as vital as strength, especially for a beautiful girl like you. To others, you are akin to a prime cut of meat. Who has the prime cut? Xiaoshu retorted in anger. Yet, she grasped Qingkong's meaning and, after a moment, sincerely replied, I will be cautious. Just as Qingkong was about to continue with his advice, a dull explosion echoed from a distance. A crimson fireball shot into the sky, sending up a mushroom-shaped plume of gray smoke, as waves of flames swept through shattered wood, accompanied by the screams of villagers. Explosive tag. An attack. Both Qingkong and Xiaoshu instantly reacted, employing their instant body technique and racing towards the scene. Soon, they arrived at the site of the incident. The street was chaotic, with villagers scattering in all directions. One building had been destroyed by an explosive tag. Several charred bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Some had been reduced to mere cinders, while others were bloodied and moaning, struggling to escape this inferno. In the center of the street, four ninjas clad in police department uniforms were besieging a stout chef. Despite his rotund appearance, the chef was remarkably powerful, and the four Uchiha found themselves outmatched. He appeared heavy-set, yet his speed was astonishing, or rather, his blade was exceptionally swift. A cleaver danced in his hands, parrying the four assaults while inflicting wounds that bloomed like crimson flowers on several of them. As Xiaoshu prepared to charge in, Qingkong grasped her hand, gently shaking his head. From a distance, tiny black dots began to appear on the rooftops. Qingkong whispered, let me handle this. Xiaoshu's face flushed slightly. She attempted to break free from Qingkong's grip, only to find her hand had regained its freedom. She looked ahead, catching only a glimpse of Qingkong's rushing silhouette. With a swift motion, Qingkong, recognizing the precariousness of the situation, hurled four shurikens without the luxury of infusing them with chakra, relying solely on instinct. Four shurikens, swift and precise, encircled the plump chef, sealing off his avenues of movement. Should he choose to continue his assault on the quartet, he risked injury. A moment's hesitation allowed the four Uchiha to extricate themselves from peril. Bang, 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 bang. The chef effortlessly deflected the shurikens. In his hand, Aoki grasped a fresh shuriken, chakra surging forth to envelop the mundane metal. With unwavering focus upon the chef, Aoki declared loudly, Assistant to the Minister of Public Security. Uchiha Aoki, this one is mine. The rest of you, assist the wounded and transport them to the hospital. The other four Uchiha exchanged glances before retreating. Truly, the Uchiha were quick to react. The chef allowed their departure unimpeded. Wiping his broad kitchen knife, he gazed into the distance and coldly remarked, "It appears there is no escaping this. If that is the case, taking down a Leaf Village genius before my demise is not such a bad prospect." Aoki had previously believed that a person's charm increased with their girth, but upon witnessing the chef's grotesque visage, he realized that not only orange cats could be portly. There also existed formidable figures like this chef. With a roar, the chef charged toward Aoki with astonishing speed. Aoki felt the weight of pressure. Though slightly slower than the previous wooden puppet, the chef's pace was still beyond his means to match. His shuriken was swift, yet the chef's blade was equally rapid. He could not guarantee that his shuriken would deliver a fatal blow. He could defend himself, but the umbu would undoubtedly arrive first. He was uncertain whether the umbu would seize the opportunity to undermine the Uchiha's reputation or impose additional demands. He wished to provide the umbu with no pretext. Thus, he retreated, seeking an opportune moment while quietly channeling his flying blade technique. Confronting a formidable foe, he was unwilling to test the waters. The ninja world was fraught with danger, and he could not ascertain the extent of his opponent's abilities. He sought to deny the chef any chance to showcase his prowess. A brief, subtle sound of slicing air pierced the silence. The umbu had taken positions atop the rooftops lining the street. The shuriken transformed into a gust of wind,
traversing the space and swiftly reaching the chef. A smile crept across the chef's face. Bang! The impact against his knife brought him a moment of relief.
The shuriken was remarkably fast. Had it been a fraction quicker, he might not have been able to block it. However, having successfully parried the shuriken, he concluded that the boy must perish. A slight smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. The umbu ninja had prepared their hand seals, their blade drawn, poised to strike in the next instant. Yet, a flash of azure light circled around the chef's blade. In the next moment, the chef beheld a gory fountain of blood and the decapitated bulk of his body. The umbu ninja witnessed the separation of their enemy's corpse. Aoki sidestepped, allowing the headless body to charge past him. The four Uchiha, having just extricated themselves from the battlefield, found the confrontation had already concluded, rendered momentarily speechless. The four umbu who arrived on the scene remained in a stance of readiness, astonished beyond measure. Aoki turned to the public security ninja, commanding, "Two of you, come and collect the bodies, clean up the area." With that, he strode toward the spot where the flying blade had fallen. Aoki picked up the flying blade. As I turned, I discovered the Dark Faction's ninjas in a standoff with those of the Uchiha clan. One side was collecting the bodies, while the other grasped severed heads. The leader proclaimed, "Surrender the bodies, foreign spies, and allow the Dark Faction to handle them. Your duty is to tend to the injured and disperse the crowds." Yet the Uchiha, proud and unyielding, swiftly retorted, "On what grounds? These individuals were discovered and slain by us, the Uchiha. You Dark Faction have done nothing but open your mouths to claim our credit. We shall not be your scapegoats." Tensions escalated, and swords were drawn. The captain of the Dark Division unsheathed his blade, glimmering like jade, infused with concentrated chakra. "What are your intentions? Does this spy harbor secrets that concern the Uchiha?" His formidable presence radiated power, and the stench of blood and death hung thickly in the air, suffocating. The four Uchiha, ensnared within the confines of Konoha, turned pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down their brows. Aozora hesitated to intervene. After all, the Dark Faction could not truly engage the Uchiha in battle. He wished to observe the capabilities of these Uchiha, who had remained in the village. To his disappointment, the Uchiha, though retaining their pride, lacked the strength to match it. The policies of the second Hokage had indeed achieved multiple ends. They not only isolated the Uchiha, but also transformed them from fierce wolves into timid dogs, robbing them of their ferocity. The prolonged peace had dulled the fighting spirit of the majority of the Uchiha. They were left with pride but devoid of the strength that once inspired fear. Were it not for Konoha being a battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi War, Aozora suspected the Uchiha would not even be dispatched to the front lines, slowly succumbing to a comfortable demise. Most of the Uchiha possessing true combat prowess were stationed at the front lines of the Cloud Village, while those remaining in the village resembled delicate flowers in a greenhouse, likely unable to contend even with their peers. As the four Uchiha neared their breaking point, Aozora finally spoke. "Since when can the Dark Faction pass judgment upon Konoha's ninjas on a whim? If you can accuse Konoha's ninjas today, Will you not be able to slander the villagers of Konoha tomorrow? Who bestowed upon you this authority? Aozora deliberately refrained from mentioning the Uchiha by name, treating the four as mere Konoha ninjas. The battle concluded swiftly, and the crowd had yet to disperse. They remained as spectators in the aftermath. Additionally, many nearby ninjas hastened to provide support in response to the explosion. At first, Aozora's voice was barely audible, only discernible to those in the vicinity. However, as his tone grew louder, his final inquiry resonated like thunder, stirring the emotions of the gathered villagers and ninjas alike. His words startled those nearby. If such slander could be directed at the esteemed Uchiha clan, what recourse would there be for those without such backing? The villagers, moved by a sense of shared fate, began to voice their concerns. Can the dark faction truly disregard the truth? These four ninjas were clearly assisting us. How could they be implicated with this aggressor? Listening to the voices of the villagers, the ordinary ninjas in the crowd recalled their own experiences of being harshly interrogated by the Umbu. The Umbu acted with such arrogance. On what grounds did they slander their fellow village ninjas without justification? As a seemingly ordinary incident threatened to escalate into a riot among the villagers, beads of cold sweat began to form on the leader of the Umbu's forehead. Casting a glance at the ever-growing throng of people and ninjas around him, he shot a fierce glare at Qingkong and exclaimed, sharp-tongued. With that, he made a gesture, and the entire team leaped atop the rooftops, departing with the severed head in tow. Four Uchiha members wished to pursue, but Qingkong stopped them. There is no need. Our duty is to tend to the injured and disperse the crowd. The four proceeded to check on the wounded, while Qingkong addressed the onlookers with a brief announcement. He first executed a deep bow, then sincerely stated, I apologize for alarming everyone. Due to improper oversight of the village barrier, a spying ninja managed to infiltrate our midst. This incident resulted in casualties among over a dozen villagers, disrupting your lives. As the assistant to the Minister of Public Security, I extend my deepest apologies on behalf of the department. Although we identified the spy in a timely manner, the enemy's strength was overwhelming, and our ninjas were unable to withstand it. This is our fault. Moving forward, we shall implement rigorous training for our department ninjas, ensuring they possess greater strength to better protect you all. He first expressed an apology, deftly shifting the primary blame, and then magnanimously accepted further responsibility, vowing to take action and effect change. Although he lacked the Sharingan, Qingkong perfectly emulated Sarutobi Hiruzen's apology during the Chunin exams. While the wording saw slight modifications, his demeanor and aura were impeccably on point. The villagers, indeed, were swayed by this display, expressing their understanding. We do not blame you. Had it not been for the issues with the barrier class, how could a spy have appeared in Konoha? The prompt response of the Public Security Department is commendable. If you hadn't dealt with this spy, who knows the extent of the harm he could have caused? What good is an apology? Those who have perished cannot be resurrected. Humph. When did this group of Uchiha demons also adopt such hypocritical rhetoric? The discussions were mixed, yet at least they were not overwhelmingly negative. At that moment, the Public Security Department responsible for this area arrived, led by the 8th generation's deputy, the elite Jonin Uchiha Takuma. Qingkong approached him to explain the cause and course of events, then entrusted the matter to him. Takuma stepped forward to manage the crowd, while Qingkong quietly retreated behind the masses and slipped away unnoticed. As they made their way toward the clan's territory, Natsuki frequently cast sidelong glances at Qingkong. She could hardly fathom that this young man possessed not only striking beauty and exceptional intelligence, but also remarkable strength. Curiosity stirred within her. What other secrets lay within this youth? Qingkong paid no mind to Natsuki's scrutiny as he contemplated various matters. Their pace was swift, and before long, they arrived at the clan's grounds. Entering the courtyard and then the living room, Qingkong continued to lead Natsuki onward. Come, let us go to my bedroom. Natsuki hesitated, taking a half-step back, and replied, Is that appropriate? Is there anything we cannot discuss here? Aozora pondered for a moment and remarked, That could work, but it would be more convenient in my bedroom. Natsuki glanced at Aozora's height. Despite being only 12, she had already reached the tip of her own nose. Surely, she had fully developed. She harbored some affection, but would things progress too quickly? Was it truly appropriate for their first encounter to escalate in such a manner? As her thoughts clashed within her mind, Natsuki's face flushed slightly, and she unwittingly followed Aozora into the bedroom. Aozora firmly locked the door and suddenly inquired, Are you afraid of blood? A bit, she replied. It's fine, it won't hurt. With that, Aozora summoned the gray feather of a crow. He instructed Natsuki, "Go ahead. Bite your finger and establish a contract with it." Natsuki bled from the small wound on her finger, which had yet to heal. Aozora said, "The contract is finalized. You should bandage that." Natsuki scoffed and placed her finger in her mouth, sucking on it. "Isn't it just signing a contract? Why make it so mysterious? It's making me think all sorts of things." Aozora sent the gray feather back to the spirit realm and addressed Natsuki. "Now that you have signed a contract with the gray feather, we have established a reliable means of communication. Once we arrive in Kyoto, you can contact me anytime through the gray feather." "Oh," she replied, feeling somewhat deceived and in a foul mood. Aozora retorted, "What do you mean, Bio? If there's nothing else, you may leave. What else do you want to do in my bedroom, you little brat?" Natsuki shot him an annoyed glance before turning to exit Aozora's room. Upon reaching the living room, Aozora reiterated a few more details, and after that, Natsuki took her leave. Aozora then began to delve into the study of embryonic transformation in external avatar. The knowledge of embryonic transformation was incomplete, but Aozora could discern that this technique primarily pertained to foundation building and transformation. Foundation building, in this context, was not about the realm of cultivation, but rather the establishment of a great path, inheriting the principles of guiding and refining chi. Aozora felt that this foundation building was not aimed at hastening his chakra refinement, but rather at evolving his body into a more advanced form that harmonized with natural energies. Transformation, on the other hand, was a skill of a higher caliber than mere imitation, capable of inducing changes from within, even at the genetic level. Regardless of age or species, once one mastered embryonic transformation, they could change at will. However, with the inheritance being incomplete, Aozora dared not practice recklessly. His primary focus shifted to the study of external avatar. As a divine ability from mythology, few, even among deities, possessed mastery over external avatar. Now that Aozora had acquired this profound technique, he was determined to learn it swiftly, especially since it pertained to his survival. The first step involved splitting one's soul. Before that, he needed to examine the soul itself. If the size or strength of the soul was inadequate, one could not cultivate this method. Following the guidance from the inheritance, Aozora began the testing. Soon, a delightful smile graced his lips. While Aozora smiled, Sarutobi Hizen found little reason to rejoice. The leader of the 3rd Division of the Umbu reported in detail about the events that transpired that morning. For reasons unknown, Danzō was also present in the Hokage's office at that moment. He sat diagonally across from Sarutobi, listening to the report with a flicker of dark intrigue in his eyes. Upon concluding the account, Sarutobi's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Incompetent in success, yet proficient in failure. Why would you recklessly provoke the Uchiha?" The captain of the Umbu remarked. "The spies from neighboring villages ought to be dealt with by our division. Deploying a ninja of Jonin caliber for espionage indicates significant ulterior motives. Only by entrusting the body to the Umbu can we fully capitalize on the intelligence it may yield." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Although the Uchiha clan excels in interrogation, their strength lies in questioning the living. When it comes to extracting information from the deceased, it is the Umbu and the interrogation department that specialize in such matters. However, the individual in question was discovered and eliminated by the Uchiha. The Umbu's approach would be excessively direct, in broad daylight, to provoke the Uchiha and cast aspersions upon them. Was the surrounding populace truly blind? "You may don masks, but I remain in plain sight." Nevertheless, he refrained from admonishing the Umbu captain and calmly stated, "The secrets concealed within the head are paramount. You may leave now." Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen gesture, the Umbu captain bowed and took his leave, with only the two of them remaining in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his pipe from the desk and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Danzō remarked, "That young Uchiha Aokong possesses remarkable learning abilities." The words you spoke during the Chunin exams were swiftly adapted and employed by him. A plume of smoke billowed from his mouth, obscuring Sarutobi Hiruzen's features. The police department's willingness to extend goodwill towards the villagers only serves to strengthen the unity of the village, does it not? Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement elicited a dismissive chuckle from Danzō, who then added, "Let us not dwell on such trifles." However, the flying knife wielded by Uchiha Aokong warrants attention. It inflicted injury upon the wooden man and may have been the cause of a delayed reaction during the confrontation with Kakashi. Yet this time, he beheaded a Jonin-level spy in one swift stroke. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, that flying knife is exceptionally sharp. It could potentially slay a jonin in a direct confrontation. If employed for covert assassinations, it could pose a threat even to ourselves. He turned to Danzō and inquired, "Is he not under your surveillance? Have you detected any anomalies?" Danzō shook his head, replying, "I have observed no irregularities. The only peculiarity is that after becoming Fugaku's assistant, he rested at home for 3 days and only emerged from the clan grounds on Saturday." Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "The role of an assistant can be of great significance. He could very well represent Fugaku in numerous matters. You must remain vigilant." Danzō nodded in acknowledgement. After their discussion concerning the conflict, Sarutobi Hiruzen redirected the conversation to intelligence regarding the border with the Cloud Village. Compared to the war with the Cloud, the internal conflicts seemed trivial. The wooden man had appeared on the front lines, and Jiraiya had failed to contain her. To his astonishment, not only had she escaped, but her recovery was remarkably swift. The Jinchuriki are indeed monstrous beings, defying ordinary logic. With the addition of a Jinchuriki on the Cloud front, the situation had become precarious. Jiraiya, in an effort to minimize casualties, was compelled to retreat and tighten the defensive line. Sarutobi Hiruzen succinctly recounted the intelligence, not only to inform Danzō, but also to contemplate potential solutions during the narrative. Jiraiya required a substantial number of sensory ninjas, particularly those skilled in ocular techniques. Without such sensory ninjas, the vast expanse of the border would be overrun by a multitude of cloud ninjas, and the flames of war would reach the land of fire. After a moment of contemplation, Danzō suggested, provide him with sensory ninjas, and have Inuzuka and Yamanaka assemble another contingent of ninjas to join the fray. Sarutobi Hizashi inquired about the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. The ocular jutsu wielders, with their superior combat prowess and heightened sensory capabilities, far surpassed the average ninja. This was a primary reason for Jiraiya's request for assistance. Danzō, however, chose not to respond immediately, fully aware of Hizashi's concerns. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans are the true aristocrats of Konoha. Each clan boasts over 20 elite ninjas. Such formidable strength is a significant force, capable of wielding substantial influence across various departments. Logically, with their immense power, the ninjas of these two clans could easily dominate much of Konoha's authority. Yet, the Hyuga clan remains ensnared like caged birds, with discord between the main and branch families hindering unity. The Uchiha clan, too, is tightly constrained by the police force, making it difficult to achieve merit or promotion. Naturally, both clans, endowed with such formidable capabilities, harbor resentment and will seize any opportunity to infiltrate other departments. Though opportunities are scarce in peacetime, war presents the greatest chance. Achieving merit in battle would compel the Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, to bestow rewards. During the Third Great Ninja War, Shisui's brilliance had dimmed considerably, confined to the status of a special jonin. But what of the present? If either clan were to produce another illustrious genius among its ranks, how could they be restrained? After much contemplation, Danzō proposed, let the Hyuga clan send Hizashi to lead the branch family ninjas into battle. As for the Uchiha, they shall organize a contingent of chunin to escort supplies. Sarutobi Hizashi raised an eyebrow at these words and nodded. With Hizashi leading, should he achieve merit, it would only serve to aggravate the main family, who would never allow the branch to eclipse them. As for the Uchiha, what fate awaited the chunin tasked with transporting supplies? With luck, they might garner some accolades. With misfortune, they would become mere cannon fodder. The following day, a clear and bright weekend unfolded. The announcement regarding the relocation of the clan's territory had stirred the Uchiha clan into a flurry of activity. They were given a week to complete the move. Yet many Uchiha were already eager to begin. Though they lacked the robust physique of the Senju clan, the Uchiha were endowed with exceptional vitality thanks to the ancestral genes. Packing clothes, books, and daily necessities posed no challenge. Even large furniture could be easily handled by a single Uchiha. Wealthy and capable, many Uchiha opted to seal their furnishings within scrolls, while others simply borrowed horse-drawn carts to transport their belongings. Itachi walked alone along the road, observing the bustling scene with a sense of joy. He believed that the new clan territory would herald a fresh chapter for their family. Before long, he arrived at the edge of the new estate. Stopping in his tracks, he gazed at the vacant courtyard. He had once cherished coming here during Shisui's presence. Now, however, it was merely an empty space. He felt a reluctance to encounter Kyuko. This sentiment was neither aversion nor disdain. Rather, he perceived a divergence in their philosophies. Why did Kyuko harbor such animosity towards Konoha? Wasn't Uchiha a part of Konoha? Why could they not broaden their perspectives? With Konoha currently embroiled in conflict with Kumogakure, why could they not set aside familial rivalries and unite in earnest to defend their homeland? Itachi glanced at the book in his hands and then surveyed the towering walls and expansive courtyard before him. The high walls and large wooden doors had ceased to be a paradise for him. Instead, they had transformed into a fortress, like a diminutive warrior clad in black armor. He stepped slowly yet resolutely toward the battlefield. Thud, thud. In the courtyard, Aoki heard the faint sound of approaching footsteps, followed by a knock on the door. He effortlessly deduced the visitor's silhouette and subsequently recognized their identity. Itachi? No need to knock. Just push the door open. Itachi entered and encountered Aoki, who was practicing physical techniques in the courtyard. Unlike other Uchiha, Aoki was not practicing the Leaf Village's fluid techniques. Instead, he was moving his body in a slow, deliberate manner. His movements resembled the gentle exercises of an elderly man, yet Itachi perceived a sense of harmony, an intricate coordination among all the muscles in his body, harmonizing with the surrounding environment. As Aoki concluded his practice and exhaled, the momentary harmony disintegrated. Glancing at Itachi, Aoki smiled and said, "You've arrived. Relax. It's just like home." Itachi felt a bit awkward and stepped forward, saying, "Aoki brother." "No, Aoki sensei." Just as he prepared to perform a formal bow of respect, Aoki gently stopped him. In a village where the act of killing one's master had become a tradition, Aoki was wary of accepting the bow of a genius, especially one as notorious as Itachi, who had committed patricide and matricide. Aoki remarked, "I am but a few years older than you, merely sharing my experiences. There is no need for such formalities." Itachi, already somewhat reluctant, did not insist on the formal apprenticeship upon hearing this. Aoki understood that Itachi was also constrained by Fugaku's expectations and did not genuinely wish to become his disciple. He led Itachi into the living room. Once seated, Aoki said, "Itachi, since I am not your teacher and I lack the skills to instruct you, we can engage in a discussion instead. Two minds can achieve greater understanding." Upon hearing this, Itachi replied, "Aoki brother, you jest. I primarily came to seek your guidance." With that, he placed the book he had been holding on the table. The words Will of Fire were prominently displayed on the pages. "Aoki brother, I find it somewhat challenging to grasp the concept of the Will of Fire. Could you elucidate it for me?" Aoki chuckled at Itachi's request. The young lad was quite clever, attempting to sway my thoughts, was he? He casually opened the cover of Will of Fire, revealing the familiar opening lines, "Where the leaves dance, the fire shall endure. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves." Aoki began to recite slowly, with genuine emotion. As Itachi listened, a smile spread across his face, and he looked into Aoki's eyes, asking, "Aoki brother, what does this phrase mean?" He understood the essence of the words, but desired to hear Aoki articulate it. The meaning was straightforward. It employed a metaphor, likening the burning fallen leaves to the self-sacrificing elders, while the new leaves symbolized the youth. The overarching message was a hope that, in the face of peril, the village's elders would trust the younger generation, displaying courage and sacrifice to protect them for a better future. The sacrifices of the elders were not in vain, as the youth would gradually become the pillars, safeguarding Konoha. After Aoki finished, he inquired, "Itachi, do you believe my interpretation aligns with yours?" A triumphant smile could not help but emerge on Itachi's face as he exclaimed, "Brother Aozora, your comprehension is indeed accurate, yet there remains more left unsaid." At that moment, he had completely forgotten his earlier admission of struggling with understanding. Aozora refrained from exposing this, responding instead, "Oh, please, do elaborate." Itachi, his cheeks flushed with excitement, declared, "The Will of Fire not only speaks of the cyclical nature of generations, but also addresses the relationships among the various clans within the village. The Will of Fire aspires for the clans to eliminate their divisions and to strive collectively for the betterment of the village. Each individual of every family should not be limited to sacrificing solely for the interests of their kin, but rather prioritize the greater good and contribute to the village as a whole. Protecting our fellow villagers, we are all one family, and there should be no hierarchy between the distinguished and the ordinary clans." Aozora, with a smile that lacked genuine warmth, praised, "You articulate this beautifully, Itachi. Your understanding of the will of fire has reached the level of a Hokage. At merely 6 years of age, you possess the ability to contemplate matters like a Hokage. Aozora finally comprehended why Sarutobi Hiruzen would commend Itachi in the original narrative. Where could one find a youth so fervently devoted to the will of fire? Engaged in self-brainwashing and self-promotion? Itachi, oblivious to Aozora's insincere smile, inquired with delight, "Does Brother Aozora also agree with my previous statements?" Aozora replied, "Of course." Itachi, puzzled, questioned Aozora, "Then why do you still sow discord between the clans in Konoha?" Aozora retorted, "Am I the one instigating? It is the higher-ups of Konoha who force our hand." Itachi's small face creased with discontent. "You still do not grasp the will of fire." Aozora, rather than defending himself, countered, "Indeed, I do not comprehend it. But do the higher-ups of Konoha truly understand it?" Without waiting for Itachi's response, he continued, "The first and second Hokage indeed embodied the will of fire, leading the charge and shielding their descendants. Yet, the third Hokage and the senior officials trumpet their slogans loudly. While their actions are insipid, the second great ninja war was fought by the legendary Three and the White Fang. Yet it is the third Hokage who basks in the glory of being the strongest Hokage. The White Fang sacrificed his mission for his comrades, only to be driven to his demise by the higher-ups of Konoha. During the Nine-Tails attack, it was not the older generation of the third Hokage who perished, but rather the youthful fourth Hokage in the prime of his life." Aozora propped his hands on the table, looking down with fervor as he questioned loudly, "They profess the will of fire, but what do they truly practice? They continually send children under the age of 10 into battle, retreating behind the youth to relish the fruits of victory. They illuminate their own paths with the sacrifices of the young." Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment, his facial muscles suddenly stiffening. The radiant world he envisioned began to fracture. In Aozora's living room, Uchiha Itachi incessantly flipped through the pages of the Will of Fire. However, what substantial content could be found within this tome aside from its introductory remarks? Beyond the ethereal concept of the Will of Fire, it was merely filled with tales of praise and glorification of heroes. Itachi ceased his page-turning, yet he did not concede defeat. Nor did he believe he was in the wrong. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Brother Aozora, your assertions seem rather dogmatic. You claim that the victories of the two ninja world wars belong to the legendary Three and the White Fang. I do not deny their significant contributions, but that does not diminish the achievements of our esteemed Hokage. Had it not been for his strategic planning from the rear, World War II would not have concluded so swiftly." Aozora inquired, "Where did you come across that? In the history of Konoha?" Itachi nodded in affirmation. Aozora chuckled and shook his head. After all, he was a man who had undergone 6 years of compulsory education in Konoha. He had perused the history of Konoha no less than Itachi. "Do you truly believe that book? Although it claims to recount Konoha's history, it merely chronicles the events since Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure. Why is the era of the first and second Hokage so briefly summarized? How can such a monumental event as the founding of Konoha be encapsulated in fewer than 100 words?" Itachi was momentarily at a loss for words. Aozora pressed on, "Have you examined your family's history? How does it depict the origins of Konoha?" After a brief contemplation, Itachi replied, "The Uchiha and Senju reconciled, bringing an end to the chaos and establishing Konoha, with clans like Sarutobi and Shimura coming to join." Aozora continued to inquire, "And how does that history articulate it?" Without hesitation, Itachi responded, "The Uchiha, Senju, and Sarutobi clans together founded Konoha." At this point, Itachi fell silent. Is the history of the Uchiha necessarily accurate? Yet the history of Konoha is deemed trustworthy? Aozora, observing the growing skepticism and wariness within Itachi towards Konoha's higher-ups, adjusted his posture and regarded Uchiha Itachi intently. If this were a debate, he would undoubtedly press the advantage. However, his intention was not to win an argument, but to realign the perspectives of this precocious youth. He was willing to afford Itachi time for reflection, allowing him to truly comprehend the tribulations of his clan and recognize the true nature of Konoha's leadership. After a considerable pause, Itachi remained deep in thought. Aozora sighed, "Let us conclude for today. I shall leave you with 2 questions for you to ponder at home." Itachi looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. "Aozora and I, please go on." Aozora raised one finger. "The first question, does the will of fire demand sacrifice to be voluntary or involuntary?" "Voluntary is a choice made by a few. Involuntary is the expectation of all. A mere difference in wording, yet the implications are worlds apart. Aozora hoped he would grasp that the will of fire represents a noble moral imperative. One may impose such demands upon oneself, but it is unjust to enforce one's moral pursuits upon others. Voluntary? Involuntary? Itachi murmured, repeating the words as he contemplated the significance of Aozora's inquiry. Before he could arrive at a conclusion, Aozora held up 2 fingers. The second question, whose Konoha is it? Is it the Konoha represented by the leadership seated in the Hokage Tower, or is it the collective of villagers living within Konoha? Itachi had questioned him twice about why he was attempting to incite discord between the clan and the village. By posing this question, Aozora hoped to illuminate that while the Konoha leadership may represent Konoha, they are not synonymous with it. Having said this, he gestured to dismiss Itachi. The foundation of one's worldview can only be guided by others as a form of assistance. Ultimately, one must engage in independent contemplation. Should Itachi come to clarity, Aozora would continue to regard him as a beloved younger brother, and he would not hesitate to impart some esoteric knowledge to fortify him as the guardian of their clan. However, if he persisted in his self-righteousness, Aozora would have exhausted his efforts in guiding him. Itachi emerged from the courtyard of the Ayake's residence, clutching the will of fire, his spirit in disarray. As he stepped beyond the threshold, his visage bore the marks of despair, with his large, expressive eyes brimming with sorrow and deep furrows edged by melancholy. Had his attire not remained relatively intact, whispers of scandal would surely have circulated in hushed tones. He cast a lingering gaze back at the secluded abode. Previously, he had harbored disdain for the narrow-minded tribalism of his kin. Having once found enlightenment in the teachings left by his ancestors, he believed he had transcended his clan, achieving a broader perspective. Yet, through his recent conversation with Ayakes, he realized the folly of his arrogance that led him to believe he stood above the entire Uchiha clan, and that his choices were wiser than those of his forebears. His father, Shisui, and Ayakes all possessed vast insights and far-reaching visions. Were their choices truly misguided? It was imperative for him to deeply reconsider the intricate relationships between clan, village, and self. He needed to ponder the 2 questions Ayakes had posed him. As he stood behind the high walls, Itachi stole one last glance at the figure within the courtyard before turning away. Shortly after Itachi's departure, Ayakes swiftly affixed a do not disturb notice upon the entrance. Following a self-assessment the previous day, he found himself entirely capable of meeting the requirements for soul division. If the typical human soul strength is quantified as 1, then soul division necessitated a strength of 15. Ayakes, however, possessed a remarkable 25. Gifted with the essence of a past life and endowed with the innate spiritual fortitude of the Uchiha, such strength was to be expected. With the conditions met, Ayakes eagerly commenced his training. The process of soul division was perilous, demanding a secure and undisturbed environment, which his own residence provided. It was deemed safe and serene, especially before the fateful night of clan annihilation, when the Uchiha territory was undoubtedly one of the safest havens in the ninja world. The do not disturb sign would deter interruptions from Itachi, the clan leader Fugaku, and others. Aside from these few, Ayakes had minimal interactions with other clan members, ensuring his solitude. With the notice affixed and the door securely locked, Ayakes retreated to his bedroom to embark on the soul division training. He revisited the teachings of the soul division, then sat in meditation to cultivate his inner peace. Only when his mind was tranquil and his spirit in optimal condition did he proceed with the division. The essence of soul division required the splitting of the soul into 2. Initially, he would forge a soul blade using secret arts, and then self-inflict a precise cut. The strike must be decisive and accurate. Any hesitation would render even the most enlightened unable to endure the agony of a fractured soul. A miscalculated strike could lead to failure in the training or, worse, the complete dissolution of the soul. Fortunately, Ayakes was adept with blades, and he held unwavering confidence in his soul blade. In the following days, Ayakes remained resolute, not stepping outside, diligently nurturing the soul blade within the sea of spirits. As per the teachings, gradually, the ethereal blade began to solidify, transforming from a wispy cloud of energy into a robust, ancient gray blade. Ayakes sensed the moment had arrived. Focusing intently, he visualized himself. A golden orb of light ascended from the clouds of the sea of spirits. After a prolonged aim, Ayakes declared with unwavering conviction, "Cut." With the utterance, the blade followed suit. The golden orb of light instantaneously split into two. Accompanying this was an indescribable agony that rendered Qingkong unconscious in an instant. It was not until noon the following day that he awoke from his stupor, his head pounding fiercely. Yet he focused his mind, contemplating the sea within. In the divine ocean, apart from the enigmatic script of the heavens, there hung two golden suns, one large and one small. The larger sun, though somewhat dimmed, still radiated a robust vitality. In contrast, the smaller sun emitted a faint glow, resembling a fireball on the verge of extinguishment. Qingkong hastily employed his soul-nurturing technique to cultivate his fragmented soul. Under this nurturing, the flickering flame of the soul began to grow slightly stronger, appearing less likely to be extinguished with a mere breath. However, based on his inherited knowledge, Qingkong predicted that at this rate of cultivation, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for this fragment to mature into a soul capable of possessing another. The ninja realm was fraught with peril and ever-changing. Qingkong had little time to nurture his soul. A thought crossed his mind. He recalled another function of the merit water droplet. Previously aware that bathing the soul was a pleasurable experience, he wondered if it could indeed expedite the soul's recovery and nurturing. He resolved to pursue this. But it was already Thursday, and the weekend approached swiftly. Moreover, he had matters to attend to. The relocation notice had been posted last week, and he needed to move promptly. On Thursday, Qingkong rested at home for another day. The agony of his split soul was intense and prolonged. Even after a day of practicing the soul-nurturing technique, he only felt a slight alleviation of the pain. It was evident that for some time to come, he would remain accompanied by this torment until his soul healed. On Friday, Qingkong began his move alone. He first communicated with Shisui through his spiritual connection, inquiring whether there was a secret chamber in Shisui's home and if there were any significant items. Regrettably, there were none. With no important belongings to consider, Qingkong felt liberated to proceed with his move. His home contained numerous sealing scrolls, most of which had been left by Shisui, while Qingkong himself had purchased a few, such as the fire sealing scroll. The quality of these sealing scrolls was rather poor, making them susceptible to deterioration and destruction during missions. Thus, Qingkong typically carried only the fire sealing scroll. With the move, he need not worry about such matters. Qingkong categorized and sealed his various household items, including furniture, pots, pans, and clothing, into different scrolls. Once finished, he conducted a thorough check to ensure no items were left behind. As he walked through the spacious yet antiquated courtyard, a sudden reluctance to move surged within him. Having traversed 12 years in this place, he had resided here for a dozen years. Throughout that time, every gust of wind and drop of rain had been shielded by these walls. No matter how old the house, it remained the cradle of his growth. The space may have been modest, but it was filled with memories. With a sigh, Qingkong exited the courtyard, scrolls in hand, closing the door behind him. He made his way to the new clan grounds. In the Hokage Tower, the grand conference room was bustling with activity. The third Hokage convened a high-level meeting. Attended by the senior officials of Konoha, the enigmatic Two-Tails Jinchuriki has joined the fray. In a bid to minimize casualties, Jiraiya has decided to withdraw the defensive line, tightening the borders, which have become overly sparse. We require a cadre of exceptional sensory ninjas to provide support. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly elucidated the situation at the front lines, then turned his gaze toward the esteemed leaders of the various ninja clans present. The belligerent Inuzuka clan leader rose forcefully, exclaiming, "The Inuzuka clan volunteers for battle." The other clan leaders exchanged silent glances, then also stood in unison. The Yamanaka clan stands ready. The Hyuga clan stands ready. The Uchiha clan stands ready. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "It brings me great solace to see everyone eager for battle and ready to respond." However, the front has not yet reached a crisis that necessitates a full-scale mobilization. Moreover, we must retain a contingent of ninjas in the rear. Upon hearing this, the clan leaders took their seats, awaiting Hiruzen's directives. Hiruzen spoke slowly. For this mission of support, the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans shall take the lead. Although he designated the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka, his gaze lingered on Fugaku. In his estimation, the Uchiha clan harbored grand ambitions and would undoubtedly seek to seize this opportunity for merit. Yet, to his surprise, Fugaku remained silent. In truth, Natsuki had already departed the village the previous day, and Fugaku was preoccupied with considerations on how to assist Natsuki and which clan members to relocate to Kyoto. Additionally, he was engrossed in the logistics of relocating their clan's territory, leaving him little time to ponder these matters. The absence of anticipated challenges left Hiruzen feeling somewhat hollow. With no objections raised, he swallowed the rationale he had on the tip of his tongue and proceeded to make arrangements. Inuzuka, your clan will deploy 2 jonin, 10 chunin, and 20 ninja dogs. Can you accomplish this? Absolutely, Inuzuka Kiba assured him. Shinobi, your clan will deploy 2 jonin and 5 chunin. Yamanaka Shino nodded in agreement. Only after both clan leaders had assented did Hiruzen turn his attention to Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi, in contrast to his tone with Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino, Hiruzen's demeanor softened considerably, resembling more of a request than an order. This mission is arduous, and we require your clan's contribution. How many ninjas can you provide? Despite the assembly of seasoned ninjas present, this differential treatment sparked a flicker of resentment among them. Is this what it means to be a powerful clan? Even the Hokage cannot make unilateral decisions and must consult their opinions. Hyuga Hayashi, under the scrutiny of curious glances, felt no discontent. Instead, he felt a sense of pride. This was the dignity that the Hyuga clan rightfully possessed. He replied coolly, the Hyuga clan is willing to contribute 5 jonin and 40 chunin for support. This was the source of his lofty confidence. The support from the Hyuga clan far exceeded that of the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans. Fugaku observed this scene in silence. Recognizing in Hayashi a reflection of his former self, he discerned from the gazes of those around him the rift that had formed between the Uchiha and the village. In truth, it was not only the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan too had developed a separation from the village. However, the Hyuga maintained a low profile and did not wield actual power, allowing them to remain stable. Hiruzen nodded, fully accepting Hayashi's proposal. Furthermore, he expressed concern, Hayashi, the task of supporting the front lines is formidable. The Byakugan is a treasure of our leaf village. To prevent its leakage, this mission will be led by Hinata Hayashi and the branch family. Although Hinata Hizashi sensed something amiss, Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously firmly agreed to the personnel arrangement, making it difficult for him to refuse now. Thus, he replied, as the Hokage commands. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips. He then proceeded to arrange matters concerning support and the transportation of supplies. The Uchiha clan was assigned the task of supply transport. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Fugaku wore a troubled expression. Previously, during confrontations, the supply transport was relatively secure. However, with the Leaf Village now in retreat, many from the Cloud Village were undoubtedly lurking in the Land of Fire. Consequently, the danger associated with the supply transport mission had doubled. Despite his arguments, each escort team could only be led by a single jonin, which was insufficient to ensure the safety of the entire group. On Saturday, Aozora awakened in his brand-new bedroom. The sun shone brightly outside, and the air was fresh. If it weren't for its remoteness, the new clan settlement would indeed be a splendid place to reside. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Aozora set off early for the police department. The department remained in its original location, necessitating his early departure. Upon arriving at the office, Aozora discovered that Fugaku and Kyudai had already arrived. Kyudai glanced at Aozora, scoffing lightly in disdain. Aozora laughed heartily, praising, Kyudai, you are truly diligent. He had assumed that even with Fugaku hiring an assistant, he would still have to tackle tasks like delivering messages and locating individuals over the weekend. To his surprise, Fugaku had recruited such a hard-working individual in Kyudai, who took care of all the weekend chores. To this, Aozora could only exclaim, well done. Seeing Aozora enter, Fugaku instructed Kyudai, Kyudai, please inform the captains and squad leaders that the regular meeting will be postponed by half an hour. After Kyudai left, he beckoned Aozora over. Aozora, you arrived just in time. Aozora approached, pulled out a chair, and sat diagonally across from Fugaku. Fugaku handed Aozora a document, saying, the third Hokage has tasked us with overseeing the supply transport, but the police department must retain personnel as well. Having only one jonin per team is still too perilous. Aozora accepted the document and examined it closely. In the ninja world, battles predominantly involve the unique combat strength of ninjas. Although the number of combatants may be fewer, the intensity of warfare escalates, with destruction and depletion far exceeding that of conventional conflicts. First and foremost is food. Although the number of ninjas is limited, their consumption is substantial. After intense battles, a single ninja can consume the equivalent of 10 people's rations daily, truly a voracious eater. As for the military food pills, while they stave off hunger, they come with numerous side effects and are only used in emergencies. The demand for food is immense, and the cost of ninja tools flows like water. Each ninja possesses shuriken, kunai, and other tools crafted from fine iron, each holding considerable value. In every skirmish, what is cast aside is not merely ninja tools, but rather a significant amount of silver. If shuriken and other tools represent silver, then explosive tags symbolize currency. In fact, one explosive tag is worth 10 of the highest denomination bills. The transportation of supplies requires not only the delivery of grain, but also the conveyance of critical military necessities such as explosive tags. The mission assigned to the Uchiha clan involves escorting 3 grain transport teams to the border. Aozora inquired, "How much grain do we have? Can we utilize sealing scrolls?" Fyake shook his head and replied, "All sealing scrolls are allocated for military rations and essential supplies like explosive tags. The volume of grain is too substantial, necessitating an excessive number of sealing scrolls. Furthermore, sealing scrolls are exceedingly costly. Those capable of holding dozens of carts of grain are worth at least several tens of millions of ryo. Wealth can stir the hearts of men. Such riches can incite envy in wandering ninjas and can even lead ordinary ninjas to betrayal." Upon hearing this, Aozora instantly realized that, aside from the 3 Uchiha teams, there was a covert team responsible for the transport of critical supplies. He chose not to delve deeper, recognizing that it was a matter of confidentiality he preferred to avoid. After pondering for a while, Aozora concluded, there is no alternative but to select elite individuals and choose a concealed route. Fyake sighed, acknowledging it can only be this way. Though he expressed his concern verbally, he felt a sense of relief internally. Aozora's emergence at the clan meeting had imposed a certain pressure on Fyake with his wisdom and insight. However, it seemed that even Aozora's sagacity had its limits. Once they concluded their serious discussions, Fyake inquired, "What did you discuss with Itachi last time?" After returning home, he remained in his room for an extended period. Yet, I have sensed a change in the past few days. He no longer seems to resent me, almost as though he has returned to his demeanor before the clan's protests. Aozora raised an eyebrow and replied, "It was nothing much. I primarily spoke about the burdens you bear as the clan leader. Itachi is a perceptive child. He will come to understand your position." He bore no intention of claiming credit, yet he welcomed Itachi's transformation. One could not deny that Itachi possessed remarkable talent. With proper guidance, he could evolve into a formidable ninja in just a few short years. In a clan as beset by crises as the Uchiha, an additional strong ally would enhance their security. Of course, this presupposes that such strength is aligned with the Uchiha cause. Shortly thereafter, after notifying the senior officials of the police department, the 9th arrived back. After resting briefly in the office, the 3 proceeded to the conference room, mindful of the time. As everyone took their seats, Fyake rapped the table to capture their attention. Without further ado, let us commence. The first agenda item was the selection of the escort teams. The police department is responsible for the logistical transport of supplies, requiring 3 escort teams comprised of 60 chunin and 3 jonin. Participants eagerly began to voice their opinions. The 8th, not one to shy away, was the first to speak up. "I nominate Takuma as the team leader." Takuma, the 8th's deputy, had already reached the level of jonin, yet had not accrued sufficient merit within the village to attain promotion. Clearly, the 8th sought to provide Takuma with an opportunity. "Very well." Fyake nodded, acknowledging his awareness of Takuma's capabilities. "Let us continue with the nominations." Other team leaders began to advocate for their subordinates, vying for the chance to embark on this mission. "I nominate Sukin." "I nominate Shinichi." As Fyake listened to the names of the candidates, he furrowed his brow. Many of the nominees lacked significant experience, and he felt a twinge of unease entrusting clan members to them. He considered the dangers of the task at hand, and thus wished to assign each team an experienced jonin. For the other captains, this mission presented an opportunity to accumulate merit, hence they elected particularly capable jonin and even chunin. Ultimately, Fugaku had no choice but to declare, "Then let the 3 captains be Takuzan, Qingkong, and Shuichi." To be candid, Uchiha Shuichi was a reluctant choice for him. Arrogant and self-important, he was not an ideal candidate for leadership. However, among the compiled candidates, Shuichi was, aside from Takuzan, the strongest, having truly attained the level of jonin. Aozora, perceiving Fugaku's predicament, raised his hand to speak. "While this mission is indeed an opportunity for our clan to earn recognition, it also carries considerable danger. I propose that each team appoint a deputy leader, allowing for collaboration and support to ensure the smooth execution of the task and the safe return of our clan members. Fugaku nodded in approval at Aozora's suggestion. The other captains, after some contemplation, did not voice any objections. This time, Fugaku refrained from allowing other high-ranking members of the police department to speak. He stated, "The deputy leaders will not be elected, but rather appointed by me. Should anyone have objections, please voice them now." There were no dissenting opinions from the other team leaders. The deputy leader of the first team is Hikichi. The deputy leader of the second team is Kogen. As for the deputy leader of the third team, the selection proved somewhat challenging, given Shuichi's arrogance. He ought to be assigned a stable and composed deputy. Yet, with Shuichi's lofty standards, he would dismiss anyone lacking significant strength, even if they were of his own kin. Convincing Shuichi to heed someone else's opinion would require that individual to possess exceptional abilities. However, there were no idle ninjas within the clan capable of overshadowing Shuichi. As he pondered, Fugaku's gaze fell upon Aozora, who was casually leaning against the office chair. The atmosphere in the police department chief's office was peculiar. Fugaku, the chief, was intensely focused on his duties, his expression serious, while his two aides seemed distracted. Ju, seated in the assistant's position, was unusually unproductive, glaring in frustration at Aozora, who sat across from Fugaku. As an aide, it was one thing to be idle, but now that the clan leader valued Aozora so highly, it was baffling that he would squander such an opportunity. He doesn't want it? Then give it to me. Aozora, however, remained oblivious to this turmoil. His focus solely on Fugaku, his gaze filled with resentment. He felt wronged. Hadn't he negotiated with the boss during the interview, agreeing not to work overtime? What was happening now? Had he signed a contract only to be met with betrayal? Originally, he had planned to request a leave of absence after the regular meeting, intending to spend the following week or two in the black market to accumulate merit, hoping to try out the merit soul bath. If successful, he would have a chance to swiftly master the technique of external manifestation, granting him not only a powerful ally but also an effective means of self-preservation. However, Fugaku's appointment had disrupted his plans, as he was designated the deputy leader of the third team. Although his strength was gradually increasing, Aozora no longer aspired to remain in the shadows until he reached the level of an Yingji. Yet, his current overall strength was merely that of a Jonin. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, one might engage in combat with wild beasts or eliminate mountain bandits. Yet to partake in missions pertaining to warfare significantly escalates the peril. According to the mission briefing, numerous cloud shinobi have infiltrated the borders of the Land of Fire. The likelihood of their escort team encountering a cloud ninja is exceedingly high. Should they face a mere ordinary ninja, it would be manageable. However, if they were to confront an elite ninja squad or a Jinchuriki, he would hardly harbor any hope of survival. His luck has never been favorable, and even a simple escort mission had led to a skirmish with the Two Tails. Fugaku, uncertain whether he had concluded his official duties or simply could no longer withstand Aokong's mournful gaze, finally closed the documents and set down his pen. With a furrowed brow, his worries etched upon his face, he sighed, "Aokong." Upon witnessing this, Aokong, placing his right hand upon his forehead, replied, "Chief, please refrain from employing any schemes of self-sacrifice. Interrupting an elder's discourse is undeniably impolite." Yet Fugaku could comprehend Aokong's sentiments. After all, he had previously promised Aokong the freedom to arrange his own time. In this matter, it was indeed Fugaku who had breached the agreement first. Aokong's decision not to counter him during the meeting was an act of respect. However, this task was indeed essential for Aokong's involvement. Most of the clan's elite had already engaged in battle, leaving only a scant few capable of rivaling Shuichi. Among those with lesser experience than Shuichi, Aokong was the sole individual qualified to serve as his aide. The escort mission had been entrusted to the Uchiha clan, and since they had accepted this task, they were duty-bound to execute it, even at the cost of their lives. Nevertheless, as the leader of the Uchiha, Fugaku bore the responsibility and obligation to safeguard the clan's younger members. Unable to sway him through emotional appeal, Fugaku resorted to rational persuasion. Takuma and Qingkong are in capable hands, but Shuichi, though proud, lacks practical wisdom. He requires guidance. Aokong waved dismissively, his tone indifferent. "So you wish for him to serve as muscle?" Upon hearing this, Fugaku smiled, recognizing Aokong's acquiescence. Indeed, it could be interpreted in that manner. Aokong stated, "I am willing to go, but with conditions." He was not particularly inclined to undertake the mission, yet could he truly refuse? A momentary rejection might jeopardize his amicable relationship with Fugaku. Fugaku, now considering the interests of the clan, noted that Natsuki had already departed for Kyoto, while Itachi was gradually reshaping his worldview. The family was progressing positively, and he did not wish to see their previous efforts squandered. Fugaku, upon hearing this, generously urged, "What are your conditions? Speak swiftly. As long as it falls within my authority, I shall not hesitate to comply." Aokong, no longer reticent, candidly expressed, "I wish to inspect the clan's archives and study the techniques contained therein." Without a moment's hesitation, Fugaku replied, "Certainly." After a brief contemplation, he added, "The archives house a plethora of techniques. While they may not rival those housed in Konoha, they are nonetheless unparalleled among all shinobi clans. However, the techniques therein possess limited potency, primarily consisting of lower-tier jutsu. The truly formidable secret arts of the clan are not stored within the archives." He feared that Aokong might be unaware of the archive's true nature and, upon entering, could discover a stark contrast to his expectations, leading to resentment. Aokong was well aware that powerful secret techniques such as Izanagi and Izanami were held by the clan leader and other high-ranking officials. While the archives likely contained the spoils of the Uchiha, yet it was precisely those techniques that he sought. Among the myriad of jutsu, how many could awaken the celestial scriptures and elicit divine responses? However, he could not recount this to Fuyue in such a manner. He suddenly inquired, "Clan leader, do you know what my dream is?" Fuyue, puzzled, responded, "What is it?" Aozora smiled and declared, "To master all the ninjutsu in the ninja world." Fuyue was taken aback. Among all the intelligence reports, although there was information indicating Aozora's proficiency in fire techniques, his true strength had always resided in the art of throwing ninja tools. Aozora stood up and waved goodbye to Fuyue. Upon exiting the police department's office, he suddenly realized that he was not at a loss. He claimed to work 2 days a week, yet in reality, he had merely attended the police department's weekly meetings for the past 2 weeks, and then slipped away. Truth be told, the salary of an assistant to the police chief was quite enticing. With such compensation, he ought to contribute more. Furthermore, that was the Uchiha clan's treasury. If Kakashi could replicate numerous ninjutsu with but one Sharingan, how much more could the Uchiha clan possess? After years of accumulation, the techniques within must be countless. With such expectations in mind, Aozora arrived at Training Ground 9 the following day. The departure date for the 3rd escort team was set for the upcoming Monday, with the weekend designated for the team to gather and familiarize themselves with one another. As Aozora entered the training ground, he noticed several clan members had already arrived, engaged in casual conversation. "Finally, we can leave the village. I haven't been out in months since joining the police department. Isn't this exactly what you wished for? You two should not be so lax. This mission involves escorting supplies to the front lines, which is exceedingly dangerous. I heard that the leader of this mission is none other than Lord Shuichi. It seems we are merely reaping the rewards. By the way, there is also a vice captain, someone named Aozora. I've heard of him. Apparently, his skills are quite impressive. Last week, he dispatched a spy with a single throw of his knife. That spy was said to be a jonin. How is that possible? Lord Shuichi is merely a special jonin." Listening to the discussions among his clansmen, Aozora felt a mix of anxiety and quiet pride. His concern was warranted. Indeed, his fellow clan members had been away from battle for too long, possessing only pride without the vigilance required in combat. Yet, he felt a flicker of joy at having garnered a slight reputation. After overhearing the conversation, Aozora stepped forward among the clan members. He cleared his throat twice, preparing to speak. One clan member, filled with concern, asked, "Are you all right? Should you be participating in the mission while unwell?" Before Aozora could explain, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Lord Shuichi has arrived. All eyes turned in that direction, including Aozora's. The newcomer was unremarkable in appearance. If one were to judge by attire or looks, he seemed no different from an ordinary passerby. Yet, wielding a sword, his aura was palpable. Just a brief exchange of glances with him caused a subtle sting in the eyes of the onlookers. Upon seeing Uchiha Shuichi, Aozora could only think of 4 words, radiating brilliance. It was evident that Shuichi was a swordsman, a formidable one at that. Although Aozora was not a swordsman himself, he recognized that Shuichi was not yet at the pinnacle of strength. Having perused numerous novels, Aozora understood that those who exude overwhelming presence are often skilled. yet not necessarily the most exceptional. True masters tend to embody simplicity and restraint. The same applies in the realm of ninjas. Kakashi Hatake, known as the strongest swordsman in Konoha's history, is often perceived as a benign old man with white hair by those who meet him for the first time. Few would suspect he is the legendary Konoha White Fang, feared by the hidden sand. No one has witnessed his brilliance, for those who have vanished into oblivion. Aozora comprehended this truth long ago. He understood the art of concealing his radiance and recognized the opportune moments to reveal it. This is why he was able to vanquish 2 elite jonin and sustain injuries in exchange with the wooden puppet Aozora intended to greet, yet was unexpectedly drawn into the throng by a familiar clansman. "Brother, do not obstruct the front. That is where the captain stands." Upon saying this, he gazed enviously at the approaching Shuichi and remarked, "I truly envy him. At such a tender age, he possesses such formidable strength." After this mission, he is bound to ascend to jonin. Unlike the fervent admiration exhibited by other clansmen towards Shuichi, Aozora harbored not only admiration, but also a tinge of pride. Aozora cast a surprised glance at him and replied, "You are not lacking. You too shall have your opportunities." Although he had overlooked it moments ago, the clansman had effortlessly drawn him into the crowd, indicating a certain peculiarity about him. He had failed to notice and did not resist immediately, which piqued his interest. Moreover, as long as a member of the Uchiha clan possesses the aptitude for ninjutsu, they hold the potential to become jonin in due course, even if they do not aspire to it, for sometimes the cost of power is exceedingly steep. "Thank you, but your judgment is lacking. I am far inferior to Shuichi." Aozora refrained from disputing and shifted his focus to Shuichi. As Shuichi approached the clansman, he surveyed the assembly. "I am Uchiha Shuichi, and I shall be your captain for this mission. Remember my face. You are to follow my orders henceforth." After declaring this, he neither organized the formation nor acknowledged the others, simply declaring, "Dismissed." The crowd stood bewildered, exchanging perplexed glances, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Shuichi had already turned to depart, intent on training and unwilling to squander time on trivial matters. Aozora chuckled silently, then called out, "Hold on." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of the assembly. The few standing beside him were taken aback, astonished that anyone would dare to question Shuichi's decision. Upon hearing this, Shuichi turned, his piercing gaze instantly fixating on Aozora. Aozora advanced a couple of steps to meet his gaze and began, "Allow me to introduce myself." Shuichi interjected, "Uchiha Aozora." Aozora nodded in acknowledgement. "I know, you are the vice-captain of the 3rd escort team." His tone was cold and devoid of warmth. "Do you have objections to my orders?" Even in his inquiry, his voice remained steady. Yet, his gaze sharpened, hinting at the glint of blades. The onlookers turned their eyes towards Shuichi, their pupils constricting as if pricked by needles. Yet Aozora maintained his composure, unwaveringly meeting his gaze. Shuichi's aura surged, a relentless tide akin to an unending barrage of swords, sending chills through the hearts of those present. In the eye of this tempest, Aozora felt as though a gentle breeze caressed his face. In the face of Shuichi's intense scrutiny, Aozora recalled the time he had been suppressed by Fugaku at the clan meeting. At that moment, Fugaku had intended to impose his presence directly. However, he soon realized that mere presence could not bind Aozora, prompting him to resort to a binding technique. Fugaku was unable to exert his formidable presence over Aozora, who had triumphed a few months prior, let alone over the considerably lesser Shinichi. Aozora had already dispatched 2 jonin and, after engaging with 2 others from the Hidden Leaf, the pressure of a jonin's aura had become ineffective against him. He approached Shinichi slowly, whose gaze was solely fixed on Aozora, hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Aozora spoke gently. "I have no objections, but I do have some suggestions." His lack of dissent was a sign of respect towards Shinichi, while his suggestions indicated a disapproval of Shinichi's conduct. He sought to avoid confrontation, prioritizing the safety of his clan members. Understanding his intent, Shinichi released his grip on the sword and withdrew his imposing presence. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as they felt as if they had been revived. Shinichi scrutinized Aozora closely and remarked, "I am beginning to believe that you truly beheaded a spy jonin." He then inquired, "What suggestions do you have?" Aozora replied, "This mission involves the transportation of supplies. Although the overall casualty rate is not the highest, previous convoys that encountered attacks suffered greater losses than those on the front lines. He deliberately raised his voice, not only to persuade Shinichi, but also to alert his clansmen. It was crucial to prepare the escort team to prevent heavy casualties in the face of danger. As the captain, it was his responsibility and obligation to ensure they underwent training and preparation early on. After listening, Shinichi nodded in agreement, stating, "That makes sense. I will entrust the training to you." With that, he turned to leave. Aozora grasped his hand, questioning, "Shouldn't this be your responsibility as the captain? When have I ever had the luxury of overtime?" Shinichi brushed Aozora aside, asserting, "I have far more pressing matters to attend to." Aozora probed, "What matters?" Suddenly, with a burst of chakra, Shinichi vanished to a distant spot. "Training. I must enhance my strength to protect our clan." Hearing this echo through the air, Aozora's expression darkened. First, he had been conscripted by the clan leader, and now he had been burdened by Shinichi. Truly, he was having a string of unfortunate events. Was it due to his recent flagrant absence from duty? As Aozora pondered, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. "Deputy Captain Aozora, do you have any instructions?" asked a familiar clansman. Aozora refocused and turned to address the group. "Everyone, line up, at ease, stand at attention. Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. My training will focus on a few key points. Firstly, obey commands. In emergencies, absolute compliance is essential. If I tell you to run, do so without hesitation. Do not attempt to play the hero. Secondly, should we encounter an attack and the team becomes separated, the foremost priority is to ensure your own safety before seeking out your comrades." Amidst a sea of astonished looks, Aozora commenced the training for the third escort team. He did not instruct them on formal emergency measures or formations, for he was not well versed in those. Instead, he focused on teaching the team how to preserve their lives and escape when confronted by a powerful adversary. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, Aozora concluded his haphazard training session, allowing everyone to return home to bid farewell to their families and make final preparations. Aozora himself returned to his new home to organize his ninja tools. At his doorstep, he encountered Itachi, who was pacing restlessly. "Teacher," Itachi exclaimed, rushing over to present a small notebook. "This is not appropriate." As he spoke, he took the small notebook. Itachi, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he smiled and said, "These are my answers to the 2 questions. I hope Brother Aozora will find my responses satisfactory." Aozora observed the thickness of the notebook and replied, "I shall take my time to read it when I return." Itachi nodded and wished, "Brother Aozora, you must return safely." Aozora inhaled sharply, sensing an ominous aura lingering over him. On Monday, the sun shone brightly, and the autumn breeze was refreshing, perfect for travel. The 3 transport teams diverged shortly after leaving Konoha. In any field, destruction is far easier than construction. As masters of ruin, the ninjas had to separate into 3 teams to avoid being easily overwhelmed by foes. The entire 3rd transport team was a substantial convoy. It was divided into 3 smaller squads, each consisting of 7 members, strategically positioned to guard the front, middle, and rear of the caravan. The front squad, led by Aozora, was tasked with reconnaissance and vigilance. The middle squad, under the command of Shu, was responsible for safeguarding the vital supplies, such as food and armor. The rear squad was led by Changshi, an experienced chunin with commendable credentials, ensuring the safety of the back. The convoy moved steadily, while Aozora sat in the jostling cart, perusing the assignment submitted by Itachi. The handwriting in the notebook was neat and elegant. The clarity of the script revealed the meticulous nature of its owner. Brother Aozora's 2 questions kept me awake all night. Upon returning, I pondered deeply, even losing focus in class. After much contemplation, I finally arrived at my answers. The essence of Brother Aozora's inquiries is to make me realize I may pursue the will of fire, but I should not impose it upon others, especially under the guise of righteousness, demanding sacrifices from them. Furthermore, the Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha are merely representatives of the village, not the village itself. Upon reading this, a smile graced Aozora's face, curving his lips into a beautiful arc. Itachi truly was a wise child, fully comprehending his intent. Turning to the next page, Aozora's smile gradually faded. Indeed, Itachi. At that moment, Aozora was uncertain of his feelings. Itachi had grasped these concepts not from the perspective of the Uchiha clan's interests, but rather from a desire to integrate the Uchiha into Konoha. He believed that the suspicion directed towards the Uchiha by Konoha's higher-ups and their separation from the village was not solely the fault of the authorities, but also stemmed from issues within the Uchiha itself. Aizora's teachings had dissuaded Itachi from pursuing a path of high-ranking power. This time, he was not inclined to continually yield or sacrifice the interests of his clan. Instead, he envisioned the Uchiha shedding their pride to merge with Konoha. Frankly, Itachi's thoughts were not without merit. What could be wrong with a bond between the military and the civilians? Yet, would Konoha's leadership allow the Uchiha to win the hearts of the people? Aizora observed the Uchiha clansman, who turned cold at the mere presence of outsiders, and shook his head. The education of the current generation of Uchiha had already solidified, and it would be challenging to alter in the short term. Furthermore, the distant future raised the question of whether the Uchiha would endure at all. Stepping out of the carriage, Aizora sat beside the driver. As the cart jolted along the road, his thoughts began to drift with the ever-changing scenery. The child Itachi possesses boundless love. How has Fugaku raised him? What should be his next lesson? He must be made aware that the family's demise could occur at any moment, leaving no room for gradual reform. Furthermore, should he be exposed to the darker facets of life? Suddenly, Aokong heard someone calling his name. Vice Captain. Aokong regained his focus, greeted by a familiar face. Shinobu, have you completed the reconnaissance? Shinobu was the chunin from the police department who had detained him yesterday. Today, Aokong had assigned him to the front team. The flag raised by Itachi yesterday had left Aokong startled, prompting him to have the clan members alternate their reconnaissance from the moment they left the village. Shinobu reported, "The reconnaissance is complete. Upon leaving Konoha, there were no bandits or thieves in sight, not even a single refugee. Do not let your guard down. Consider it a chance to hone your skills," Aokong advised. "It's been a while since you've practiced. The techniques taught by our master may have grown rusty. Use them more." Shinobu wore a look of dismay. As a chunin from the police department, he was hardly out of practice in reconnaissance skills. He felt that he had inadvertently offended his superior yesterday and was now being given a hard time. Aokong ignored his discontent. "Stay vigilant. The 6 members of the front team will pair up, alternating every hour for reconnaissance." In truth, Aokong's caution proved unnecessary. The area surrounding Konoha had long been scoured by the village's ninjas, leaving no room for a single foe to escape. 2 days passed without incident. The convoy encountered no attacks, not even a band of thieves. The team gradually relaxed, their reconnaissance efforts lessening significantly. On one particular day, as the convoy was about to traverse a dense forest, Aokong suddenly exclaimed, "Halt!" With that sharp command, the entire convoy came to an immediate stop. Shuichi appeared atop the central cart, surveying the surroundings. Shinobu and the other 6 chunin quickly gathered in front of Aokong. Shuichi moved to Aokong's side, a look of inquiry in his eyes. "There is something amiss in the forest ahead," Aokong stated. Upon hearing this, Shinobu and the others activated their Sharingan to peer into the woods. The forest lay silent, devoid of any unusual signs. However, how could such a dense forest be so eerily quiet? The 6 felt their faces flush with embarrassment and indignation. "Let me handle it. My apologies, Vice Captain." Voices of apology and requests filled the air. Seeing this, Shuichi refrained from asserting his authority, allowing Aokong to take charge. "Silence," Aokong commanded. "Safety is paramount. Caution must prevail. It seems all that I have taught you has been forgotten. The enemy lurks in the shadows, their strength unknown, and yet you all rush toward your demise." Aokong turned to Shinobu, who had remained silent, and inquired, "Shinobu, how do you propose we handle this?" Shinobu glanced at Shuichi and then lowered his head. Shuichi frowned. "Speak your mind." Only then did Shinobu raise his gaze and suggest, "Set the forest ablaze." Though Aokong was curious about the relationship between Shuichi and Shinobu, he nodded in approval. At last, someone had grasped a crucial lesson. "Shinobu, yes, the front team is under your command. Deal with the lurking rogue ninjas in the forest." "Understood." Shinobu saluted, leading his comrades toward the dense woods. As soon as a few departed, Shio-e inquired, "There are numerous ninjas lurking in the forest. Shall we let them handle it?" Aoki replied, "We cannot always take matters into our own hands. The sharpness of a sword is honed through adversity, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emanates from the bitter cold. He remains vigilant along the way, but it is also to strengthen our capabilities." Although the chunin of the police department possesses decent strength, they are inexperienced in the ways of Konoha, having mostly become flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Now that they are out in the open, he naturally wants them to endure some trials. Despite the presence of a dozen rogue ninjas in the woods, Uchiha ninjas are expected to possess the ability to confront many foes alone. Moreover, should unforeseen circumstances arise, he and Shio-e are present to intervene promptly. Observing the aloof Shio-e, Aoki asked, "What is your relationship with Jinwoo?" Shio-e replied, "He is my brother." Aoki glanced at Shio-e and then at Jinwoo's retreating figure, gently shaking his head. The two brothers are indeed intriguing. The younger sibling exudes more authority than the elder. Indeed, I must learn from Shio-e. In the forest, more than a dozen rogue ninjas lay silently hidden behind the trunks. Unlike ordinary rogue ninjas, they were well-groomed and heavily equipped. They were a band of homeless ninjas, some having lost their villages, others having defected. After experiencing disarray and solitary battles, they formed this small team of rogue ninjas. Utilizing their superior skills and remarkable agility, they conducted their escapades rather comfortably. Typically, such bands of rogue ninjas would not venture into the five great nations. However, with the ongoing conflict between Qingkong and Konoha, there was little attention to spare. They decided to take the risk, for danger and opportunity often coexist. As 6 Konoha ninjas approached the forest's edge, the leader of the rogue ninjas raised his hand. The gazes of the other rogue ninjas fixated upon his rough palm, waiting for his command to surge forth. Unexpectedly, the 6 Konoha ninjas halted in their tracks. Just as they were taken aback, 6 enormous fireballs filled their line of sight. The autumn trees were already withered, and the ground was strewn with fallen leaves. The fireballs heated the air, igniting the leaves beneath them even before the fireballs arrived. As the flames threatened to engulf them, the leader of the rogue ninjas abandoned stealth, leaping to the treetops and forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A swirling gale erupted, and the massive wind blades sliced towards the fireballs, clearing the trees in their path. 17 rogue ninjas surged forward along the path, cleared by the wind blades. The moment the wind blades appeared, Aoki and Shio-e understood they had encountered formidable opposition. Although wind release, great breakthrough is merely a C-rank ninjutsu. The power displayed by the opponent surpassed what one would expect from a C-rank technique. A jonin, Shio-e grasped the hilt of his sword, unable to contain his restless heart. Just a jonin from a small village. It is unlikely for such a jonin to emerge among rogue ninjas, for they have greater options available, such as bounty ninjas. Shio-e furrowed his brow, saying, "That is a jonin, and the enemy outnumbers us 3 to 1. Then what of it? Our Uchiha elites are renowned for overcoming the odds, for triumphing against the powerful." Aozora continued to pose questions, before stating, "They are all chunin now. No longer the fledgling graduates of the Ninja Academy." Shuichi fell silent for a moment, then coldly remarked, "You had better pray that they suffer no casualties. Injuries are inevitable, but the dead shall never be from the Uchiha clan." At this moment, Aozora had activated his Sharingan, rendering the distant scene crystal clear. He infused his feet with chakra, enabling him to reach the front in an instant. More importantly, the Celestial Slayer flying blade lay quietly in his hand. He was confident that his blade would strike faster than any jonin's assault. Shuichi gazed at the flying knife in Aozora's hand for a long while, then inquired, "Is this the flying knife of the infamous jonin? It appears rather unremarkable." Aozora replied nonchalantly, "That is because you have yet to witness its true brilliance." Shuichi wished to ask further, but Aozora interjected, "It is time to engage." The rogue ninja team burst forth from the thicket, only to be met by an array of Uchiha's flamboyant ninja tools. Shuriken, kunai, and even wind shuriken. Every weapon imaginable was at hand, and soon, some lay defeated on the ground. Nevertheless, 13 individuals managed to break through the blockade of tools. The death of their comrades did not extinguish the courage of these desperate souls. Rather, it ignited their ferocity. "Kill them! Avenge Inoue and Matsushita!" the rogue leader bellowed, charging towards the 6 Uchiha. As the captain, Shingo stepped forward to intercept him. Soldier met soldier, general met general, and soon both sides engaged in close combat. Instinctively dividing into 6 battle groups, the rogue ninjas sought to exploit their numerical superiority by segmenting the enemy and swiftly resolving the conflict. Meanwhile, the Uchiha aimed to create distance, affording themselves the room to maneuver. Upon their first clash, both sides quickly realized that their opponents were not mere amateurs. This band of rogue ninjas had a history of ambushing ninja squads, showing no fear towards the ninjas of the 5 great nations. Each of them possessed considerable skill, disdainful of plundering ordinary people, yet too timid to become bounty hunters, thus roaming under their leader's command. The opponents were the elite among the rogue ninjas, while Shingo and his companions were also the elite of the Uchiha. Despite being confined within Konoha and lacking extensive combat experience, Shingo and his comrades trained diligently, mastering ninjutsu, and their overall strength was not inferior to that of elite Chunin. Blades clashed, and shadows intertwined. The two factions engaged in a rapid and fierce battle. From the outset, the fight escalated to a fever pitch. The sound of metal striking metal resounded incessantly, kunai and shuriken flew wildly, and fireballs and wind blades erupted in every direction. Initially, Shuichi felt a twinge of concern, but gradually he allowed himself to relax. At first, the Uchiha indeed evoked worry, as they faced setbacks against the opponent's reckless and fearless tactics, suffering considerable losses. However, they persevered. Once they held their ground, the rogue ninjas began to falter. Although they possessed rich combat experience, their skills were woefully lacking, each relying on a mere 3 techniques. While each of them had chakra exceeding that of Chunin, they had not mastered even a couple of ninjutsu. Rather than being called ninjas, they resembled warriors imbued with chakra. Even their leader resorted to repeatedly employing the wind release. Great breakthrough. The 6 members of the Uchiha clan, having discerned the illusions of the wandering ninjas, found a semblance of calm within themselves. With a composed demeanor, they initiated their counterattack, swiftly turning the tide of battle in their favor. Even Shinwu, who had faced numerous perilous situations from the onset, gradually began to seize opportunities to retaliate. The leader of the rogue ninjas, realizing that he could not overcome his adversaries and was clearly at a disadvantage, finally sensed impending doom. Their opponents were not mere ninjas from small nations, but rather formidable warriors from the 5 great ninja villages. Seizing the moment, he forced Shinwu back, leapt backward, and shouted, "Retreat!" Without a second thought for his subordinates, he turned and fled. The other rogue ninjas, upon hearing his command, disregarded the fates of their comrades and scattered in all directions. Shinwu and his companions, witnessing the chaos among the fleeing rogues, felt compelled to detain those nearby. Observing the disarray, Aokong silently shook his head. Was this truly the extent of their challenge? If it offered no opportunity for growth, he was unwilling to squander his time. With a surge of chakra, he propelled himself forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of shurikens sliced through the air. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the rogue ninjas collapsed as they ran. Clang. The leader of the rogues heard the sound of shurikens being deflected, yet his heart remained heavy with dread. His katana had shattered, and his heart had ceased to beat. Out of respect, Aokong had employed the celestial slaying blade against him. Shinwu and his companions stood in stunned silence, as the very rogue ninjas who had once dominated them were swiftly eliminated by Aokong. The expression on Shio's face was grave. He had witnessed the lethal brilliance of Aokong's blade, sharp yet not blinding, cutting through in a mere heartbeat. He retreated to his carriage, placing his sword upon his knee, contemplating the weapon bound within its sheath. Aokong retrieved the celestial slaying blade and turned to see the dazed Shinwu and his companions. "Snap out of it. It's time to clean up," he commanded before returning to his own carriage. Upon observing the 12 drops of merit inscribed in the celestial tome, Aokong smiled with satisfaction. Shinwu and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that Lord Aokong had effortlessly vanquished the entire band of rogue ninjas. Though it seemed unbelievable, it appeared to be true. 1 shuriken for each. Indeed, one might say they were just as fearsome as Lord Shio. Enough discussion. Let us get to work. Yes, let us get to work. After all, I still have some utility. The convoy moved forward slowly, winding across the earth like a great serpent. Alert animals sensed the impending danger, with birds taking flight and creatures fleeing to safety long before. Only a few feeble-minded animals remained oblivious to the threat. A plump mole, engrossed in gnawing on the roots of a roadside shrub, seemed entirely unaware of the approaching convoy until it was nearly upon him. Startled, it looked up with its nearly invisible eyes, then hastily began to dig for survival. Yet, who would ever seek to trouble it? Even among the avian and terrestrial creatures. Unless it is mealtime and their presence does not obstruct the caravan's progress, the ninjas of the convoy exhibit no inclination to engage. Since the ambush by the rogue ninjas, the caravan has proceeded steadily for 2 days without encountering any further heedless wanderers. However, the Uchiha at the front remains vigilant, not allowing themselves to relax. Although Aokong has remained within the carriage, under Shinwa's guidance, 6 Uchiha take turns scouting ever watchful. Suddenly, the closed curtain of the carriage is drawn back by a slender hand. A drowsy youth emerges, bending slightly as he steps out. The boy, disheveled with tousled hair, still manages to captivate the attention of those around him. Not merely due to his striking appearance, but also because of his recent feat of dispatching the rogue ninja squad with remarkable precision. Shielding his eyes from the sun with his left hand, Aokong squints and inquires, "Where are we now?" Shinwoo approaches briskly, responding, "Report to the vice captain. We have passed Lianqing and will reach the front line after traversing Daxiguan." Daxiguan? Aokong echoes, then remarks, "The closer we get to the front line, the more perilous it becomes. We must remain vigilant." "Rest assured, Vice Captain, we will exercise utmost caution." Aokong nods, leaping atop the carriage to recline, enjoying the gentle breeze and warm sun. He finds immense comfort not only from the soft sunlight, but also from the relaxation coursing through his body and the genuine joy blossoming in his heart. His suspicions have proven correct. The drops of merit indeed possess a nurturing quality for the soul. After utilizing 8 drops, the wounds of both his primary and secondary souls have healed, freeing him from the intermittent pangs of discomfort that had plagued him daily. What fills Aokong with even greater delight is the realization that the drops of merit can strengthen the soul. He experimented with 2 drops, discovering that the nurturing effect of a single drop equates to a month of arduous training. Initially, based on his calculations, it would require 3 to 5 years to cultivate his secondary soul into one capable of seizing control. However, with the aid of the drops of merit, this timeline could be significantly reduced. If all goes well, he would only need to gather an additional 20 to 30 drops, neither too many nor too few. If fortune favors him with more unwary rogue ninjas, perhaps this mission will provide him with enough merit drops. Of course, this is the most optimistic outcome. In truth, it remains uncertain whether there are any side effects from the merit on the soul, and if such beneficial effects can be sustained in the long run. Nevertheless, Aokong has glimpsed the dawn of hope for achieving an external manifestation of his soul. Lost in thought, a figure suddenly appears before him, blocking the sunlight. "Xiaoyi, do not obstruct my son," Aokong remarks. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi shifts slightly aside. "Are you here to chat with me? Let us converse while lying down," Aokong suggests. The carriage is spacious, and the roof provides ample room. He worries about losing his balance and falling off. Xiaoyi glances at the relaxed Aokong and says, "Make some space." Aokong shifts over, creating room. Xiaoyi reclines, but unlike Aokong, who crosses his legs casually, he lies flat with his sword cradled, casting a sidelong glance. Aokong quips, "You look as if you were lying in a coffin." Xiaoyi ignores Aokong's jest, instead focusing on the gentle undulations of the carriage as he gazes at the brilliant blue sky. The view from atop the carriage is indeed splendid. Aozora cast a surprised glance at him and remarked, "Today, you actually take notice of the scenery." From Aozora's perspective, Xiaoyi was an ardent swordsman. His robust calluses, a result of over a decade of sword training, could not have formed without such dedication. Individuals like him often overlook the beauty around them, even neglecting the people nearby. Xiaoyi stated, "I suddenly wish to see the world through your eyes." Aozora turned to him, astonished. "Why?" Xiaoyi replied sincerely, "I wish to understand how you were able to deliver that strike." He had heard of Aozora before, the prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, who ascended to the rank of Chunin merely 3 months after graduation, having severed the head of a jonin with a single stroke. Despite this, he held a firm belief in his own strength, convinced he surpassed Aozora. Thus, he attempted to gauge Aozora's prowess with an imposing presence upon their first encounter. It was a condescending attitude. It was only at the moment Aozora drew his blade that he realized Aozora's true power and felt the weight of his own inadequacy. Many were stronger than him, not merely Aozora. Yet, while others employed ninjutsu, Aozora excelled in the art of weaponry. The strike from Aozora revealed the potential trajectory of his own swordsmanship, subtle, untraceable, and devoid of ostentation. This was undoubtedly a higher realm of swordsmanship. His eyes brimmed with fervor and respect. Under the intense gaze of another man, Aozora felt no misunderstanding. He recognized it as a testament to the faith and passion for the blade. Aozora, of course, could not disclose that he wielded not ninjutsu, but rather the art of immortals. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Every strike I deliver is imbued with my spirit, rendering it invincible." There was no falsehood in this statement. His flying daggers were indeed cultivated from his essence and spirit. Shio nodded repeatedly. Aozora, with a hint of implication, said, the mightiest may easily break. What rises to its peak must eventually decline. Why must a treasured sword be sheathed? Because an exposed edge will corrode and rust more swiftly. Upon hearing this, Shio instinctively reined in some of his imposing energy. Shio's attitude was akin to that of a disciple, which greatly uplifted Aozora's spirits, leading to a lively exchange. Shio, I wield flying daggers, which differ from your sword. However, I am familiar with the insights of legendary masters of swordsmanship. Would you care to hear? Are these the manuscripts of the 5 great sword saints of the warring states? Shio inquired with excitement. Aozora shook his head. Their understanding of the sword pales in comparison to the individual I speak of. It is akin to comparing a firefly's glow to the brilliance of the full moon. Shio, incredulous, exclaimed, such a person exists? How could I be unaware? Aozora, lost in thought, continued, long ago, there existed a man who traversed the land for over 30 years, vanquishing foes and defeating heroes, leaving no one to oppose him. This man was known as the Sword Demon, named Dugachiobai. Upon his sword mound, he inscribed the 4 realms of swordsmanship, the sharp sword, the soft sword, the heavy sword, and the wooden sword. You are presently in the realm of the sharp sword. There was another who began learning the sword at the tender age of 7, devoting himself to it, as if it were life itself, viewing murder as an art. After taking a life, he delighted in shaking the blood from his blade, akin to a traveler brushing off the snow upon his return at night. This man was known as the sword god, named Shimin Shui Shui. As Shio listened to these peculiar names, he fantasized about the extraordinary sword masters, becoming utterly entranced. In recounting these names, Aozora found himself reminiscing about the time in his past when he would read novels under the covers with a flashlight, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, the shouts ahead roused the 2 individuals. We have arrived at the Great Cedar Valley. Qingkong stood up and gazed into the distance, where a large mountain mound loomed. A narrow passage sliced through the valley, dividing it into 2 halves. Upon witnessing this line-like terrain, Qingkong instantly became alert. Halt! The front 3. Form a group and conduct a thorough reconnaissance. Shingo stepped forward and said, Vice Captain, we have already scouted twice. Qingkong replied sternly, conduct another sweep. The line-like formation is the most susceptible to ambush. If the entrances are blocked, there would be no way to escape, neither through the heavens above nor the earth below. Understood. The convoy came to a stop, awaiting the findings of Shingo and his team of 6. The autumn wind howled, and all was desolate in the Great Cedar Valley, showing no signs of disturbance. Soon, Shingo and his team returned, reporting to the vice captain, no abnormalities detected. Shio remarked, this is still the heart of the Land of Fire. How could the cloud hidden dare to infiltrate here? Qingkong frowned and scanned the Great Cedar Valley carefully, then commanded, advance. The convoy proceeded slowly, yet Qingkong remained somewhat apprehensive. Shio returned to the central command. Upon hearing this, Shio gently shook his head and sighed. Qingkong, you truly are cautious. Nevertheless, Shio obeyed Qingkong's advice and returned to the central command. Standing atop the carriage, Qingkong furrowed his brow and observed his surroundings. A sense of foreboding washed over him, not merely due to Itachi's tiresome flag, but because he felt an unsettling gaze upon him. Chakra surged into his eyes, and the 2 Tomo and Qingkong's blood-red pupils spun incessantly. He meticulously scanned the vicinity, not overlooking any peculiar flower or blade of grass. The bare mountain walls were sparsely adorned with shrubbery, with only moss and a few wild grasses as greenery. Naturally, there were no animals present. No, there were indeed a few animals, such as the gecko scuttling along the rock face and the mole gnawing at roots. A mole? How could there be moles on such a steep cliff? Qingkong sensed something amiss and shifted his gaze toward the mole. The Tomo spun, and with the activation of his long-range vision, it felt as though he had closed the distance to the mole, enough to discern its rounded head and outwardly curled claws. Although this mole appeared to be gnawing at the roots, it was actually clutching them without movement. A ninja beast. A grave look flashed in Qingkong's eyes as he bellowed. Stop! Retreat! Stop! Retreat! Back the vehicle! Back! Qingkong's voice echoed against the mountainside, swiftly reaching the ears of the convoy behind. The convoy, upon hearing this, erupted into a flurry of activity, with the rear team moving to the front and the front team to the back, preparing to withdraw from the canyon. As the convoy turned around, Qingkong's gaze swept across the area, searching for the enemy. The surroundings were stark and barren, devoid of any cover, if there were indeed adversaries. Where could they possibly hide? Suddenly, Qingkong spotted the mole burrowing desperately into the ground. Below, the enemy is behind the rock face. As Qingkong shouted the warning, chakra erupted beneath his feet, and he shattered the carriage roof with a single stomp, propelling himself toward the cliff top. Qingkong's warning had come just in time, but perhaps not soon enough. As soon as he issued the alert, a thunderous roar filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted around them in an instant. The cliffs flanking the Oasujitani Gorge suddenly crumbled, obstructing the path of the convoy both ahead and behind. The splintering stones and swirling dust swiftly engulfed the crowd. With a decisive slash, Shisui cleaved through the debris, his Sharingan piercing the haze, faintly revealing the enormous boulder that blocked their way. He looked skyward and proclaimed, "Upward." Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the mountain's summit. Qingkong had already begun his ascent along the cliffside when he felt a tremor beneath his feet. He quickly warned, "Beware of the rock spikes." No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of sharp spikes erupted from the rock face. Responding to Qingkong's alert, Shisui, Jinwu, and their companions, utilizing the insight of their Sharingan, deftly maneuvered between the cliffs, leaping and climbing their way to the peak. Meanwhile, other ninjas were struck by the spikes and plummeted into the abyss below. Upon reaching the summit, Qingkong glanced back, witnessing a colossal stone wall emerge from either side of the cliff, completely ensnaring those below. He recognized the jutsu, a B-rank earth release technique, the earth prison. However, given its magnitude and impact, it was clear that such a feat could not be executed by an ordinary jonin. Before long, Shisui and the others reached the summit as well, though the onslaught of spikes had scattered them. Qingkong surveyed the scene and noted that aside from himself, only 3 others had escaped the ambush: the brothers Shisui and Jinwu, along with Changshi, who was responsible for the rear guard. A sigh escaped Qingkong's lips. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. If it were merely supplies at stake, he would turn around and leave. Yet, Fuyu had specifically appointed him as vice captain to safeguard the clan's members, and he could not abandon that duty. Out of 21 individuals sent on this mission, only 4 remained to return. Even if Fuyu forgave him, he would find it difficult to forgive himself. Neither Qingkong nor the other 3 harbored any intentions of fleeing. The pride of the Uchiha clan would never allow them to abandon their kin. As they resolved to turn back and rescue their comrades, the enemy would not acquiesce to their desires. Shadows clad in black robes slowly emerged from the ground before each of them. Observing the stout ninja, shorter than himself, Qingkong remarked, "Is there still a need for concealment?" The cloaked figure replied, "Is that so? No choice. Our earth release techniques are unrivaled in the land of earth." Qingkong shook his head, countering, "That is not the case." As he spoke, he brandished a kunai in one hand and a shuriken in the other. The ninja, taken aback, inquired, "How did you discern our identities?" Qingkong scoffed, "With your diminutive stature, how could you possibly hide?" "What did you say?" The dark-skinned Iwagakure Jonin's face turned a shade of iron blue, his eyes reddening. Qingkong's words struck a nerve. Gifted with exceptional talent, he had soared through life, becoming a Jonin after the 3rd Great Ninja War. Yet, his height had led to rejection from the goddess he adored, leaving him perpetually single. Consequently, his height became a taboo topic, one that none dared mention in his presence. "Leaf Village rookie, you have angered me. I will make you aware of the consequences of your insolence." Qingkong's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that his offhand remark would wield such power. He had no intention of stopping. Rather, he sought to amplify his taunts. "The consequence is that you 1T grow taller?" he asked innocently. "Yet, I am taller than you at this very moment." Seeking death, enraged, the Iwagakure Jonin swiftly formed hand seals. Qingkong merely smiled. Her laughter was exceptionally captivating, radiating an air of effortless ease. In such close proximity, how audacious it was for someone to form hand seals before him. Did they doubt the sharpness of my blade? The kunai tore through the air, swiftly followed by the flying shuriken. The Iwagakure Jonin observed the smile of the azure sky and heard the piercing sound of the kunai slicing through the atmosphere. In that instant, he altered his hand seals. As the kunai soared, an earthen wall began to rise. Had nothing unforeseen occurred, the kunai would have been thwarted by this barrier. What he did not anticipate was that the shuriken would follow the kunai. Even more surprising was the fact that the shuriken was swifter than the kunai. Though it was but a streak of azure light, Its brilliance resembled a meteor streaking through the darkness. In a mere heartbeat, the shuriken pierced his heart. The earthen wall ascended, obstructing the kunai. Behind the wall, a body collapsed. Vivid crimson blood bloomed upon his dark robe, resembling a scarlet flower. The Daisugi Valley was desolate to such an extent that even the autumn winds stirred not a single fallen leaf. On this barren mountaintop, everything lay bare. The actions of the 8 individuals reflected in the eyes of others, including Chien. Chien was the commander of a Wagakure's operation. After the explosion was initiated, he refrained from immediate action. On one hand, he deemed it unnecessary to intervene. 6 elite jonin, if they could not even protect a convoy, were unworthy of their rank. On the other hand, he aimed to ensure the complete annihilation of this team, allowing not a single survivor, nor permitting any news to escape. His mission was to intensify the conflict between Kumogakure and Konohagakure, not to embroil a Wagakure in the war. His gaze remained fixed upon the 8 embroiled in battle, particularly focusing on Shuichi. Although Shuichi had absorbed the profound teachings of the Azure Sky, he had yet to learn to temper his brilliance. His overwhelming presence immediately captivated the attention of all. Moreover, his strikes were executed with remarkable swiftness. While the Azure Sky engaged in verbal sparring with the Iwagakure ninja, he unsheathed his blade and slashed. His opponent, equally fearless, summoned earth chakra that transformed into rock armor upon his arms, standing shoulder to shoulder with Shuichi in an instant. The glint of blades flashed, and the winds of fists surged. Close-quarters combat was the romantic ideal of manhood. The fervent clash between the two drew the gaze of all. Even Chien could not resist the primal allure. In contrast, the exchange between the Azure Sky and the Iwagakure ninja was rather mundane. One threw a kunai in cautious exploration, while the other unleashed ninjutsu in attack. This was, after all, the most commonplace opening in the world of ninjas. Yet, no one expected that the beginning would herald the end, that exploration would lead to a decisive kill. In a mere exchange, a seasoned Iwagakure jonin, forged through 3 battles, fell. Thud. The Iwagakure jonin landed softly on the ground. Though the sound was faint, it instantly captured the attention of all, even prompting Shuichi and his adversary to momentarily disengage. The mountaintop fell into an abrupt silence, as every gaze converged upon the Azure Sky, focusing on this slender, still developing youth. Aside from shock, there was nothing but astonishment. Even the 3 Uchiha, who had heard tales of the Azure Sky's prowess in decapitating jonin with a single stroke and had witnessed him effortlessly slay rogue ninjas, were left in awe. They had merely exchanged a few tentative blows with their opponents, and aside from Shuichi, none had gained the upper hand. However, such a formidable adversary could not withstand a single strike from Aoki. They could hardly fathom how he accomplished this feat time and again. He effortlessly dispatched elite shinobi. Was this the mark of a genius? No, he had transcended to the realm of a master, a truly exceptional master. The Uchiha trio recognized Aoki's prowess, as did the IWA ninjas. As all eyes were upon him, Aoki stepped forward with deliberate grace and retrieved the flying dagger. With a gentle breath, the bloodstains fell away from the blade. In the distance, Shuichi observed Aoki's actions and could not help but marvel. The dagger was minuscule, and the blood was scant, resulting in no dramatic splatter. The IWA ninjas squirmed uncomfortably, their hairs standing on end. They dared not engage him recklessly. If they could not evade him face to face, how could they defend against a dagger launched from behind? Fortunately, their apprehension lasted but a heartbeat, for in the next moment, Akira had positioned himself protectively in front of Aoki. His imposing figure completely shielded Aoki from view. Gazing at Akira's broad shoulders, the IWA ninjas felt a sense of relief as they resumed their standoff with the Konoha shinobi before them. Aoki looked up at his towering opponent and remarked, "You IWA ninjas are quite peculiar. Either you suffer from gigantism or dwarfism." Suddenly, he inquired, "Do the dwarfs among you ever give birth to giants?" Akira remained silent. "I have heard that your third Tsuchikage is rather short, yet his offspring are all remarkably tall." Akira continued to remain mute. "What do you think? Could it be that the Tsuchikage's wife?" Aoki chuckled, hoping to elicit some reaction from the stoic man before him. Yet it seemed as though his words fell upon deaf ears. This was a life-and-death battle, and his opponent was a powerful ninja, shrouded in mystery. He did not favor probing tactics. Rather, he preferred to unleash his most formidable techniques right from the outset. Yet, he was not reckless. Even ultimate techniques required the right opportunity. That opportunity might arise from a fleeting moment of distraction or an emotional misstep from his opponent. Aoki was convinced that should he find even a single chance, he could seize it and secure victory with a single, decisive blow. Yet, his adversaries offered him no such openings. Aoki found himself in a quandary. Elite-level shinobi reacted swiftly and under such vigilant defenses. Even a divine strike could not guarantee a fatal blow. In a prolonged confrontation, the myriad techniques possessed by seasoned jonin might well outmaneuver him. "Is this how you distract your opponents?" came the cold, stony voice of the giant before him. Truly pathetic. Aoki retorted, "Indeed. I said he was too short, barely reaching your knees. His resolve lacks the strength to withstand you." Akira replied, "Nevertheless, I must concede that your prowess is commendable. One cannot help but envy the abundance of talent in Konoha. Thank you for the compliment." Aoki bowed slightly, intentionally exposing a vulnerability. Yet, Akira did not advance. Instead, he took a step back. "Your daggers are too swift. I cannot guarantee my evasion, thus I shall not approach you." Aoki managed a wry smile. "You truly offer no opportunities." Akira stated solemnly, "I will not grant you any chances." Aoki's demeanor reminded him of a certain individual, one who also excelled in swiftly dispatching elite shinobi. That individual was now deceased, yet the scars left upon Iwa would remain forever unhealed. The young man's throwing knives are still insufficiently formidable. He must seek a fleeting opportunity to vanquish the elite ninja instantaneously. Yet, what if he continues to evolve? He appears to be merely in his teenage years. How glorious might he become upon reaching adulthood? Will he then emerge as a golden flash, slaughtering elite ninjas as one would mere dogs? He dares not wager. He resolves that, even if the mission fails and he spares all other Leaf Village ninjas, he must ensure that this individual finds eternal rest here. Aozora perceives the intensity in his gaze. This is the first adversary who regards him with such gravity. His previous victories were predicated upon the underestimation of his foes. Now, under such scrutiny, does he still possess a chance? He does not know. He sheaths his throwing knives within his sleeve. Without an opportunity, drawing his weapon would be futile. Noticing Aozora's action, Chien retreats another 100 meters. "Your hidden weapons are indeed sharp, but they are too diminutive." With a surge of potent earth-style chakra, he strikes the ground with a fist, unearthing a massive boulder the size of a cart. Earth release, earth mount. Chien hoists the enormous stone above his head and bellows, "Taste this behemoth." No sooner had the words left his lips than the colossal rock was hurled toward Aozora. Though the boulder's velocity pales in comparison to that of Aozora's throwing knives, it is still considerably swift relative to ordinary shuriken. Given the mass of the stone, a direct hit would spell death, while even a glancing blow would inflict grievous injury. The only viable recourse is to rely on his agility to evade. This is Aozora's thought process, and he executes it accordingly. The boulder whizzes past him, failing to graze even a thread of his garment. However, just as he begins to exhale in relief, a second and then a third boulder follows swiftly. He deftly dodges the second and third stones, but soon the fourth, fifth, and sixth come barreling toward him. Aozora's expression grows grave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boulders rain down in an unrelenting torrent. The act of hurling boulders differs significantly from that of casting shuriken, whether it be shuriken, kunai, or any other ninja tool. Due to their lighter weight, a mere nudge can send them off course. However, the boulder, with its immense weight, traveling at speeds exceeding 100 meters per second, possesses a force and momentum that few can withstand. Against kunai, Aozora has the option to either evade or block, yet against the boulders, evasion is his sole recourse. The dilemma lies in the fact that perpetual evasion is not a sustainable strategy. The number of flying stones increases, while Aozora can dodge 1 or 2. As they multiply to 7 or 8, how can he evade when they fill the sky? The prospect is not without merit. The ground beneath Chien has sunk by 3 inches, but how much earth and stone reside in the expansive Daisugi Valley? As long as his opponent's chakra is not depleted, he can effortlessly excavate another boulder. To wait for the enemy's chakra to run dry is a naive folly. Although this technique wields considerable power, it is classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, consuming relatively little chakra. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan members below remain ensnared within the earthen prison. By the time the enemy's chakra is exhausted, the Uchiha would be nearly extinguished as well. Aozora must close the distance. No longer will he flit from side to side. He charges straight toward Chien. Before him lay a torrent of flying stones. Within his blood-red eyes, the Tomo spun rapidly, transforming the gaps between the debris into vast expanses. The fierce wind howled ominously by his ears. It felt as though he had returned to those days of training the body flicker technique within the dense forest, where the trees stood immobile. Now, however, the stones flew like arrows. Yet, in the gaze of the Sharingan, were not these arrows also suspended in time? The stones moved swiftly, but Aokong was swifter still. In the blink of an eye, he was on a collision course with the boulders. With a mighty stomp, chakra erupted from his feet. The massive stones soared past his silhouette, as Aokong narrowly evaded the first boulder and surged forward. His speed was so extraordinary that the stones could only strike at his afterimage. Even the fragments of rock, propelled by the boulders, grazed him, leaving a deep cut. Originally, Aokong and Qian were separated by over 300 meters. In an instant, Aokong had breached the barrage of flying stones, reducing the distance to a mere 100 meters. 100 meters was already within the throwing range of his kunai. Whoosh, whoosh. Two kunai shot forth from either side, weaving through the debris and disappearing into the unknown. Though the kunai did not head towards him, Qian remained entirely focused, not daring to relax in the slightest. After all, it was common knowledge that Uchiha kunai could curve. Indeed, the kunai traced an elegant arc, aiming directly for him. Earth release, earth wall. Two earthen walls sprang forth beside him, intercepting the incoming kunai. Following this, Qian swiftly formed seals, causing the ground beneath him to dip again. Fist-sized mud balls soared into the air like projectiles, whistling through the air as they hurtled toward the approaching Aokong. The mud balls were numerous, leaving no room for evasion. With no escape route, Aokong leapt into the sky to evade. Qian intended to seize the opportunity as Aokong found himself in midair, but it was now Aokong's turn. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Aokong unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, while simultaneously, with a flick of his right hand, he sent a flurry of rapidly spinning shuriken into the inferno, which sped toward Qian, enveloped in fire. The flames blazed fiercely, and the ninja tools were razor-sharp, forcing Qian to evade. This evasion caused him to miss his chance, and as Aokong landed, the two resumed their fierce exchange. Aokong aimed to close the distance to Qian, intending to settle their duel with the Celestial Slayer Blade. Qian remained unhurried, aware that the current situation was in their favor. On the mountaintop, in the other three battlefields, Iwagakure held the advantage in two places, while only Shui found himself at a disadvantage in one. However, Iwagakure excelled in defense, making it difficult for Shui's advantage to translate into victory in a short time. Moreover, in the canyon below, they still had two Jonin at their disposal. Once the Earth Prison had thoroughly incapacitated the trapped leaf ninjas, they would be free to act. Qian was aware of this, as was Aokong. He could not afford to waste any more time. He could not rely on his teammates. Aokong had just cast a glance at the other three battlefields. To count on his allies would require the death of Shinbu or for Shui to evolve his Sharingan into the Mangekyo, which was unlikely. The probability of such an evolution was exceedingly low, and Aokong had no desire to witness such a tragedy. Resolute in his decision, Aokong ceased to hesitate or dwell on potential losses. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. A colossal fire dragon surged toward Qian, engulfed in roaring flames. The searing heat ignited the parched grass atop the mountain, causing the very air to shimmer with the intensity of the blaze. Just as Qian prepared to weave seals and cast a defense, an overwhelming sense of imminent death gripped him. In an instant, chakra erupted from his feet. The next moment, a streak of azure light pierced the fire dragon, simultaneously shattering the afterimage he left behind. The fire dragon was thrown into disarray, quickly dissipating. Moments later, Qian reappeared not far off, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Having forcibly interrupted his ninjutsu, he suffered a backlash. His chakra surged chaotically within him, and his internal organs were severely injured. In addition to his internal wounds, he bore the remnants of the Great Fire Dragon technique, his skin marred with burn marks. Yet he continued to smile, for the most formidable technique of Qingkong had already been unleashed. The sharp flying kunai pierced through the afterimage, embedding itself deeply into a nearby boulder. Without the precision of those kunai, the figure before him remained an exceptional ninja, yet posed no threat to Qian. He coughed violently, expelling clotted blood, and wiped the crimson stain from his lips, declaring, "It is over." With those words, he cast aside his previous timid demeanor and charged boldly toward Qingkong. In a flash, Qingkong hurled for kunai. Though his haste prevented him from infusing them with chakra, their power was sufficient to pierce armor. As Qi sprinted forward, he casually swung his arm to block with his flesh. The sounds of impact resonated. Thud, 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 not the sickening noise of flesh being pierced, but the clash of metal. His arms had taken on a dark yellow hue, resembling solid rock. Qingkong contemplated using fire techniques, but Qi had already closed the distance between them, forcing Qingkong to reverse grip his kunai and charge in. While he preferred ranged combat, it did not imply a deficiency in close quarters. With exceptional dynamic vision and reflexes, his proficiency in melee was undeniable. And could Qi, emboldened to strike first, be lacking in taijutsu? Fists collided, kunai flipped, and within that confined space, victory hung in the balance. To Qingkong, Qian's movements appeared slow, every attack intention laid bare before him. Yet Qingkong found himself on the defensive, struggling against the overwhelming fortitude of Qian's defense. His skin, dark and unyielding, resembled true rock. Qingkong's kunai scraped against him, sparking, yet failed to inflict any damage. Beyond his impenetrable defense, Qian's strikes were heavy. Each punch bore the weight of a mountain. The wind from his fists howled, making it clear that a single blow would surely shatter bones and sever tendons. This battle, fought in such close quarters, was perilous. Both warriors danced upon the edge of blades, unwilling to yield. They understood that neither Qian's absolute defense nor Qingkong's precise assaults could be sustained indefinitely. Both awaited an opportunity, a decisive moment of life and death. As the sun dipped in the west, the autumn wind whispered chillingly. Those atop the mountain basked in sunlight. Yet a sense of coldness began to creep in. Meanwhile, those below had long been deprived of the sun's warmth, suffocated by an endless darkness that drained their vitality, rendering even their strikes against the rocky walls feeble and lifeless. Feeling the urgency for his kin in danger below the mountain, the Uchiha at the summit was engulfed by anxiety. The battle between Aozora and Akai was fiercely contested. Both had abandoned absolute defense and precise strikes. Akai's body had regained its normal hue except for vital areas, while Aozora no longer forced control over his body, relying instead on instinctive reactions. This type of combat was perilous. With each exchange, Akai bore several wounds, and Aozora accumulated more bruises from punches. Under normal circumstances, such a struggle would swiftly yield a victor. Yet, neither combatant was ordinary. Their bodies were exceptionally resilient. Aozora's kunai, forged from fine iron, could merely scratch Akai's flesh, while Akai's powerful punches only inflicted minor internal injuries upon Aozora. Blood flowed freely from Akai, and Aozora coughed up blood repeatedly. Nevertheless, both fought vigorously, rendering the outcome uncertain. While their struggle remained indecisive, the situations on the other three battlefields were becoming increasingly apparent. Shisui sought to disrupt the balance, his long blade moving too swiftly to discern its form, leaving only a glimmering arc of steel. Beneath this relentless barrage of light, his opponent was left with only the strength to defend. The continuous strikes caused the rock armor of the IWA shinobi to thin, fragments of stone mingling with flesh scattering through the air. Simultaneously, the force rebounding from the armor traveled through the blade to Shisui hands. He had no intention of easing the pressure, enduring the pain until his palms began to rot and bleed. In a race against time for victory, Changshi and Jinwu found themselves entangled in a desperate struggle. Jinwu, struck by a heavy fist, was coughing blood, while Changshi suffered from a piercing wound to his abdomen, blood gushing uncontrollably. Despite their injuries, whenever the IWA shinobi displayed even the slightest intent to assist others, both would recklessly charge into the fray. They all understood that the battle atop the mountain was precariously balanced. In such circumstances, should the equilibrium be disrupted, the tide of war would decisively favor the side that first freed itself to act. Aozora was not one to passively await assistance. He did not wish to leave his fate in the hands of others. Thus, he resolved to reveal his trump card, Burning Blood. A calm voice resonated within Aozora's heart. As the final note echoed, his entire being glowed crimson, emitting a constant stream of vapor. Under the stimulation of fire attribute chakra, his cells became invigorated, his blood flowing like an unquenchable river, bestowing boundless strength throughout his body. This was a secret technique inherited from the Thunder Fire Golden Body, and he had recognized its potential at first glance. His unwavering practice had now proven its worth. Aozura's aura surged, momentarily surprising Akai, though he quickly regained his composure. As the Earth attribute chakra coursed through him, Akai silently hardened his skin, crafting rock armor. He understood that directly confronting an enemy empowered by a secret technique was the worst option. After invoking the technique, his opponent gained a power that surpassed his own. However, he believed this advantage to be fleeting, a flash of brilliance, dazzling yet ultimately inconsequential. He was confident that as long as he maintained his defenses, victory would ultimately belong to him. Aozura clenched his fist, feeling an explosive surge of power. The battle had concluded, as his words lingered in the air. A lingering shadow and a vast crater remained, while Aozura had already dashed before Akayan. In the blink of an eye, Aozura launched a rapid assault on Akayan, his speed now surpassing that of his opponent due to the enhancement of a secret technique. Though he had always been slightly faster than Akayan, the mystical augmentation allowed him to gain a decisive edge. Aozura darted left and right, attacking from all directions. With the aid of the Sharingan's dynamic vision, he maintained clarity of movement for both himself and his adversary, never losing control of his body amidst the whirlwind of speed. With agility akin to that of a sprite of the winds, he gracefully executed swift strikes from every conceivable angle towards Akayan. Akayan had faced numerous ninjas wielding secret techniques, yet none had so swiftly harnessed the explosive power as Aozura had. Confronted with such a rapid onslaught, he could only rely on an impenetrable defense. Despite the tempestuous barrage, he stood resolute, his arms serving as broad shields to deflect the blows. Though his defense was meticulous, it could not withstand the sheer velocity of Aozura's attack. Even as Akayan perceived the incoming punches and shurikens, he found himself powerless to counter them effectively. He could only hastily position his arms to block Aozura's shurikens, attempting to redirect the lethal strikes elsewhere. Boom, sizzle, bang, thud. Aozura's shurikens relentlessly pierced through Akayan, sometimes parried by his arms, at other times embedding themselves into non-vital areas, and occasionally grazing his critical points. Akayan was compelled to evade, leveraging the scarce rocks atop the mountain to dodge Aozura's attacks. Before long, several gaping wounds adorned Akayan's body, and the defenses over his vital areas grew increasingly fragile, yet a smile began to form upon his lips. Aozura's speed had diminished. It had slowed to a point where he could be seen clearly, where he could be struck. In another exchange, Akayan successfully blocked a thrust from Aozura's shuriken and retaliated with a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Aozura was sent crashing to the ground, coughing and curled up. Blood spewed from his mouth. He struggled to breathe, sensing that a rib in his chest had been fractured. Clutching his chest with one hand while pushing himself up with the other, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Akayan. Despite the numerous wounds, Akayan's face had paled, yet his eyes remained sharp and discerning. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You truly possess the potential to become the next source of fear for a Wagakure. However, I shall not grant you the opportunity. His chilling words echoed like a final verdict. With that, he began to weave hand signs. Due to his injuries, his movements were sluggish, yet each gesture was precise and flawless. Observing this, Aozura unexpectedly chuckled. Do you believe this is the end? His eyes locked onto Akayan's, the two tomo of his Sharingan manifesting. Suddenly, a figure materialized on the battlefield, with golden hair flowing in the wind and piercing azure eyes. The newcomer exuded an air of cold authority. A flash of gold. A shiver ran through Akayan, yet he quickly regained his composure, forming hand signs in response. Release. Just as he dispelled the illusion, he instinctively retreated. Indeed, the Kunai of the azure sky arrived in due course. As he retreated, he could not adjust his posture in time, and the rocky armor enveloping him began to dissipate. Fortunately, his hands remained mobile. Thud. The kunai struck his arm, blood splattering forth. He chuckled, only to find his mirth abruptly extinguished. Thud. Without a hint of forewarning, a beam of azure light suddenly pierced forth from the stones behind him, impaling his heart from the rear. Vitality ebbed away gradually, leaving a look of astonishment in Chi Yan's eyes. The azure light returned to Qingkong's hand, reminiscent of a bird returning to its nest. Chi Yan inquired, "Is the Uchiha's flying knife alive?" "Not at all," Qingkong replied, "yet my treasure possesses a spirit. It can turn around." Upon hearing this, Chi Yan nodded slightly before closing his eyes and collapsing. In the realm of the divine, for droplets of golden water abruptly appeared on the once empty, celestial tome. Qingkong understood that Qi Yin had truly perished. With that realization, he finally exhaled in relief. Qi Yin had indeed exerted considerable pressure upon him. Although he had spent 6 years laying a foundation, he had only begun to learn ninjutsu, Taoist arts, and divine techniques this year. Many of his skills were still in their infancy, and his true strength barely reached the threshold of a jonin. His most formidable skill, the manipulation of weapons, had only been learned for a few months, and the immortal Slayer flying knife had not been nurtured for long. At this moment, its sharpness relied entirely on its material and the cutting nature of wind attribute chakra, while the weapon's flight path was agile and unpredictable due to his manipulation. Delivering a decisive blow to a vigilant rock ninja proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, Qingkong first employed the flying knife to catch Qi Yin off guard. Once the knife was concealed in the shadows, he refrained from launching an immediate surprise attack. Qi Yin's defenses were formidable. The dual protection of his rocky armor and hardened skin could undoubtedly withstand the knife momentarily, granting him a sliver of hope. Qingkong sought to deny him even the slightest chance, opting instead to engage in a battle of attrition. He unleashed the secret technique of blood burning, not to vanquish Qi Yin, but to wear him down, compelling him closer to the flying knife. Only after achieving this objective did Qingkong launch his final assault. With a spell of nightmares as the prelude, he feigned an attack with the kunai, followed by the lethal strike of the flying knife. Qi Yin had performed admirably, yet regrettably, he had remained ensnared in Qingkong's rhythm of combat. This was, in fact, a common ailment among many rock ninjas. Their formidable defenses and strength came at the cost of speed and agility, leaving them perpetually on the defensive against equally matched opponents. Qi Yin's fall drew the gaze of all on the mountaintop. The rock ninja's eyes widened in disbelief, while the 3 Uchiha rejoiced in exhilaration. Upon witnessing his adversary's moment of distraction, Shio-i seized the opportunity to execute a decisive strike. Secret Sword, Thunderlight Slash. The fierce lightning enveloped Shio-i's long sword, and in the next instant, both he and his blade were shrouded in radiant lightning. The blinding white light illuminated the dusk of the Great Cedar Valley as a tremendous bolt of lightning struck the rock ninja. Though the rock ninja regained his senses, it was too late to evade. He could only raise earthen walls in defense. Earth wall. The sturdy earthen barriers were shattered as if they were mere parchment by the lightning's ferocity.